Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 155 to Chapter 198. Jiren looked old, but when he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning, swift and fierce, directly pouncing over. Yifan used a mysterious movement technique and turned to run. This old steward was definitely not someone he could fight against. Jiren was extremely terrifying. With one step, he soared into the sky and stomped down, causing the sky to tremble. His figure was stooped, but at this moment, he was shockingly powerful. His foot enlarged to several meters long and heavily stomped down. Bang! Yifan was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. The foot stomped on the ground, emitting a loud sound. Large cracks spread in all directions, completely shattering the ground. "You can't leave." The old butler, Jiren, raised his palm and slammed it down. His palm, which was as large as a millstone, slammed down with a rumbling sound. "You ingrate." Yifan clenched his teeth and changed direction, rushing out. Boom! The palm slammed into the void, causing the air to violently surge like a thunderstorm. Yifan was almost blown away. One could imagine how terrifying this old steward was. His palm slapped empty air, but it still had such terrifying power. "I'll take care of your funeral. You old thing, your hair is about to fall out. You should make arrangements for your funeral." Yifan rushed into the distance. His speed could not be said to be slow, but he found that he could not escape from this area. There was a mysterious power circulating, causing the ground to flicker with light, obstructing his movement technique. Even though he rushed to the sky, he was still restricted by this place. This part of the world was like a cage, sealed by someone. He could not rush out at all. "You can't leave." Old Steward Jiren's expression was cold. His body was stooped and he said, "I will give you a quick death. Every year, I will burn some joss paper and sprinkle some wine for you." He used his finger as a blade and slashed downwards. A flame rushed out like a divine flame blade, shining brilliantly and enveloping the sky. The divine flame danced, incomparably scorching. Yifan rushed out in a split second, dodging the flaming saber that was slashing down. The scorching temperature immediately caused the area behind him to burn. In the blink of an eye, the ground was scorched. All the plants were turned into ashes. The red soil was scorched and turned into sparkling porcelain. "Biting the hand that feeds you." Yifan clenched his teeth at Jiren, but he hated Ji Hui even more. "You heartless old hag, don't let me escape, or I'll make you pay." It's useless to say anything. You can only blame yourself for learning the secret skill recorded in the void ancient scripture. Even the direct descendants of the Ji clan don't have the chance to learn it, let alone an insignificant outsider like you. Jiren stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like heavenly hooks, emitting a bluish-purple light. Thunder rumbled as he grabbed at Yifan's head. Kacha, several bolts of purple lightning coiled around his fingers like dragons and snakes, causing the void to distort and arrive in the blink of an eye. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the Great Void technique and turned into a plume of black smoke, attacking in this space. Kacha! The purple lightning was indeed extraordinary. The first strike created a huge hole in the ground. The hole was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. "You really have mastered the Great Void technique. I can't let you live." Jiren's eyes were filled with coldness. Several bolts of lightning shot out from his hand at the same time. Dang! A deafening sound was heard. A bronze board appeared in Yifan's hand. It shook violently and absorbed all the lightning bolts. It was the bronze board of the Great Thunder Temple. This board was half broken and couldn't exert any power. However, after many studies, Yifan found out that it could absorb lightning and sound waves. This is not going to work. Yifan put away the bronze board. He felt that he was being too passive. To him, Jiren's cultivation was unfathomable and he couldn't fight him head-on. The old steward Jiren pressed down and said indifferently, "Young man, why do you have to do this? Struggling is useless. It will only bring you pain. I want to give you a quick death. Don't make a mistake." Although he spoke calmly, his steps were filled with killing intent. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cloud. It was like a tsunami in the sky, rumbling and rushing towards Yifan. Yifan was shocked. This old thing was too powerful. His breath was like thunder, vast and mighty like the sea. He shot up into the sky and said, "What did you do? How did you seal the space?" "I have a great treasure, the great overarching heaven net. It covers the entire world. You can't break it." Jiren's expression was indifferent. "How did you find me?" Yi Fan asked again. "Lady Ziyue secretly gave you the jade pendant. We already found out. You think you can get rid of us just by erasing the mark? I followed you from the beginning. However, your speed is really too fast. I only found you again today." "Good, good, good. I finally know your temperament. Ji Hui, you damned old hag." "Jiren, you dog slave." Jiren attacked like a ghost and said coldly, "It's about time. You should be on your way." Boom. The sky trembled as a black hand appeared. Dark clouds rolled around it, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. It was the Ji clan's void palm. Jiren was the steward in name. He was only an old slave, yet he knew this secret technique. It was obvious that his status was not ordinary. The void palm was incomparably tyrannical and powerful. It was as black as ink and blotted out the sun. It heavily slammed down toward Ji Fan. It was too late for him to dodge. This was a supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. It was extremely frightening. The black hand covered the sky and completely trapped him below. In your next life, join a normal family. Don't get involved in this kind of trouble. Old Steward Jiren's voice was not loud. It was emotionless and cold as it echoed in the sky. Chi. Yi Fan took out the purple bronze 8 trigram mirror. It emitted a beam of light that shone down on the palm in the sky. At the same time, he took out the heaven-gathering umbrella. However, the purple bronze 8 trigram mirror's light couldn't stop the void palm. Bang! The black palm covered the sky and heavily slammed down on the heaven-gathering umbrella. With a crack, cracks appeared on the surface of the umbrella. Yi Fan's body was flung away. Jiren didn't say anything else. He once again summoned the void palm and slammed it down on Yi Fan. The palm was like a dark cloud, emitting a terrifying vibration. It pressed down like a mountain. Bang! The heaven-gathering umbrella was powerful, but it couldn't stop the void palm. After another heavy slap, it broke into pieces. The heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back dozens of meters. He sighed in his heart. The difference in strength was too great. Even a treasure like the heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. How could he fight? Buzz. The void trembled, and the huge black hand slammed down again, covering even the sun in the sky. A huge shadow covered the land below. Crack! Crack! The palm hadn't really slammed down, but the ground under Yi Fan's feet couldn't bear the pressure and quickly cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Yi Fan took out the purple bronze 8 trigram mirror and quickly enlarged it. It was like a huge shield above his head. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal was so sharp that it made people's bodies tremble. It was as if a god was forging iron and metal was splitting the sky. The purple bronze 8 trigram mirror also cracked. It couldn't be saved. Yi Fan's heart ached. This was the weapon of the Jiang family elder. It could be considered a treasure. Although it was damaged in the desolate antiquity forbidden ground, it was still a powerful treasure. However, it couldn't stop the void palm. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound rang out, and the purple copper 8 trigrams mirror cracked. Then, with a crash, it exploded in the sky. Yi Fan was almost smashed into the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky and said, "You old fart, 2 treasures were destroyed." Even if he took out the remaining pristine jade bottle, the result would still be the same. Pa! Jiren stretched out his hand and sent Yi Fan flying. Although it wasn't the void palm, it was still extremely powerful. If Yi Fan didn't have a treasured body, he would have been smashed into pieces. Even so, he was still sent flying for dozens of meters. Bang! The huge palm reached out again and slapped towards Yi Fan. He couldn't dodge in time and his body was almost smashed into pieces. He struggled to stand up after a long time. Jiren stooped down and looked down expressionlessly. With an indifferent voice, he said, compared to the Ji family, you are too insignificant. What's the point of struggling in vain? Attacking you is no different from killing a chicken or a dog. You old fart, you are only a dog raised by others. Don't put on such a high and mighty attitude. Even if that damned old hag Ji Hui came, she is not worthy. Jiren didn't show any anger on his face. He said calmly, like a speck of dust, as weak as an ant. Originally, you wouldn't have anything to do with the Ji family. Unfortunately, your fate is not good enough. The Great Void spell is not something people like you can touch. Jiren was old and clumsy. It was as if he was looking down at an ant. You old slave. Right at this moment, old manager Jiren descended from the sky and approached him. He said, before I kill you, I need to understand something. I need to extract your soul. Relying on his true battle power, Yi Fan had no chance at all. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. Plus, he didn't even know how powerful this old man was. Yi Fan was waiting for the chance to use his last trump card. After Jiren came closer, he felt that it was time to make his move. At that moment, a small golden lake suddenly appeared between Yi Fan's eyebrows. It was like a golden sun was fixed there. The small lake trembled. Divine splendor shone resplendently, and a dazzling beam of light rushed out, transforming into a sharp golden sword. It was as if it could hack apart the heavens. This was a powerful soul attack. After eating the golden fruit, Yi Fan's soul energy had reached an unimaginable level. It was so condensed that it could transform into a physical form. He had been studying this soul attack for more than a year. Gradually, it evolved into a powerful attack that specialized in attacking the opponent's mind. Ah, Jiren screamed. He held his head and fell to the ground. The powerful soul attack was effective in one strike. Before, old manager Jiren had been cold and emotionless. But now, his face was twisted as he screamed and struggled in pain. Yi Fan's bones were shaking. His skin was translucent and his divine power surged. His golden fist smashed forward. Bang! This punch directly hit the old steward's lower jaw, and with a crisp crack sound, his jawbone broke. You old slave, aren't you high and mighty? I will send you straight to the 18th level of hell. Jiren was punched in the chin and sent flying into the air. Yi Fan leaned to the side and swung his leg like a whip. Pow! Yi Fan's right leg landed heavily on Jiren's chest and smashed him down from the air. Even though Jiren's cultivation was unfathomable, his physique was not comparable to a saint physique. His ribs broke and caved in. You old slave, didn't you see me as an ant just now? Yi Fan kicked again. Jiren's shoulder was crushed and he was sent flying. Yi Fan didn't wait for him to land. He chased after him in 7 steps and stomped down heavily. Bang! He stomped on Jiren, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. What's so great about the clan of the ancients? Sooner or later, I will pay a visit to the Ji clan. I will explore the Ji clan's holy land that you think is unreachable. That damned old hag, please live longer. Bang! Yi Fan kicked Jiren, who was rolling on the ground, into the air. Bang! Yi Fan soared into the sky and swung his golden fist down, smashing almost all of Jiren's ribs. However, this old steward was unfathomable and had an unparalleled vitality. There was no sign of him dying. Instead, he was roaring and howling. Yi Fan charged down, using the 8 steps overtaking Cicada. He was extremely fast. Every step landed on Jiren's body, and every time it landed, there would be a crisp crack sound. After 8 steps, Jiren's bones were broken in dozens of places and his body was almost deformed. At the same time, he also fell to the ground. Yi Fan punched out one last time, and Jiren was sent flying like a rock. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. His methods were cruel, but Yi Fan had no mercy. In this dog-eat-dog relationship, if he was not ruthless, he would be killed. Ji Hui was determined to kill him. This old steward was here to carry out the death sentence, so he was calm and indifferent from beginning to end. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty about killing Ji Hui. Therefore, Yi Fan would not be affected by his emotions and would kill him without hesitation. Ah! Jiren screamed, but he was still not dead. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party was too powerful. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have lost his life already. He could not see through the opponent's profound cultivation level. Yi Fan did not want any accidents to happen, so he directly took out the golden book. The scripture's carrier, the golden page, turned into a dazzling golden light and rushed forward. It was bright and sharp, cutting the void until it became blurry as if it was about to tear it apart. Although the scripture was not a real weapon, it was more durable than the Jiang Elder's 8 trigrams mirror and could submerge in the sea of bitterness. However, the mirror, the Heaven Luo umbrella, and the pristine jade vase could not. They were blocked by the green bronze block above the sea of bitterness. In a sense, this golden page was not a weapon, but it was better than one. Chi. The golden blade was extremely dazzling. The thin golden page was comparable to the sharpest weapon, and it slashed through. Pooh! Ji Ren's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out of his body like a fountain. The blood splashed out 2 meters away, while the head flew a few meters away. In the cruel world of cultivators, once a fight broke out, one would either be killed or killed. There was no such thing as mercy. Yi Fan sighed. However, he was shocked to find that the headless body was still rolling, and the head was still trembling. The fact that Ji Ren was still alive caused Yi Fan's hair to stand on end. He once again took out the golden book. If such a terrifying character could survive, just the thought of it was terrifying. Pooh! The golden book rushed into Ji Ren's sea of reincarnation and directly severed the source of his divine power, splitting open this secret realm. No matter how strong the other party was, he was no longer afraid. Chi. Yi Fan did not stop there. He took out the golden book and slashed it at the trembling head. As long as he could destroy it, Ji Ren would not be able to cause any more trouble. Buzz. However, right at this moment, something astonishing happened. Ji Ren's nearly bald hair suddenly emitted a 5-colored ray of light, which immediately blocked the golden book. It was a powerful divine power that sealed the space and kept the golden book out. Amidst the 5-colored light, a thin bone hairpin exuded a misty aura. It was actually this hairpin that was releasing a mysterious power that flowed towards Ji Ren's head. At the same time, the bone hairpin shattered, and a ray of light rushed out. Ji Hui's figure emerged and shouted, "What happened?" Yi Fan's scalp tingled. Although he wanted to kill this damned old woman right now, he understood the gap between them. The legendary elders of the Ji clan were like giants in front of him. "It's you." Ji Hui's silhouette appeared, and she was extremely shocked. "How could Ji Ren be defeated by you?" He was actually at the brink of life and death. The bone hairpin I gave him before he left was broken. How is this possible?" The famed old woman of the Ji clan, Ji Hui, had a look of disbelief on her face. This was too unexpected for her. It was like hearing about a lion being bitten to death by an ant. Yi Fan quickly calmed down. Without saying anything, he took out the golden book and slashed at Ji Hui. He knew that this wasn't the real legendary elder of the Ji clan, it was just a strand of imprint. He had to destroy them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the head might recover. This is too shocking, this is against common sense. Ji Hui was still in shock as the golden book slashed through her. However, Ji Hui was unharmed. She quickly merged back together and coldly said, "Brat, you're still too young. You can't even separate the spiritual imprint. You can't kill me." She then shouted, "Ji Ren, wake up." Swoosh! In between Yi Fan's eyebrows, the golden lake appeared again. A small golden sword flew out, it was formed by his powerful consciousness and slashed at Ji Hui. Knowing the opponent's condition, Yi Fan calmed down. Using his powerful consciousness to destroy the imprint was the most suitable method. Ji Hui's silhouette was furious. Everything was out of her expectation. Yi Fan's consciousness was so powerful that it didn't match his cultivation level at all. Swoosh! It was like a red-hot iron bar plunging into ice and snow, melting a large part of it. Ji Hui's imprint instantly became blurry, almost destroyed. Facing the real legendary elder of the Ji clan, Yi Fan had no chance. After all, he had only cultivated for 3 years. But this was only Ji Hui's imprint, not her real body. He began his massacre. "You damned old hag, I can't kill your real body, but can't I kill your imprint? Yi Fan was full of hatred towards this ruthless old hag. She repaid kindness with enmity and wanted to destroy his body and soul. Right now, she was the perfect punching bag. You. Ji Hui was furious after being insulted, but she also knew how terrifying the opponent's consciousness was. She soared into the sky and wanted to escape. Yi Fan wouldn't give her the chance. If this imprint returned to his real body, it would be hard for him to die in the future. The opponent would definitely torture him in every possible way. Damned old hag, don't you like to chase and kill? Yi Fan rushed up and shouted, today, I'll chase and kill for you to see. Pfft. In a small golden lake, his divine sense materialized and shattered Ji Hui's arm. Pfft. The divine consciousness sword chopped down and cut off Ji Hui's head. Brat, you dare to humiliate me, damn you, you want to kill me. Yi Fan rushed over and waved his golden palm. He directly slapped over and said, touch your dog head. Bang! The golden palm landed on Ji Hui's head. She was instantly scattered, but she quickly reassembled. Other than divine sense attacks, it was very difficult for other forces to destroy her. Ji Hui was infuriated. She had never been humiliated like this before. Pfft. From between Yi Fan's brows, the golden divine consciousness rushed out again and penetrated Ji Hui's head. Then, a divine light shone in all directions and engulfed the area. He didn't have time to waste. First, he didn't want any accidents to happen. Second, he still had to deal with the half-dead Jiren. Ji Hui's imprint let out an unwilling roar and shattered on the spot. It melted like a snowflake and completely disappeared from the world. Yi Fan dove down and took out the golden book, slashing at Jiren again. At this moment, the head calmed down after being nourished by the mysterious light. Its eyes opened as it regained its consciousness. Its gaze was as cold as a knife as it glared at Yi Fan. Old fart, you sure are lucky. Yi Fan activated the golden scripture and slashed forward. The surroundings were sealed. Only by killing the enemy in front of him could he escape this place. All the divine power contained in Ji Hui's imprint was transferred to Jiren, waking him up completely. The head flew up and hid in the distance. Pfft. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of the waves. He didn't chase after the head and attacked the headless body directly. However, something shocking happened. From the broken body, 5 figures rushed out and stood side by side, guarding the body. The first one was clad in black armor and held a giant sickle. Other than the cold light on the sickle, it was as black as ink. This person stood there like a god of death. The second one was clad in crimson armor and looked like a burning flame. In his hand, he held a blood-colored long blade that was dazzling. The third one was clad in azure armor and looked like the scales of an azure dragon. In his hand, he held a wolf fang club. His aura was heavy. These 5 people were like 5 evil gods. They exuded a demonic aura and a mysterious power flowed around them. The hidden territory of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Fan instantly understood and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that cultivators in the secret realms could cultivate 5 gods and have all kinds of mysterious abilities. After cultivation, some strange things would happen. Although he had destroyed Jiren's Sea of Reincarnation, the other side was still unharmed. The 5 evil gods had jumped out. The only fortunate thing was that the head couldn't merge with the body and couldn't control the 5 gods well. The secret realms are too mysterious. This kind of manifestation is just the tip of the iceberg, Yi Fan said to himself. There was no way back. He could only move forward. Yi Fan took out the golden book and activated the scripture at the same time. He mobilized the source Ji in his body and prepared for the bloody battle. Pfft. However, he was surprised to find that the 5 evil gods weren't as strong as he had imagined. There was a flash of golden light and one of them's arms was cut off. Jiren's angry roar came from the distance. He was desperate and unwilling. Haha. Yi Fan laughed and said, I understand now. Your head can't return and they can't use their power. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Fan rushed forward with large steps. He brandished his golden fist, and with a ping sound, an evil god was blasted apart. It turned into an expanse of dazzling multicolored light and disappeared. Jiren roared. Although he didn't have a body, his spiritual sense was even more terrifying. Whoosh! The world darkened, and a huge purple net appeared in the sky, covering everything. The overarching heaven net. Yi Fan was shocked. It was this net that trapped him and prevented him from leaving. Unexpectedly, the overarching heaven net didn't rush towards him. Instead, it wrapped around the head and rushed into the distance. The remaining 4 evil gods turned into 4 beams of light and rushed into the sky. This old bastard. Yi Fan rushed over, using his greatest strength to completely destroy his body. He waved the incomplete void palm imprint, slapping it towards the sky. Bang, 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 the black hand covered the sky and smashed the 4 evil gods to pieces. He didn't dare to delay and rushed into the distance to chase after Jiren. Without a body, the head's divine power was limited. After all, the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret realm of the Tao Palace had been destroyed. Jiren was powerless and the overarching heaven net couldn't protect him. His speed gradually slowed down. Yi Fan cultivated the old crazy man's supreme secret technique and caught up in the blink of an eye. He knew that he couldn't let Jiren escape or there would be endless trouble. Old bastard, you don't have the divine power source and the 5 gods. How are you going to escape? Yi Fan was secretly glad that he had cut off the head first. Otherwise, if the other had connected with the body, he wouldn't have had a chance. However, it wasn't luck. He had created everything himself. His success in killing the enemy with his spiritual sense had already determined this result. Bang! Yi Fan waved his hand and slapped forward. Purple light flashed, and the overarching heaven net dissolved Yi Fan's attack, temporarily protecting the head. Unfortunately, the head was still a head after all. It had limited divine power, and if it continued to fly, it would soon be exhausted. It couldn't provide energy for the overarching heaven net, so there was no way to control it. Although the treasure was powerful, it needed divine power to activate and control it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective. Old man, thank you for giving me a treasure. Bang! Yi Fan's last attack finally crushed Jiren's head. The purple net floated down and was caught in his hand. It really is a great treasure. He felt Ji Hui's aura on it. It must have been given to him by Ji Hui, a famous figure of the Ji family. The net looked like it was made of interweaving starlight, sparkling and translucent. Encompassing the heavens and earth, it really is a spiritual item. Yi Fan felt that the overarching heaven net was much more powerful than the destroyed purple copper 8 trigram mirror and heaven net umbrella. There were faint patterns on it that were very mysterious. It seemed to be able to capture the sun, moon, and stars. He didn't stop. After erasing all traces of this place, he flew away as fast as lightning. He needed to avoid the limelight. If the famous figures of the Ji family found out, they would definitely be furious and wouldn't let him go. Yi Fan knew that he had caused a great disaster. The southern region was extremely dangerous for him. The Ji family was huge and had many experts. They would not let him go just like that. This time, he had killed the old steward Ji Ren and destroyed Ji Hui's imprint. However, this didn't solve the problem. On the contrary, the Ji family would react even more violently. Hide. There was only one way. There was no other way. The Great Void technique was one of the essentials of the Void ancient scripture. The Ji family could not allow it to be leaked. Even if the Alcate Saint obtained it, the Ji family would find a way to take it back, let alone a small cultivator like Yi Fan. In these days, he had heard a lot of news. All of it shook the southern region. The battle between the Peacock King and Nangongxing had come to an end. The mountain range was scorched and became barren. However, the outside world did not know who was stronger and who was weaker. By the time people arrived, the 2 almighty beings had already disappeared. The Alcade Saint and the Ji family's saint went out together to search for the Peacock King in the southern region. They said they would kill the Peacock King. This caused a huge commotion, but they could not find any traces of him. The Bronze Palace was faintly discernible. It was about to sink into the eastern wasteland. But until now, no peerless experts had entered. The great figures were worried and were making their final preparations. It was said that the Ji family's Ji Haoyue was heavily injured and almost killed. His whereabouts were unknown and many people were secretly searching for him. In the heavenly Jade Holy Land, the only survivor was the mad old man. He had formed a cocoon in the great darkness and was sleeping. There were many experts guarding him, but when he broke out of the cocoon, no one noticed him. He had mysteriously disappeared, leaving everyone shocked. Undercurrents were surging in the southern domain. All of the great powers were sending out powerful experts to gather information. Yi Fan smiled wryly. Right now, there were two people in the most dangerous situation in the southern region. One was Ji Haoyue and the other was him. Ji Haoyue's divine body had just formed. He could be considered a strong cultivator. As long as he did not meet the Peacock King, he would have a way out. As for him, his divine body had not formed yet. If he was discovered, he would be in great danger. The southern region of the eastern wasteland was not peaceful at all. Something shocking could happen at any time. The Ji clan has been passed down since the antiquity era. If you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite. I will spread the Great Void technique to the world. I don't believe that you dare to kill the countless people of the southern region. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He was ready to fight to the death. That was because he clearly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere in the past 2 days. The legendary figures of the Ji family were searching for Ji Haoyue, but even more young experts had been mobilized. They were frantically searching for Ji Haoyue and were about to dig 3 feet into the ground. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. The southern territory was so vast that Yi Fan didn't believe that he could hide in a secluded corner of the mountain and still be discovered. For the past few days, he had been hiding in the wilderness, changing from one place to another. He was afraid that he had not completely shaken off his pursuers. This kind of life as a fugitive was not easy. They were always on guard, afraid that they would be discovered by the Ji family. It was not until the 7th day that Yi Fan finally stopped. He did not know where he was. He entered a deep mountain with ancient trees that covered the sun. He decided to quietly cultivate here and wait for the situation to completely calm down before leaving the southern region. It was too dangerous outside, so he could only hide for the time being. Yi Fan was ready to cultivate in peace and reach the realm of the shore as soon as possible. Right now, above his sea of sufferings, there was a divine pulse in the sky. It was crystal clear like a rainbow and was about to penetrate the sea of reincarnation. With the formation of the vein of heaven and the divine bridge in the sky, it was only a matter of time before he reached the realm of nirvana. What he needed now was accumulation. He had a pure source in his hand. It was the size of a fist and was overflowing with colors. However, Yi Fan did not intend to use it now. He wanted to save it for when he reached the nirvana realm. Such a large source contained unimaginable life essence. If it was before, it would be enough for him to advance to a realm. However, as Elder Wu Qingfeng had said, the further one cultivated, the harder it would be. Everything required 10 times the price of the beginning. This source could help him break through the realm. If he refined it when he reached the peak of the celestial bridge, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of nirvana. In the next few days, Yi Fan began to understand the various methods that he had cultivated. The Sea of Reincarnation volume of Taoist scripture was where his foundation lay. It was the source of his cultivation path. This method did not have any secret techniques or killing moves. It was completely about tapping into one's potential. Although there was no secret technique like the Great Technique of Void, it was respected as the strongest chapter to cultivate the Sea of Reincarnation for a reason. It emphasized on the foundation. Now, half of the words on the golden page had disappeared. Not much was left. Many of the star-like ancient words were completely obliterated. Vaguely, this matched with Yi Fan's realm. The words that disappeared were all parts that he had completely cultivated. He guessed that once he reached the realm of nirvana, there would be no more ancient words in this Taoist scripture. Other than the Golden Book, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Ol's footwork, and the Great Technique of Void were the 3 supreme secret techniques that he had mastered. In their respective fields, no other technique could surpass them. For a few days, Yi Fan kept trying to figure out the 3 secret techniques. He had mastered too few techniques. This was his ultimate technique to save his life. The tripod was still not formed. It needed time to be refined. However, it could be imagined that once the tripod was formed, it would be invincible. Yi Fan did not want to add a name to the tripod. He felt that the word tripod was enough to represent everything. The Xianhuang tripod, the Qi of myriad cauldron, were not as clear as that word. Yi Fan drank a lot of divine spring. He calmed his mind and cultivated. He comprehended a lot. The heavenly veins above the sea of reincarnation grew again. It was just around the corner to reach the mysterious realm of nirvana. On the 9th day, Yi Fan held the Bodhi bead in his hand. His mind was empty. His body was like a glass lamp, pure and translucent. He was in a wondrous realm. At this moment, he was one with the rocks, the plants, and the deep mountains. His mind was at peace. He could hear the breathing of the plants and feel the pulse of the deep mountains. He seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. His consciousness took form. It was like a breeze or a cloud. He traveled through the deep mountains. His spirit seemed to have left his body. If there was a big shot here, he would be shocked. When a powerful cultivator reached the later stage, he would have to rely on comprehending Tao to increase his realm. Once he reached that level, no heavenly materials or earthly treasures would be of use. Yi Fan's realm was not high. However, he could stay in the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth and be ethereal for a long time. It was rare. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed danger. He was one with all things. His consciousness that was traveling in the deep mountains sensed danger. In almost an instant, he saw Ji Hui of the Ji clan. In an instant, his divine sense returned. He opened his eyes with a swoosh and stood up from the grass and trees. This old man, how did he find me? Yi Fan turned into a wisp of smoke. He traveled through the forest and quickly rushed into the distance. This kid's spiritual sense is so sharp. It is really strange, Ji Hui muttered to herself. She waved her hand and said, "Send a message. Surround him from all directions. We cannot let him escape." Yi Fan was prepared. He had carved many Tao patterns here. They were recorded in ancient beast skin books. He could not comprehend them and could only copy them. Now, they were finally useful. He rushed out, but the people surrounding him were blocked. Insignificant tricks. Ji Hui shouted coldly. She waved her hand and with a rumble, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Rocks shot through the air. The area with the Tao patterns was erased by her divine power. Behind her, the sky was densely packed. In order to chase after Yi Fan and to take back the Great Void technique, they had mobilized a large number of cultivators. Ji Hui was not the only super expert. For a small cultivator like Yi Fan, there were actually several famous guests with similar statuses to Ji Hui. The Great Void technique must not be leaked. Yi Fan rushed out dozens of miles, but he was shocked. The speed he was so proud of couldn't shake off these elders. With their strength, their speed was naturally terrifying. "Young man, you have nowhere to go today. There is no way you can escape." Old woman Ji Hui's expression was cold as she transmitted her voice from behind. "How did you find me?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Can my spiritual imprint be erased so easily?" Ji Hui's expression was unsightly. It was a humiliation for someone as powerful as her to have her spiritual imprint erased by a young man. She said coldly, "Even if Ziyue gave you the psychic jade, it doesn't mean you can't track me. You're audacious enough to take away my overarching heaven net." Yi Fan sighed. He already repeatedly refined the overarching heaven net, erasing all traces on its surface. Every strand of the net was sparkling like jade, already untainted by dust, untainted by divine senses, yet it was still found by the other party. The famous guests of the clan of the ancients were indeed unfathomable. They couldn't be measured with common sense. Yi Fan was like a stream of light, like lightning. The mountains and rivers retreated rapidly, but he still couldn't shake off Ji Hui and the others. The distance between them was actually shrinking. At this point, he was truly at the end of the line. There was no way out. Yi Fan thought about it and could only gamble. He rushed out of the mountain range and flew towards a densely populated area. This was a powerful country in the southern region. The capital had a population of no less than 1 million. The city was huge and bustling, with people coming and going in an endless stream. Yifan rushed to the sky above the unknown capital city and stopped. He turned around and used his divine sense to communicate with the other four. If you dare to take one more step forward, I will spread the Great Void technique to the entire capital city and let millions of people know about it. Moreover, I'll rush to the next city and announce it to the world. The Great Void technique will no longer be a secret. I don't believe you'll dare to slaughter the entire southern region. Ji Hui's expression changed. The other three also stopped in their tracks. If the Great Void technique were to be known by everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Didn't your Ji family want to keep it a secret? I'll let the entire southern region know. Since I have no way out, why not help the cultivators of the world? Ji Hui's expression was as dark as water. The other three were also furious. They felt that the young man in front of them was truly difficult to deal with. They wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Yifan looked at them coldly and shouted, "Scram, scram immediately!" The Ji family, which had been passed down since the antiquity era, was extraordinary. No one dared to humiliate them, but a little cultivator dared to do so. The Ji family's legendary figures, especially Ji Hui, were livid. Veins popped on her forehead, but she held it in. At this moment, the other cultivators of the Ji family caught up. Most of them were young, and the sky was densely packed with people. "And all of you, scram as well!" Yifan shouted. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger from being chased. There was nothing to worry about right now. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If he couldn't escape, then he'd fight to the death. His voice was like thunder. The entire city heard him clearly. There was no lack of cultivators below, and they all looked shocked. Aren't those the cultivators of the Ji family? Someone actually dares to speak to them like that. How incredible, comparable to the Peacock King. Who is that young man? He dared to tell the Ji family's legendary figures to scram and shocked everyone. No one dared to go forward. He's probably a powerful cultivator too. Yifan had always been unknown in this area, but from this day onward, he was destined to be known by everyone. He dared to challenge the authority of the Huanggu family and face the many cultivators of the Ji family alone. It was truly shocking. Didn't you hear what I said? All of you scram. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. You know what will happen? If people didn't fear death, they wouldn't be afraid of anything and wouldn't care about anything. Veins popped on the foreheads of the Ji family's legendary figures. Black mist curled around them, and their gazes were frightening. No one had ever dared to treat the cultivators from the Ji family like this. Kill him. Ancestors, why won't you let us go? The eyes of the young disciples of the Ji family almost popped out of their sockets. No matter where they went, they were seen as geniuses. Today, they were humiliated by a young man like this. They couldn't bear it at all. This was the first time Yifan became famous among the younger generation, but he did it in such a way. It was obvious that he would become the public enemy of the younger generation of the Ji family. Yifan. Ji Hui slowly opened her mouth. She tried to make her voice as calm as possible. Do you know what you are doing? Stupid old woman, shut your mouth. I have nothing to say to you. If you mention my name again, there's no turning back. Yifan threw caution to the wind. Now that he couldn't suppress these people, he didn't even have the slightest hope of living. Ji Hui's chest was heaving up and down. The veins on her neck were clearly visible. They were as thick as vines, and they were spasming and trembling. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone dared to treat her like this. Even someone as powerful as she, who had lived for so long, found it hard to swallow this anger. Ancestor, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Let us go and kill him. The younger generation of the Ji family couldn't take it anymore. Their killing intent soared to the sky. I'm only going to say one last time. All of you, scram immediately. I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. Yifan swept his gaze forward. Someone from the younger generation of the Ji family let out a long roar, venting his anger. Below, the cultivators in the giant city were all dumbfounded. It was obvious that Yifan's name would spread throughout the southern domain and become the public enemy of the younger generation of the clan of the ancients. Ha ha ha. At this moment, someone laughed. A figure arrived in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. It was as if he had been standing in the sky above the giant city all this time and didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was a youth around 16 or 17 years old. He was delicate and handsome, with soft hair, clear eyes, and an otherworldly temperament. He was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree. It was the Peacock King. Well said. Did you hear that, people of the G family? Hurry up and scram. The Peacock King looked down on the southern domain. He was invincible and stood at the peak. His appearance caused everyone's expressions to change. Many people were trembling with fear. One had to know that the Peacock King's roar had directly shattered a legendary figure of the G family. He was unfathomably powerful. The Peacock King walked over and patted Ji Fan's shoulder. He looked as otherworldly as a lotus flower and didn't have the slightest bit of power or might. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was the relationship between Yi Fan and the Peacock King? Could it be that he had a great background? The faces of the Ji clan were as ugly as they could be, especially Ji Hui. Her fingers hidden in her wide sleeves were trembling. Was there anyone in the southern region or the entire eastern barren territory who dared to yell at the Ji clan like this? It had been many years since anyone dared to do this. But a young man, only 14 or 15 years old, dared to yell at them like this. How could they endure this? Now, the Peacock King was here again. He stood next to the young man and said the same thing. This made everyone clench their fists. However, they couldn't do anything. The Peacock King was a powerful cultivator of the monster clan. If the Saint Lord of the Ji clan didn't come, who could fight against him? More importantly, if they forced Ji Fan into a corner, he would spread the Great Void technique across the world. That would be a disaster for the Ji clan. The Ji clan didn't know what to do. They were furious and didn't know what to do. Behind them, the young disciples of the Ji clan were even more furious. Yi Fan's face had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. He was now the number one person on their must-kill list. He would become the public enemy of all the young disciples. Even though many of these young disciples were impulsive and hot-blooded, none of them dared to take even half a step out of line. It was completely silent. There were many cultivators in the city below. Some were just passing by and some were already here. Their mouths were dry. For so many years, the Ji clan had been high up in the clouds. People had to look up to them and no one dared to go against them. In the entire Eastern Barren territory, who dared to provoke them? Who dared to speak rudely? Which force dared to provoke them? But today, they were treated like this. Everyone was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. They all looked up at the sky. The Peacock King fought against the Alcade Saint 800 years ago. It's understandable that he dares to provoke the Ji clan. But what is the background of that young man named Ji Fan? How dare he do this? Also, the Ji clan seems to be afraid of him. Could it be that he has an extraordinary background? Someone dares to provoke the Ji clan again. I wonder if he can survive. In the past, there have been some arrogant people, but they all ended tragically. No one has been able to shake the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. If we take a step back and endure for a while, we might not be able to make it out alive. What do you know? A person like the Peacock King has always been the one to soar above the world. If he were to cower, then he wouldn't be the Peacock King. As for that young man, I'm afraid he's the same kind of person. Perhaps he's an almighty senior. At this moment, Yi Fan had become the center of attention. Not only was his name remembered, but his appearance was also deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. At this point, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. After today, many people in the southern domain would know about him. At this time, he stood side by side with the Peacock King and was regarded as an equal by many people. Apart from the people of the Ji family, many cultivators who didn't know the details mistook him for an unknown powerhouse. Why are you still here? Didn't you hear what I said? The Peacock King's words were not harsh. Instead, they were calm and indifferent, but they caused people's hearts to palpitate. He had dominated the southern domain 800 years ago, so naturally, he was even more frightening now. Peacock King, you are an almighty senior. We know we are no match for you, but there's no need for you to be so arrogant. Ji Hui's face was ashen. She spoke slowly, but she didn't dare to say anything too extreme. Behind them, everyone was gritting their teeth. It was rare for a clan of the ancients to be so sullen when they set out. However, no one dared to act up. If they offended the person before them, it was very likely that they would all die. What was an almighty? With a flip of their hand, they could summon clouds and rain. With one hand, they could cover the sky and the earth. They could stand at the peak of the pyramid and look down on everything. Once they made a move, mountains and rivers would tremble. Ji Hui waved her hand behind her. Everyone slowly retreated. Then, filled with unwillingness and anger, they charged into the distance. Take care. I won't send you off. Yi Fan transmitted his voice from afar. The great forces that had existed since the Antiquity era had existed for countless years. Being ordered to retreat by someone like this made everyone feel resentful, but they had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, there would only be one result waiting for them. They would all be slaughtered. If the Peacock King wanted to kill them, he would not show them any mercy. He didn't make a move right now because he had his reservations. If he started a massacre, he wouldn't care about the consequences. If that happened, all the demonic beasts in the southern domain would be in danger. The Ji clan would definitely do everything they could to wipe them out and turn this place into a river of blood. In the huge city below, everyone looked at each other. The Ji clan had retreated. Everything that happened today would definitely spread throughout the southern domain. Not bad. You have some guts. The Peacock King turned around and looked at Yi Fan. He laughed out loud. Yi Fan found it hard to laugh. He had cut off all means of retreat and was ready to fight to the death for a chance of survival. However, the Peacock King had arrived. Even though he had resolved his current crisis, in the long run, his situation was not good. Remember that the Peacock King was an almighty of the demonic beasts. If he acted like this, not only the Ji clan, but even the wavering light Holy Land would not be kind to him. Thank you for your help, Senior. Yi Fan stepped forward and bowed. It's nothing. Don't mention it. The Peacock King smiled and said, I don't think you have anywhere else to go. Why don't you come with me? At the moment, Yi Fan really had no other choice but to go with the Peacock King. Otherwise, if the Ji clan turned around and returned, the same mistake would happen again. 10,000 rays of multicolored light and 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors formed a misty path that quickly spread across the horizon. The Peacock King ascended it with him and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After they left, the huge city below was in an uproar. Many cultivators flew into the sky. What had happened today was too shocking. In the distant sky, the Ji clan clenched their fists tightly. Some people roared to the sky to vent their anger. In the Xianxia mountain range of the Jin nation, there was a mountain range that had been scorched and barren. Not long ago, the Peacock King had fought Nangong Yin here, turning this place into a barren land. Yi Fan didn't expect that the Peacock King's place of seclusion was in the depths of the Xianxia mountain range. After leaving the scorched land, they traveled another 500 kilometers and arrived at their destination. In front of them, the mountain range was steep with strange peaks. However, it couldn't be considered beautiful. Many clouds and mist lingered in the air. There were many lakes, mountain streams, and waterfalls everywhere. Not far away, there was a low stone mountain. It was very inconspicuous and looked bare with only a few vines winding around it. The Peacock King reached out and pointed. Stars appeared in the sky. A blue sky pressed down and a gentle light flowed down. Suddenly, a door appeared on the stone mountain. Yi Fan walked forward and followed the Peacock King. They walked through a dark passage. Not long after, there was a bright light in front of them. The fresh scent of plants drifted along with the wind and the melodious chirping of birds entered their ears. A completely different world, this was a picturesque world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The plants were verdant, the lakes were clear, and the rivers were like jade ribbons. In the distance, the mountain range was faintly discernible. This was a lively world. This was a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. It had a radius of 50 kilometers and everything was fresh and natural. Are you satisfied? The Peacock King asked with a smile. Senior's willingness to take me in is already a great kindness. I am very satisfied. This space was left behind by the ancient sages. When I found it, it was already badly damaged and on the verge of collapse. Later on, it was restored to this scale. The ability to create a space was astonishing. Yifan couldn't help but yearn for it. You can stay here for the time being. There are still some old friends here. After settling Yifan down, the Peacock King left the space, saying that he was going to pick up an old friend. This space was like a pure land. All kinds of animals were not startled by humans. The 5-colored deer walked leisurely on the fragrant grass, the red-crowned cranes circled above their heads, and a white rabbit actually scuttled into Yifan's bosom. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. His residence was very tranquil. The wooden house was natural and elegant with many vines winding around it. There were no tall plants in the surroundings, and the grass was verdant and smooth. In front of the wooden house, there was a lake. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen and it looked translucent. It could be said that the scenery was very beautiful and suitable for cultivation. Here, Yifan's heart was at peace and he felt the taste of nature. After being continuously pursued for days, Yifan came to such a peaceful and auspicious pure land. He felt that breaking through the realm here was just around the corner. Not long after, Yifan saw a familiar person. It was the demon race's beauty, Xianxia. It could be said that he had met an old friend. She was as sexy and charming as before. Her devilish figure rose and fell gracefully, and it was very tempting. I really didn't expect to meet you here. She smiled very sweetly, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows, sparkling and translucent. Yanryu was also here, but she was already in seclusion. Last time, they lost many people, and only a few elites escaped to this place. Xianxia came closer and pinched Yifan's cheek. Her voice was magnetic as she said, "You really have guts to force out the demon god's sacred heart. How did you do it?" Yifan retorted without holding back. He lifted her chin and said, "It ran away on its own, what does it have to do with me? You little thing, you are full of secrets. How did you come here?" Xianxia pushed his hand away and asked with a smile. "I was brought back by the Peacock King." Yifan didn't hide it. Not long after, Xianxia left and only appeared again 3 days later. "Little thing, the disturbance you caused is really not small." Xianxia brought a lot of news. As expected, the confrontation between Yifan and the Ji clan's legendary figures had spread in this area. Some people had already ranked him together with Ji Haoyue, Yao Guang Saintus, Hua Yunfei, Yan Ruyu, and Li Yuyu. Although his cultivation and background were not clear, his reputation was definitely not weaker than those people. The confrontation with the Ji clan's powerful figures shocked many cultivators. After hearing these news, Yifan was speechless. He knew it was even more dangerous now. "I am really curious why the Ji clan mustered such a large force to hunt you down." No matter how Xianxia asked, Yifan didn't say anything. He dodged everything and pushed the blame onto them. "Isn't it because I was with you last time and they hated me? Speaking of which, I am about to die because of you." Speaking of which, Yifan asked about Pang Bo's recent situation again. "Don't worry, he is not in any danger." Xianxia didn't want to talk about this topic. For the past few days, Xianxia appeared at the wooden house from time to time. Unfortunately, she didn't get any information. In this space, the night was not dark. It was hazy, as if moonlight was sprinkling down. Splash! Water splashed up. In the small lake in front of the wooden house, Xianxia broke out of the water like a mermaid. Her black hair swayed and sparkling water droplets danced in the air. "What are you looking at, little brat?" Xianxia laughed. Her skin was smooth like jade as she dared to provoke him in the water. Yifan sat on the shore and felt that it was very pleasing to the eye. He replied, "I am looking at an evil spirit bathing." "Hee hee." Xianxia laughed. Her beautiful body was faintly discernible in the water. She said, "According to reliable sources, you seem to have obtained a secret technique from the Ji clan. That is why they are chasing after you. Is that true?" Yifan was shocked. If the outside world knew about this, not only would he have to face the Ji clan's pursuit, the other major powers would also be eyeing him covetously. A seductive laughter traveled over. Xianxia broke out of the water. The mist was hazy, and her pure white body could be faintly seen. With a turn, she quickly put on a dress and walked over on the water. She had the body of a devil, the face of an angel, the neck of a swan, the waist of a slender woman, and the legs of a jade. Her figure swayed gracefully, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, she could be said to be a stunner. Her shoulders were exposed, and her dress dragged on the floor. She was extremely alluring. Her arms were as white as snow, and they shone with a bewitching luster. Her body was faintly discernible as she walked over. "Are you still not going to tell me the truth?" She stretched out her jade-like arms and stretched out her slender fingers to support Yifan's chin. She licked her rosy lips, looking very sexy. Her voice was so soft that it made one's body go numb. "There is really nothing to say. You are thinking too much. Also, don't try to use honey traps on me. Otherwise, you will suffer a double loss and not get anything." Xianxia's figure was tall, and her waist was slender. Her twin peaks were perky, and her jade-like legs were long and slender. She laughed and said, "What does a little thing like you know? Since you said it, then I have nothing to worry about. What do you want?" Xianxia's large eyes flashed with light as she asked provocatively. As a modern person, Yifan was no longer a shy and pure young man. Since the other party was provoking him, he was naturally not afraid. He hugged Xianxia's waist and felt her warmth. He was extremely aggressive and said, "In order to prove that I am a man and not a brat, I can only start a massacre today." Xianxia chuckled. Her voice was like the sound of a bell. She struggled slightly and broke away from Yifan's arm. However, she did not hide far away. Instead, she continued to extend her hand and lifted Yifan's chin. "Start a massacre?" Seeing her so daring, Yifan laughed. "If you are not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Little brat, you are too young." Xianxia pinched his cheeks and smiled charmingly. "Seems like I really have to prove." Yifan pushed her hand away and walked forward. Xianxia floated away. Her back was graceful and graceful. Her laughter echoed in the night sky. In the end, she escaped. She was not really that open. "Be careful, don't fall into the lake." Yifan laughed loudly. This seductress was indeed a beauty. She was very charming. She most likely wanted to get information from him and find out what secret art the Ji family had lost. Time passed quickly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yifan cultivated in peace. The veins of heaven in his body became thicker and more crystalline. They turned into a divine bridge that stretched across the sea of bitterness. He felt that he was really close to the shore. Maybe in a few days, he could use that source and enter the next realm in one go. During this process, his consciousness was sharp. His life essence was strong. His body climbed to its peak. Everything was going smoothly and developing in a good direction. Yan Ryu had always been in seclusion. No one came to find him to nurture the demon emperor's sacred heart. They must have sensed something. The Peacock King's old friend had a great background. He was a powerful demon from the North region. He was called the Green Flood Dragon King. He crossed the void and came here. After entering this space, he had never shown himself. This made Yifan very excited. The other came from the North region. If he traveled with him when he returned, wouldn't all his problems be solved? He could not stay in the South region anymore. The best choice was to avoid the Ji family and go far away. The Green Flood Dragon King brought a lot of news about the North region. Although he did not show himself, the news had already spread. Currently, the northern region wasn't calm either. Just last month, someone saw moonlight above Origin ancient mine like water, converging into a river, flowing into the ancient mine. There were even people who swore that they saw inauspicious creatures with sinister appearances. They moved about Origin ancient mine's vicinity, making one's heart pound with fear. There were also people who said they'd personally seen humanoid life forms appear in the sky above Origin ancient mine, and they called upon the wind and rain, blotted out the sky, and caused the stars and moon to dim in comparison. The most shocking thing was that within Origin ancient mine's life-restricted region, there was a voice that sounded like the sounds of nature, making one feel intoxicated. Several people heard it with their own ears. As for what exactly was in origin ancient mine, it had already been many years, so no one could say for sure. Perhaps only the Jiang family, Jade Lake Holy Land, and other great powers that had existed for a long time had some ancient records that could be inquired about. Over the past month, Xianxia had appeared from time to time. Her words and actions were as bold as ever. She was the one who gave Yifan all the information. You're saying that the Green Flood Dragon King wants to invite the Peacock King to the northern region? Not bad. What is the matter? Yifan asked in confusion. I'm not sure either. However, recently, the Wavering Light Holy Land and the Ji family seem to be making preparations as well. They might send people over. Xianxia didn't know the details either. Yifan revealed a thoughtful expression. Something was definitely going to happen in the northern region. How is the southern region right now? Yifan was quite concerned about the outside world. He wanted to know what the Ji family was doing. Even though the southern region is in turmoil, it's about to calm down. Xianxia barely made it out alive, but he still managed to escape back to the Ji family. Xianxia seemed to be quite regretful. The Peacock King's eldest disciple chased after Xianxia for half a month. However, his divine body was still a divine body after all. He faced certain death situations several times, but he always resolved them and escaped. However, it also injured his vitality greatly. Without a year or two of time, he wouldn't be able to recover. Apart from this, the Wavering Light Holy Lord and the Ji family Holy Lord mobilized large forces to search for the Peacock King, wanting to kill him. Unfortunately, the Peacock King wasn't a hot-blooded youth. He ignored them, giving them strength, but they couldn't swing their fists. Of course, the most impactful thing was still the Bronze Immortal Palace. The mystic yellow Immortal Palace had sealed the palace door, and it was already slowly sinking into the ground. Many important figures had gathered there, but from start to finish, no one dared to rashly enter. The aura of the Bronze Immortal Palace could still be sensed. Those people were still pacing back and forth. Rumor has it that they want to lure out the crazy old man and have him lead the way. It's a pity that the crazy old man never showed up. Those big shots can't make up their minds. I'm sure that someone will enter in the end. Yifan said. If their lifespan hadn't reached its end, the peak figures wouldn't rashly enter. After all, since ancient times, the Bronze Immortal Palace had devoured many peerless experts. Those who had truly abandoned everything and dared to enter were all old figures who were about to pass away in meditation. At the crucial moment, they would definitely fight. The graveyard of the strong. Who knows how many heroes will fall? Xianxia was also somewhat rueful. She knew that there would definitely be important figures of the monster race going there. Yifan's expression was a bit odd. He was the one who revealed the secret of the Bronze Immortal Palace. If there really were important figures who fell, it would be related to him. However, he didn't feel guilty. Everyone knew what kind of place the Bronze Immortal Palace was. Speaking of which, he had also given hope to those characters whose lifespan was about to end. Not long ago, the Peacock King fought against Nangongxing. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Yifan really wanted to know the result of that battle. It was only an intense battle for 2 hours. How could the victor be decided? They aren't mortal enemies, so there's no need to fight to the death. Xianxia's bare feet stepped on the pebbles in the lake. A cool breeze blew over, and her dress fluttered in the wind, outlining her alluring figure. It was extremely alluring. Nangongxing must have gone to the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Yifan asked. Yes. According to the Peacock King, Nangongxing only has less than 100 years left to live. He doesn't want to sit and wait for death. He wants to use his 100 years to fight for peace. Isn't it to fight for a lifetime of immortality? Yifan revealed a curious expression. Since ancient times, how many people have become immortals? The Peacock King said that Nangongxing wanted to calm his immortal heart and didn't want to wither away in the mortal world. Maybe he felt that only the Bronze Immortal Palace was the best place to bury his remains. Hearing this, Yifan sighed. To have cultivated to such a level yet to have such sorrow, it really made one sigh. Is the Ji clan still searching for my whereabouts? This was the question Yifan was most concerned about. No, everything is very quiet. Xianxia shook her head. That's strange. Yifan didn't understand. You've been rescued by the demonic race. Even if they want to cause trouble for you, they'll have to go through the Peacock King first. Xianxia smiled. Don't tell me you want them to keep searching for you? I just feel like they won't give up. Yifan had a bad feeling. Jiren once said that even if the Alcade Saint obtained the Great Void technique, they would find a way to take it back. We are going to the North region. Do you want to come with us? Xianxia's eyes glowed and her red lips shone. She looked very sexy and charming. She chuckled, if you want to prove that you are a man, if you want to start a massacre, you can go to the North region. In a few years, you will have grown up. I am a man. Now. Yifan asked in a serious tone, are you sure that the Peacock King wants to go to the North region? He already promised the Blue Dragon King and has been preparing to open the gate. Xianxia's expression turned serious, the Peacock King has a bad feeling. He feels like something big is about to happen and has decided to bring the descendants of the Great Emperor to the North region. Yifan was very excited. He was finally leaving the South region. He could finally get rid of all these troubles. Crack, just then, the space shook violently and screams came from afar. What is going on? Yifan stood up. Bang, an even heavier sound rang out. This space had actually been torn apart by someone. In the sky, a huge crack extended far into the distance, and two figures descended like gods. Xianxia's face turned pale. Those who dared to barge into the Peacock King's seclusion were not ordinary people. The two came together and it was easy to guess that they were two Saint Lords. The two were wrapped in a hazy light and their faces could not be seen clearly. They were like gods descending on the earth, making people feel fear and have the urge to kneel down. Alcade Saint and the G-Clan Saint. Yifan's expression changed. He guessed that it must be these two. Kill. Suddenly, battle cries shook the heavens. Countless figures appeared just outside the great crack, densely packed as they charged in. Alcade Saint, G-Clan's old man, you finally came to find us. The Peacock King let out a loud roar and soared into the sky like an unsheathed sword, silencing all the shouts of war. Apart from the Alcade Saint Lord and the G family Saint Lord, everyone else couldn't help but back off. Facing the supreme being who had shocked the entire southern region 800 years ago, they felt fear and were stunned by his terrifying aura. Peacock King, your cave is indeed well hidden. 800 years ago, I couldn't find it. Today, I finally got what I wanted and attacked. The Alcade Saint held his hands behind his back and a halo covered his body. He was like a god that people couldn't look at directly. Peacock King, you have provoked us again and again. Do you really think that you are invincible in the South region? The G-Clan Saint stood high in the sky as if he was in the 9th layer of heaven. He looked down on the common people and said, let's end this today. How majestic. It seems like you want to kill me here today? The Peacock King laughed and said, man proposes but God disposes. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Do you think there is no one in the monster race? A shout sounded and the entire space shook. A middle-aged man with a majestic aura charged into the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Peacock King. Who are you? The Alcade Saint asked. Green Serpent King. The green-clothed middle-aged man's voice was like thunder. Hiss. Many people in the back took in a cold breath. The Green Serpent King wasn't unfamiliar to them. He was a powerhouse of the monster race in the North region. So what if I have one more person? Sacred Lord Yao Guang stepped forward, and 108 rings of light surrounded him. Each ring of light was crystal bright, and it was as if 108 great worlds were faintly discernible. Every step he took would cause the space around him to collapse. It was as if a god king was patrolling the sky, the G-Clan Saint Lord had merged with the Tao of space. He was like a lonely universe or a boundless starry sky. He gave off the feeling of emptiness and eternity. It was as if he was standing in the starry sky of the ancient netherworld. Yifan felt that the situation wasn't good. He was filled with disgust towards these people. He had just settled down and his peaceful life was broken again. His future was unknown, and it was hard to predict whether he would live or die. The newcomers didn't come with good intentions. There were as many experts as the clouds. Apart from many famous figures, he actually saw the Alcade Saint, Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, and others. One could imagine how much power they had used. Even some young elites had come to fight. What should we do? Two saints have come here together. There's no way this will end peacefully. Xianxia was frowning, but she still had her own charm. The only thing she felt fortunate about was that the Green Dragon King was here. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't be able to do anything alone. Xianxia, hurry and leave or it'll be very dangerous, Yi Fan whispered. Come with me, Xianxia urged. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave today. Even the Peacock King can't protect me. Yi Fan was very calm. There was no fear or panic. Since the Ji clan had said that even if the Wavering Light Saint obtained the Great Void technique, they would find a way to take it back, there was no reason for them to let him go. He would definitely be the main target of the search. Even the Ji clan saint had appeared. The Peacock King couldn't protect him. Taking him away was equivalent to taking away a part of the ancient void technique. What secret technique did you learn from the Ji clan? Xianxia asked. Don't ask. If you know too much, the Ji clan will also hunt you down. Go now or it'll be too late. Xianxia grabbed his wrist and said, let's go together. You don't have to do this. Yi Fan shook his head. You go first. I have my own plans. Seeing his firm refusal, Xianxia turned around and looked at him. She smiled sweetly and said, you have to be careful. You must survive. If you want to go on a killing spree, you must grow up safely. More and more people appeared in this space. Not only the cultivators from the Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land had arrived, but even the cultivators from the Taishan sect and the Xiaoyao school had arrived. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The densely packed figures occupied more than half of the sky. They had come to surround and kill the Peacock King. If the Green Dragon King wasn't here, the Peacock King would probably have died. Even so, the situation was not good. The Ji clan's holy lord merged with the void. The silence was like the great Tao, the emptiness was like the universe. His voice seemed to come from the eternal unknown, ethereal and deep. Peacock King, before we end things, I want someone from you. Yi Fan didn't need to think to know that the Ji family's holy lord was talking about him. Just as he had expected, someone as powerful as the Ji family's sacred leader personally mentioned his name. If it was any other cultivator, they would definitely feel honored to be mentioned by such a powerful figure. However, Yi Fan didn't even have the mood to cry. This kind of naming was equivalent to killing. Are you sure you want me to hand over this youth? The Peacock King asked meaningfully. Of course. When the Ji family sacred lord said these two words, his voice reverberated. In the depths of the space, many monster race cultivators couldn't stand still and almost fell to the ground. The Peacock King sneered as he scanned the crowd before him and said, don't think that your Ji clan has so many experts that no one can compete with you. If you kill him, I dare say that there will be big trouble. As soon as he said that, not only were the people from the Ji clan shocked, even the other cultivators were shocked. Alarmist talk. In the distance, a legendary elder of the Ji family shouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan, come here. The Peacock King beckoned. Yi Fan could only rush into the sky and stand before the Peacock King. He didn't know what the Peacock King wanted to say. At this moment, he felt countless murderous intents rushing at him. Most of them came from the Ji clan. The Peacock King laughed out loud and his words were shocking. He said, if you kill him, your so-called foundation may not work. Unless your Ji family has a divine king who didn't die and crawled out from his grave, or else, hee. Was there such a person in this world? Daring to fight against the Ji clan. No one believed it. Because it was impossible to tell just how unfathomable the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family were. Yi Fan, show me your footwork. The Peacock King's handsome face carried a smile. Now, Yi Fan naturally knew what he should do. He had to use the tiger's skin. Immediately, he left behind a series of afterimages in the sky as he displayed the footwork that the crazy old taught him. The saint of the Ji clan didn't say anything. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. The saint of the Yaoguang Holy Land was surrounded by 108 rings of light. It was as if many worlds appeared around him. He was like a divine king as he calmly asked, "Young man, who taught you this footwork?" "Big brother Crazy Ol," Yi Fan answered calmly. Hearing this, the Peacock King almost stumbled. He cursed and sighed. This brat was too much. Even if he met the Crazy Ol, he had to respectfully call him senior. The saint of the Yaoguang Holy Land was surrounded by the rings of light and his face couldn't be seen. However, from his silence, one could guess that he was speechless. The saint of the Ji clan didn't react at all. He merged with the air and disappeared. "Who is this crazy old man you were talking about?" a Ji clan elder asked. "A crazy old man. People say he's lived for 6,000 years. Yi Fan calmed down completely and said, "My big brother is a bit pitiful. He's not in his right mind and often loses himself." Motherf ****. Even the Peacock King was speechless. This brat kept calling him big brother. How could others endure this? That was a legendary character from 6,000 years ago. "My big brother is sad, my big brother can't forget his past, my big brother," Yi Fan spoke to himself, not caring about the feelings of the others, his mouth full of nonsense. In the end, the Peacock King couldn't take it anymore. He sent a message to Yi Fan, "Brat, are you addicted? You keep calling him crazy old brother. I think many people want to strangle you to death. You're full of nonsense." A Ji clan elder couldn't help but scold, "Who is this crazy old man? You don't know your place. If you don't believe me, then I have no other choice." Yi Fan shrugged. He then used a mysterious footwork and retreated. This made people even more speechless. Yi Fan was using his actions to prove his relationship with the crazy old man. In fact, many people already knew that Yi Fan was related to the crazy old man. However, no one would believe that the crazy old man was his big brother. This brat was obviously talking nonsense. "Brat, don't think you're safe. The crazy old man is crazy. No one dares to provoke him in the open, but once things get chaotic, someone will definitely try to kill you." The Peacock King secretly transmitted his voice. Did the Ji clan really not know about this before? They had tried to kill you before, so they must have known. They didn't point it out because they wanted to pretend they didn't know. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had also guessed this. He was still in a dangerous situation. The only thing that reassured him was that the two Saint Lords wouldn't directly attack him. "Big brother crazy old man said that he will come to find me in the near future," Yi Fan said. God damn it. Many people wanted to say these words to him. At this moment, Saint Alcade and the Ji clan Saint Lord completely ignored him. They treated him like he didn't exist. The Ji clan Saint Lord shouted, "Peacock King, you dare to provoke my Ji clan. Today, you won't be able to escape." At this point, he could only rely on his own strength. In the void, he simply and directly sent out a palm strike. With a loud rumble, the space created by the ancient sages cracked and was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the Alcade Saint stepped forward and shouted, "Peacock King, you escaped 800 years ago. Don't even think about leaving today." The Peacock King laughed, "I will soar above the world. Who can stop me? Who can stop me?" His black hair fluttered in the wind as he walked forward step by step. The union of man and nature emitted a strange pulse. Poof, poof, at this time, behind the two Saint Lords, people exploded and turned into mists of blood. They were all killed by the Peacock King's footsteps. Almost in the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivators were smashed into smithereens without even realizing it, leaving only a mist of blood floating in the air. The demon race's mighty figure's first appearance had stunned everyone. At the same time, the Green Serpent King and the Peacock King faced off against the two Saint Lords. Kill! Shouts shook the sky. The battle had completely erupted. Without a doubt, this was going to be a bloodbath. The Peacock King and the Green Serpent King didn't run away. They wanted to fight for a chance of survival for the Yao race cultivators here. After blocking the two Saint Lords, they would be surrounded by many famous figures. Yi Fan turned around and ran. Now that Big Brother Crazy Ol was useless, many people probably wanted to kill him during the chaotic battle. The only fortunate thing was that the two Saint Lords didn't personally take action. They let him lead the center of the area and didn't surround him. "You brat, stop right there." Behind him, several hundred people were chasing after Yi Fan. They were all young disciples of the Ji family. Last time, Yi Fan was fearless and shouted at the people of the Ji family to scram. Now, he had become the public enemy of all the young disciples of the Ji family. How could he fight against hundreds of people chasing after him? A mouthful of spit from each person was enough to bury him. Yi Fan ran away without a trace and couldn't fight them head-on. "You brat, don't run if you have the guts. F***CKU, don't chase me if you have the guts." Yi Fan replied without any change in expression and increased his speed. "Little thief Yi, stop right there. I'll let you go 100 rounds and I'll still kill you." A female disciple of the Ji family shouted. "Don't chase me, you're too ugly. I'm too lazy to fight with you." Yi Fan didn't forget to tease them as he ran. Some of the female disciples were furious, but they really couldn't catch up to Yi Fan. That mysterious movement technique was something they couldn't even hope to catch up to. "Little thief Yi, you're the public enemy of the young generation of the Ji family. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll kill you. You guys haven't woken up yet? How dare you speak such nonsense? Hurry up and go back to sleep." After that, Yi Fan didn't dare to speak anymore. Those who shouted were all disciples of the Ji family who didn't have very high cultivation. He got rid of them all, but many people didn't say a word and actually chased after him. There were no less than 10 people. "Ji Hui, you damned old hag, you're really like a ghost that won't go away." Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that Ji Hui and several other legendary experts had personally chased after him. Ji Hui's expression was ashen. She didn't say a word and chased after him relentlessly. Now that the Peacock King didn't stand out, she didn't believe that Yi Fan could still escape. A tender laughter came over like small pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant to listen to. The voice was very delicate and gentle. "Little Yi Fan, don't run anymore. Big sister will protect you." Yi Fan turned around and discovered a tall and extremely sexy girl with a blue moon above her head. Her jade-like feet stepped on 5-colored lightning as she chased after him unhurriedly. She wasn't any slower than the legendary experts. She wore a green dress and was extremely alluring. Her skin was tender and snow-white. Even though she was chasing after him, she was still extremely flirtatious. Her large eyes were like water, and she was extremely charming. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips, adding a bit of charm to her appearance. "Who are you?" "This servant is Ji by you." Her smile was very sweet and didn't contain any killing intent. F***CK, so it's you. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This sexy girl even dared to kill her own little sister. She was definitely a ruthless person. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that Hua Yunfei had also chased after him. He was like a nimble cloud as he floated over from behind. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, appearing otherworldly and noble. At the same time, he also discovered the Yaoguang Saintess. She was like a divine lotus that had just bloomed. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her jade-like body radiated a rosy glow. She had a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy flying down from the moon palace. "Yaoguang beauty, why are you chasing after me?" The Yaoguang Saintess was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were filled with ripples as she smiled sweetly. All the flowers would lose their splendor. She transmitted her voice, "Little brother Yi, why are you running? Come with me to the Yaoguang Holy Land. No one can do anything to you, not even the Ji clan." The Ji clan was chasing Yi Fan because of the Great Void technique, but the Yaoguang Saintess and Hua Yunfei were also chasing him. This was not a good sign. Soon, he also found the most outstanding disciple of the Xiaoyao clan, Li Yuyu. She was following him like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, he saw a dozen familiar figures. They were all the young heroes he had seen in Taishan last time. Other than that, there were even more strange figures that he had never seen before. They were chasing him from afar. Now, he was in big trouble. The Ji clan wanted to get back the Great Void technique, and the other forces had ulterior motives. They also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Yi Fan felt that the road ahead was unknown. It was hard to tell whether he would live or die. It would be difficult to get rid of these people. Little brother Yi, come with me. In this area, only the Yaoguang Holy Land can protect you, the Yaoguang Saintess said telepathically. Her voice was soft and had a hint of charm. Yi Fan wanted to go crazy and join the Yaoguang Holy Land. He wanted to announce the Great Void Technique and cause a conflict between the two forces. But this was like a moth flying into a flame. He was in a dangerous situation. Everyone thought of him as Xuanzang. Just as he was distracted, light appeared under the feet of the Yaoguang Saintess. With each step, a golden lotus appeared. Like a willow in the wind, she moved her body and caught up. Yi Fan's eyes were wide open. He tried his best to increase his speed. This beautiful Yaoguang Saintess was too magical. She almost surpassed him. She laughed like the sound of nature. The Yaoguang Saintess stretched out her arm. Her slender fingers seemed to have a strange power. They brushed toward Yi Fan's back. Even though they were separated by a few hundred meters, Yi Fan could smell a fragrant breeze. That hand seemed to be touching his back, and he could already feel the softness of that hand. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Yaoguang Saintess, how old are you? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand. The Yaoguang Saintess was a little surprised. Then she laughed and said, little rascal. Yi Fan only had one goal in doing so, which was to distract her and avoid the danger just now. The soft hand was flung away, and he continued to increase his speed. His blue robe fluttered. Hua Yunfei caught up and said, little brother Yi, you are a disciple of my humble peak. We are both from Taixin. Come back with me. Li Yuyu of the Xiaoyao clan caught up as well. She could not be shaken off. Little thief Yi, let's see who can save you today. Ji Hui's face was ashen as she closed the distance between them. No matter who he fell into, he definitely couldn't fall into the hands of this old woman. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Fan to die even if he wanted to. He wouldn't be able to close his eyes until he tasted all the torture in the world. Yi, don't run. I won't hurt you, Bai Bue said. Yi. A Bue, she said. Yi, you, Yi, Fan said. Bue of thunder. Bai smiled. You of Qing. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The young experts who had chased after him had all cultivated to the third secret realm. They were no weaker than the famed experts. Looking back, other than the famous figures of the Ji clan, they were all young elites. Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, Bai Bue, Yaoguang Saintess. At this point, there were a total of nearly 20 cultivators chasing after him, and he was unable to shake them off. He had seen half of them before, and the rest were strangers. Little Yi, big sister is here to take care of you. Ji Bue's eyes were like water. She had a sexy body and curves. The green moon above her head flew out and fell toward Yi Fan. Beauty, we can talk in private. It's not good to do this in public. At this moment, Yi Fan shuddered. His footwork became even stranger. With every step he took, there would be a Taoist rhyme circulating around him. After a few steps, he finally broke free from the green moon. The great Jin nation was famous in the southern region. It was known by cultivators because of a fire domain in the earth realm. People did not know why the fire domain was never extinguished. It had been burning since the desolate antiquity era. It was hard to say how long it had existed. There was no vegetation on the ground and no lava underground. There was nothing to support the fire, only the fire. No one knew why it was not extinguished. Regular cultivators did not dare to get close to the fire domain. However, when top cultivators forged weapons, they would choose this place as their first choice. The fire here had a mysterious power. It could help the weapon take shape and imprint the Tao and reason. Of course, the fire domain was not a peaceful place. It was fine when it was peaceful. However, if the fire rose high into the sky, it would be extremely dangerous. Even powerful cultivators had to retreat. There were many records about this place. The oldest ones even mentioned immortals and the ancient desolate tower. However, there were only a few strokes, and they were very vague. The words were unclear. Yi Fan was already 3,000 kilometers away from the Qixia mountain range. He had come from the center of the great Jin nation to the westernmost area. He saw a sea of fire in front of him. Only when he got closer did he discover a fire domain that was 50 kilometers wide blocking his way. Little thief Yi, there is no way out. Where can you run? Ji Hui's face sank. Her eyes shone with killing intent. She blocked his way, no longer in a hurry to give chase. The others also stopped and blocked off 3 directions, surrounding him in front of the fire domain. They stopped and did not advance. Yi Fan originally wanted to fly through the sky and charge over. However, when he saw the others, he did not act rashly. Damned old woman, what can you do to me? It's just a sea of fire. Do you really think you can stop me? Yi Fan stood there, observing the other party's reaction. The ignorant are fearless. You don't even fear the fire domain. Should I say that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or should I say that you are ignorant? Seeing her attitude, Yi Fan immediately knew that this place was not friendly and that he could not trespass. Little brother Yi, don't hesitate. Come with me. The Yaoguang Saintess will focus on training you. The Yaoguang Saintess transmitted her voice to him, outlining a beautiful future and guiding him. Ji Hui personally walked forward and slowly closed in. The other famous figures followed behind. At this point, they could not give Yi Fan any more chances. Up ahead, an expanse of flames throbbed, the temperature scorching, roasting the great earth. The outer regions were scorched, many cracks appearing on the ground. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He slowly retreated toward the fire domain. Otherwise, there would be no way out. Little Yi, why are you so unyielding? GBUS smiled. Her bare feet stepped on the 5-colored lightning and lightly floated forward. Whoosh, Yi Fan rushed into the fire domain. The heat hit him in the face and the flames burned all around him. He covered his body with divine light and quickly ran, preparing to pass through another direction. What a waste of time. If you don't die today, how can we be at ease? Ji Hui moved forward and entered the sea of flames, following him like a ghost. At this moment, there were more than 10 people chasing him. The others hesitated for a moment and then followed the famous figures in. The people chasing him split into 3 directions, giving him only one path. He could only advance into the depths of the fire domain. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had entered 7 or 8 miles. The color of the flames changed from crimson to light blue. The temperature was even hotter. Even with the protection of divine power, he could still feel the heat. Everyone behind me, do you all want to become barbecue jerky? If you continue to chase me like this, even if you can watch me turn into ashes, you won't be able to escape, Yi Fan shouted behind him. Little Yi Fan, I really can't bear to see you get roasted. Come back quickly. I'll secretly make way for you. I'm not as cruel as Grand Aunt Ji Hui. I won't kill you, GBUS said secretly. Her eyes were captivating. After running for several miles, the color of the flames changed again. They turned from light blue to milky white like flowing milk. It was hazy. Yi Fan felt his mouth go dry. If this continued, he would really be roasted. At this point, the terrain was no longer flat. There were many huge rocks and a large stone forest. This made it convenient for him to escape. He could hide from time to time. Don't go any further. This fire domain is a place of refinement for the strong. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. You might be burned to ashes, Hua Yunfei said. Yi Fan ignored him and continued forward. After running for several miles, the 4th color of the flames appeared. They flickered with black light like underworld flames. They were frighteningly black and burned silently. Similarly, the stone forest in front of him became denser. It was strange. This kind of temperature was enough to melt the rocks, but the stone forest was not burned. As soon as Yi Fan stepped into the black flames, he felt his skin and flesh split open. This kind of underworld flames was extremely terrifying and made his heart palpitate. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was extremely strong, he would have been in danger. Even so, his entire body was burning. Behind him, Ji Hui and the others were also hesitating. Li Yuyu and the others' physical bodies were not as strong as Yi Fan's, but their divine power was profound. They were completely using their own cultivation to resist. Swoosh, Yao Guang's saintess rushed into the underworld flames. Her body was sparkling and sparkling. With every step she took, a golden lotus appeared. It was unknown what kind of movement technique she used, but it was incomparably beautiful. Golden lotuses bloomed under her feet. Her entire body swayed and was extremely beautiful. Little brother Yi, don't be stubborn. Right now, you have no way out. Come with me. Yao Guang is your only choice. Yao Guang's saintess's body was like jade. Her white dress was extremely eye-catching in the black flames. Her sparkling body was surrounded by a beautiful aura. She smiled and said, "You can't escape at all. Even the senior masters will frown when they come here. Can the Yao Guang saintess marry?" Yi Fan teased. "If I can become Yao Guang's son-in-law, I can go with you. If you can defeat the Saint Master, it is not impossible." Yao Guang's saintess smiled and didn't look angry. Her celestial appearance was flawless, and her jade-like face revealed a charming smile. She said, "With your physique, you can rise up. Come with me quickly." Yi Fan sprinted in the stone forest. Saintess Yao Guang stepped on her golden lotus and followed him quickly. She was like a spring breeze, like a willow swaying in the wind. She was extremely gentle and beautiful, like a fairy dancing in the jade lake. Behind them, the crowd hesitated for a while before rushing into the black flames to chase after Yi Fan. According to the records, there were 9 layers of flames here. The 4th layer was already very dangerous. They didn't want to take the risk, but they had to chase after him. They were afraid that Yi Fan would successfully escape. Right in front of them, the golden flames were flashing. Yi Fan was a bit scared. The black flames were already too much for him to bear. If he entered the 5th layer, he was afraid that he would be completely burned. Even the sacred body of the ancients might not be able to withstand it. As expected, even Yao Guang's saintess didn't touch the golden flames. She carefully avoided them and circled around the edges to chase after him. "Little brother Yi, you don't have a chance anymore. If you don't come with me, I'm afraid you will really turn into ashes." Yao Guang's saintess smiled sweetly. She reached out her slender jade-like hand to touch him. "Yao Guang's saintess, I will propose to you in the future. Please go back." Yi Fan gritted his teeth and rushed into the golden flames. At this moment, he felt that his sacred body couldn't withstand it anymore. His skin was in danger of cracking and burning. He felt like he was about to turn into ashes. Divine power couldn't stop it, and the precious body couldn't withstand it either. Yi Fan was shocked. He quickly took out the pristine jade bottle and poured it into his mouth. As the heavenly spring entered his body, the terrifying feeling of turning into ashes finally disappeared a little. However, he was still in a dangerous situation. The heavenly spring was limited and couldn't last long. His body couldn't withstand it anymore, and sooner or later, he would burn and turn into ashes. Outside, everyone looked incredulous. They didn't expect that Yi Fan didn't melt and held on. Everyone was using their profound cultivation to support themselves. They could already see that Yi Fan was holding on with his strong physical body, which was really shocking. Ji Hui and the other legendary figures gathered together and made a decision. They sneered and went forward. They took out a jasper leaf and slashed at Yi Fan in the golden flames. At this moment, Yi Fan couldn't withstand the scorching heat. He felt like he was about to be smashed into pieces. His movements were very slow. Although he managed to dodge it, the jasper leaf still cut through the void around him. Yi Fan disappeared with a swoosh and entered the void. The Yao Guang saintess was shocked. She said, "A weapon imprinted with the Great Void technique." "That's right." Ji Hui nodded and said, "Unfortunately, we can only go one way. Otherwise, we could have caught him." Another legendary figure of the Ji clan stroked his beard and said, "It's enough for him to go. Several miles. He will fall into the 6th fire zone. We will also turn into ashes if we go in. He will die for sure. The 6th fire zone is called the Purple Chi from the east. Many important figures forge weapons there. I don't think he has any hope of survival," Ji Baiyu said. "Let's go. We won't be able to hold on for long in the 4th black hellfire." Ji Hui led the way and walked out. "What a pity. The others shook their heads and quickly left. I don't think he will die so easily. The Yaoguang Saintess had a strange expression on her beautiful face. She stood outside the golden flames for a long time. Seeing that there was no movement inside, she retreated and muttered to herself, "What a pity." Hua Yunfei also waited quietly and listened. The fire zone was silent. Then, he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, the fourth hellfire zone was completely silent. When Ji Hui arrived outside the fire domain, she immediately ordered for the Ji family's cultivators to stand guard here. She didn't want any accidents to happen. She even wanted to ask the big shots of the family to go deep into the sixth layer of the fire domain to investigate. The sixth fire zone was called the Purple Chi from the east. The flames here didn't look like raging flames. Instead, they looked like purple mist. It was hazy. The jasper leaf was a forbidden weapon. It pierced through the void and manifested the complete Great Void technique. It passed through several miles of space, past the area where the golden flames were, and was about to break into the purple flames. The moment Yifan passed through the void, he knew something was wrong. He summoned the overarching heaven net to protect himself. Then, he held the pristine jade bottle and was ready to pour it on himself at any time. The place where important figures forged weapons was not a place he could survive. The void broke. At first, only a sliver of purple chi flowed in. But Yifan still felt like his body was about to explode. At the same time, he felt the source energy become active. The purple energy was like a blade, wishing to cut Yifan apart. This left him horrified. This was just a trace. Come out. Yifan felt anxious, doing everything he could to circulate the all-life source energy, wishing to transfer it out. He could clearly sense that it had become much livelier. Mysterious yellow swirled, finally spreading outwards. However, it was only a small amount, covering the surface of his body. It couldn't completely protect him at all. Things were not looking good. Yifan's expression completely changed, activating divine force towards the overarching heaven net. He completely covered himself within, producing a cage that encompassed heaven and earth, trapping himself. Pung, the void completely split apart. That sparkling jasper leaf immediately shattered, turning into ashes, disappearing before Yifan's eyes. This was a forbidden artifact. Its power was great, able to display inconceivable power, but its fatal weakness was that after using it a few times, it would shatter. For example, in the ancient desolate restricted land, the three elders of Ji family, Jiang family, and Wavering Light Holy Land all grasped a forbidden artifact. After using it a few times, it would automatically shatter. Meanwhile, this jasper leaf couldn't compare to those three. After using it a single time, it would turn into powder. Strictly speaking, it could only be considered a small forbidden artifact. The void split apart. Yifan fell into a purple world. There were no flames, only flowing purple energy. It was hazy, but the temperature was terrifyingly high. He did everything he could to activate divine force, operating it towards the overarching heaven net. The net released star-like radiance, forming a barrier of light, temporarily blocking the purple flames. However, before he could rejoice, the barrier of light immediately caved in. The purple energy seemed to be extremely heavy, the barrier of light unable to block it at all. It burned fiercely, quickly melting away. What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn divine force? Yifan was inwardly shocked. If the overarching heaven net was destroyed, then he really wouldn't be able to do anything. Even though the all-life source energy was active, it didn't completely spread out, unable to completely protect him. Chi. The barrier of light caved in again, about to completely disappear. The purple mist pressed down, waves of terrifying, blazing heat that made one's heart jump. It was already vaguely transmitted over. Even the Ji family's legendary figure's great treasure couldn't block the purple flames. This was the place where the big shots refined weapons. The flames that caught their eye were naturally rare treasures. Although Ji Hui's overarching heaven net was extraordinary, it couldn't compare to the treasures of great figures. It couldn't block the purple flames at all. Chi. The screen of light collapsed completely. The purple mist pressed down on the overarching heaven net, and the sparkling net immediately dimmed. Then, it actually let out cracking sounds. cracks appeared on the overarching heaven net. It was about to be destroyed under the purple flames. Yi Fan was horrified. The divine spring within the holy jade bottle flowed outwards, pouring into his mouth. Then, he turned into a streak of light, rushing in a certain direction. Right now, there was purple chi everywhere. He had no idea which side was the periphery and which side was the center of the fire domain. He had no way of distinguishing between them. Kacha, with a final crisp sound, the overarching heaven net shattered inch by inch and was completely incinerated. No matter how strong Yi Fan's body was, he was unable to endure the scorching of the purple flames. However, even though there was only a small amount of source chi seeping out, it still had a bit of effect. It flowed on the surface of his body, misty, and actually forced the purple mist to be unable to truly get close to him. However, even so, he still couldn't endure it. It was as if there were millions of blunt knives slowly cutting his flesh. The pain was unbearable. It was hard to imagine just how high the temperature of the purple mist was. Now, he was about to break apart from a certain distance. Damned source chi, why isn't it flowing out? Yi Fan roared. He quickly ran, continuously pouring divine spring water into his mouth. As long as the source chi couldn't completely cover the surface of his body, he would undoubtedly die if this continued. After rushing out several li, Yi Fan almost fell into despair. The multicolored mist lingered in front of him, and it was even more terrifying than the purple mist. Damn it, this is the center. He turned around and rushed back. Yi Fan's body, which surpassed magic treasures, was currently blood red and about to combust. The small amount of source chi couldn't completely isolate the terrifying heat. At this moment, he suddenly froze. The holy jade bottle in his hand was inferior to the overarching heaven net, so why wasn't it incinerated? He was anxious just now and completely ignored this abnormality. One had to know that a small amount of source chi flowed on the surface of his body and didn't cover the holy jade bottle, so it couldn't separate it from the purple flames. Why is it unharmed? Yi Fan felt that his flesh was about to dry up. He felt that if he ran a few more steps, he would definitely shatter with a bang and turn into ashes. He didn't have any hesitation. He took out the holy jade bottle and put himself inside. First, I walked into the trap, then I put myself inside the holy jade bottle. Yi Fan discovered that he had actually done such an outrageous thing twice in a row. He was really forced into a corner. What exactly was inside the holy jade bottle that blocked the purple mist and left this treasure unharmed? Yi Fan entered and felt a wave of coolness. His dizziness was cleared up. Although this bottle was damaged in the forbidden ancient land, the space inside was still very vast. At the very least, it could fit a 50-meter-tall hill. There wasn't much water left in the divine spring and it floated to the side. In the other corners, there were some miscellaneous items like food and water, the bronze plaque of the Thunderclap Temple, the ancient bronze lamp, and the Vajra pestle. After searching for a while, he was shocked to find that it was the Bodhi seed. Yi Fan knew that it was a holy item. However, his first impression was that it could only help him comprehend the Tao and didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a seed. He didn't expect it to be able to resist the purple flames. He was both surprised and happy. Out of all the items he obtained from the Thunderclap Temple, only the Bodhi seed was the most mysterious. It was undamaged and had a natural Tao diagram. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed and silently circulated his divine power to rush out of the holy jade bottle. The moment he appeared outside, the purple mist retreated and quickly rolled to the sides, opening up a pure land for him. It really is like this, Yi Fan thought of many things. In the legends of Buddhism, what was the most powerful fire? Naturally, it was the karmic fire, the fire condensed from the karma of all living beings. It could burn Buddhas to ashes and destroy the gods of the world. There was nothing that could stop it. When all the sins of the world converged together, they formed karmic fire. When Buddhas comprehended the Tao, they paid particular attention to compassion. After experiencing the burning of karmic fire, they finally achieved Tao fruit. And when he comprehended the Tao, he relied on the Bodhi tree the most. It allowed him to achieve great enlightenment and resist all kinds of karmic fire to reach perfection. Without a doubt, the sacred Bodhi tree didn't fear the karmic fire and opened up its divinity. It was the most extraordinary. Of course, in this world, it was difficult to have true eternity. Perhaps the perfection of Buddhas only represented a realm and not the so-called eternal life. The world didn't know whether Buddhas were immortals or not. After all, the Thunderclap Temple had been destroyed. Even the legendary sacred Bodhi tree only left behind a seed. It can even resist the strongest karmic fire in the world. Naturally, it won't be afraid of these purple flames. Yifan was very excited. The Bodhi seed in his hand made him feel more and more mysterious and extraordinary. Within a radius of 3 meters, the purple flames couldn't invade. It was peaceful. Yifan let out a long sigh. With such a divine seed in his body, he felt at ease. Yifan calmed himself down, drinking a bit of divine spring, starting to treat his injuries. In that instant just now, his body was already close to burning, suffering serious injuries. He was in no hurry to leave this place. In the southern domain, this was perhaps the safest place for him. All the major powers were looking for him. If he left and was discovered, he would undoubtedly die. Yifan didn't move. He sat cross-legged for 3 days and drank some divine spring water. Only then did he recover to his peak state. The great figures are indeed terrifying. How much strength does one need to refine weapons in a place like this? If it weren't for the Bodhi seed, he wouldn't be able to survive here for even a moment. He was secretly shocked. The great figures were indeed unfathomable. During this period of time, he had been constantly on the run. It could be said that he had made ample preparations. There was enough food and water in the pristine jade bottle. He could live here in seclusion for a long time. Since he planned to live here for a long time, Yifan began to explore the purple chi from the east fire field. He wanted to understand everything here. This place was very quiet. Purple mist swirled around. There was no sound at all. Other than the crisscrossing stone forest, there was nothing else. What's so special about these stones? Even the treasures of the Ji clan's legendary figures were destroyed, but they are still intact. Yifan used all his strength to split open a stone. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. This puzzled him. In the end, he could only conclude that the fire field was connected. Even the great figures choose to refine weapons here. Perhaps I can use this purple chi to refine my cauldron. Fire was very important to refining weapons. Back in Elder Han's cave, he had used the fire spirit underground to refine a cauldron. Now, the purple fire here was many times stronger than the fire spirit. It must have an even more extraordinary effect. Yifan was somewhat excited. After all, the source energy here had become very active. Perhaps it could really take shape. After wandering around this place for an hour, Yifan looked around. He didn't find anything special. Apart from some human-shaped ashes, he also discovered some materials that had been discarded during the refining process. Those who had left their traces here were obviously important figures. The higher the quality of the fire, the stronger the weapon refined. Legend has it that in the past, there were many powerful figures who would spend half their lives collecting fire essence to refine their weapons. Yifan felt that this place might be a great fortuitous encounter for him. You want to kill me? Who knows, maybe you will help me. Xiaochen already knew that there were 9 kinds of flames here. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the fire energy became. Right now, this was only the 6th floor. Many major figures chose to refine weapons here. How strong would the flames of the 7th floor be? What would the scene of the 8th floor be like? This made one's imagination run wild. As for the 9th floor, Yifan found it hard to imagine. There were many records about this place. The most ancient records even mentioned immortals and the ancient desolate tower. However, there were only a few vague words, and the words were unclear. Yifan did not know about this. If he did, he would definitely be even more excited and shocked. Xiaochen held the Bodhi seed and headed for the 7th floor of the fire domain. Earlier, he could vaguely see a 5-colored mist that gave off frightening fluctuations. After traveling for several kilometers, the 5-colored mist was hazy. It did not look like flames at all. Instead, it was more like immortal chi. It looked very peaceful, but it made one's heart palpitate. Even one's soul trembled. Just by standing at the periphery and not entering, Yi Fan felt a burning sensation. Furthermore, this was the result of holding the Bodhi seed. Xiao Chen's expression turned sluggish. Before entering, he already saw some human-shaped ashes and some damaged items. Some major figures chose to refine weapons on the 7th floor. However, it seems to be very dangerous. Some people died in there. Xiao Chen felt a chill. Even major figures died. One could easily imagine how horrifying the 5-colored mist was. Such flames had long surpassed his imagination. I'd better use the Bodhi seed to refine my cauldron on the 6th floor. If it can take shape, I can consider entering the 7th floor to refine it. Yi Fan did not want to take the risk now. He felt that he could take it slow. If he succeeded here, he could try to draw on the fire energy of the 7th floor or even the 8th floor to refine his cauldron. The origin root of all things source Qi and the extreme Tao fire source. With such a combination, I can definitely refine my cauldron. Xiao Chen wanted to refine the strongest weapon. The 6th level of the fire domain was misty and hazy with purple mist. It was named Purple Qi from the east and looked indescribably noble. This color was supposed to be an auspicious omen, but in the fire domain, it represented terror. It was impossible to estimate how hot the fire energy was. It had even burned some important figures to ashes. It was extremely dangerous. Even though Yi Fan had the Bodhi seed, he didn't dare to be careless. Yi Fan looked around and finally stopped in a stone forest. This place was relatively quiet and the purple mist was thin. It was suitable for a temporary residence. Around him, rocks were strewn everywhere. Some were like crouching bulls, others like bamboo shoots. They were in all kinds of shapes. How do I use the purple flames to forge? He frowned. Did he have to guide the purple flames into the sea of reincarnation? This was definitely very dangerous. Even his physical body couldn't bear it. If he guided it into his body, it was hard to say what would happen. But if he didn't guide the flames into his body, how could he forge the cauldron? The weapon had to be forged within his body. Only then could it merge with his body. There was no other way. This was the only way to unleash its greatest power. I'll just try guiding a strand. He held the Bodhi seed and sat down. The area within 3 meters became a pure land without a single purple flame. Yi Fan placed the seed on the ground and then walked to the edge. He carefully guided the purple flames and didn't dare to absorb too much. He only used his divine power to steal a strand. Hiss hiss. At this time, the strand of purple energy started to jump. It actually ignited the divine power and quickly melted a small ball. Yi Fan was shocked. This purple energy was too strong and could even extinguish divine power. No wonder it was a threat to important figures. It was indeed dangerous. When the strand of purple energy approached the Bodhi seed, it finally stopped jumping. It was no longer harmful to the divine power and calmed down. What kind of flame is this? Just a strand of purple energy is so powerful. It can definitely cut through spirit treasures and pierce through the human body. It's really shocking. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He carefully controlled it to approach his skin and make contact with the strand of source Qi that leaked out. Specks of ripples spread out. The mysterious yellow strand became much more lively and slowly flowed on the surface of his body. At the same time, the purple mist seemed to be attracted and moved in sync with it. Sure enough, there's hope. Yi Fan revealed a happy expression. Right now, everything was in preparation for refining the cauldron. Only by truly understanding the purple energy could he draw it into his body. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and focused all his attention to fuse the purple flames with the source Qi of all beings. Like a breeze blowing across the surface of a lake, ripples appeared. That wisp of myriad source Qi emitted a strange fluctuation and absorbed the purple mist. Yi Fan immediately felt a wave of warmth, but it wasn't a burning sensation. It was like warm water flowing on his skin, giving him a very comfortable feeling. After the initial success, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He activated the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture, allowing the wisp of source Qi to flow on the surface of his body, from his fingers to his arms, then to his neck, chest, and thighs. He observed carefully. After the purple mist fused with the source Qi, it was very calm. It did not struggle, and there was no sign of it wreaking havoc. Then, he activated divine force, pouring it into the all-life source energy, allowing it to merge together. It was still extremely calm, not displaying any abnormalities. This wisp of source chi flowed on the surface of his body like a warm spring breeze. It was like a gentle massage, making him feel very comfortable. From the looks of it, everything was normal, and there was no danger. Half an hour later, Yi Fan guided the wisp of mysterious yellow essence into his body. Of course, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. He first let it enter the flesh of his arm. If there was an accident, he could quickly stop it. He had to be so cautious. After all, this kind of purple flame was a threat to important figures. If he directly absorbed it into the sea of reincarnation and an accident happened, the consequences would be unthinkable. As it passed through the flesh, it was like essence was swimming. There was a trace of fluctuation amidst the warmth. Still, there was no accident. The purple chi entered his body and did not rebel. After repeated attempts, Yi Fan guided the wisp of source chi back into the sea of reincarnation and fused with the source chi. The source chi near the purple mist became lively, but because there was only a wisp of purple chi, there was no real change. At the initial stage, everything went smoothly, and there was no danger. Yi Fan decided to start absorbing more purple flames. After all, one wisp was too little, and it could not be used to refine the cauldron. In the purple chi from the East Fire domain, the all-life source chi was lively, and it was easier to control. The second time, Yi Fan directly guided 3 wisps, and after absorbing the purple chi, he returned to the sea of reincarnation. After repeated attempts, Yi Fan felt that there was indeed danger, but he could control it. He should be able to use the purple chi refining cauldron. Half a day later, he sat there quietly, using divine power to guide the purple chi into this pure land. Then, he absorbed it with the source chi. Now, he gradually relaxed, absorbing dozens of wisps of mist at the same time. They followed the mysterious yellow essence back into the sea of reincarnation, gathering bit by bit. 2 days later, in Yi Fan's sea of bitterness, the all-life source chi was slightly purple and warm. However, this was far from enough. If he wanted to refine the cauldron, the fire energy had to be strong and blazing. On the 3rd day, Yi Fan increased the intensity of the fire. He sat quietly on the boulder, his body like a statue. Wisps of purple mist curled up, and the surface of his body was hazy. On the 4th day, within his sea of reincarnation, there was a ball of flame the size of a chicken egg throbbing. The purple mist continuously gathered, finally turning into a flame. The temperature was incomparably high, and even though he was surrounded by the mysterious yellow essence, waves of heat could still be felt. Now, Yi Fan didn't dare to draw in the purple energy anymore. The fire energy contained in that fireball exceeded his expectations. It was like a purple sun burning. Now is the time. He began to refine the cauldron. He held the Bodhi seed in his hand, sitting on the blue stone. His mind was calm, and a small cauldron appeared in his sea of consciousness. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, simple and unadorned. This was the cauldron in his heart. Everything had to be refined according to this until it took form. There couldn't be the slightest mistake or flaw. The all-life source chi surged, surrounding the purple flame. He tempered it with his heart, forging it with his spirit. His mind was highly concentrated, like a fully drawn bow. The purple flame burned, the all-life source chi hazy, containing the flame. It continuously changed shape, evolving into the shape of a cauldron. 1 day, 2 days, 7 days later, it actually released a sonorous sound, as if iron was really being forged. The sound traveled far into the distance. In the past, forging the cauldron wasn't difficult, and it could take form in half a month to a month. However, as soon as it left the green copper piece, it would immediately disintegrate, difficult to maintain. Now, after using the terrifying fire energy to temper it, it actually couldn't take form. It was as if he was polishing the world's hardest holy iron, hammering it 100 times, yet it would only turn into a lump. Yi Fan didn't worry, because this was how it should be. In the past, it couldn't be considered refining the cauldron, only gathering the source energy. That kind of formation was like building a tall building on a beach, destined to collapse. Now, using the best quality fire source to forge it, this was true artifact refinement. After taking form, it would become indestructible. On the 9th day, the purple flame gradually weakened, and then with a flash, it actually burned out, completely extinguished. At this moment, the all-life source Qi was refined into a lump of irregular shape, far from taking form. Worthy of being the all-life source Qi. Even after this type of fire energy burned out, it still couldn't take form. One has to understand that the purple flame could burn great figures to death, but using it to refine a cauldron would only make it take form, far from meeting the requirements. Yi Fan stood up and stretched his muscles. Then, he ate some food and drank some water. He muttered to himself, I wonder what's going on outside. Is there someone guarding the edge of the fiery field? He didn't immediately continue refining the cauldron. Instead, holding the Bodhi seed, he walked outside to take a look. After passing through multiple fiery fields, he finally arrived at the fiery field. Through the flames, he could see cultivators wandering around. Yi Fan hid himself and used his powerful consciousness to explore. Everything around him was clearly captured in his mind. After waiting for a long time, he finally heard someone speak. So many days have passed. Can we leave now? It's so boring here. The 6th level of the fiery field is where the great figures forge artifacts. He will turn to dust in no time. Why do we have to wait here? What an unnecessary move. Yi Fan silently retreated into the depths of the fiery field, no longer paying attention to those people. Right now, nothing was more important than refining the cauldron. He once again guided the purple flame into his body. He was familiar with this process. In less than half a day, he had gathered enough fire energy. The purple flame was burning hot and was absorbed by the all-life source Qi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal being hammered rang out again. He focused his mind and energy to refine the source Qi, allowing it to slowly take shape. This time, it was even faster. In less than 3 days, the purple flame was extinguished. The all-life source Qi is indeed unimaginable. Yi Fan felt that he could guide more of the purple flame into his body. Otherwise, if he gave up halfway, who knew when the cauldron would take shape? In the end, he continued to guide the flame. It gathered into a dazzling light in his body. It was as big as a fist. The all-life source Qi could barely contain it anymore. And it would overflow. The purple flame burned fiercely and the sound of metal clanging rang out again. Yi Fan used his heart to refine and his spirit to forge. Poof. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. This time, there was too much purple flame. In the process of forging the cauldron, it overflowed from the all-life source Qi. This was not a single wisp, nor was it a few dozen wisps. It was a small ball. It was as big as a longan and was as bright as the sun. It was like the concentrated essence of the sun. Yi Fan's face immediately turned pale. He was not the Ji clan's supreme elder, he was not the Alcade saint. The reason why he could forge here was because he had the Bodhi seed. Now that the purple flame rushed out, it would be a disaster. As expected, after the purple flame left the all-life source Qi, it immediately went berserk. It was as if it wanted to burn the 9 heavens and turn him into ashes. Boom! Suddenly, the golden sea of bitterness rolled up boundless waves, blocking the purple fire and covering it inside. Something shocking happened. The purple flame was engulfed by the golden seawater and was drowned in an instant. It was about to be extinguished. This, Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't think that the bitter sea, which was different from the others, would have such power to suppress the purple flame. The purple light flashed and the flame rushed back into the all-life source Qi. In the end, it did not extinguish. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly and stood up. Using the source Qi to contain the flame was a helpless choice. He should have used the fire source to contain the source Qi. Originally, he was still worried that it would be too slow to forge the cauldron at this speed. Now, he finally had a solution. Yi Fan stood up and came to the hottest place in the purple Qi from the east. The mist there was thick like a liquid that couldn't be dissolved. There were some human-shaped ashes on the ground. It was obvious that the big shots liked this place. Here, he directly absorbed a sea of purple flame and gathered it in the sea of reincarnation. The all-life source Qi was completely contained. He used the golden bitter sea to suppress the purple flame and not let it leak. The purple flame burned fiercely in the bitter sea and continuously refined the black and yellow essence. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. 1 day, 2 days, Yifan didn't know how much fire energy he absorbed. It was as if he was forging iron every day. The purple mist in this region was getting thinner. Until 3 months later, the clanging sounds finally stopped. Yifan no longer absorbed the purple flame. At this moment, above the bitter sea, a small cauldron took form. It was simple and natural. Its 2 ears produced yin and yang, its 3 legs stabilized the heaven and earth, and its circle contained the primal chaos. It evolved Tao and truth and formed a body. It could contain all things. It faintly had the feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth and the natural Tao. Refining the cauldron with purple qi had finally taken shape. However, Yifan wasn't satisfied. He felt that this was only a rough embryo. He wanted to refine it with a stronger fire source. He also had another idea. After refining the cauldron, he wanted to evolve profound Tao patterns inside. Only then could it become the most powerful weapon. I haven't cultivated Tao patterns, but I have hundreds of ancient characters. Each of them is a priceless treasure. This really was a small cauldron that was less than an inch tall. It didn't emit any dazzling radiance or shocking fluctuations of divine power. There was only nature and grandeur. Yes, it wasn't large and could even be considered small. However, it gave off a majestic feeling. It didn't seem like a supreme weapon, but more like a mountain and river, a star domain, a world of natural Tao. The source energy of all things was extremely rare and could be considered a treasure. It was a sacred object for refining weapons and was extremely hard to come by. There was even less of a need to mention the source energy's root. It only existed in legends and couldn't be seen. Now, it had been forged into a cauldron. Yifan found it hard to calm down. He looked at this cauldron and liked it more and more. The black and yellow represented the heaven and earth. It had 3 legs and 2 ears and was perfectly round at the top. It displayed the Tao and reason. He operated a mysterious technique and wanted to bring out the cauldron. However, he found to his shock that the small cauldron was as heavy as a mountain and couldn't be moved. He was truly shocked. The cauldron was as heavy as a mountain. Rise! Yifan used all of his strength and shouted loudly. He poured all of his divine power into the small cauldron and finally brought it out. It was simple and unadorned. It quietly floated in the air like a boulder at the beginning of the world. It didn't move at all. Suppress! Yifan shouted softly and wanted to bring it into the distance. The cauldron that was less than an inch tall shook in the air. The various boulders beside it silently turned into fine powder. The stone forest in front of him completely disappeared. The source energy of all things refined into a cauldron is terrifying as expected. Yifan retrieved the cauldron. He was happy at first, but then he frowned. This cauldron was too heavy and he couldn't move it at all. It felt like he was facing a great mountain. If it wasn't refined within his body and had an inseparable connection with him, he wouldn't be able to move it at all with his true cultivation. This cauldron already had the aura of a great weapon. If it interweaved Tao and reason, there would be a day when it would turn into an extreme weapon. Yifan wasn't in a hurry to head to the 7th floor's multicolored flames. If he wanted to refine the cauldron, he would have plenty of time. He wanted to increase his cultivation before that. His own strength was the foundation of everything. Otherwise, even with the cauldron on him, he wouldn't be able to move it as he wished. Right now, his body was strong and his divine power was vigorous. If he calmed down and cultivated, he would definitely have a breakthrough in a short period of time. Yifan chose a new stone forest and opened up a cave. He held the Bodhi seed in his hand and sat cross-legged inside, starting to cultivate silently. Last time, in the depths of the Xianxia mountain range, the space of the Peacock King, Yifan had already achieved something. He only needed to take half a step to reach the peak of the Divine Bridge. Therefore, he was confident that he could break through to the Nirvana realm here. Time passed, and Yifan did not move at all. He quietly comprehended, and after a month, he finally reached the peak of the Divine Bridge. He was prepared to refine that fist-sized piece of origin. But at this moment, he discovered something strange. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't see anything. It was as if he had lost his sense of direction. How could this be? He was shocked, thinking that he had fallen into a trap. However, there was no murderous aura, nor was there any fluctuation of divine power. The surroundings were quiet. He sent out his powerful divine sense and scanned the surroundings. What was shocking was that when he sent out his divine sense, all he saw was a hazy fog and nothing else. My five senses, my spiritual sense, why are they blurry? What is hurting me? Yifan quickly calmed down and thought silently. Then, he muttered to himself, could it be? He thought of a possibility, a cultivation situation that he had neglected. The divine bridge realm had the misfortune of being lost. The Tao scriptures did not mention it in detail, so he had never paid attention to it. All this time, when he was comprehending the Tao scriptures, he had always focused on the heart's method. He didn't care about these irrelevant words. The human body was full of mysteries, and cultivators didn't want to be trapped in the sea of bitterness. If they wanted to explore other secret realms of the human body, they had to strengthen the sea of bitterness. Only by cultivating the vein of the heavens and crossing the sea of bitterness to the nirvana realm could one break free from this predicament. This was the divine bridge realm, a very crucial stage. However, the vein of the heavens grew and traversed the void. Just how far could it extend to reach the nirvana realm? Some people would spend their entire lives unable to see through the fabrications, and would be trapped on this end of the divine bridge, unable to cross the sea of bitterness. This was the misfortune of being lost. In the most severe cases, one's five senses would be stripped away, and one's spiritual sense would be lost. One would become an ignorant and senseless cripple, which was the most terrifying. When most people formed the vein of the heavens, they would be blocked by the dense fog, not knowing where they should go. However, it was not serious. As long as one calmed down, one could pass through it without being stopped. Yifan's cultivation had been very smooth up until now. It could be said that there were no twists and turns. Before he reached the peak of the divine bridge, he had not been restricted at all. It was only at this moment that it completely flared up. Endless dense fog rushed out, and the fabrications obscured his spiritual sense, blocking his path forward. This was a serious misfortune of being lost. Crossing the sea is the nirvana realm. A test of life and death was placed in front of him, and he had to go through it. There was no such thing as retreat, or else his five senses would be stripped away, and he would be completely lost. Yifan placed the piece of origin to the side, and put the Bodhi seed into his robes. He wanted to face it head-on, and not leave himself anything to rely on. Powerful cultivators had to pass this stage by themselves. They had to experience it personally, or else their future cultivation would be shrouded in shadows, and their spiritual sense would no longer be sharp. This was a process of questioning one's heart, and not a process of relying on external objects. From a certain perspective, although the misfortune of being lost was a kind of tribulation, if one passed it, their body and mind would be baptized, and their instincts would be awakened. Their subconsciousness would become stronger, and they would see through the fabrications and reach the source. Yifan closed his eyes and did not move. He was as still as a fossil, and only after half a month did he say in a low voice, "I will not be lost." At this moment, in his eyes, the dense fog locked down the surroundings, and he seemed to be trapped in a cage. His mind was immersed in the sea of reincarnation, but he could only see a segment of the vein of the heavens. He did not know where he should go. The misfortune of being lost was known as a test of life and death, and it was not a lie. Many geniuses would mention this stage when they looked back. Yifan was really in danger. His five senses became more and more numb, and his spiritual sense was about to disappear. His entire body seemed to be sealed, and he could not hear or see. He was like a deaf or a blind person. Ask my heart, where is the nirvana realm? Yifan was not afraid, and he did not panic. His heart was very calm. He seriously thought about what he had learned, and he tried his best to look at the fog, wanting to see through it. Nirvana realm, repent and be saved? He kept asking himself, the path of cultivation is long and tortuous. How can I turn back? How can I turn back? I have to move forward bravely. The fog was still sealed, and his five senses became more and more numb. He felt that he was about to lose all his spiritual sense, and this was a danger he had never experienced before. He might stop here and become a cripple. According to records, the greater the potential, the harder it is to break free from the misfortune of being lost. I am not discouraged, and I should rejoice. Yifan was still calm, and he did not panic. Instead, he felt even more confident. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed, and he still did not walk out of the fog. Time passed slowly, and for 2 whole months, Yifan was experiencing the misfortune of being lost. When his 5 senses were completely taken away, he could not sense anything. Nirvana realm, not the opposite shore. Why do I need to search? Wherever I go, it will be there. Where I stand, it is the Nirvana realm, said Yifan calmly. Rumble. The fog rolled and quickly dissipated. The world became clear, and everything was in front of him. In just an instant, the fog dissipated, and his 5 senses recovered. They were better than before, and they were incomparably sharp. A mysterious light enveloped his body as if he was receiving a baptism. He had passed the test of life and death, and had broken free from the misfortune of being lost. His instincts were being baptized, and his spiritual sense rushed out like a waterfall. The range he could sense became wider, and his body and mind seemed to have been tempered. Yifan immersed his mind into the sea of reincarnation. At this moment, the heavenly vein became thicker and clearer, and it was like a purple gold bridge in the sea that led to an unknown place. He stepped onto the bridge and walked forward. Just as he said, wherever he went, there was the Nirvana realm. He crossed the sea. The heavenly vein shone brightly. He crossed the sea of bitterness and came to the end. This was a pure land filled with clouds and mist. In the sky, he could vaguely see a huge Taoist palace. The white clouds blocked his vision, and the Taoist palace disappeared. He could no longer capture it, but Yifan did not feel it was a pity. He had just reached the Nirvana realm and had not completed it. How could he enter the secret realm of the Taoist palace? The legendary Taoist palace corresponded to the thoracic region of the human body. There were 5 gods there, and when one cultivated in this secret realm, all sorts of strange things would happen. As long as the goddess of grains did not die, it would be called Xianpin. The gate of Xianpin was the root of heaven and earth. The 5 gods gave birth to the 5 elements, and the 5 qi was clear. It was connected to heaven and earth, and it was endless. It could give birth to the power of Tao. After reaching the Nirvana realm, he felt the changes in his body. His essence, qi, and spirit rose, and his divine power surged. The sea of bitterness expanded to the size of a palm, and the waves sparkled brightly. He felt that he could shatter the sky with 1 palm and crack the earth with 1 foot. This was a strange illusion after becoming stronger. He did not move, but he held the fist-sized origin in his hand and began to slowly refine it. He needed to consolidate this realm. He did not expect to reach the Nirvana realm and undergo a metamorphosis like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. That was unrealistic. After all, he had just reached this realm. The fist-sized origin was pure and flawless. It was overflowing with colors and contained an unimaginable majestic qi of essence. Yifan refined it for half a day and finally finished absorbing it. After that, he was silent for another 10 days before he finally woke up completely and completed this cultivation. This is. At this moment, Yifan was shocked when he looked at the sea of reincarnation. The golden sea of bitterness was sparkling. He felt that there was something more. On the surface of the sea, it was full of vitality and there was green. What is that? Yifan was dumbfounded. There was a strange plant growing in the golden sea. It was faintly discernible like a green lotus, and there was a chaotic mist lingering around it. How could this be? He was very shocked and did not know why such a change would happen. When he inadvertently raised his head, he was stunned again. The sky above the sea of reincarnation was no longer misty and empty. It was blue like the sky. Yifan was really shocked. After reaching the Nirvana realm, a series of changes actually happened. The sky, green lotus. Is my anomaly going to appear? He found it hard to calm down, and then he said to himself, no, this is just the initial evolution of the sea of reincarnation. It can't be considered an anomaly. The firmament above was green, deep and distant. Yifan couldn't see anything and couldn't speculate. In the sea of bitterness, a green lotus stood alone. It was full of vitality as if it was giving birth to a lively world. Around it, chaotic mist lingered, mysterious and hazy. At this moment, Yifan calmed down. His mind was empty as he observed carefully. It had just broken out of the water with only 3 green leaves. It had a natural Tao nature as if it was explaining the beginning of heaven and earth. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Everything is mixed, born before heaven and earth, the ancestor of all things, the ancestor of the Elephant Emperor. Yifan thought of these words in the ancient books. This green lotus was one with the sea of reincarnation. It had a strange charm like an unfathomable Tao abyss. It was calm and tranquil, as if it could exist forever. Yifan crossed the sea of bitterness and reached the nirvana realm. The sea of reincarnation's initial evolution was mysterious and difficult to describe. The cauldron that was less than an inch tall bobbed up and down on the green lotus, looking more and more majestic. Yifan's heart moved. He was already a cultivator of the nirvana realm and his strength had increased a lot. He tried to take out the cauldron. Swoosh! The cauldron appeared outside his body and hovered in front of him. He still felt a mountain-like pressure, but he could activate it this time. Bang! The cauldron didn't shoot up into the sky. It flew not far away, and when it came into contact with a boulder that was more than 10 meters tall, ashes filled the sky and the boulder was destroyed silently. It shook lightly, and so did the stone forest. The surrounding boulders were all shattered and turned into dust. The power of the cauldron was evident, however, Yifan's body also trembled. This cauldron didn't give birth to any Tao patterns, but it was already like a bottomless pit. As strong as his physique was, 1/3 of his strength was drained. In other words, he could only use it 3 times. This cauldron was powerful, but he couldn't use it as he wished. This made him happy and frown at the same time. Yifan activated it again and enlarged the cauldron to 1 meter tall. This was the limit of his control. Any bigger and he wouldn't be able to bear it. The cauldron floated in the sky like a bottomless pit, as if it could swallow the heavens. In front of it was a stone forest. The boulders that looked like crouching cows and bamboo shoots were all sucked into the cauldron. Yifan retrieved the cauldron and looked inside. He saw that it was filled with stones. With a gentle shake, everything inside was turned to dust. It slowly turned upside down, and the ashes flew away. There wasn't a speck of dust inside, and it was as clean as new. Even though his divine force was about to be sucked dry, he was still extremely satisfied. He liked this cauldron a lot. This type of power was truly great. There were no fluctuations, no divine radiance. The cauldron silently disappeared, returning to his sea of reincarnation. Now that the tripod had been refined and he had reached the nirvana realm, his confidence had increased. After cultivating here for more than a few months, he really wanted to understand the situation outside. I wonder if the people of the Ji family have left. After recovering his divine power, Yifan walked outside. Outside the fire domain, the ground was dry and cracked. The scorched earth was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a barren land. More than half a year had already passed, and the Ji family disciples had long since left. That's good too. They think I've already perished. When the time comes, I'll give them a surprise. Yifan returned to the fire domain and prepared to draw upon the 5-colored cloud flame of the 7th level to refine his own tripod and make it more condensed. The 5-colored cloud flame was even hotter than the purple gas. He had just gotten close, and he hadn't even entered, but he already felt waves of scorching heat. This caused Yifan's heart to tremble. This was the result of holding the Bodhi seed in his hand. If he didn't have this seed, he most likely wouldn't be able to get close. Can I control such a powerful flame? He was uncertain. He carefully absorbed a wisp of the 5-colored cloud flame. Instantly, a sizzling sound rang out as his divine power was completely burned away. Yifan inhaled a breath of cold air. This kind of flame was too powerful. It could burn important figures alive. The human-shaped ashes on the ground proved all of this. He had no good idea how to safely absorb it into the sea of reincarnation and use it to refine the tripod. In the following days, he kept trying. He wanted to proceed safely and didn't act rashly. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from outside. If it wasn't for his powerful consciousness, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Could it be that someone is here? Yifan stealthily headed out. In the fourth level of the fire domain, black nether flames danced. A middle-aged man sat motionlessly on a huge rock. Above his head was an ancient pagoda that was half the height of a person. The flickering black flames constantly gathered on the body of the pagoda, causing it to emit sonorous sounds. The ancient pagoda was slowly changing shape. Why is he refining outside his body? He doesn't care much about his own weapons. Why did he come to the fire domain? Yifan was somewhat puzzled. At this moment, his expression changed. He was no stranger to that pagoda. He had seen it before. The ancient pagoda with 5 levels was completely silvery white. Although it was somewhat bright, there were traces of old age. That was why it gave off an overflowing feeling of antiquity. A middle-aged man in hemp garments. Yifan immediately thought of the group of people who chased after him in Jizue. Among them, there was a middle-aged cultivator in hemp garments. He held a 5-level ancient pagoda in his hand and almost killed him. At this moment, this man was dressed in black and sat quietly. However, the silver pagoda above his head kept changing shape. He wanted to melt it and refine it again. A 5-level ancient pagoda can be considered a powerful weapon. He actually wants to melt it. When a wisp of black and yellow chi rushed out from the pagoda, Yifan was even more certain that it was definitely the man in hemp garments. Although he didn't see his face that day, this pagoda was definitely not wrong. He's afraid that the Ji family will find clues and wants to erase the final traces. Yifan really wanted to know where this person came from. The hidden enemy really made him feel uneasy. Looks like he doesn't care much about this weapon. Maybe it's really as GZUS said, that this person is a puppet being controlled. Yifan observed carefully. Indeed, he felt that this person was a bit stiff. He sat there cross-legged like a piece of wood. I'm going to take him down and understand everything. He pondered for a moment and felt that this person was very strong. In terms of cultivation realm, this person was definitely above him. At the very least, he was a Dao Palace cultivator. I need to be absolutely safe. Otherwise, if I can't kill him and my identity is exposed, it will be a huge disaster. Yifan silently returned to the 6th level of the fire region. He took out his cauldron and let it absorb large amounts of purple flames like a whale drinking water. He then quickly meditated and quickly recovered his divine power. 8 minutes later, he returned to the 4th level of the Hellfire region and waited quietly. For hours later, the black-robed man completely melted the silver pagoda and remodeled it, slowly evolving it into a silver bell. At the final critical moment, when the silver bell was about to take shape, Yifan finally made his move. At this moment, the black-robed man was highly focused. His mind was completely immersed in the silver bell, carrying out the final refinement. The cauldron silently pressed forward and flipped violently. Large amounts of purple flames covered the sky and earth, burning fiercely. This kind of temperature could even burn important characters to death, not to mention cultivators of other realms. However, this person was unexpectedly cautious. He had actually carved Dao patterns around him. Brilliant light rushed out to block the purple flames. The legendary figure's treasures couldn't endure the purple flames and would break apart inch by inch. Even though there were Dao patterns here, they couldn't stop it. The only use it had was to buy time for this person. He was as fast as a ghost as he shifted to the side. Chi. Yifan was already prepared. The golden book had been waiting for a long time and was ready to meet the black-robed man. Pfft. With a flash of blood, the black-robed man was gravely injured. His body suddenly stiffened, and at the same time, the purple flames fell. No matter how fast he was still brushed by it. Half of his body was instantly set ablaze, and the left half of his body turned into ashes on the spot. The sky trembled slightly. The cauldron grew 1 meter tall and seemed to have the power to swallow the sky. It sucked in the middle-aged man's half-destroyed body and sealed him inside. Only now did Yifan release a breath of relief. He took out the holy jade bottle and quickly drank a mouthful of divine spring water. His divine force immediately recovered, and then he looked inside the cauldron. The black-robed man's body was half destroyed. He continuously trembled and struggled to sit up. He raised his head and saw Yi Fan. He immediately revealed a look of shock and said, "It's you, you're still alive." Yi Fan was moved. The other party cried out involuntarily as if they were quite familiar with each other. It was not as simple as chasing after him. He immediately laughed and said, "Just what kind of background do you have? I truly never thought that your life would be so tough." The black-robed man sighed. He then suddenly raised his head and a streak of light shot out from between his brows. He wanted to rush out of the cauldron, but it ended in failure. He couldn't break free from this cauldron. You are a walking corpse after all. You're just being controlled by someone. Yi Fan reached out his divine sense and was about to imprison him. However, the black-robed man was very decisive. The streak of light exploded like fireworks, leaving behind specks of light that ultimately dissipated in the cauldron. Yi Fan's expression changed, but it was already too late to stop him. He carefully searched where he was and found that the black-robed man's body was empty. Other than the silver bell that had been completely destroyed by the violet flames, there was nothing left. He threw the half-destroyed body into the netherworld flames, and in an instant it turned into ashes. He muttered to himself, "Just who was it?" It seemed to be someone familiar. Yi Fan cleaned up the traces of the scene and retreated into the 5th layer of the golden flames to hide. He quietly waited, wanting to see if anyone would appear. 3 days later, a tall old man finally appeared. He observed the pile of ashes for a moment and muttered to himself, "He actually died here. Who is this damned old man? I've never seen him before." Yi Fan was suspicious. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the old man rushed out of the fiery domain and quickly disappeared into the distance. 2 days later, Yi Fan walked into the 7th layer of the fiery domain. Even with the Bodhi seed protecting him, he still felt waves of burning pain. The temperature of the multicolored flames was unimaginable. The divine power that cultivators painstakingly cultivated could be directly ignited and could not be resisted. This kind of multicolored flame seemed to have a demonic nature and could devour anything. Although Yi Fan had successfully entered, he didn't know how to guide the flames into his body. The multicolored flames were too terrifying. Several days later, people shouted and beasts roared. It was as if there was a magnificent army galloping. The earth rumbled and trembled as countless strange beasts rushed towards the fiery domain. Among them, there were some powerful beasts whose roars could travel dozens of li. Yi Fan's divine sense was extremely sharp, and he was immediately alerted. He hurriedly looked around and revealed an expression of shock. "The people from the Ji clan are here." Just outside the fiery domain, there were more than 100 savage beasts, each of them divine and extraordinary. They stepped through the air and rumbled, causing the earth and sky to tremble. All of the riders wore black iron armor and were filled with an austere aura. A large flag with the word Ji written on it fluttered in the wind. Yi Fan saw Ji Hui, Ji Bue, and several other famous figures. There was also a carriage pulled by 9 divine horses that floated outside the fiery domain. The divine horses' roars shook the heavens. Each of them was as large as an elephant and had dense scales. There was a powerful pressure coming from them. The carriage sparkled and blossomed with auspicious colors. It was obvious that important figures from the Ji clan had arrived. "They can't be here for me, right? It shouldn't be like this. It's already been half a year. What are they here for?" Yi Fan was bewildered. An old man walked out of the carriage. Ji Hui hurriedly went forward and respectfully helped him off the carriage. "Damn you!" Yi Fan didn't dare to peep anymore and directly hid himself in the depths of the fiery domain. Right now, the outside world was even more dangerous for Yi Fan. If he was discovered, he would die without a doubt. He guessed that the people of the Ji clan had not come for him. After all, more than half a year had passed. This time, he just had to avoid them. Yi Fan went directly to the depths of the 7th level. He only stopped when he neared the 8th level. In front of him, the 7-colored mist curled. It looked peaceful and peaceful. The 8th level was right in front of him. The terrifying heat was like a torrential river that rushed into the 7th level. It was as if the heaven and earth were a copper cauldron that could refine everything in the world. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The 5-colored flame cloud only lacked 2 colors compared to the 7-colored mist, but the difference in temperature was so huge that it could not be calculated with logic. The 5-colored flame already made him feel hot. The 7-colored mist was even more terrifying. Even if he had the Bodhi seed, he could not enter casually. The important people usually forge in the 6th and 7th level. If that old bastard enters the 7th level, I have to enter the 8th level even if I have to risk my life. I hope he stops at the purple air from the east area. Yifan really did not want to enter the 8th level. He had no confidence. If he was burned to death, then everything would be for naught. Caw, caw. At this time, Yifan was shocked. He heard the caws of crows. They came from the 8th level. He was dumbfounded. The 7th level could burn god power and burn important people to death. The 8th level was unimaginable. How could there be crows? Yifan walked around the edge of the 8th level. He looked inside. The 7-colored mist curled up like countless small rainbows. Moreover, there were huge rocks everywhere. They were strangely shaped and formed a stone forest. Caw. Yifan heard the crow caw again. It was clear like metal splitting the air. At this time, he saw a huge rock in front of him. It was 100 meters tall like a small mountain. This was where the ominous sound came from. At the base of the mountain, there was a cave. Yifan looked carefully and found several black feathers flashing with black light at the entrance. This? He was truly shocked. There was a living crow in the 8th level of the fiery domain. He broke out into a cold shiver. This was definitely not normal. Even great figures stopped at the 7th layer, so how could a crow run into the 8th layer's fiery domain? I can't provoke him. Yifan obediently retreated. He found a stone forest and hid there. In front of him was Crow, behind him was G family's big shot. He was sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, the 5-colored cloud flame seemed to have a demonic nature and could devour anything. Even the big shots did not dare to casually extend their divine senses. Yifan hid in the stone forest and quietly cultivated. He didn't dare to light a fire to refine the cauldron. If he alerted the G clan, he would be in big trouble. For the first few days, everything was very peaceful. Nothing special happened. However, 8 or 9 days later, a series of clanging sounds could be heard from the 6th level of the fiery domain. Yifan was completely relieved. The important figures of the G clan came here to forge weapons. It had nothing to do with him. He was a little curious. He didn't know what kind of weapon the other party wanted to forge to cause such a huge commotion. The 6th level of the fiery domain surged with purple energy. A scarlet light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. What is that old bastard forging? Yifan felt very shocked. He stealthily hid himself and observed the outside from the 7th level of the fiery domain. Because the distance was too far, he could only vaguely see that there was a huge copper cauldron standing there. It really is a copper cauldron. Yifan changed his position and could see clearly. It was a huge copper cauldron that was at least 30 meters tall. It was surrounded by purple flames and emitted rumbling sounds. The scarlet light came from the copper cauldron. A gray-robed old man sat cross-legged at the side. He held a jade fan in his hand and continuously fanned it. Purple flames gathered from all directions and surged towards the copper cauldron. This old fellow doesn't dare to use his own body as a cauldron to forge weapons. He is borrowing the power of a real cauldron to forge weapons. The red light emitted by the huge copper cauldron became more and more intense. It manifested in the sky and formed a divine boat. It was scarlet like blood and seemed to be forged from blood jade. What a great treasure. It is about to take shape. It has already manifested in the sky. This old thing is really not ordinary. Yifan knew that if this divine boat was successfully forged and carved with the profound Tao patterns of the Ji clan, it would definitely be extraordinary. After all, it was forged by an important person. Clang, clang, clang. The sound from within the copper cauldron became louder. It clearly spread out for dozens of miles and reverberated in the sky. Compared to the divine boat, this copper cauldron is even more precious. Yi Fan didn't dare to look anymore and retreated to avoid being discovered by the other party. After entering the depths of the 7th level of the fiery domain, Yi Fan heard the cawing of crows again. It was faintly discernible and seemed to be very irritable. Caw, caw, what exactly is going on? Yi Fan moved forward and saw the stone cave at the base of the mountain from afar. Flames were spewing out from there, and rainbow-colored mist lingered around it. It was scorching hot. At the entrance of the cave, there were more black feathers flickering with black light. Apart from that, there were also some ashes. Yi Fan muttered to himself, is this a spirit born from the flames or a real crow? Damn it. In the 8th level of the fiery domain, these two words actually came out from that stone cave. It seemed to be extremely angry. Yi Fan couldn't believe his ears. Clang. Inside the flame cave, a piece of broken metal flew out. It was completely snow-white and looked like suet jade. Yi Fan was stunned. This was definitely the legendary divine metal and could be said to be a rare item. It was a top-grade material for forging artifacts. It was said that even the Alcade Divine Lord's weapon had this type of divine metal added into it. One could imagine how precious it was. It was obvious that someone was forging an artifact and had ruined the divine metal before throwing it out of the cave. Crow spirit. Yi Fan shuddered. This was definitely a peerless old demon. He made a prompt decision and immediately retreated far away. He didn't dare to stay any longer. In the following days, the cries of crows came from the 8th level of the fiery domain from time to time. They became more and more irritable. Another 5 days passed. In the 6th level of the fiery domain, a deafening sound came from the copper furnace of the important figure of the Ji clan. It shook the sky like thunder, and the entire fiery domain could hear it clearly. At this moment, in the flame cave at the base of the 8th level of the fiery domain, an exasperated cry came out. Then, a few snow-white pieces of divine metal were thrown out of the cave. This is infuriating. The rainbow-colored mist surged, and the stone cave erupted with a dazzling light. Endless raging flames surged out, and then an old Taoist priest rushed out in anger. He was wearing a feathered robe made of black bird feathers that flickered with black light. He looked like an old crow in his 50s or 60s. Who dares to forge an artifact and shake the entire fiery domain? The old Taoist priest's voice rang out clearly. His anger surged, and he directly rushed into the sky, flying towards the 6th level of the fiery domain. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He only saw a black light streak across the sky and land in the 6th level of the fiery domain. What kind of existence was a demon forging in the 8th level of the fiery domain? Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. Who are you? The important figure of the Ji clan seemed to be shouting. However, with a loud rumble, he swallowed all the words he wanted to say and did not speak for a long time. Although Yi Fan couldn't see it, he could imagine it. He was extremely shocked. That old demon was definitely a ruthless fellow. He really didn't know what he was going to do. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the 6th level of the fiery domain. Purple chi filled the sky, as if someone had beaten it until it was boiling. Why did you? This was the voice of the powerful figure of the Ji clan. You shook the fiery domain while forging here. You ruined my divine clock. Give me an explanation. That old demon seemed to be on the verge of exploding with anger. He said, I never caused trouble, but I can't help but be angry today. What does it have to do with me that your divine clock is ruined? The important figure of the Ji clan seemed a little apprehensive. If it wasn't for you making such a noise and disturbing my mind, how could it have been ruined? If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't come out of seclusion earlier, I would have come to find trouble with you long ago. Yi Fan listened from afar and didn't dare to approach. He was afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The fiery domain has no master. What right do you have to blame me? My Ji clan has never provoked anyone. Are you trying to remind me that you are from the Ji clan? The old Taoist's voice was cold. If it was someone else, I might have let them go, but the Ji clan, Yi Fan was secretly speechless from afar. This old demon definitely had a grudge against the Ji clan. Boom! The 6th level of the fiery domain suddenly went berserk. Purple chi overflowed and rushed in all directions. Raging flames raged and burned fiercely. The important figures have started fighting. Yi Fan was alarmed, but he didn't go over. He restrained his impulse. He knew that those people were extremely sharp and he definitely couldn't get close. Fortunately, the multicolored mist devoured all energy, so the important figures couldn't probe him. Otherwise, he might have already been discovered. The energy fluctuations were terrifying, but they quickly calmed down. There was no longer any sound. So fast. Has the battle ended? Yi Fan's heart trembled. When I, the Crow Daoist, fought with the almighty figures of your Ji clan, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. A black light rushed into the sky. Yi Fan only saw a silhouette. It indeed looked like an old crow. He wore a black feather robe and had a skinny figure. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and directly left the fiery domain. Crow Daoist. Yi Fan saw that he had completely disappeared. Only then did he walk towards the 6th level of the fiery domain. That huge copper furnace had already disappeared. It must have been taken away by the Crow Daoist. The expert of the Ji clan was decapitated and fell into a pool of blood. A dozen black feathers stabbed into the ground beside him, blocking the purple flames outside and not burning him. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. An important figure of the Ji clan was killed just like that. How terrifying was that old crow? His body was preserved, but his consciousness was extinguished and completely dissipated. He definitely couldn't come back to life. Yi Fan was speechless. Such an expert was killed just like that. The world of cultivation was indeed cruel. If one couldn't be ranked at the peak, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. He quickly calmed down and reached out his hand to search the corpse. After all, this was an important figure of the Ji clan. The things he left behind would definitely be extraordinary. However, he was disappointed. There were no treasures on the corpse. Whether it was the Sea of Reincarnation or the Tao Palace, they were all empty. There wasn't a single treasure. This old crow is really thorough. He took everything away. Looking at the dozen black feathers on the ground, his heart trembled. The Crow Daoist purposely left them behind. It was obvious that he was provoking the Ji clan. An important figure of the Ji clan died. This was definitely a storm. One could imagine that the southern region wouldn't be peaceful. Chi. At this time, the space suddenly ruptured. A famous figure of the Ji clan appeared. He wore a special colorful robe that blocked the purple flames. When he saw the corpse on the ground and Yi Fan, he was instantly stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. He was shocked to the extreme. The instant the void ruptured, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and directly pressed down. Leaving aside the grudges of the past, he couldn't even explain the situation in front of him. He could only take him down when he was unprepared. Otherwise, there was no way he could survive. The cauldron expanded to 1 foot tall and pressed down. The legendary figure of the Ji clan couldn't avoid it. He crashed into it himself. Bang! It was hard to estimate how heavy a cauldron made from the source chi of all beings was. Even someone as powerful as the legendary figure of the Ji clan, who had reached the 3rd secret realm, couldn't bear the weight. His right shoulder caved in. Wretch! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a scarecrow that had been hit by a hammer, he flew out and crashed into a 10-meter-tall stalagmite. Granduncle! The legendary figure's face was full of shock. Looking at the corpse not far away, he couldn't believe it. It's you, Yi Fan didn't reply. He attacked again. Though the cauldron was plain, it was powerful. When it pressed down, the ground below began to shake. This time, the legendary figure of the Ji clan was prepared. He turned into a beam of light and dashed out, dodging the attack. Bastard, you're still alive? The legendary elder of the Ji clan was both angry and shocked. He never thought he would see Yi Fan in the 6th layer of the fire realm. It had been half a year. No one thought he could survive. Everyone thought he had turned into ashes and had no hope of survival. I am full of energy. How can I die? Even if the Ji clan is destroyed, I won't die. As Yi Fan spoke, he rode the cauldron towards the 7th level. 2 attacks didn't kill him, so he retreated decisively. After all, his opponent had reached the third secret realm. He couldn't compete with him. You didn't die before. Today, I will send you on your way. The legendary figure rose into the air and chased after Yi Fan. At this moment, his right shoulder was completely deformed and caved in. It had turned into a pile of blood. Even though he was full of life, he couldn't regrow it immediately. Worry about yourself. Don't die in the fire field. Yi Fan was extremely fast. After reaching the Nirvana realm, he used a mysterious footwork and moved like a shooting star. Little thief Yi, you've obtained my Ji family's great void technique and you still want to live in this world? You must be dreaming. The Ji family's legendary elder's face was gloomy and his killing intent soared to the sky. Go back to your grandpa's house. You're biting the hand that feeds you, and you're even acting like you've been wronged. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and said, when I have the strength, I'll definitely flip your Ji family over and let you all feel wronged. Even someone 100 times more powerful than you wouldn't dare to say something like that. You. Even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you'll still be nothing. The old man from the Ji family showed grief and anger on his face. He said, how did my granduncle die? An important figure in the family had actually died here. This was a huge matter. He couldn't get over it and committed suicide by slitting his own throat. Yi Fan ridiculed. In this hostile situation, he didn't want to explain anything. How did he die? After the Ji family's legendary elder calmed down, he felt that it couldn't have been done by Yi Fan. The important figures of the Ji family were so powerful that unless the Peacock King personally came, how could he be killed silently? You go and ask him yourself later. Brat, after I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and search your soul. The body of the Ji family's old man was trembling. An important figure had died here, and it was unknown. This made him extremely angry. The 5-colored flame cloud was in front, and the scorching temperature came. Yi Fan flashed and disappeared, rushing in. The Ji family's legendary elder was dumbfounded and stopped on the spot. He didn't dare to follow in. Although he had the fire-repelling robe on him, it was impossible to block the flames of the 7th floor. You. How did you do it? Thinking that Yi Fan wasn't afraid of the purple gas of the 6th floor, nor the 7-colored flame cloud, his face was full of shock and he couldn't speak for a long time. You old bastard, why didn't you follow in? Don't you have the fire-repelling robe on you? Yi Fan truly lived up to his reputation. With a smile, he said, I challenge you to a battle of 300 rounds. Do you dare to accept? Chi. The Ji family's legendary elder didn't bat an eyelid. He suddenly took out a chopstick-sized silver spear, wanting to pierce it forward and kill Yi Fan. Crack. However, as soon as the silver spear flew out, it began to tremble. Cracks appeared on its surface, and then, inch by inch, it was destroyed by the purple flame. Your fire-repelling robe is only SOSO. And here I thought it would be more mystical. The smile on Yi Fan's face grew wider as he slowly walked back. This place is called the Eastern Violet Aura. This fiery domain is indeed worthy of its reputation. The Ji family's legendary elder revealed an expression of surprise. Chi. He raised his left hand, and his palm blossomed with light. Then, a bolt of lightning shot out and rushed forward. Whoosh! Even though the lightning was violent, it was still melted by the purple flame and slowly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan completely relaxed. He took out the pristine jade bottle and drank a mouthful to recover his divine energy. Then, he walked out of the 7th level in large strides. I thought your fire-repelling robe would be more mystical, but it is only SOSO. He didn't have any misgivings at this point. No matter how powerful his opponent's divine energy was, it was useless. His physique was comparable to a precious blade, and he had a powerful consciousness. He also had a cauldron that was impervious to flames. All these factors combined made him fearless. Seeing that Yi Fan dared to come out, the Ji family's legendary elder was moved. Since the opponent was so confident, he didn't dare to be careless and slowly retreated. It's too late, old man. It seems like you can't send me on my way. I can let you go down and reunite with that antique. Yi Fan stood in the distance and didn't rush over. He took out the golden book, and a ray of light that was as bright as the sun pierced through the purple sky. The paper that recorded the Tao scripture wasn't a weapon, but it was even more powerful than a weapon. The flames here couldn't burn it, and after turning into golden light, it was unstoppable and extremely sharp. What a powerful spirit item. Are you gifting me a treasure? The Ji family's legendary elder was shocked, and then he revealed a joyous expression. He didn't even have a weapon of this level, and yet the opponent was only a youth, yet he had such a treasure. If you can take it, then I'll gift it to you. Yi Fan laughed. With a ripping sound, the golden book brushed past his body and almost hit him. The Ji family's legendary elder didn't say anything. His palms and fingers trembled as he continuously struck the golden book, wanting to take it down and take it. Yi Fan silently estimated that the opponent's physique was indeed terrifying. After cultivating 3 secret realms, he had been reborn. However, compared to him, he was still a bit weaker. Seeing this, he calmed down. At this moment, the Ji family's legendary elder sneered. He used the Great Void technique and turned into a wisp of black smoke. He pounced forward and said coldly, "Little brat, you're too arrogant. I'll kill you in close combat. Let's see how you can escape now." He was confident that at this distance, Yi Fan wouldn't be able to escape and would die for sure. Yi Fan took out the golden book to test the opponent. He had already predicted that the opponent would attack and was waiting for this moment of close combat. He didn't retreat. His golden fist met the opponent's only left palm. The force was ferocious, and it smashed down like a giant hammer. Bang! The Ji family's legendary elder felt like he was struck by lightning. His face was full of disbelief, and then, he looked like he was in extreme pain. Crack! He clearly heard the bones in his left hand break, and it was completely deformed. At this moment, his entire arm was numb, and his body was like a stone that was thrown away. You! He was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he used the Great Void technique and was about to escape. At this moment, he deeply understood the meaning of the word evil. He was just a young man whose cultivation was far below his, but he was so strange that he suffered losses again and again. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was already prepared and didn't give him a chance. The cauldron had already been taken out. It turned into a meter tall and pressed down. The sky trembled slightly, and the purple chi seemed to have evaporated. The area became a vacuum. The Great Void technique had failed. The Ji family's legendary elder was pressed down by the cauldron above his head. His body was cracking and his joints were shaking. The great pressure was unbearable. Crack! His raised left arm was the first to shatter, turning into a bloody mist. Then, cracks appeared on his skull. His face was ferocious, and he said in a trembling voice, "What kind of cauldron is this?" "A cauldron made from the source of all beings." Yi Fan stood nearby and answered. "What?" His expression changed, and he was incomparably shocked. A strand of yellow can crush a mountain, a strand of all beings could indeed crush a mountain, but after it was made into a cauldron, Yi Fan couldn't use that kind of power. If he had enough divine power, even if this cauldron didn't have profound Tao patterns on it, it would be enough for him to dominate the world. It could pierce through the sky, sink the earth, and dry up rivers. Unfortunately, the cauldron made from the source of all beings had returned to its original state, and it was completely restrained. It was incomparably heavy and didn't display its true terror. Crack! The Ji family's legendary elder couldn't take it anymore. Many of his bones cracked, and his face became deathly pale. A cauldron made from the source of all beings was too terrifying. Yi Fan didn't feel good either. The cauldron was like a bottomless pit, absorbing endless divine power. It was hard to satisfy it, especially when it was suppressing such a strong cultivator. The amount of divine power it needed was even greater. In just a short while, he had already drunk 5 mouthfuls of divine spring water. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on. "Old thing, hurry up and be on your way." Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He activated his divine power while walking in the air. His heavy footsteps seemed to have caused the space to collapse. Bang! He finally got close. He swung his right leg and kicked out. The Ji family's legendary elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His sternum caved in, and he was blown away. Boom. The 1-meter-tall cauldron slowly pressed down. The Ji family's legendary elder no longer had the power to block it. His body cracked and turned into dust on the spot. In the end, nothing was left. The only bit of blood was instantly evaporated by the purple flame. The fire-repelling robe was also turned into ashes, and nothing was left. Yifan liked this cauldron even more. It was simple and unadorned, but it was extremely powerful. Even a cultivator with 3 secret realms would be at a disadvantage if he was suppressed by it. The only downside was that it consumed too much divine power, and it was unbearable. Moreover, it was difficult to show it to others. If people knew that this cauldron was made from the source of all beings, it would cause a huge commotion. Yifan wanted to guard the 6th level of the fire field and wait for Ji Hui to come in to investigate. Then, he would kill her. However, he didn't act impulsively. What he needed to do now was to hide. The Crow Taoist had killed an important figure of the Ji family. This would definitely cause a storm. The fire field would not be peaceful anymore. He had to leave first. The Peacock King had killed a supreme elder of the Ji clan, provoking the Holy Lord of the Ji clan and the Alcade Holy Lord to join hands and fight their way into the depths of the Qixia mountain range. Now that another big shot had fallen, the storm would be even bigger. After losing 2 important figures, the Ji family had to establish their power. Otherwise, where would they keep their face? Yifan stealthily left from another direction and left the fiery domain, quietly waiting for the great storm. As expected, on that day, the Saint Lord of the Ji family led many powerful cultivators to the fire field. The wild beasts roared and stomped on the sky. Their roars shook the sky. The outskirts of the fire field were densely packed with people and cavalry. The entire fire field was in an uproar. The Ji clan mobilized a large number of people. Their cavalry swept through the sky, and their banners fluttered in the wind. People shouted and beasts roared. Murderous intent shot into the sky, and cold light shone on their armor. This power didn't seem like it belonged to the mortal world. It was like heavenly soldiers and generals had arrived. Strange beasts stepped on the air and ran above the clouds. Even the sky was shaking. The Ji clan saint leader didn't merge with the air this time. He stood high in the sky and was surrounded by countless rings of light. It was like the Eastern Barren Territory's God King was being reborn. With him as the center, an ocean-like ripple spread out. Powerful divine power swept up the 9 heavens and down to the 9 hells. At this moment, the Ji clan saint leader became the center of the world. Divine wind blew for dozens of miles. The Ji clan saint leader flew across the sky and landed on the 6th level. Purple energy shot into the sky, but it couldn't get close to his body. Everywhere he passed, the flames were silently extinguished. It could be said that at this moment, he wasn't a god king, but he was comparable to one. Behind him, 6 or 7 elders landed as well. On the ground, the blood had dried up long ago. The head and the body were separated, and no spirit was left behind. He had been completely killed. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't save him. More than 10 black feathers stabbed into the ground randomly and surrounded the body. This was why the bones weren't burned by the purple flames. This is... An extremely old elder with white eyebrows that were half a foot long frowned and said, "The feathers of the fire crow are as tough as iron and can't be melted by flames. These are the feathers of an old crow that has cultivated for more than 1,000 years." The elders looked at each other. One of them thought for a while and said, 1,500 years ago, there was a crow Taoist in the southern region. His power was unfathomable. Then, he mysteriously disappeared and hasn't been seen since. The Ji clan saint leader grabbed a feather and flicked it in his hand. Instantly, there was a clanging sound as if divine metal was shaking. A grand elder's expression changed and he said, "This old demon's life is about to end, but his cultivation is becoming more and more terrifying. No matter who he is, no matter how strong he is, as long as we find him, we must kill him." The Ji family sacred lord said coldly as killing intent filled the air. When he opened his eyes, 2 beams of light shot out like sharp swords that swept across the fire zone. In less than half a year, the Ji clan had lost 2 great elders. To the clan of the Huanggu, this was a great humiliation. They were supposed to be the rulers of the world, but now they were being provoked again and again. Up until now, the Peacock King was still free and unfettered in the mortal world. Now that such a situation had occurred, if they couldn't establish their might, how could the Ji family face the world? On this day, the entire southern region was shaken. The Ji clan announced to the world that the name of Crow Daoist had been added to their must-kill list. All of the cultivators in the eastern wasteland and southern region were shocked. During the past half-year, there had been endless disturbances, and there had never been a true calm. Now, a storm was rising again. For many people, they had never heard of the name Crow Daoist. But when the grand elders of the various sects heard of it, their faces changed. An enormous storm swept through the southern region. The Ji family was truly furious and vowed to establish their might. This caused many sects to tremble with fear, fearing that they would be swept into the storm. Raging waves rose, and the southern region was shaken even more than last time. After leaving the fire domain, Yi Fan heard a lot of news. Half a year ago, the Bronze Immortal Palace had sunk into the eastern wasteland and disappeared. Along with it, dozens of elders had disappeared. They were all experts who had reached the end of their lifespans and could no longer prolong their lives. This indicated that another era had come to an end. The eastern wasteland had lost dozens of top figures. The Bronze Immortal Palace was truly a graveyard for experts. However, this didn't mean that the eastern wasteland had gone through a calamity. Old age and death were normal. Otherwise, these people would have died in recent years. The eastern wasteland was too vast, and there were countless countries. Losing dozens of people didn't have much of an effect. Another important news was that the Peacock King's magical power was monstrous. That day, the Wavering Light Saint and the Ji Clan Saint worked together, but they still couldn't stop him and the Green Flood Dragon King. They had already brought the Yao Emperor's descendants to the northern region. Furthermore, in the past half a year, the Ji Clan, the Wavering Light Saint, and the others had also sent experts to the northern region in batches. The divine source there was shocking, and the great factions that had existed since the ancient desolate era all wanted a share of the spoils. The Origin ancient mine in the northern region was originally a desolate place, but in the past year, it had become more and more restless. It was said that humanoid creatures appeared, and the sounds of nature intoxicated people. Half a month later, Yi Fan returned to the fire domain. There was great turmoil outside, so this was the safest place. After the Ji clan left, this place became peaceful again. Unless the Wavering Light Saint came personally, not many people would be able to enter the 7th layer of the fire domain. In the past half a month, he had read many historical records in the ancient books of a large country, understanding everything about the fire domain. There were many legends about the fire domain, and many of the records were absurd. Yes, they couldn't be confirmed as historical facts. They could only be classified as legends because the records were too unimaginable. For example, in one of the ancient books, an immortal had been burned to death in the depths of the fire domain. Another ancient book recorded that the ancient desolate tower had appeared here before, floating for thousands of years. It was also recorded that the 9th layer of the fire domain had a total of 10 types of flames. However, the 10th type did not have a source. It had only appeared a few times since ancient times. This made Yi Fan very excited. The fire domain actually had something to do with immortals and the ancient desolate tower. Although it was just a few words and the words were vague, it made it hard for him to remain calm. Yi Fan returned to the 7th layer of the fire domain and prepared to think of a way to refine his cauldron. The 5-colored flame was extremely hot, able to burn a major character to ashes. It was very horrifying. In the ancient books, this kind of multicolored mist was a rare treasure among flames. In the entire southern region, this was the only place where it existed. It was a peak-quality flame source for refining. After careful attempts, Yi Fan used the cauldron to collect the 5-colored flame and send it into the Sea of Reincarnation. He used the Golden Sea to block it and succeeded. However, in just an instant, his expression changed. This kind of flame was too terrifying. Even the Golden Sea could not completely block out the heat. His body was in danger of drying up. In conclusion, his cultivation was far from enough. Even though his physique was special, it was hard for him to endure it. After all, he had not cultivated his sage body yet. Even the major characters of the Ji clan chose to refine in the 6th layer of the fire domain. They did not dare to enter the 7th layer casually. From this, one could imagine how horrifying the 5-colored flame was. At the crucial moment, the azure lotus in the sea of bitterness trembled slightly. The mist became hazy and immediately drowned out the sea of reincarnation. A cool feeling spread throughout his body. Yi Fan let out a long breath. He felt that he had taken too much of a risk. If not for this mysterious azure lotus, he would have been in danger. Since I have already started, I have to do my best. He continuously absorbed the 5-colored flame into his body, using the azure lotus to protect the sea of reincarnation. Finally, the 5-colored flame surged and burned fiercely. Only when it was enough to refine the cauldron did he stop. Just like that, for an entire month, Yi Fan refined his cauldron. The 5-colored flame was extinguished many times. He did not know how many flame essences he had absorbed. Only after another 2 months did he stop. The cauldron became even more condensed and ancient. After the refinement of the 5-colored flame, the inside of the cauldron became misty. The source energy of all things grew endlessly and appeared again. This was the source of the source energy of all things. It would never dry up and was endless. After the refinement, the source energy overflowed again. The cauldron was no longer deathly still and seemed to have life. At this point, the refining process had come to an end. He did not plan to enter the 8th layer of the fire domain. Using the 5-colored flame was already his limit. He could only come back in the future when his cultivation improved. After that, he quietly cultivated and prepared to leave the southern region after the outside world had completely calmed down. Another month passed. On this day, Yi Fan suddenly heard the roar of beasts from outside the fire domain. Could it be that another major character has come to refine a weapon? He stealthily came out and looked into the distance. Outside the fire domain was a barren land. The earth was dry and cracked. Not even a blade of grass grew. At this moment, there were dozens of wild beasts standing in the air. Their scales were ferocious and full of killing intent. Every one of them was incomparably powerful. Their iron robes flickered and cold. Yi Fan was a little surprised to see Jiziyue. Her eyes were clear and ethereal. Her purple robe fluttered and she looked like a fairy. She landed on the ground from the sky and silently looked into the fire domain. In the sky, a man in blue robes was as handsome as jade. His robes fluttered like a god. He landed with her on the ground. It was Hua Yunfei of the Taishan sect. "Little brother Yi, we have come to see you. If you know in the underworld, rest in peace." Hua Yunfei's voice was magnetic. Yi Fan was really speechless. He was clearly alive, but he was cursed like this. "Brother Hua, go somewhere else. I want to be alone for a while," Jiziyue said calmly. "Okay." Hua Yunfei nodded and did not say anything else. He walked around the fire domain. Jiziyue stood there quietly for a moment and then moved. She used the sword in her hand to dig the ground. Seeing this, the knights behind wanted to go up and help but were stopped by her. She personally dug a deep hole and placed the clothes that Yi Fan had left in the humble peak. Then she filled the hole with soil and formed a grave. She set up a tombstone in front of it and carved a line of words with a jade finger. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He was clearly alive, but he even had a grave. Jiziyue stood in front of the cenotaph silently. She was very different from her usual lively personality. She was very quiet and did not move for a long time. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that Hua Yunfei had entered the fire domain. He was like a blue cloud, light and silent. What does this guy want to do? Yi Fan was very far away from him and observed quietly. Suddenly, his expression froze and his eyes sharpened. He saw a familiar person. A tall old man appeared in the fire domain and bowed to Hua Yunfei. Back then, a hemp-clothed man with a 5-story silver pagoda had chased after him in Jiziyue. He had nearly died with a grievance. A few months ago, he had killed the hemp-clothed man in the fire domain. He had seen this old man come to investigate. Hua Yunfei. Yi Fan had never imagined that the true mastermind was actually Hua Yunfei. This was really out of his expectations. In his impression, Hua Yunfei was otherworldly. His celestial music was close to the Tao realm. It was natural and spiritual. Even hundreds of birds came to pay homage and hundreds of flowers bloomed for him. He was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Such a handsome man had an otherworldly appearance and a spiritual aura. However, he was very scheming. His methods were so ruthless that it made Hua Yunfei's heart tremble. Because they were too far away and the two were communicating with their spiritual senses, Yi Fan could not hear what they were talking about. He could only observe quietly. Not long later, the tall old man left. Hua Yunfei stood there for a long time and muttered to himself, a strange divine body with extraordinary power. If I obtain it, I must obtain its origin. He slowly walked out of the fire domain. This person has hidden himself too deeply. Even if I tell others, no one will believe me. Yi Fan thought for a while and said, no, I need to remind Ji Ziyue. Hua Yunfei is obviously harboring evil intentions. At the same time, he decided to leave the fire domain and the southern region. Even if he had to fly, he could not stay in this region any longer. Outside the fire domain, there were hundreds of knights protecting Ji Ziyue. Yi Fan knew that Hua Yunfei would not act rashly and leave behind any flaws. Ji Ziyue stood quietly in front of the grave like a fairy from the heavens. She was like a thin cloud covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing the jade flowers, all in one body. A gentle breeze blew, and scarlet flames surged in the first level of the fire domain. At this moment, the golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows was as deep as an abyss. His divine sense came out and condensed into a thin thread. He said, the hemp-robed man who chased you back then listens to Hua Yunfei. After sending the message, Yi Fan rushed into the depths of the fire domain. He believed that if Ji Ziyue was on guard, it would be difficult for the other party to take advantage of her. He went straight to the 7th level of the fire domain and took out his cauldron to collect the 5 colored flames. The terrifying fire energy flowed into the cauldron like a stream or river. He was about to leave, so he wanted to prepare some life-saving measures. He didn't refine the cauldron, just put it in. Even if he put it in the sea of reincarnation, it would not cause him any harm. In the end, the 5 colored flames filled the cauldron completely. There was no more space left. The myriad source chi sealed the cauldron and Yi Fan stored it in his body. When he was far away from the fiery domain, Yi Fan took a deep look before rushing towards the north. A few days later, Yi Fan received a piece of news that made him pleasantly surprised. Now, the northern region was in constant turmoil because of the origin. Many cultivators in the southern region wanted to try their luck. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family had already sent their experts to the northern region half a year ago. They stood in the world and were unfathomable. Once the realm gate opened, they could directly cross to the northern region. However, it was more troublesome for loose cultivators. They would have to fly for at least a few years to get to the northern region. Thus, most people could only think of other ways. For example, they could pay a high price and borrow the way to the northern region. Half a month later, Yi Fan arrived at the Xiaoyao sect. Legend had it that this place was formed by the convergence of 2 dragon veins. There were many mountain peaks that looked like dragon bones. There were many strange trees and grass, majestic and beautiful. In this area, it was a superpower second only to the Holy Land, on par with the Supreme Mystery sect. Now that it had entered its heyday, the sect had many experts. Yi Fan came here to smuggle in. According to what he knew, as long as he paid a high price, he could use their space gate to cross the void. Thousands of people were waiting outside the mountain gate. Brother, you're so young, yet you want to go to the northern region to try your luck? A burly man with a full beard asked. Yes, I want to give it a try, Yi Fan replied. The journey is long, and the northern region is full of dangers. It's best if you don't take risks at such a young age. An elder who was as thin as firewood advised. There were men and women among them, and it was hard to tell their cultivation levels. The mountain gate opened wide and a few cultivators walked out. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and an erratic gait. I say, everyone, you're really lucky. This might be the last time. Because, after the sect master came out of seclusion and found out about all this, he was very unhappy. The crowd suddenly burst into discussion. Many people were very glad. The crowd stepped forward one after another. Without needing the yellow-faced man to say anything, they all presented their treasures. It was impossible to cross the void without paying a high price. A weapon of a life spring stage cultivator, how can you take it out? The yellow-faced man glanced at the first cultivator with disdain and directly rejected the first cultivator. Senior, please make an exception. The cultivator pleaded again and again. This is a weapon I've refined for more than 10 years. It's already the most precious item I have on me. It's useless even if you've refined it for 100 years. Not to mention you, even if it's a weapon refined by a Nirvana realm cultivator, if it's an ordinary item, we won't accept it either. The yellow-faced man showed a look of disdain. The cultivator was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to say anything more and left unhappily. The second cultivator presented a bronze mirror. It was full of ancient aura, but there were some flaws. There were 3 cracks on it. We don't accept this kind of inferior item. This is a weapon refined by a peak Taoist palace cultivator. It's extremely powerful. The cultivator carefully explained. No matter how good a weapon is, it's useless if there's a fatal crack. Even if it's nurtured for 100 years, it won't recover. The yellow-faced man showed an impatient expression. He waved his hand and let the cultivator leave. 1 crimson moon fruit. The third cultivator came forward and presented a jade box. After opening it, there was a bright red fruit in the shape of a crescent moon. It was crystal clear and had a fragrant aroma. The yellow-faced man's eyes showed a hint of greed. He closed the jade box and said, "A rare spirit fruit, you can pass." 1 purple copper essence. After a few people failed, the 9th person presented a piece of purple copper with spots of light shining on it. It really is purple copper essence. A legend who has cultivated to the 3rd secret realm needs this kind of material the most. You can pass. The yellow-faced man's eyes were burning with passion. He reluctantly handed the copper essence to the person next to him and let the cultivator pass. If one wanted to pass here, they had to pay a great price. Most of the treasures and spirit medicines offered were not accepted. It's not like we can go straight to the north region, but they still have to pay such a high price. The people who couldn't pass were very dissatisfied and discussed on the side. Apart from the Holy Lands, no other sect could directly cross to the north region. Even so, there were still many wandering cultivators who came here to pass. When it was Yifan's turn, he took out a piece of godly metal that looked like white jade. It was only the size of a longan fruit. The yellow-faced man immediately jumped up in shock. His eyes were filled with greed as he said with a trembling voice, could this be, the legendary godly metal? The small piece of metal was as white as jade, attracting many people's attention. The yellow-faced man held it in his hand and looked at it repeatedly. In the end, he sighed and said, "What a pity, it's been destroyed. The spirit is gone. What a waste." "Senior, is this metal valuable enough?" Yifan asked. This was the godly metal that Crow Daoist priest had destroyed. Even though he didn't enter the 8th level of the fire domain, he took out his own cauldron, and with great effort, he took out the snow-white metal. After careful observation, he felt that it was indeed destroyed. The essence inside was almost dried up, and it was no longer an exceptional treasure. "Do you still have this kind of godly metal?" The yellow-faced man asked Yifan. Yifan shook his head and said, "How could I have this kind of godly metal? I obtained this by chance in an ancient cave." The yellow-faced man felt that it was a great pity. His waxy yellow face was gloomy and uncertain as he said, "Even though it's destroyed, it's still a treasure. If it's refined by a renowned elder, it can improve the quality. You pass." An hour later, it was completely over. Out of more than 1,000 wandering cultivators, only 400 or so were left. They all paid a sky-high price. "Come back here in 3 days. We won't wait for you later." The yellow-faced man had them leave their mark. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the mountain gate. Crossing the void wasn't an easy task. One had to carefully engrave Dao patterns without the slightest flaw. Otherwise, there might be an accident. With so many wandering cultivators here, the carefree sect didn't dare to be careless. Every time, they would spend several days preparing. "Brother Huang, how have you been?" A few people descended from the sky. The yellow-faced man was surnamed Huang, which matched his complexion quite well. He turned around and smiled, so it's the elites of the Ji clan. Are you here to check again? How are we elites? We're just running errands. One of the youths walked up and said, we're following orders. We have no choice. The yellow-faced man was full of smiles and said politely, this time, everyone who wants to cross the void is here. There are definitely no great demons. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. During these past few months, the Ji clan had swept through the southern region in anger. They couldn't catch the Peacock King and the Crow Daoist, so they had already killed dozens of great demons. Brother Huang, don't misunderstand. We're just taking a stroll. Even the Ji clan didn't want to offend a great power like the Carefree sect. The youths from the Ji clan glanced over the hundreds of people and didn't find any demonic energy. They clasped their hands and left. Yi Fan was already prepared to fight. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, the crowd dispersed. Yi Fan didn't walk very fast, he didn't want to meet the people from the Ji clan. Friend, please wait. Just as he was 10 miles away, he heard a voice from behind. The yellow-faced man was chasing after him with a fake smile on his face. What's the matter, senior? Yi Fan asked without batting an eyelid. Friend, you really don't have those mutton-fat jade-like metal pieces? The yellow-faced man stared at him. I only found one piece in the ancient cave. You're right. With your cultivation level, you can't get such a rare item. The yellow-faced man nodded and said, take me to that cave. Yi Fan instantly frowned and said, that cave is too far away. Even if I fly for a few days, I won't be able to get there. I can't do that. The yellow-faced man's face darkened. He said, I'm just asking you to lead the way. Don't you want to go to the northern region? This was a despicable person who didn't even try to hide his threat. In 3 days, we're going to cross the space. If I take you there, I'll definitely miss the opportunity. Yi Fan calmly replied. If you take me there, there'll be another chance. Yi Fan despised him. This was obviously the last chance, this guy was really shameless. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't say anything, the yellow-faced man's face darkened. He said, that kind of godly metal is very important to me. You have to take me there today. I really can't split myself up. Yi Fan refused. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, the yellow-faced man said coldly, don't force me to fight. Yi Fan had been hiding his divine power and only showed it at the Lifespring realm. He sensed that the other should be at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He nodded and said, okay, I'll lead the way. Then he flew forward. The yellow-faced man put away his murderous intent and nodded in satisfaction. He revealed a fake smile and said, that's right. I won't treat you badly. Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Fan flew forward for another 10 miles and stood in the air. Why did you stop? The yellow-faced man's expression was unfriendly and his murderous intent surfaced again. To send you on your way. Yi Fan answered. The incomplete form of the grand palm of the void appeared. The black hand covered the space and came crashing down. Pow! The yellow-faced man was smashed into pieces in the air. He didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Yi Fan didn't want to waste time with such a despicable person. He would just kill him with one slap. In the distant sky, many people's expressions changed. They were the young disciples of the Ji clan who had left not long ago. They immediately exclaimed. The fluctuation of the grand palm of the void. No, it's not the authentic grand palm of the void. The power is chaotic. 3 days later, Yi Fan came back to the Xiaoyao sect and entered the sect with hundreds of people. 2 dragon veins intersected. Strange peaks stood side by side. It was majestic and beautiful. Hundreds of people were led into a valley. It was a spacious place and there was a huge altar. It was the place to open the space gate. Everyone, I wish you all a safe journey. An elder of the Xiaoyao sect said loudly. Hundreds of people climbed onto the altar and were about to open the space gate and cross the sky. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He was finally going to leave the southern mountain range and get rid of all his troubles. Wait. At this moment, a shout came from outside the Xiaoyao sect. Dozens of people quickly flew over. The space gate didn't open, so they arrived in the blink of an eye. Most of them were old people. They all looked hale and hearty and emitted an aura that made people's hearts pound. Their life force was as strong as the ocean. They were definitely not ordinary experts. Next to them were a few elders of the Xiaoyao sect. They flew over together. "Everyone, please forgive us." These people were very polite and didn't put on airs. They clasped their hands to everyone and apologized to the elders of the Xiaoyao sect. Yi Fan's face turned green. The people of the Ji clan had arrived. There were more than 20 old people. He even saw someone he knew, Ji Hui. Of course, what shocked Yi Fan the most was the old man in the middle. He looked as empty as an abyss and as deep as the ocean. He was unfathomable. Don't tell me he's an important person? Yi Fan had a bad feeling. "Are you Senior Ji Chongkong?" asked a famous elder of the Xiaoyao sect. He looked at the old man in the middle of the Ji clan with a confused expression. "That's me." The people of the Xiaoyao sect were shocked. One of them said, "I heard that Senior Ji Chongkong has been in seclusion for dozens of years. I didn't expect you to come out again and visit the Xiaoyao sect. I'll go report to the sect leader." The old man in the middle apologized again and explained, "There's no need for that. We'll leave immediately." The Ji clan had found traces of the Crow Daoist. Not only did the Ji clan's holy leader personally come out, but they also sent 6 supreme elders to kill the old Daoist. Ji Chongkong was one of the grand elders. When they passed by this place, they received a report that an unknown cultivator was using the incomplete Grand Void Palm imprint. This made the people of the Ji clan have a bad feeling. They suspected that Yi Fan had taught the Great Void Palm to the Peacock King and the other Yao clan cultivators. When they heard this, they stopped to take a look. When the Xiaoyao sect opened the space gate, they immediately thought of many things and rushed over. "We're just going to take a look. We'll leave immediately." The supreme elder of the Ji clan's gaze was like lightning as he personally scanned the crowd. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. How was he going to escape from the Xiaoyao sect? There were restrictions everywhere, and the people of the Ji clan were blocking the way. His heart turned cold. Ji Hui's eyes swept over the cultivators. When she saw Yi Fan, she screamed in fear, "It's you, how is this possible? You damned old woman, how can your eyes be so sharp?" Yi Fan walked out helplessly. He was trapped in the carefree school. You're still alive?" Ji Hui's face was full of disbelief. "You're not dead yet, how could I have fallen?" Yi Fan was unwilling to accept this. He had survived so many disasters, avoided so many dangers, and in the end, just as he was about to leave, he encountered a great tragedy. "Mother I've kowtowed 99 times, only this last one is left. How did I meet you?" Yi Fan asked the heavens. "It's him, it's that little thief." How surprising, he fell into the 6th realm of fire and didn't burn to death. Now he's alive and kicking. The elders of the Ji clan were astonished. They didn't think they would see Yi Fan again. A young man who they thought had turned to ashes a long time ago was alive and kicking before them. "Little bastard, how did you survive?" Ji Hui's eyes were filled with killing intent. "You shameless old thing, call me young master and I'll tell you." Yi Fan didn't have anything to be afraid of anymore. Everyone in the surroundings knew Yi Fan's identity, and they all revealed strange expressions. Half a year ago, Yi Fan's name spread across the entire region. He shouted and told the elders of the Ji clan to scram. He became the public enemy of the Ji clan and they chased him everywhere. But in the end, they couldn't kill him and only chased him into the fire realm. Who would have thought that after half a year, he would come back alive and kicking? This was a slap in the Ji clan's face. Not only did they fail to kill the Peacock King, but they also failed to kill a young man like him. How could the Ji clan accept this? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all tongue-tied. Crash! The hundreds of cultivators on the altar retreated, leaving only Yi Fan standing there. He couldn't cross the sky anymore. The people of the Xiaoyao sect looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. One of them hurried to report to the sect leader and the grand elder. The faces of everyone from the Ji clan darkened. Little bastard, you're really lucky. Even the fire realm can't take your life. Ji Hui pressed forward, and the others surrounded him. There was no way they would let him leave. You greedy and snobbish old man. Yi Fan pondered in his heart. He would not give up until the last moment. No wonder Purple Moon isn't angry these days. She must know that you're not dead. Ji Hui's expression became more unsightly. Do you want to know why I didn't die? Yi Fan scanned the crowd. Everyone looked at him. Even the great elder of the Ji family was no exception. He had only become the great elder of the Ji family 30 years ago. Even he had to be extra careful when entering the 6th layer of the fire realm. I was saved by a powerful being from the fire field. He was once taught by my crazy old brother, Yi Fan boasted shamelessly. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Many people knew that he practiced the crazy old man's movement technique. The people of the Ji family understood that he wanted to use the crazy old man's name to save his life. Little bastard, no matter who you mention, it's useless. Ji Hui's expression was cold. You're an old man who's completely crazy. Even if you're an immortal, what can you do? Today, I'll cut you into pieces. Everyone, you heard her. She's insulting the last remaining crazy old man in the heavenly Jade Holy Land. Yi Fan shouted. The great elder of the Ji family seemed to be worried. He glanced at Ji Hui and said, Don't talk nonsense. He's already crazy. What can he do to us? Today, we'll kill this little bastard, search his soul, and find that movement technique. Our Ji family will have another supreme secret technique, Ji Hui muttered to herself. Yi Fan was very close to her. The others couldn't hear, but he did. He said, Not only did you bite the hand that fed you, you even want to steal my secret technique. You old woman, you're really shameless. Little bastard. Ji Hui's expression was livid. She slapped forward. Yi Fan didn't take out his cauldron. If he exposed himself too early, he wouldn't have any hope. Swoosh. No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could evade the giant hand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! The big hand slapped down, and the whole family sent him flying. If it weren't for his recent increase in cultivation and his terrifying physique, he would have been smashed to pieces. Little bastard, I won't kill you. I still need the crazy old man's supreme movement technique. I'll make you wish you were dead. Ji Hui's expression was cold. Her voice was so weak that other cultivators couldn't hear her. Bang! Ji Hui attacked again. Her giant hand covered the sky and pressed down. Yi Fan was still enduring. He didn't take out his cauldron and just dodged. Little bastard, I'm going to take care of you. Ji Hui smiled coldly and said, Are you going to run again? Don't hurt his body. Just at this moment, the Ji family's supreme elder, Ji Changkong, stopped Ji Hui and said, How you had told me before that this child's physique is very special. Don't destroy him. Let me take a closer look. Ji Changkong was like a mountain, like an abyss. He was unfathomable. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yi Fan over. It was like picking a flower or a leaf. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. He didn't act rashly and continued to wait. Ji Changkong didn't restrain Yi Fan. Someone as strong as him facing a Nirvana realm cultivator was like looking down on an ant. There was no need for him to care. He directly probed Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. The instant he touched it, his expression changed. He cried out, How is this possible? Everyone in the surroundings, be it the people of the Ji family, the legendary figures of the Xiaoyao sect, or the cultivators preparing to cross the void, all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at Ji Changkong and Yi Fan. What kind of physique could make the Ji family's supreme elder lose his composure like this? Everyone was shocked and wanted to know. This little bastard is really a monster. Ji Changkong was extremely shocked. His face was filled with shock. He said, If we had offended this evil creature before the desolate antiquity, our Ji family would have been in big trouble. However, now, he won't be able to do anything. What kind of physique does he have? A legendary figure of the Ji family asked. It is the sacred body of the desolate antiquity recorded in the ancient books. Countless years ago, this physique was unparalleled. No one in the world could match it. Even the ancient desolate tower had to suppress it for many years before it could kill it. Ji Changkong sighed and said, I didn't expect this evil creature to have such a physique. This is really shocking. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Yi Fan to have such a physique. However, everyone quickly understood. The sacred body was already a thing of the past. Now, it was just another name for a trash physique. The Eastern desolate divine body had risen. This evil creature has exceeded my expectations. The Ji family's supreme elder revealed a strange expression. He said, he was able to cultivate to the Permitha realm. He is really not simple. If we take his origin energy back, we should be able to raise Haoyua's divine body to the next level. Ji Changkong kept calling him evil creature, causing Yi Fan to feel angry in his heart. He really wanted to slap Ji Changkong's old face. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Only the people of the Ji family rejoiced. This evil creature's physical body is so strong. This is really shocking. After Ji Changkong checked Yi Fan's physique, his face was filled with shock. He said, there seems to be a treasure in his sea of reincarnation. Let me see what it is. Yi Fan smiled coldly in his heart. He did not move, allowing this old antique to do whatever he wanted. Ji Changkong stretched out his 5 fingers like a dragon claw. Instantly, there was a burst of light, releasing a strange mighty force that could not be resisted. Yi Fan did not resist. Instead, he cooperated and took out the cauldron. The small cauldron silently appeared in the air. Ji Changkong grabbed it and cried out involuntarily. He was even more shocked than before. Mist shrouded the cauldron. Heaven and earth flowed and sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Myriad source chi. No, it's the myriad source chi's origin root. Even someone as powerful as him lost control of his mind. This kind of legendary sacred object had always only appeared in ancient myths and legends. It made him excited to the extreme. Unexpectedly, this evil creature actually obtained a sacred item. Haha. Ji Changkong could not control his emotions. He faced the sky and laughed loudly. The surrounding people were deeply shocked. They all stared at the cauldron. The many legendary figures of the Ji clan surrounded it and sized it up together. All of them wanted to touch it personally. Ji Changkong wanted to take a closer look at this cauldron. He wanted the myriad source chi to flow and not block the mouth of the cauldron. At this moment, Yi Fan also moved. He activated the cauldron and removed the myriad source chi seal. Boom! Just at this moment, a tsunami-like sound resounded. Boundless piercing light drowned out the place, a blazing temperature caused the souls of the cultivators in the distance to tremble. They all retreated in shock. Even so, there were still some cultivators who were turned into ashes. At this moment, the center of the place was resplendent. A 5-colored light soared into the sky. It was like the door to the celestial realm had been opened. 5-colored clouds surged and enveloped the entire place. This was an unimaginably horrifying energy. The 5-colored light became the only thing in the world, burning fiercely. Yi Fan had collected an unknown amount of fire energy in the 7th layer of the fire domain. The cauldron could be big or small. It could contain a large stone forest. The size of the space was astounding. At this moment, it was filled with 5-colored flames. Not a single bit of space was wasted. Releasing all the flames was simply a huge disaster. One had to know that this was a horrifying fire energy that could even burn major characters to death. Ah, the Ji clan's supreme elder, Ji Changkong, let out a miserable shriek. He turned into a flaming person. He soared into the sky and struggled continuously. More than 10 of the Ji clan's legendary figures were turned into ashes on the spot. They could not even struggle. I want to play big. Yi Fan's eyes released a divine radiance. He grabbed the pristine jade bottle and poured the deity spring water into his mouth. He frantically activated the cauldron and attacked Ji Changkong with the boundless raging flames. Bang! The Ji clan's important character could block the attack of the cauldron, but he could not block the raging flames. The 5-colored flames were gathered by the cauldron and concentrated on him, completely submerging him. He had only been the Ji clan's supreme elder for 30 years. It could be said that he was the weakest important character in the Ji clan. The purple flames of the sixth layer of the fire domain could already threaten the life and death of important characters. Yi Fan saw with his own eyes that there were many human-shaped ashes there. There was no need to even mention the flames of the seventh layer. They were definitely fatal. Unfortunately, after Ji Chongkong was enveloped by the five-colored flames, even someone as strong as him let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was impossible to extinguish the flames. His divine power was completely ignited. His entire body was covered in flames. Every inch of his skin was charred. His bones were all burned and his soul was extinguished. Ah! He let out a mournful howl and said, "This is the legendary five-elemental true fire." Hearing this name, many of the cultivators in the distance shivered. The scariness of the five-elemental true fire was unimaginable. As long as one was within the range of the five elements, they would be burned to ashes. There was no way to extinguish it. There was no way to resist it. Ah! Ji Chongkong turned into a piece of charcoal and fell to the ground, rolling continuously. As for the other famous figures of the Ji clan, most of them turned into ashes. Only a few people were further away and escaped this calamity. There were even a few people who had half their bodies burned. The five-elemental true fire could not extinguish them. In order to survive, they clenched their teeth and cut off half of their bodies, rolling in the distance. Everyone was horrified. This was too horrifying. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. Yi Fan was just a youth and his cultivation was not that terrifying. He actually wanted to burn the Ji clan's supreme elder alive. This would definitely shake the entire southern region. Yi Fan shouted loudly. First there was the Peacock King, then there was the Crow Daoist. Today, I will join in as well. He drank large mouthfuls of divine spring water and continuously activated the cauldron. All the flames gathered towards Ji Chongkong. Not far away, the lower half of Ji Hui's body was completely charred. She clenched her teeth and cut it off. Her divine power was almost completely burned away, but she managed to preserve her life. You damned old hag, to think that you would have such a day. Yi Fan was about to go forward. The other famous figures of the Ji clan who had escaped this calamity hurriedly made a move and pulled Ji Hui far away. At the same time, a loud shout came from the distant sky, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Xiaoyao sect?" The Xiaoyao sect's sect leader and supreme elder were alarmed. Yi Fan looked at Ji Chongkong and saw that he had turned into charcoal. Even his soul was about to be extinguished. He knew that even if an immortal descended, he would not be able to save this important figure. He used a peerless footwork and arrived in front of the altar in an instant. He placed a large amount of origin energy into the altar. The Tao patterns were already carved. As long as there was energy from the origin energy, it would open. Yi Fan soared into the sky and stood at the center of the altar. Boundless energy waves spread out and divine light rushed into the sky. The realm gate opened and the space was torn apart. Yi Fan rushed in and began to cross the empty space. When the sect leader of the Unfettered Society arrived and saw what was happening, his mind began to spin. This was a monumental event. He felt a headache coming on. More than 10 famous figures of the Ji clan had been burned to ashes. An important figure had been burned alive. This would definitely shock the southern domain. The Ji clan would definitely go crazy. In less than a year, 3 supreme elders had died. The southern domain would definitely be in a state of shock. Quick, destroy the altar. We cannot let him escape, someone shouted. Immediately, rays of light rushed towards the altar. With a loud rumble, the altar collapsed and turned into dust. The empty space was destroyed, but no one fell out. We delayed for a while. I'm afraid he's already tens of thousands of miles away. The empty space is destroyed. With his cultivation, he will most likely be turned into dust. Yi Fan was prepared. The moment he stepped into the empty space, he entered his cauldron. He had expected this to happen. Therefore, when the empty space was destroyed, he was safe and sound inside the cauldron made from the origin energy of all living beings. This despicable little bastard. The surviving legendary figures of the Ji clan raised their heads to the sky and shouted. This matter would definitely shake the southern domain and spread throughout the world. Without a doubt, a storm was brewing. Traveling through space was very dangerous. Once an accident happened, one's body could be crushed to pieces. If Yifan hadn't been prepared, it would have been difficult for him to escape. He hid inside the cauldron. The moment the space collapsed, his heart palpitated. This destructive power was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, like snow-burying flowers. For life, this was an unstoppable force. Space was annihilated and the physical body couldn't resist it. It destroyed everything and destroyed endless life force. It was as if it wanted to push the world back to its starting point. The source energy of all things flowed. The cauldron didn't move at all. In this destructive wave, the cauldron was like a boat carrying Yifan. It smashed through a precipice and stopped. When the dust settled and the world became clear again, Yifan escaped from the cauldron. Before him was a scene of desolation. The mountains had been destroyed and turned into scorched earth. All life was gone and nothing was left. As expected, you are ruthless. You didn't hesitate to destroy the realm gate. You want me to disappear in space, then, Yifan raised his head and laughed. The depression of the past half a year was swept away. He had been chased by the Ji family until he had nowhere to go and nowhere to go. He hid in the fire area and didn't dare to show his face. Now that he had attacked, all his anger had been resolved. He had burned an important figure alive. Even he couldn't believe it. Turning more than 10 famous figures into ashes was like a dream. Even if the Ji family finds me, I won't be able to escape death. It was worth it. Speaking of this, Yifan calmed down and said, I won't die. I have to find a way to escape this area. He didn't dare to tarry. He turned into a shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The commotion here was too big and would definitely attract attention. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Yifan felt that it would be difficult to leave the southern region. Right now, there was no way to go to the northern region. He wanted to go in the opposite direction and head south. The southern region was vast and had countless countries. The Ji family, Taishan, Yaoguang, and Xiaoyao were only a small part of this area. If one went further south, it was said that there were 1 or 2 holy lands. Even though they were all in the southern region, the distance was too far. If one flew, it would take around half a year to arrive. One could imagine how vast the southern region was, not to mention the entire eastern wilderness. If there were no realm gates to send messages, and if they couldn't travel through the void, there would be no way for them to communicate with each other. They would all be separated, and it would be difficult for them to interact. Soon, Yifan found out that he was now 30,000 miles away from the Xiaoyao sect. He had traveled such a great distance in just a few minutes, which shocked him. However, what surprised him the most was that he had arrived at the area where the Yaoguang Holy Land was located, which was more than 1,000 miles away. Maybe I can hide here and not go anywhere else. Yifan pondered. Ji Chongkong's death shook the entire region. Everyone was shocked. In less than a year, 3 grand elders of the Ji family had died in battle. It was comparable to a raging sea, a violent storm. This wasn't the Dark Age in ancient history. There weren't any terrifying upheavals, but the important figures of the Ji family were dying one after another. It was truly shocking. Forget about the Peacock King and the Crow Daoist. Thousands of years ago, with just a stomp of their feet, the entire southern region would be shaken. However, where did this youth, Yifan, come from? He actually did such a shocking thing, killing the grand elders of the Ji family. This was unbelievable. All the cultivators in this region were shocked. This was a huge matter. The anger of the Ji family would probably spread throughout the world. Ji Chongkong was burned to death. It was done by a youth who only cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. The grand elder of the Ji family was burned to death. The person who did this was a 14 or 15-year-old cultivator, but he caused the death of an important figure. This is unbelievable. Ji Chongkong, who had dominated the southern region for so many years, was burned to death by a youth called Ji Fan, turning into ashes. This is simply a fantasy. An important figure of the Ji family was burned to death. His reputation turned to dust. Everyone was discussing. The news spread throughout the region. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Of course, most of them were shocked. The 5 elemental true fire could burn everything. As long as one was within the 5 elements, there was no power that could resist it. Many cultivators were terrified. Ji Chongkong dying to the 5-colored flame could only be said to be fate. Even an important figure would find it hard to resist such a flame and turn to ashes. Yi Fan having a special characteristic was no longer a secret. This matter spread out and caused him endless trouble. Not only the Ji family, even the Holy Land would be looking for him. Of course, this wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was that the source of the qi of all things would be exposed. This was a treasure that many cultivators coveted. Right now, he was only at the Nirvana realm. It was impossible for him to be like the Peacock King, sweeping across the land and looking down on the southern region. Him having such a cauldron was a great disaster. Although he burned the supreme elder of the Ji family to death and shocked the southern region, after people understood the details, they found out that it wasn't his own power. He relied on the 5-elemental true fire. Yi Fan had a treasure on him, but his cultivation wasn't that high. Naturally, many people coveted him. Many people were preparing to take action and search for his whereabouts. Kill. This was the order from the Ji family to kill. For a small cultivator, this had never happened in thousands of years. If other forces wanted to search for Yi Fan, they could only act in secret. Now, no one dared to anger the Ji family. At this critical moment, whoever touched them would die without a burial. This region was in great turmoil, great waves surging. Yi Fan didn't go south. He hid in a mountain range 1,000 miles away from the Yaoguang Holy Land. He thought that the Ji family wouldn't come here to search for him. After all, this was the doorstep of the Yaoguang Holy Land. He was wrong. The Ji family was unfathomable. They had unimaginable knowledge about opening the realm gate, carving the Tao patterns, and traveling through the void. Based on the broken altar, the consumed energy, and the time when the realm gate was opened, they were able to guess how many miles Yi Fan had traveled. On that day, the void was opened. The realm gate appeared above the scorched land. More than 100 cultivators walked out. Among them, there were more than 20 elders, and the rest were young elites. Some were as calm as mountains. Their auras were heavy and unfathomable. Some were like sharp swords. They were full of murderous intent. More than 100 cultivators were all powerful. Not to mention those famous figures, even those young cultivators had great backgrounds. Almost half of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the Ji family were here. This scorched land must have been caused by the shattering of the void. That bastard didn't die. An elder gave an order. He told everyone to spread out and search. If they found any clues, they were to report it immediately. This was only the first group of people. There were more cultivators coming. If the Crow Daoist didn't show up to provoke the Ji family, there would have been powerful figures coming to kill Yi Fan. The Ji family was powerful. They sent out messages and locked down all the places. They wanted to trap Yi Fan in this area. Yi Fan didn't think that he would see the people of the Ji family flying above the mountains in the middle of the night. How did they find this place? Of course, he didn't know that the Ji family had calculated everything using the realm gate. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. He flew through the night, but he was shocked to find out that the Ji family had locked down this area. A large number of cultivators were searching for him. 2 days later, Yi Fan's whereabouts were exposed. He was discovered by the Ji family. The clan of the ancients sure is unfathomable. They can even calculate where the void collapsed. Yi Fan exclaimed. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in even more danger if he alerted the wavering light sacred ground. If it weren't for his supreme movement technique, he wouldn't have been able to survive after being discovered. Even so, he couldn't get rid of them. 5 days later, he took a roundabout route and entered a grassland. He was thousands of miles away from the wavering light sacred ground. The people of the Ji family seemed to have locked onto him. They chased him all the way and couldn't get rid of him. On the 6th day, he finally encountered the young disciples of the Ji family. After a bloody battle, he used the cauldron to kill his way out. On the 8th day, in the depths of the grassland, a tall man blocked his way. This man looked to be in his 20s. His hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. His skin was bronze in color, his body was strong, and his aura was heavy. Who are you? Since he dared to chase him alone, he must have something special about him. Yi Fan didn't dare to underestimate him. Ji Haiyue. The tall man's voice was powerful like a bell. Never heard of you. That's because you don't know much. Behind him, more than 10 people walked out from the dense grassland. In the young generation of the Ji family, there are 3 people who have cultivated to the 3rd secret realm. 5th brother Haiyue is one of them. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Even the legendary figures had only cultivated to the 3rd secret realm. Those who had this level of cultivation in the young generation were all extraordinary figures. In the southern region, they could be counted on one hand. As far as he knew, there were only a dozen people in this area. The Ji family had 3, and the Wavering Light Sacred Ground had around 3 as well. There were also Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, and a few others. Your 5 elemental true fire has been used up. You don't have anything else to rely on. Let's see how you escape. Ji Haiyue was tall and strong. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he blocked in front of him. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up and he revealed a smile. He directly flew into the sky. He didn't want to fight them head-on. He wasn't surrounded, so there was no need to fight. However, when he flew into the sky, Yi Fan felt a gray haze. A strange power trapped him and forced him back to the ground. He knew that he was in trouble. This place had been set up by someone. They had carved Dao patterns and condensed the power of the earth veins to lock him here. Ji Haiyue sneered, "Don't waste your energy. The moment you stepped into this place, you were destined to die." As he said this, he took a step forward. However, he didn't continue to press forward. The Ji family's supreme elder had learned a lesson. Everyone was fearful. A large flag rushed out of Ji Haiyue's body and appeared in the sky. It was as black as ink and misty. It seemed to have a demonic nature that wanted to suck one's mind in. A heavenly laughter entered Yi Fan's ears. Someone secretly transmitted their voice to him, "Little brother Yi, do you need my help?" Yi Fan immediately frowned. This was the voice of the Wavering Light Saintess. In the end, she had still attracted the Wavering Light Sacred Ground. "If you want to help me, kill this Ji Haiyue first." Yi Fan replied. "That's easy for you to say. He's only second to Ji Haiyue and Ji Biyue. Before Ji Ziyue grew up, he was the 3rd strongest in the younger generation of the Ji family." The saintess' voice was sweet. No one knew where she was. She said, "If I kill him, I will have great karma with the Ji family. However, I have other ways to take you away. Don't you want to go to the northern region? I have the same intention. We can travel together." "Sure, I'd be happy to," Yi Fan replied. In such a situation, someone was willing to help him. Although he knew that the saintess was not to be trifled with, he had to get through this hurdle first. The saintess' laughter was like a silver bell, making people feel like a spring breeze. Her words were very soft. She said, "I need to prepare. You can stop Ji Haiyue first." Yi Fan knew that this was an excuse. Yao Guang's saintess did not want to act immediately. It was hard to say whether she would save him or not. Her motive was definitely not pure. She was most likely interested in his physique and cauldron. The huge flag in the sky became more and more terrifying. It was terrifyingly black, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Yi Fan hurriedly took out his cauldron and suspended it above his head to protect him. Walala! That black banner fluttered in the wind. Black mist surged and dark clouds surged. An enormous pressure poured down like mercury. Yi Fan's body felt like it was going to split apart. If he hadn't taken out the cauldron first, he might have already met with misfortune. Yi Fan used the 5 elemental true fire to burn the important figures of the Ji clan to death. This made Ji Haiyue feel apprehensive and did not dare to go all out. Humph! Ji Haiyue snorted. He was not willing to take the risk. If the other party still had the 5 elemental true fire and burnt his flag, it would be an irreparable loss. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Behind him was a vast expanse of whiteness. Endless ice and snow appeared in the air. The bone-chilling cold air was like knives that rushed over. Phenomenon. Yi Fan was shocked. The Ji clan was indeed powerful. Another disciple of the younger generation had cultivated a phenomenon. The pure white snow connected to the sky. The color of the snow was boundless. The bone-chilling cold wind whistled out. Ji Haiwa stood in a world of ice and snow like an ice god. Snow dance under the heavens. Ji Haiwa shouted. The phenomenon he condensed had an unfathomable power that pressed forward. In this region, goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered and covered the sky. It was a vast expanse of whiteness with no end. Every snowflake was the size of a palm. Cold light shot out in all directions. The sparkling and translucent snowflakes were as sharp as swords. They swept toward Ji Fan. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds came from the sky. Millions of snowflakes danced in the air, wanting to tear the sky apart. They completely covered this area. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The cauldron above his head quickly enlarged. The myriad source Ji circulated and blocked him below. If you don't have the 5 elemental true fire, do you really think that you, a cultivator in the sea of reincarnation, can stop me? Ji Haiwa's expression was cold. She stood high in the sky like a god walking out of the ice age. She shouted, "Ice river seals the heavens." The world of ice and snow behind him rushed out of endless white mist, rushing toward Ji Fan like a tsunami. Boom! The grassland was shaking, all of the vegetation quickly withering, and then shattering. Even those rocks couldn't escape, instantly freezing and cracking, and then collapsing. The terrifying cold current destroyed everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. Large fissures appeared on the grassland and extended into the distance. It looked incomparably terrifying. Anything that was in the way of the fissures would be turned into powder. Everything was frozen, everything was frozen. The snow-colored world replaced the exuberant vitality. Beauty from the Yaoguang Holy Land, what are you waiting for? Yi Fan said to her secretly. An intoxicating and sweet laughter was heard. Little brother Yi, you have to persevere. I'm still preparing. Yi Fan understood that the other party did not want to make a move at all. Everything was just an excuse. Rumble. The white mist rushed in front of him like an ocean, terrifying like a tsunami. Everything around Yi Fan was instantly turned into ashes. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was enveloped by the endless white mist and was instantly sealed in ice. A cold and firm statue appeared there. Sparkling and translucent, a huge block of ice sealed him. The cauldron floated up and down, unaffected. It hung above the ice statue. Even a legendary figure who cultivated to the 3rd secret realm can only die with regret after being sealed in ice. It's hard to prolong his life. He wants to compete with Brother Haiwei? If he doesn't have the 5 elemental true fire, he's nothing. A few people behind Ji Haiwei came forward and surrounded the huge block of ice to observe. This little bastard was arrogant for a while, but in the end, he still can't escape death. What a pity. The seniors of my Ji family were burned to death by him. It's not worth it. Brother Haiwa's ice and snow phenomenon is indeed unfathomable. He was killed the moment he attacked. I wonder if the great soul-searching art can find that supreme footwork. His soul hasn't been destroyed yet. I know what I'm doing. When Ji Haiwa said this, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the cauldron. However, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, "Retreat!" Boom! The huge block of ice suddenly cracked. Cold air wreaked havoc. Yi Fan broke out of the ice. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and directly shook the cauldron above his head. Bang! 3 Ji family members died instantly. They were crushed to dust by the cauldron's power, leaving only a bit of blood mist floating in the air. Yi Fan was very regretful. He had purposely been sealed in ice in order to lure everyone closer and use the cauldron made from the myriad source Ji to shake them all to death. He didn't expect Ji Haiwa to be so sharp. He instantly sensed the abnormality and shouted for everyone to retreat. In the end, he only killed 3 people. This brat is indeed despicable. It's just as Grand Ancestor Ji Hui said, the dozen or so people's expressions were all gloomy. They secretly clenched their teeth. In such a situation where they were certain to win, they actually let the other party kill 3 of them. It was truly humiliating. Your physique is indeed special. You can actually resist my ice and snow phenomenon. Ji Haiyue's expression was calm. He didn't have any excessive emotional fluctuations. Didn't Ji Haiyue tell you? I can even block his divine body phenomenon, let alone your ice and snow phenomenon. Yi Fan's words weren't false. His body was very special. When faced with a phenomenon, it would automatically circulate a strange power to resist the external phenomenon. It was as though it couldn't be blasphemed. He took out a green branch from the pristine jade bottle. This was the leaf of the holy fruit's mother plant. Now that there wasn't much divine spring left, he began to eat the holy leaf bud to replenish his divine power. Every time he activated the cauldron, it would consume a large amount of divine power. If he didn't have these things, it would be very difficult for him to hold on. Ji Haiyue's expression immediately darkened. Are you saying that any phenomenon is useless against you? Then let me try. Boom. In that white world of ice and snow, exuberant vitality suddenly appeared. A jade tree that was vigorous like a young dragon rushed out and froze everyone on the spot. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. There was no white snow, no ice mountain, only a jade tree. However, it froze the space. Chi. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation and was about to break through. This unforeseen event also shocked Yi Fan. This kind of phenomenon was indeed strange. After the ice and snow reached their limit, it could actually seal space. It was unheard of. Suddenly, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled slightly. Mist curled around it as though an indescribable strange power was surging out. Bang! That jade tree that froze space instantly shattered in front of Yi Fan. It turned into specks of broken light and disappeared. Ji Haiyue's body shook violently. He couldn't help but take a step back. In his world of ice and snow, that jade tree reappeared, but it was a little dimmer. How is this possible? He was full of disbelief and said, Is your physique really able to naturally restrain all kinds of strange phenomena? At this time, the others regained their freedom. Their hearts palpitated. They were frozen on the spot just now and felt waves of terrifying strange power. This really surprises me. The sacred body of the ancients is getting me more and more interested. The Yaoguang Saintess's pleasant voice once again reached Yi Fan's ears. Ji Haiyue's expression was cold as he said, I will use my true strength to kill you. Although he was only in his 20s, his strength was comparable to that of a legendary figure. His absolute combat power was enough to destroy Yi Fan. He felt humiliated to be in such a stalemate with a Nirvana realm cultivator. Whoosh! The black flag fluttered, covering the sky and suppressing Yi Fan. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed. This kind of absolute pressure was something that Yi Fan couldn't withstand. The cauldron protected him as he fell into the crack in the ground. The flag fluttered. Every time it shook, the ground would collapse. Almost in an instant, Yi Fan was suppressed dozens of meters into the ground. If it wasn't for his cauldron, which was refined from the chi of all creation, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. It would be difficult for him to withstand this kind of power. They were in different realms and separated by a natural chasm. His divine power seemed insignificant when facing a powerhouse who had cultivated 3 secret realms. Yi Fan kept stuffing the buds of the sacred tree into his mouth to replenish his divine power and to activate the chi of all creation to resist. Without these 2 things, his body and soul would have been destroyed immediately. Beauty from the holy land of Yaoguang, if you don't make a move now, when will you? Do you want to carry my dead body back? Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. There's no hurry. I think little brother Yi can still hold on. I still need some time to prepare. The Yaoguang Saintess's delicate voice came. Damn you. Yi Fan really wanted to curse out these 4 words. In the end, he changed the topic and said, I say, my wife, if you don't make a move now, your husband will die and I won't be able to go to the holy land of Yaoguang to propose. The Yaoguang Saintess was not angry. Her voice was magnetic and very bewitching. She said, Hold on for a while, sister will go save you, clang. At this moment, Ji Haiyue's face was cold. She raised her right hand and then chopped downwards. A huge ice sword rushed out from her right arm and directly split the ground. It pressed down toward Ji Fan. Crack! All the bones in his body were shaking. Although the cauldron blocked everything, the pressure was too great. His powerful physical body was about to collapse. There was still some 5-element true fire in the cauldron. Yi Fan really wanted to use it, but considering that he still had to face the Yaoguang Saintess, he didn't act rashly. Yaoguang Saintess, if you don't make a move now, I will give this cauldron to the Ji clan. After transmitting his voice, Yi Fan shouted, Ji Haiyue, I will give you the chi of all creation. Boom. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart by someone. A powerful divine power suddenly broke in and completely shattered the Tao patterns that Ji Haiyue had laid down. Everything became clear again. A human figure completely formed from light held a huge sword and slashed. The Ji clan's disciples were like scarecrows that couldn't withstand a single blow. They were killed with each sword. Clouds of bloody mist bloomed in the sky. It didn't look like a long sword anymore. It was more like the thunder god's hammer. It was extremely heavy. When it landed, one person would definitely be crushed. No matter what kind of magical treasure it was, it couldn't stop it. Almost in an instant, the dozen or so Ji clan's disciples were all killed. Not a single one could escape. Ji Haiyue's eyes were about to pop. He couldn't save them in time. It was too fast. It was so fast that before he could rush over, everything was over. Walala. He held the flag in his hand and waved it fiercely. Immediately, wind and thunder filled the sky. Clouds appeared and disappeared. The earth was shaking. Ji Haiyue was furious. She rushed over and fought with the human figure formed from light. The palm of the void, the great technique of the void, and other secret techniques were all used. They almost broke the heaven and earth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Cultivators who had cultivated to the third secret realm were indeed terrifying. He felt a sense of urgency. He had to become stronger. Even though there were only a dozen or so young people like this in this area, they still put a lot of pressure on him. At this moment, the general trend formed by the earth veins had been broken. It could no longer stop Yi Fan from leaving. He used a mysterious footwork and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, he had rushed out more than 100 miles. Little brother Yi, you truly have no conscience. For the sake of saving you, I fought with my life on the line, yet you ran away without a trace, ignoring me. Yaoguang Holy Lady's voice was sweet. She appeared in the distance, blocking his path. She was like a lotus that had just bloomed. Her skin was crystal clear and her black hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were like black gems and her eyebrows were curved. When she frowned slightly, she looked very charming. Her clothes fluttered and her dress danced, outlining the curves of her proud body. She had a devilish figure that could charm all living things. However, her body shone with a holy light. She was extremely sexy and there was a halo around her. She was half angel and half witch. It was an illusion. I didn't want to be a burden to you, so I left first. Didn't you catch up? Yi Fan felt suspicious. He said, that shadow just now it's a god of the Holy Ji Palace. What do you think? You should be able to fool Ji Haiyue after displaying that sword technique, right? The saintess smiled sweetly. She did not have any makeup on, but she was more beautiful than a flower. She made people understand what it meant to be extremely charming and what it meant to be able to topple cities with a smile. Her beauty was extremely alluring. Just at this moment, a beam of divine light rushed over from the distant sky. Her beauty was restrained, and a clear appearance appeared. She was actually very similar to the Alcade Saintess, but she was wearing armor that flickered with silver light. The cold light of the metal armor made her look even more beautiful, and she had a different kind of temperament. Whoosh, the god disappeared into her chest, leaving behind only a bit of divine power. She was nowhere to be seen. After getting rid of Ji Haiyue, he was stopped by the saintess. Yi Fan felt even more troubled. This woman was extraordinary and difficult to deal with. Do you have any way to get rid of the Ji clan? There are hundreds of powerful cultivators looking for me on this grassland. The saintess smiled and said, come with me. I promise you that you will be safe. Yi Fan frowned. He did not want to go to the Yaoguang Holy Land, but this beautiful woman was very powerful. It would be difficult for him to get rid of her. Little brother Yi, don't worry. I am not going to the Yaoguang Holy Land. I will be sent to the northern region. We can travel together then. Her red lips were moist and sexy. She smiled and said, let's leave this grassland first. Yi Fan did not say much. He followed her and came to a barren land. There was a dilapidated palace. The saintess walked in lightly and then waved at Yi Fan. She said, I have repaired the space gate here. It can teleport us tens of thousands of miles away. We can get rid of the Ji clan quickly. We are not going to the Yaoguang Holy Land? I will not lie to you. Definitely not. Yi Fan carefully observed the patterns. They were indeed not going to the Yaoguang Holy Land. There was no better choice. In order to get rid of the Ji clan, he decided to take the risk and stood on the mystic jade platform. After the source was placed, light shot into the sky and a powerful wave of energy spread out. The space gate opened and the sky cracked. The two walked in. However, the two were a bit far away. They were both afraid and didn't want to get too close. Not long after, the endless darkness disappeared and light appeared in front of them. They successfully crossed the sky and appeared in a pure land filled with flowers and birds. The stream was gurgling, the plants were fragrant, and the mountains were green and the water was clear. Pavilions were dotted between the mountains and rivers. It was quiet and natural. This is one of my residences. It is 30,000 miles away from that area. You can rest assured. Rest assured? Yi Fan thought to himself. He looked around and was ready to escape at any time. He felt that the saintess was difficult to deal with. Little brother Yi, I have shown you enough sincerity. You don't have to be on guard against me. The saintess combed her hair and smiled. I don't want your source of chi of all things. I just want to see your sacred body of the ancients and see what's so special about it. Yi Fan did not see her as a female bodhisattva. Although she was called the saintess, she acted more like a witch. She really wanted to deal with him now. However, it was better than being surrounded by the Ji clan in front of the grassland. He still had a chance at the moment, but it was hard to say who would win. My physique is terrible. It's called a useless body now. What's there to see? Yi Fan did not want her to look at his body. Little brother Yi, you are too modest. The sacred body of the ancients contains a big secret. Although I can't cultivate for countless years, the Holy Land has never given up. If I find you, I will definitely take you in. The saintess smiled charmingly and said, I won't give you to the Holy Land for them to study. I just want to see for myself what's so mysterious about you. Yi Fan looked at her beautiful and crystal clear face and said, what if I don't agree? Then I will have to trouble you for a while. I will let you sleep and see for yourself. The saintess's hair danced in the wind. Her slender neck was white and soft, which was very attractive. You set up a pattern here and condensed the power of the mountains and rivers. Are you trying to seal me here? Yi Fan looked around at the beautiful landscape. The saintess's eyelashes fluttered. She glanced at him with a mesmerizing look and said, don't think of me as a bad person. Why would I do this to you? Yi Fan was about to take out the cauldron to protect himself and then fly away. He did not want to continue to be entangled with this seductive saintess. You. At that moment, he was shocked. The divine power in his body was heavy and could not circulate smoothly. It was difficult for him to take out the cauldron. He shouted, what did you do? The saintess let out a bell-like laugh and said, it seems that you wanted to kill me just now and wanted to use your divine power. You must have felt the change in your body. Yi Fan stared at her without saying a word. When you and Ji Haiwe were fighting, I accidentally spilled some of the fairy sealing powder. It was refined by the great supreme elder of my Yaoguang school for decades. It is said that if the dosage is enough, it can completely seal the divine power of a mighty figure. The Yaoguang saintess smiled faintly and said, I'm doing this because I don't want to have any conflicts with you. Otherwise, if we fight, I might accidentally kill you. Wouldn't that be too boring? Okay, you are ruthless enough. Yi Fan slowly walked forward. The saintess smiled sweetly and said, I know that little brother Ye's physical body is as strong as a great treasure. Don't waste your energy. Don't get too close to me. Her butt was round, her waist was slender, and her breasts were round. Her neck was beautiful, and her face was peerless. At this moment, she moved her body and retreated lightly. Her smile was especially gentle and charming. Yi Fan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He estimated the distance and found that it was indeed a bit far. This saintess was too cautious. It was at this moment that he focused his mind. The golden lake between his eyebrows trembled, and his divine sense materialized and shot forward in attack. Ah, you, the saintess screamed in fear. Her beautiful face showed that she was in pain and she was about to fall. Yi Fan dashed forward quickly and his powerful consciousness did not stop attacking. He was as fast as lightning and arrived before the saintess in just a second. He leaped up and pushed the saintess onto the grass. However, the saintess only screamed in fear at the beginning. She was not dispirited at all. The space between her eyebrows also shone with dazzling light. At this moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Yi Fan. At the same time, her soft body emitted a terrifying god's energy. Even though her sea of consciousness was not hurt, she could not be distracted. Yi Fan's consciousness was too terrifying and almost suppressed her. Yi Fan felt that he could not hold this wonderful body any longer. Her soft body had an ocean-like god's energy that was about to blow him away. His consciousness did not stop attacking. The golden lake between his eyebrows was as dazzling as the sun. At the same time, he used a psychological attack and bit down. A refreshing fragrance came. He bit the saintess's ear and did not let go. As expected, the saintess was embarrassed and angry at the same time. The light between her eyebrows rippled. Yi Fan used his consciousness to attack. Yao Guang's saintess screamed. Her delicate ear was bitten by the snow-white teeth. Not only was it painful, but it also made her feel ashamed. Her soul consciousness became unstable. The light between her eyebrows dimmed. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was like a sword. It turned into a golden light beam and slashed at Yao Guang's saintess's consciousness ocean. At the same time, he tried to suppress her body to avoid being blown away. Whoosh, a diamond mark appeared between Yao Guang's saintess's eyebrows. It was like a fairy breaking out of the water. It shot out beams of colorful light and blocked the golden light beam. Yi Fan was surprised. Yao Guang's saintess's soul consciousness was so powerful that it was beyond his expectation. Her soul consciousness was almost as strong as his. He focused his soul consciousness and urged the power of his consciousness ocean. The golden lake was bubbling. Golden energy kept flowing out like water waves. It formed a sword in the air and dashed toward the diamond mark. The two of them were entangled. They could feel each other's temperature. Below them, Yao Guang's saintess was like a warm jade. Her soft and slender body shone with colorful light. She almost knocked Yi Fan away several times. Yi Fan had the upper hand in terms of soul consciousness. Even though Yao Guang's saintess was powerful, she couldn't compete with him. The golden lake was as deep as an abyss. Soul consciousness kept flowing out. At first, it was like a small stream. Then, it became like a long river. Yao Guang's saintess's face turned pale. Her beautiful face was full of surprise. The diamond mark on her forehead was fading and being suppressed. At this moment, she decided to take a risk. She gathered her thoughts and the divine power in her body boiled. A god's will rushed out of the holy Ji palace and was ready to attack Yi Fan. Because she was distracted for a moment, she became more passive in the battle of soul consciousness. Yi Fan almost attacked her consciousness ocean. Her body trembled. The golden light beam moved forward quickly. Yao Guang's saintess was shocked. She shouted. Colorful light flowed in her consciousness ocean. The diamond mark glowed again. At the same time, the god that rushed out of the holy Ji palace was completely clear. She took a step forward. She was covered in silver metal armor that shone brilliantly, making people feel like a goddess had descended to the world. Her beautiful black hair and snow-like body, set off by the silver armor, gave her an indescribable temperament. She had the charm of a witch, but also the holiness of a goddess. The two different temperaments blended together, and from different angles, she gave off a different feeling. She looked exactly the same as the Yaoguang Saintess, but at this moment, she seemed a little lost. Although her eyes were beautiful, they lacked some spirit. Yes, the real Yaoguang Saintess was fighting against Yi Fan. The gods will formed by the holy Ji Palace did not have any divine consciousness to guide it, so it could only stand there quietly. Kill. The Yaoguang Saintess snorted. She took the risk and forcefully separated a strand of her spirit to enter the deity's spirit. At this moment, Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness burned like a flame, surging forward, directly making the diamond-shaped mark dim. In a short moment, he had arrived in front of the door of the Yaoguang Saintess consciousness and was about to attack. At the same time, the black hair of the deity was flying in the air, and her silver armor was shining. Her beautiful face suddenly became lively, and her eyes were full of spirit. However, her movements were still a little stiff. Her body's potential hadn't been fully recovered. Clang! She pulled out the magical sword hanging on her waist and held it in her hand. It was as bright as autumn water. She raised it high like a goddess descending to the mortal world. It was as if she was going to kill the devil with holy light flowing around her. Swoosh! The deity waved the sword and slashed at Yi Fan, trying to cut him in half. At the same time, Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness finally attacked the Yaoguang Saintess consciousness, sending some light into her. Both of them were very decisive. Yaoguang Saintess wanted to destroy his physical body, erase his physical form, and then kill him. Yi Fan, on the other hand, wanted to destroy her sea of consciousness, destroy her divine sense, and crush her soul, thus killing her. Clang! The divine sword radiating light in all directions emitted a bone-piercing chill as it chopped down. Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness was sharp. He carried the Yaoguang Saintess and rolled away quickly. The sword slashed a 10-meter deep crack on the grassland. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying this sword was. If it hit her body, the consequences would be unimaginable. He bit the Yaoguang Saintess's crystal ear and didn't want to let go. The two entangled and rolled away for more than 10 meters. The only good thing was that this deity was slow. Only a strand of spiritual consciousness had entered her body, so it couldn't use all of its power. Ah! The Yaoguang Saintess screamed in fear. Her consciousness was broken, and the golden light flowed in like a river. Yi Fan urged his most powerful spiritual energy, trying to crush the Yaoguang Saintess's spiritual consciousness and turn the deity outside into a rootless flower. This was a holy world of consciousness with rolling clouds and mist. The Yaoguang Saintess was standing in front of him, elegant and graceful. In this world of consciousness, time seemed to have stopped. She pretended to be calm and said, "I didn't expect your spiritual consciousness to be so powerful." Yi Fan didn't have time to waste. There was a killing god outside. He rushed forward. "Little brother Yi, you can't kill me." The Yaoguang Saintess's expression turned cold. She ran away quickly and appeared in the sky of the world of consciousness. The golden light shot up into the sky and closed in. In an instant, it was in front of her. "My spiritual consciousness is my most powerful trump card. I didn't expect yours to be even more terrifying than mine," the Yaoguang Saintess said while flying. Yi Fan didn't answer. His golden spiritual consciousness turned into a big hand and slapped. Pfft! The Yaoguang Saintess's celestial body became blurry. She was injured. She moved faster and sank into the depths of the sea of consciousness. Clang, clang, clang. The golden light turned into hundreds of sword lights and shot out like a meteor shower, trying to crush the Yaoguang Saintess. Swoosh! At this moment, the beautiful figure disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, Yi Fan felt a sense of danger. In the sky above the sea of consciousness, the clouds and mist floated. A huge palace appeared and pressed towards him. Its aura was majestic like a star field. It was hard to resist. What is going on? Yi Fan was shocked. The opponent's spiritual consciousness was obviously not as powerful as his. How could she use such a terrifying power? The Yaoguang Saintess's laughter came. She stood in the huge palace like a fairy from the Jade Lake. Her clothes fluttered in the wind and she was extremely beautiful. She was surrounded by clouds and mist. "Little brother Yi, no matter how cunning you are, you will die today." Don't worry, I will bury you well. Yi Fan tried his best to retreat but found that he couldn't leave this space. The huge palace had completely sealed this place. Why is it like this? He was really shocked and said, why is there a palace in your sea of consciousness? The palace in the sky was like the moon palace. It was covered by the moonlight and looked very hazy. It made the Yaoguang Saintess look very beautiful. This is a secret treasure I found in an abandoned ancient cave in the Yaoguang Holy Land when I was young. It is called Moon Palace. Its power is hard to estimate. The Alcade saintly goddess's image was no different from a real person. Her skin was white as snow, and her cheeks were soft and delicate. She said, since the moment I got it, it went into the space between my eyebrows. After more than 10 years, it nurtured my soul consciousness to an extremely powerful level. I didn't think that I would be suppressed by your spiritual consciousness after meeting you today. This is really surprising. Moon Palace, in the forehead, and it can nurture your spiritual consciousness? Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a great treasure. So, you didn't die in vain. I will send little brother Yi on his way. The Yaoguang Saintess was shining with a holy light. When she smiled, she looked very charming, like a beautiful woman. The Moon Palace was like the Moon Palace. The moonlight spread out like water. It slowly pressed down. Everything below it would disappear soon. Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness was like a flickering candle that could be extinguished at any time. Wait a minute. Yi Fan shouted, beauty from the Yaoguang Holy Land, I still don't know your name, Yao Shi. The Yaoguang Saintess opened her red lips and uttered these 2 words. However, she didn't stop there. The huge moon palace continued to press down. In this spiritual consciousness space, time was eternal. It was hard for people to feel the passage of time. Yi Fan was shocked. He was afraid that this was all caused by the moon palace. He used all his strength to rush out. In the outside world, the golden lake between his eyebrows suddenly dimmed. Then, it turned into a golden sun and rushed out. Swoosh! It immediately entered Yaoshi's forehead. This spiritual consciousness space shook violently. Crack! The sealed space was torn apart. Yi Fan's 2 spiritual consciousnesses merged into one. He dodged the moon palace that was pressing down from the sky and reappeared in the distant sky. The Yaoguang Saintess frowned. She had failed at the last moment. She was very unwilling. Yi Fan stopped in the distant sky. He didn't retreat immediately. Suddenly, he laughed and said, I understand now. That moon palace can only float up and down to fix the surrounding area. You can't take it out. No wonder you lured me there. Even so, what can you do? Yao Shi sneered. She looked calm and calm. My spiritual consciousness is in the moon palace. You can't do anything to me. Indeed. Yi Fan nodded and then laughed. I will block your spiritual consciousness here. I will send a strand of my spiritual consciousness to worship the heaven and earth with you. Let's see if you can stay calm then. You. The Yaoguang Saintess couldn't stay calm anymore. I'm going. Yi Fan laughed. He sent out a strand of his spiritual consciousness and said, to the bridal room. The moon palace was fixed in between Yaoshi's brows. Time seemed to have stopped inside. When Yi Fan rushed out, only a moment had passed in the outside world. The strand of spiritual consciousness returned to his forehead. His corporeal body immediately regained its senses. At this moment, he was still biting that delicate and beautiful ear. The fragrance that resembled an orchid wafted into his nostrils. Chi. Not far away, that deity slashed again with his sword. Yi Fan quickly jumped up and retreated with the Yaoguang Saintess. That deity's movements were slow, but it was still a great threat. At this moment, he blocked the Yaoguang Saintess's spiritual consciousness between her brows so that her spiritual consciousness couldn't rush out. Even though this soft celestial body was surging with divine power, it was no longer a threat to him. Yaoguang Saintess, if you don't come out, we will enter the bridal room. Yi Fan laughed. Even though his divine power was sealed, his corporeal body was still very strong. He ran like the wind and the deity behind him couldn't catch up. Bang! Yi Fan punched out with all his might, hitting the flesh in his arms, but he was unable to break it. Surprisingly, a star map appeared on the Yaoguang Saintess's body. It looked like the armor of a deity as it emitted mysterious lights. He was shocked and felt that this woman wasn't simple at all. Boom! The space between Yaoxi's brows was filled with divine light. She tried her best to break out as she didn't want to be trapped inside. She was afraid that Yi Fan would mess around. Although her spiritual consciousness couldn't rush out, she could feel everything outside. A little bit of her spiritual consciousness entered her body. She screamed in fear, "What are you doing?" "I'm measuring for you." Yi Fan laughed. "Bastard." Yi Fan held the Yaoguang Saintess in his arms and ran fast. The deity behind him moved slowly, so he got rid of him quickly. One of his arms was wrapped around Yaoxi's slim waist. He felt her softness while his other hand moved randomly. He teased, "Your body is so light and slender. I didn't know that some parts of you are so well developed." "You." The Yaoguang Saintess almost fainted from anger. "You are well developed where you should be well developed and slender where you should be slender. I can't help but admire you. If I throw you into the crowd, I think many men will go crazy for you." Yi Fan bit her earlobe and said, "If you want to deal with me, you should be prepared to pay the price." Yaoxi's jade-like body shone with light, soft and alluring. Her fragrant body smelled like orchids. Her slender neck was as white as jade, shining with light. Her beautiful hair floated on Yi Fan's face like a spring breeze. "Yi Fan, I'm going to kill you. I'll give you two choices. One is to let me control the soul consciousness. The other is to enter the bridal room." Yi Fan's hand circled her slim waist while his other hand moved randomly. He laughed. "Make your decision." Yaoguang Saintess was half a demon and half an angel. She had an unparalleled charm. Although she was very charming, she was surrounded by holy light and had a special aura. She had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, and a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Coupled with this almost contradictory temperament, it made her look like she could turn all living things upside down and was extremely charming. "I won't choose any of them." Yaoxi's black gem-like eyes shot out two beams of light. She looked ethereal. Although she had only sent out a few beams of soul consciousness, she still showed her intimidating competence. Yi Fan revealed a cold smile. The small gold lake in his glabella sent out another beam of soul consciousness towards Yaoguang Saintess. He wanted to erase those beams of soul consciousness. "Unless your soul consciousness stays in the Moon Palace forever, I will kill every beam that comes out." The gold light was like quicksilver pouring on the ground. It swept through every inch of space and captured Yaoguang Saintess's soul consciousness. At the same time, he tightened his arms to suppress Yaoguang Saintess's soft body to resist her powerful god power. Swoosh! Yaoxi's soul consciousness was extinguished immediately. She wanted to hide, but the light in her eyes dimmed. "You can't escape!" Yi Fan shouted. Then, the gold light was so dazzling that it swept over instantly. Yaoguang Saintess screamed in fear. Her beams of soul consciousness were sealed and destroyed on the spot. "Yi Fan, you dare to do this to me." Yaoguang Saintess was so cold. Her soul consciousness sent out from her glabella. Her soul consciousness was as cold as the snow in the wind. "I will ask you one more time. What will you choose?" Yi Fan held Yaoguang Saintess and walked across a stone bridge to a pavilion. "Aren't you afraid that the Yaoguang Holy Land will destroy your body and soul?" Yaoguang Saintess hissed. "I only know that if I don't control you, I can't escape death. You have done this to me. What else can I hold back? I won't have any scruples." Yi Fan sat on a stone stool in the pavilion and held her slim waist. "How can we reach another agreement?" The Yaoguang Saintess was truly afraid. Normally, everything was under her control, and she was calm and composed. However, at this moment, she felt uneasy. "What kind of agreement?" "Release the tiger back to the mountain, leave behind future trouble, so that you can come and kill me in the future?" Yi Fan sneered and said, "I have even killed the grand elder of the Ji family. I have offended such a huge family. Why should I be afraid of another Yaoguang Holy Land? Are you determined to get rid of me?" Yaoguang Saintess's divine sense fluctuated. "I won't kill you. Let me control my divine sense. I think we can get along very well." Yifan exerted a little force and let the soft body sit on his lap. The Yaoguang Saintess shrieked, "Yifan, don't go too far. I let you control the spiritual awareness, so you can do whatever you want." Yifan's lips curled into a smile, "I won't go back on my word. I will do what I say because I actually just want to live. You forced me to do all of this." He reached out his other hand and stroked the Yaoguang Saintess's body. Instantly, she screamed. "Yifan, you, stop." Yaoguang Saintess's divine sense went back into her body. She could feel everything clearly. When his hand stroked her body, she had goosebumps all over her body. She said coldly, "Your conditions are too harsh. If I am not harsh, how can I live?" Yifan lifted Yaoxi's chin and said with a faint smile, "You are as pretty as a flower and as beautiful as jade. I can't help but want to love you. If you don't make a decision now, let's go to the bridal room. It won't be unfair for me to have you." "You, shameless." Yaoxi was furious. The Yaoguang Saintess was so noble in the southern region. No matter where she went, she would attract everyone's attention. Many people looked up to her. However, Yifan said it wouldn't be unfair for him to have her. Yifan's smile grew bigger. He stroked her smooth cheek and said, "Make a decision now." Yaoguang Saintess's skin was as smooth as silk. It was as warm and clear as jade. She was like a pearl that could move people's hearts. She had an incomparable charm. "I can't agree to any of your conditions." Yaoxi's divine sense surged violently. Yifan smiled and said, "Good, good, good. I think you are choosing the second condition. If so, let's go to the bridal room." Yaoguang Saintess screamed. Her black hair danced in the wind. She looked like a fallen angel descending to the mortal world. Her eyes were misty. Her divine sense rushed out and she wanted to use her secret technique to kill Yifan. At the same time, her body was surrounded by multicolored light. She looked like a beautiful jade with strange lights and surging god power. Yifan sent out a few divine senses and attacked Yaoguang Saintess' divine sense. At the same time, he swung his fists at Yaoguang Saintess's body. Bang! His powerful body couldn't break Yaoxi's celestial body just like last time. His invincible fists were blocked by the light. Bang, bang. His fists could break spirit treasures, but they couldn't kill her. On the surface of Yaoguang Saintess's body, there was a mysterious star map. It was faintly discernible and blocked the fists. It was a strange scene. The star map was bright and shiny. At the same time, it felt deep as if there was a real star region covering Yaoxi's body. "What is this?" Yifan was confused. He kept punching but couldn't break it. The star map was like the battle armor of a god. It was misty and holy and blocked his fists. "Yifan, we can actually sit down and talk," Yaoguang Saintess said. She was covered in light and starlight kept flowing around her. Yifan ignored her and directly destroyed several strands of her divine consciousness, leaving only one strand for her to use sound transmission. "This is the battle armor of the Yaoguang Holy Land. You can never break it. The battle armor of the Saintess. I don't need to break it. I just need to take off the other layer." Yifan directly tore off a part of Yaoguang Saintess's sleeve. "You." Yaoguang Saintess was enraged by his words. She was even more frightened by his actions. "I think it will be easier to take off the other layer than to break the Saintess battle armor." Yifan's actions were gentle but firm. Rip. Another part of her sleeve was torn. It fluttered outside the pavilion like a butterfly. Yifan held Yaoguang Saintess with one hand and moved the other hand calmly as if he was about to open a treasure box and appreciate the treasure. "You." Yaoguang Saintess was indeed scared. She said in a trembling voice, "Stop." Rip. Her sleeve fell down like flowers falling to the ground. Her jade arm was exposed. It was white like lotus root coming out of water. It was warm like white jade. The curve was soft and beautiful. It could be said to be a magnificent work of art. This jade-like arm was spotlessly white and flawless with specks of luster. It could be said to have flesh of ice and bones of jade, bewitching one's mind. "So perfect," Yifan commented in a gentle voice. However, in Yaoguang Saintess's ears, it was like the sound of swords and knives. Her emotions were fluctuating violently. This was something she had never imagined. Yi Fan, do you know what you are doing? She tried to speak calmly. Of course I know. I am appreciating the naked arm of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, there is no wine or food. Otherwise, I would enjoy it. You. Seeing him being so proud, Yao Guang Saintus was even more ashamed and angry. Yi Fan reached out his hand and slid it over her arm. He felt the softness and crystal. He said, "You are a feast for the eyes. I don't need wine or food. Yao Guang Saintus alone is enough." You. Don't mess around. Yao Guang Saintus looked nervous. She used to be so charming and sexy. However, at this moment, she was anxious. She didn't look charming at all. Don't worry. I won't mess around. Yi Fan smiled and said, I am always serious when I do things. Speaking to this point, he looked at it seriously and carefully. With a ripping sound, he tore off the other sleeve. The other jade arm also flickered with a hazy luster, with specks of light circulating. Yi Fan. I said I will be serious. Don't worry. Then, he paused and said, no wonder people say that the world is what I want, and so are the beauties. The beautiful body is right in front of me. I love the world more than the beauties. You, bastard. Yao Guang Saintus was about to go crazy. At this moment, she was sitting on Yi Fan's lap with her arms exposed. Her soft and beautiful body was in intimate contact with him. She could feel Yi Fan's warmth. She was so angry. Yi Fan held her waist and turned her back to him. His fingers moved gently. Her clothes were like flowers, drawing a beautiful path and floating to the side. Her white back was crystal clear. Her soft skin had a layer of red. She was very close to Yi Fan. She was right in front of him. Her fragrance was like that of an orchid. Yao Guang Saintus was like a demonic woman usually. However, in this situation, she couldn't let go of herself. She was so embarrassed. Yi Fan. You. Yao Guang Saintus' voice was shaking. Tearing. Another sound. Her clothes fell. Yao Guang Saintus' back was exposed. Her jade-like skin was crystal clear and full of luster. It was like a perfect work of art. You have to understand that I am the only saintess of the Yaoguang Holy Land. If you go too far, you will not be able to take it back. Yaoguang Saintess had her back to Yi Fan. She was sitting on his lap. Her jade-like skin could feel his breath on her back. I will move forward. I don't need to take it back. Speaking of this, Yi Fan smiled and said, I remember a saying in my hometown. Are you a beast or worse than a beast? You are worse than a beast. Yao Guang Saintus shouted, but her voice was shaking. If I don't do anything, people will say that I am worse than a beast. If I do something, I will just be called a beast. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. It seems like it can be used everywhere. You, don't worry. I am doing it seriously. Yi Fan replied. His eyes were crystal clear. He didn't look intoxicated at all. His fingers touched her jade-like skin and said, I will follow your advice. I can't be worse than a beast. His fingers moved on her jade-like skin. The warmth and softness were transmitted from his fingertips to his heart. However, he was very clear-headed. Tearing. Yi Fan tore off the front of Yao Guang Saintus' clothes and threw them to the sky. His hands moved to the front of Yao Guang Saintus. His hands were warm, but his eyes were brighter. Suddenly, his murderous intent shot up to the sky. Right at this moment, Yao Guang Saintus was no longer nervous. She was no longer shaking. She was calm. Her entire body was cold. Heavenly light rushed out of her ocean of consciousness. I have been waiting for you to come out. The golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows transformed into a sun and shrouded the area in front of him. I knew you were acting. Yao Guang Saintus, you still don't have a chance. Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness turned into a golden heavenly sword. It kept slashing and smashing the heavenly light into pieces. I thought you would come out at the last moment. I didn't expect that you still can't let go. Although Yao Guang's Saintess' spiritual consciousness was blocked, her expression was cold. Her beautiful face showed no emotion. Her powerful spiritual consciousness fought against Yi Fan. She wanted to break through the golden sun. Yi Fan sneered. His hands circled around her naked upper body. He was moving around recklessly. I told you, I have been serious. Yi Fan sneered. You really think I am greedy for your beauty? Let go of me. Yao Guang's Saintess felt it. Her skin turned pink. She was so embarrassed. Of course, I don't mind doing some wonderful things with you. Yi Fan's voice was calm. His spiritual consciousness was like a burning fire. He covered Yaoxi's spiritual consciousness and said, if I can control your spiritual consciousness, I will spare your life. Stop resisting. Yi Fan hugged Yao Guang's Saintess and felt her warmth. It seemed very intimate, but his consciousness was like a cold wind sweeping up the snow with endless murderous intent. This was a battle of consciousnesses. The golden sun turned into flames and covered Yaoxi's consciousness. It burned and wanted to turn it into ashes. Although the two of them spoke very nicely, when they started fighting, they both wanted to kill each other. Yao Guang's Saintess moaned in pain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 strands of her consciousness were melted away. Yao Guang's Saintess, you don't have half a chance. Yi Fan approached her step by step. At the same time, his hands circled around her jade-like body and moved around randomly. His hands were warm and soft, disturbing Yaoxi's mind. She was ashamed and angry, and her consciousness could not be focused. However, at this moment, Yi Fan suddenly felt great danger. Yao Guang's Saintess smiled sweetly. She was very charming and charming. Little man, go to hell. Her words were very gentle like the spring breeze and gentle water. However, her murderous intent made people's hearts palpitate. After Yi Fan crushed more than 10 strands of consciousness, he was shocked to find that the innermost consciousness core released a dazzling light like the sun had exploded. Bang, it really did break apart. The divine will shattered like a burning nebula. Terrifying fluctuations surged out from the most primitive point, quickly destroying everything in the surroundings. Although Yi Fan's consciousness was powerful, it was immediately wounded. He did not expect Yaoxi to be so decisive. She shattered the consciousness at the last moment and wanted to perish together with him. He truly felt the threat of death. His consciousness rushed in all directions to avoid the center of the storm. However, everything was too sudden. Even though he was prepared, his consciousness was still shaken. Boom, Yi Fan almost fainted. The powerful golden blazing sun was broken into several pieces and almost extinguished, making him feel a wave of weakness. The only thing that made him happy was that the origin of his consciousness was not damaged. After resting for a while, everything could be restored. The golden consciousness quickly rushed together and became a blazing sun again. However, it was much dimmer than before and was no longer as dazzling. Yao Guang's Saintess. Yi Fan's voice was cold as he shook the soft body in his arms. At this moment, Yaoxi's upper body was naked, like a beautiful piece of jade, a perfect work of art, but she didn't move at all. He really died just like that? Yi Fan was bewildered. Just now, it was extremely dangerous and he almost died. Could it be that the other party really shattered? His divine sense and completely no longer existed in this world? Yao Guang's Saintess, I don't believe that you're dead. Yi Fan's lips curled up into a cold smile. His large hands grabbed onto her breasts and moved about randomly. However, the Yao Guang Saintess did not react at all when her holy land was desecrated. Yi Fan couldn't be sure. He moved his hands around her body and slapped her continuously. However, he realized that her divine power was slowly calming down and almost extinguishing. Her jade-like body was no longer soft, about to become ice-cold and rigid. Her entire body truly lacked vitality, life fluctuations gradually coming to a stop. Whoosh! Yi Fan took off her dress, revealing her alluring body to the air. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade, perfect and flawless, causing people to sigh in admiration. The other party still did not react. She was like a jade statue, not moving at all as she sat quietly on his lap. Yi Fan sent out a strand of his divine sense into the depths of Yaoxi's sea of consciousness. He really didn't believe that she would die just like that. Boom! At this moment, a majestic pressure pressed down on him. The moon palace shook and fell down, pressing down on his divine sense. I knew you weren't dead. Yi Fan's divine sense quickly retreated. I didn't expect that I would not be able to kill you even after I used up a large amount of my divine sense and the puppet core that I refined for many years. The Yaoguang Saintess expression was solemn as she said, the strength of your divine sense has exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan was shocked. Just now, his source of consciousness was almost shattered. He didn't know what other tricks this Yaoguang Saintess was hiding. Fortunately, he was clear-headed. Yao Shi, what else do you have to rely on? If not, then I won't be polite. In the outside world, his finger moved on this jade-like body. In the sea of consciousness, the Yaoguang Saintess expression changed. She sensed all this and said coldly, since it is like this, let's die together. Her divine sense started to burn. The moon palace shook continuously and slowly flew out, pressing down on Yi Fan. Burn my divine sense and take out the moon palace to shatter your sea of consciousness. Yao Shi shouted. Seeing that she was really going to die together, Yi Fan decisively retreated. His divine sense rushed out and blocked the space between her eyebrows. You want to come out? That's impossible. Even if you burn your divine sense, I won't let you take out the moon palace. Yi Fan used his divine sense to seal the space between her eyebrows, preventing her from rushing out. Boom. The Yaoguang Saintess sea of consciousness trembled. She was preparing for a life and death attack. If you continue to attack, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Fan moved around on her body and said, let me see how different the so-called Saintess is. The Yaoguang Saintess was startled and angry. The thing she was most afraid of had finally happened. Yi Fan was really going to mess around. His fingers slid gently and every inch of this celestial body was touched. She was warm and moist in his hands. The fragrance of orchids assailed his nostrils. Other than the last hurdle, the Yaoguang Saintess jade body was no longer a secret to him. If you don't compromise, I really don't mind some wonderful things happening. Yi Fan paused and said, now, I will give you a third choice. Recite the ancient scripture from the Yaoguang Holy Land. He knew that if he made this request in the beginning, she would definitely refuse. However, at this desperate moment, if he gave Yao Shi some hope, she might compromise. However, the result was out of Yi Fan's expectation. The Yaoguang Saintess didn't even think and said, don't even think about it. She knew very well that at this point, compromising would only benefit the other for nothing. So, she decisively refused. If that's the case, then let some wonderful things happen. Yi Fan hugged the Yaoguang Saintess and was no longer polite. His hands ate heartily. Then, he stood up and placed her on the stone table in the pavilion. At this moment, there was only one step left. Yao Shi's snow-white body was right in front of him, and all the secrets were laid bare in front of him. The Yaoguang Saintess had a jade-like body. Her lines were beautiful, outlining her soul-stirring figure. At this moment, there was nothing left. She was flawless and crystal clear, enough to enchant all living beings. Long eyelashes, black gem-like eyes, jade-like cheeks, slender neck, plump twin peaks, slender waist, perfectly round buttocks, slender and straight jade-like legs. Any man who saw her would have their blood pumping. The Yaoguang Saintess was originally high up and surrounded by endless halos. No matter where she went, she would always be the center of attention. Many men had to look up to her. However, at this moment, she was placed on the stone table naked. It was unimaginable. If this news got out, it would definitely shake the entire southern domain. Many people would lose sleep and find it hard to accept. Yi Fan was extremely calm. He stood in front of the stone table and didn't move immediately. He just looked at her calmly. Even though the Yaoguang Saintess was like a demoness, at this critical juncture, she couldn't ignore it. She said with a trembling voice, since it's like this, let's shatter together. Hong, she ignited her spiritual sense, making the lunar palace tremble. A rhombus-shaped bloody mark appeared between her brows. It seemed to have cracked. Yao Shi didn't care about the price. In the end, she still activated the lunar palace. The lunar palace was like a mountain. It was incomparably majestic and couldn't be blocked at all. In the end, you still made this kind of decision. You didn't care about the price, wanting me to take you down with me. Unfortunately, I won't die. Yi Fan drifted backwards. Since he couldn't kill the other party, then he would let her kill herself. As for the so-called beauty, he couldn't care less about it right now. Originally, he was just trying to survive. He created a path of life. Everything he did was just a reflection of his methods. Yao Guang Saintess, what a pity. I will burn a few pieces of paper for you. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan retreated several dozen meters. The lunar palace shattered the pavilion and floated in the air. Yao Shi's spiritual sense burned and enveloped the perfect body. However, Yi Fan's smile froze. Yao Guang Saintess laughed coldly. Although my spiritual sense has been burned, I have left a bit of the origin in the lunar palace. It will recover soon. You can't restrain me now. Hong, at this moment, an even more terrifying energy fluctuation came. It was even more terrifying than when Yao Shi burned her spiritual sense. A destructive aura covered the sky. A beautiful goddess in silver armor stood not far from the mysterious jade platform. It was the deity that Yao Guang Saintess had transformed into in the palace. No! Yao Guang Saintess screamed. Yi Fan's expression also changed completely. That deity was powerless to stop Yi Fan. She found this place and saw him desecrating Yao Guang Saintess. She opened the space gate and then broke the jade platform, shattering the void. Yao Guang Saintess had tried her best and was about to escape. She didn't expect the deity she had transformed into would use such a method. There was a very short time difference between the two. But the result was completely different. The terrible consequences were unpredictable. Yi Fan cursed and ran for his life. His divine power was sealed and he didn't have the cauldron to protect him. After the void was shattered, he couldn't resist such a destructive force. While running, he waved Yao Guang Saintess's bra and said, Yao Shi, if you can survive, you can use the ancient scriptures from the Yao Guang Holy Land to exchange for this bra. I will take your life in the future. Yao Guang Saintess's naked body sparkled under the sunlight. She was extremely beautiful. I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will auction it to the world. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed. The two attacked each other and used their own methods to escape. In this region, the void was completely shattered, completely erupting, berserk and devastating in all directions. Boom. Boom, the shattering of the void represented the collapse of the real world. Except for the powerful cultivators, no cultivators could resist this kind of power. If they were caught in it, they would be smashed into powder. Yi Fan couldn't use his divine power. Even though he was fast, he still couldn't avoid the aftershocks. It wasn't the area where the void was shattered. It was just a little bit of aftershock from the outer area, but it still sent him flying. At this moment, even his powerful body couldn't bear it. His body made cracking noises as he flew hundreds of meters away and fell into the mountain stream. Yao Guang Saintess was in a worse situation. She had only escaped to the edge when she was shrouded by the destructive force behind her. She screamed. Yi Fan could clearly hear his bones cracking. His body was almost deformed as he suffered unimaginable damage. Plop. After falling into the mountain stream, he was in a state of half-consciousness, and drowsiness. The mountain stream, waterfall, and spring water converged to form a river that flowed under the beautiful mountain range. Yi Fan floated up and down, moving with the waves as he was swept into the distance. This river was not very rapid. It would most likely enter the plains in the future and converge into a surging river. Yi Fan would occasionally wake up, but he did not have any strength. He felt as if his bones were broken in at least a dozen places as he floated in this wide river. One had to know that his physical body was comparable to a heavy treasure, yet he was still injured to this extent. One could imagine how terrifying it was at that time. After drifting for 3 whole days, Yi Fan's consciousness gradually recovered. He immediately grimaced as he felt intense pain in many places. At this time, the river had calmed down. There was a dock not far away with many boats. There was a city on the riverbank. Bang! He was washed to the dock and crashed into a large boat. Someone immediately discovered him. Damn, so unlucky. Being hit by a dead person, no luck for the whole year. The people on the boat cursed. Not dead, he seems to still be breathing. Bring him up and let's see. Someone went into the water and hurriedly brought Yi Fan onto the boat. Could it be an expert of the cultivation world? The bosun was shocked and said, could it be that he is heavily injured and has fallen into the river? He stretched out his hand towards Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. He quickly stood up and cursed, a piece of trash, there are no fluctuations of divine power. The others gathered around and observed Yi Fan while discussing. Disfigured face, crooked mouth, slanted eyes, one leg long and one leg short. His body is also deformed. I have never seen such an ugly person. This ugly monster is clutching a woman's bra in his hand and refuses to let go. Could it be that he wants to commit suicide for love? This bra is really beautiful. It is a bit humiliating for him to hold it in his hand. I say, old Li-san, don't tell me you still want her? Such an ugly guy, the girl he likes can't be any better. Be careful of nightmares. Some of the people on the pier were discussing among themselves. Yi Fan quickly understood. The void had shattered, and his physical body had suffered serious damage. It was completely deformed, and if he wanted to recover, he needed to reconnect his bones. Right now, he really did look like an ugly monster. How should we deal with him? It seems like he can be revived. Leave it at the dock and let it fend for itself. Consider it as us doing a good deed. The shipowner circled around Yi Fan and said, we can't save him for nothing. Isn't the Kuai gang in the city recruiting people everywhere? If we sell him there, it can be considered as helping him make a living. The Kuai gang is looking for people everywhere. What are they trying to do? The person next to him asked. Rumor has it that a major force is recruiting people to go to the northern region to dig for source chi. Heavens, the northern region. Mortals can't reach it even if they walk for 10 lifetimes. How can they go? Cultivators have the means of immortals and can cross the void. Although we can't reach there, it is not difficult for them. Yi Fan wanted to stand up and leave, but when he heard their words, his heart suddenly moved and he didn't get up. Ugly, are you okay? The shipowner lowered his body and asked. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a few days. Yi Fan naturally had to cooperate. Hearing this, the shipowner was very satisfied and said, get him something to eat and then send it to the Kuai gang. The Kuai gang was only a small sect, not even comparable to the spirit void wonderland, but in such a city, it was a giant. This area was close to the Yaoguang Holy Land, and all the sects were affiliated with it. The Kuai gang's status was far from enough. It was the lowest sect, controlled by the sects that were affiliated with the Yaoguang Holy Land. Why are you sending everyone here? We need strong labor, not disabled people like this. After seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the Kuai gang was very dissatisfied. He is very strong, definitely not disabled. If you don't believe me, let him carry a rock. The shipowner smiled apologetically. Yi Fan cooperated and lifted a large rock. He walked a few steps before throwing it on the ground. Just like that, he was left behind. 5 days later, the Kuai gang sent him and hundreds of people to a sect called Jade Mirage. Check carefully, don't let cultivators sneak in. We are bringing people to dig for source, not to help people cross the void. If something goes wrong, no one can bear the responsibility. The Jade Mirage was affiliated with the Yaoguang Holy Land and served it. An old man held a jade needle in his hand and placed Yi Fan and the others in front of the mountain. Rays of jade light shot out and pierced the people's sea of reincarnation. Very good, no divine power. The old man nodded in satisfaction. However, it did not end there. Next, more than a dozen old men came forward and checked carefully more than a dozen times before letting the hundreds of people pass. This was selecting people for the Yaoguang Holy Land, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. In these few days, Yi Fan learned a lot of information. The appearance of the exceptional source of God in the northern region had alarmed the eastern barren territory. Many great forces could not wait and came to the northern lands to support their own representatives to open source mines in the area where the source of God had been discovered. Countless years ago, various holy lands and clans of the clan of the ancients had entered the northern region and had their own source mines. This time, the origin ancient mine was not peaceful, and the source of God had appeared in other places, which made them pay more attention. Source was extremely mysterious. It was formed before the primordial age and could even be traced back to the beginning of the world. It was buried under the earth. It was difficult for cultivators to find it because it was wrapped in a strange stone skin. Even cultivators could not see through this kind of stone skin. Only by mining it could one determine whether or not there was an source. It was like the jadeite on the other side of the starry sky. When it was wrapped in old skin, all kinds of sophisticated instruments could not detect it. Only by cutting it open could one know if there was a green. Moreover, there would sometimes be all kinds of evil things when mining source. For example, mysterious creatures that had been sleeping for a long time would come out, or fiendish energy from before the ancient underworld would leak out. Thus, very few cultivators would personally mine source. Even though these ordinary people knew that they were going to the northern region to mine source and that it was not safe, they could not resist the temptation of gold. Yifan's sea of reincarnation had been sealed and his divine power had dried up. If he stayed in this area, there would be no way out. He decided to take a risk and use this chance to go to the northern region. At present, many bones in his body were deformed, including his cheekbones and jaw. It could be said that he was completely disfigured. His left calf was broken into 3 pieces. It looked like his left leg was a bit short, and the other parts were the same. His body was almost deformed. His life force was really strong. In just 5 or 6 days, his broken bones had already healed. However, because it was not corrected, after the bones were reconnected, the shape was not right. He looked ugly no matter how one looked at it. Yifan purposely looked like this. He could only reconnect the bones when he reached the northern region. He needed this kind of appearance now. After staying at the Jade Void Gate for 7 or 8 days, they checked again and again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they sent Yifan and the others to the Yaoguang sacred land. From far away, the people of the Jade Void Gate descended from the clouds and walked forward with hundreds of people. Yifan was very surprised. In front of him, there were clouds and rosy clouds. Many mountains were floating in the sky and not on the ground. Each mountain was majestic. Some were surrounded by demonic clouds, and some were surrounded by colorful mist. It was as if they had existed since the beginning of the world and emitted the aura of the ancient underworld. A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. A young cultivator mocked. In fact, he was also very shocked. He said, "This is just a corner of the Yaoguang sacred land. In the deepest part, it is even more mysterious and magnificent. It is said that there are all kinds of temples from before the primordial age. There is even a god city that stands on the clouds and never falls." The hundreds of mortals had never seen such a scene. They were all dumbfounded and called out the immortal land. Some people even knelt down directly. In front of them, there was a flash of light. Several figures rushed over quickly. The people of the Yaoguang sacred land were in front of them. With a middle-aged man in the lead, several young men and women followed him and landed on the ground. It was impossible for Yifan to say that he was not nervous. However, he had to take a risk. He could not survive in the southern region. Fortunately, no one in the Yaoguang sacred land knew him except for the saintess. He felt that it was impossible for him to meet the saintess of the Yaoguang sacred land. The people of the Jade Void Gate hurried forward and bowed respectfully. The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked them to stand up. A dazzling light covered the hundreds of people. Strange energy was fluctuating. After a quarter of an hour, the light disappeared. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "No problem. There is no divine power." Hearing this, Yifan let out a long sigh. At the same time, his heart sank. The celestial bestowal powder was so terrifying that it could temporarily dry up his divine power. Even a powerful cultivator could not see it. Could he still recover? The middle-aged cultivator waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the sky was covered and the hundreds of people were taken in. The hundreds of mortals cried out in surprise. This kind of secret technique made them extremely shocked. However, not long after, they saw the sun again. They appeared on a huge island floating in the sky. Around them, the fog was hazy and the clouds were moving up and down. They could faintly see many mountains floating in the distance. They were majestic but did not lose their beauty. They could be called magnificent. This is the Yaoguang sacred land. I have only seen a small part of it. It is so grand and magnificent. No wonder it is called a sacred land. Taishan is big enough, but it cannot be compared to this. Yi Fan sighed. He really wanted to know how magnificent the various ancient temples in the depths of the Yaoguang sacred land were. He wanted to see the immortal city that would never fall. However, he could not do as he wished. Right now, he was just a mortal who was going to dig for sources. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. On the floating island, a woman landed. She was otherworldly and extremely familiar. She wore a blue robe and looked like a white lotus with rolling dewdrops. She also looked like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. She gave off a refreshing and natural feeling. Wei Wei. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen an old friend. Wei Wei came from the Void Spirit Wonderland. She was the one who brought Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others out of the forest outside the barren ancient forbidden land. Rumor had it that she was extremely talented and rarely seen in 1,000 years. The Void Spirit Wonderland did not want to waste her talent and sent her to the Yaoguang sacred land. He did not think they would meet again today. Yi Fan turned to the side, not wanting to be discovered by her. Senior sister Yao Shi is back. This time, she seems to have suffered a great loss outside. Her injuries are very serious. A disciple from the Yaoguang sacred land said. Senior sister Yao Shi will be going to the northern region soon. Wei Wei's red lips parted as she glanced at Yi Fan. Then, she slowly walked away. Up ahead, the fog was hazy. A gate stood before them. All mortals had to pass through, and once again, they would be inspected. Other than the hundreds of them, there were thousands of people waiting here. Everyone passed through one by one and nothing happened. This made Yi Fan sigh in relief. I need to go to the northern region. Today, I will bring a group of people with me. In the center of the island, there was a high platform. It was completely made of Xian jade and was shining brightly. An old man in green stood on top with some young disciples behind him. Farewell, venerable elder. Wei Wei and the others bowed below the platform. Whoosh, the old man in green waved his sleeve and all the thousands of people were taken into his sleeve. Then, the Xian jade platform shot up into the sky and the gate opened. He stepped in and the young people followed him. After being taken into the sleeve of the Yaoguang sacred land, Yi Fan sighed in relief. He was about to enter the northern region. This time, he had finally left the southern region. It was absolutely quiet. Time didn't pass, and there were no lights or shadows. It was extremely quiet in the pitch-black void. It felt like a moment, but also like 10 lifetimes. This strange journey was finally over, and people could feel the flow of time. The void split open, and the highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land walked out, followed by several young disciples. They stood respectfully aside. He waved his sleeve, and a gray fog filled the air. Thousands of people fell to the ground and got out of his wide sleeve. Were they in the northern region? Everyone was both nervous and expectant. Yi Fan was a little excited. Finally, they had come to the other side of the eastern continent. A brand new life was about to begin. What kind of place was this? Looking around, it was completely different from what he had imagined. There were no flowers, no bustling crowds, and no vibrant plants. The land was desolate. The soil was red, and the rocks were reddish-brown. It was bleak and lonely. The boundless land was extremely empty. There was no sign of life at all. Only some bare stone mountains dotted the horizon. It was a barren land without any signs of life. There was no sign of life at all. It was lifeless. This is the northern region? Didn't they say that this place was full of gold and pearls? Not to mention people, I can't even see a blade of grass. What kind of place is this? We have to collect origin source here for 10 years before we can go back to the southern region. Oh my God! At this moment, thousands of people were dumbfounded. This cold and bitter place that resembled the Gobi gave rise to a bad feeling in everyone's hearts. The highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land frowned and said, "Didn't the school that sent you here tell you what kind of place this is? It's completely different from what they said." We didn't expect it to be like this. This is a place where even wild birds won't land. The northern region has always been like this. The highest elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land said calmly. The northern region was boundless and famous for its origin source mines. Compared to the vast land, this place was sparsely populated. There were no signs of human habitation within thousands of miles. Most of the places were barren. Success came from the origin source, and failure also came from the origin source. This mysterious substance condensed the essence of life and seemed to have sucked up all the spiritual qi in the entire northern region. It was difficult for the world's outstanding people and prosperous land to have anything to do with the northern region. There were also oases in the northern region, but compared to the boundless land, they were really insignificant. This place was rich in origin energy, so the people here did not have to worry about food and clothing. However, it was also because of origin energy that battles to the death often broke out. The people here were fierce and often fought over origin ores. Therefore, when the great sage dug the origin source mines in the northern region, they mostly brought people from their own regions. The origin source was as precious to cultivators as gold was to mortals. As a result, there were bandits everywhere. Not only the locals, but also forces from all over the Eastern Barren Territory. Not only the locals, but there were also other forces in the origin source mines. Generally, the origin source mines was chaotic. This barren land was famous because of the origin, and it was destined to be chaotic and bloody. The highest elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land walked forward, leaving a series of footprints on the red ground. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Suddenly, his figure disappeared ahead. The Grand Elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Land walked forward, leaving behind a series of footprints on the ground. There were sounds of wind and thunder. Suddenly, his figure disappeared. The ground shook. The mountains and rivers seemed to be moving. Thousands of people couldn't stand still. Many fell to the ground, their faces filled with terror. This area was covered in profound Tao patterns. It gathered the power of the mountains and rivers, protecting the origin source region of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. The thousands of mortals, whether they were willing or not, had no choice after coming to the northern region. They could only hope that the 10 years would pass quickly and they would earn enough money to return to the southern region to enjoy the wealth they had exchanged for 10 years of youth. With so many people coming, accommodation and food were all problems. However, there were people specially arranged for them. The Grand Elder of the Wavering Light Sacred Land disappeared after arriving. The northern region had endless mining areas, but in terms of production, it was the area around the Origin Ancient Mine. With it as the center, the area within 100,000 miles was divided equally among the Great Sage's lands. The Origin Ancient Mine was one of the 7 forbidden areas of the Eastern Wasteland. It was in the deepest part of this area and was surrounded by the Great Sage's lands. However, no one dared to explore it. Countless years ago, too many inauspicious things had happened in the Origin Ancient Mine. One Saint Lord after another went and never returned. No one dared to have any ideas about it. That place became the legendary Nightmare Earth. In the northern region, the Origin Ancient Mine was the most mysterious and terrifying, but if one didn't provoke it, there wouldn't be any disasters. For the sacred land, the greatest danger was those bandits. The northern region was a place where the people were fierce and bandits were everywhere. Blood was shed every day. It was truly a chaotic place. Powerful bandits came from all over the eastern wasteland. There were even wanderers from the central plains and the northern desert. They had all come for the origin source, forming a terrifying force. Even the sacred land couldn't sit back and relax. Their origin source region was also in danger of being robbed. This wasn't an exaggeration. Some bandits were extremely terrifying. Their strength was comparable to the Grand Elders of the sacred land. They came and went without a trace and were very difficult to capture. In the northern region, there were 13 most famous bandits. They each led a group of powerful warriors and seriously threatened the safety of the sacred land's origin area. The Great Sage's land had encircled and suppressed them many times, but they all ended in failure. The 13 bandits fled after one attack, and it was very difficult to find their traces. Kill. Suddenly, a thunderous sound exploded and shook the sky. It seemed to be proving that the northern region was full of blood and chaos. Thousands of mortals had just entered the origin area of the Yaoguang sacred land. The power of heaven and earth condensed by the Tao patterns hadn't gathered yet when a group of heavenly soldiers arrived. There were only 70 to 80 people who had come. Each of them rode on wild beasts with thick scales. Their roars could be heard for dozens of miles, and their killing intent soared. This was a group of powerful knights. They were surrounded by a bloody aura. It was obvious that they had killed countless people. They had gathered unimaginable killing intent, and there was a bloody light lingering around them. Thousands of mortals collapsed to the ground on the spot. They were completely stimulated by the killing intent. It was cold to the bone, making them tremble. They couldn't stand on the ground at all. 70 to 80 wild beasts roared, and their iron hooves shattered the sky. They all rushed in. In the center, there was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was sitting on a Zouwu beast. His iron clothes flickered, and he looked very heroic. There were 18 flags on his back. They fluttered in the wind as if they could shatter the world. Each flag was as red as blood, and their killing intent soared to the sky. It was as if they had drunk the blood of countless creatures. Clang, clang, clang. He threw the 3 blood-colored flags towards the ground. The flagpoles pierced into the ground like pillars that supported the heavens. His imposing manner was unfathomable. The flag swayed and clanging sounds rang out. Blood light soared into the sky. The Tao patterns on the ground suddenly lost their effectiveness. The power of heaven and earth stopped moving, and it couldn't cover this place. All of this was because of the 3 blood-colored flags. Kill. These knights were all incomparably powerful. They were like heavenly generals with unparalleled battle strength. They rode on the beasts like a flood of steel, and the sky rumbled. Who dares to break into the Yaoguang forbidden ground? The cultivators of the Yaoguang sacred land all flew up to the sky and blocked their way. The leaders were 3 old men with white hair and beards, and their eyes were sharp like lightning. I, Xianxia, am here. Who dares to stop me? The middle-aged man in the center riding on the Zouwu beast had a cold iron outfit, and 15 blood-colored flags were stuck on his back, bursting out a horrifying energy like an ocean. He pulled out a flag and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. People couldn't follow his speed with their eyes, they could only see a blur. The 9th bandit, Xianxia? The cultivators of the Yaoguang sacred land were shocked. The 3 old men's expressions changed, and they took out their weapons to stop him. However, this legendary bandit was extremely brave, they couldn't stop him at all. The blood-colored flag shook violently. More than a dozen cultivators behind the 3 old men of the Yaoguang sacred land all screamed in pain, and they were killed on the spot. Beams of bloody light gathered toward the flag, and more than a dozen dead bodies fell from the sky. Xianxia, you are from the clan of the remote antiquity. Why are you so violent? The 3 old men shouted. You don't have the right to ask. Xianxia rode his beast, and the roar of the Zouwu beast shook the mountains and rivers. The blood-colored flag in his hand pierced forward like a long spear. The 3 old men joined hands to resist. One of them took out a treasured pestle that was as big as a mountain, and it emitted a godly light as it pressed down. Crack! The blood-colored flag was indestructible. The pull of the flag was like the sharpest spear, and it hit the mountain-sized pestle, shattering it on the spot. This? The old man quickly retreated, leaving a blur behind. Unfortunately, he couldn't be compared to Xianxia's speed. The blood-colored flag stabbed forward, and it pierced through the air, directly piercing through the legendary cultivator. Bang! Xianxia shook his hand, and the old man who was stuck in the flag was shattered into pieces. A few beams of bloody light entered the flag. You! Everything happened so fast that the 2 old men didn't even have time to stop it. Go and accompany him. Xianxia waved the flag, and the blood-colored flag fluttered in the wind. Bang! Bang! The 2 legendary cultivators collapsed on the spot. They couldn't resist at all, this was a shocking scene. Xianxia was unstoppable, and his great flag suppressed the sky. The Zouwu beast he sat on raised its head and roared. The sky shook, and killing intent filled the air. The 9th great bandit, Xianxia. Two supreme elders rushed over from the distance. One of them was the old man who crossed the void and brought Yi Fan and the others here. You are a direct descendant of the Huanggu family, but you are willing to fall and become a great bandit. Why is that? A supreme elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. After my big brother Xianxia left the Jiang family, I completely separated myself from the family. Don't mention this identity in front of me again. Jiang Yi's tiger eyes released cold light. We don't care what happens between you and the Jiang family. Why did you plunder the Yaoguang Holy Land source area? What a joke. Jiang Yi sneered and said, the source area outside the origin ancient mine should belong to the people of the northern region. What right do you have to occupy it? Yi Fan was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with the name Xianxia. He was a genius of the Jiang family, but for some unknown reason, he left the Jiang family and died in a foreign land. Little Tingting was his descendant. Bang! A blood-colored flag fell and stuck into the ground. It suddenly expanded like an ancient tree reaching the sky. It was hundreds of zhang tall, and thousands of mortals were covered in a bloody light. I don't want to hurt the innocent. You two old things can come. The ninth bandit, Jiang Yi, waved his hand at the riders behind him and said, you guys go get the source. I will stop these two old things. The 14 blood-colored flags behind him all rose into the sky, like pillars supporting the sky. They covered the two supreme elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Behind them, dozens of cavalry roared past like a flood, shaking the sky. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The origin ancient mine, the 13 great bandits, the Jiang family, and the Jade Lake Holy Land seemed to be very close. Walala! The 14 blood-red flags shook and covered the sky. It was like the beginning of the world. The entire sky was covered in chaos. The two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land tried to break out, but they couldn't get out of the red area. The flags fluttered, and every single one of them was 300 m in height. Every single time they fluttered, strands of sword light would shoot out, and they were invincible and sharp. Jiang Yi, at your level, only the divine spirit is useful to you. It is meaningless to rob the source area of the Yaoguang sacred land. A great elder of the Yaoguang sacred land had just finished speaking when a sharp sword light lit up the sky. It was like a lightning strike and cut off a corner of his sleeve. You. He looked pale. I can use the divine spirit to exchange for what I need. Jiang Yi's voice was calm. He sat on the Zhou beast and moved his hands slowly. The 14 blood-red flags were like a flood. They shook violently and changed their positions quickly. Jiang Yi's hands seemed to have endless magic power. Although they were moving slowly, the horrible energy they emitted was frightening. The 14 flags were shaking together. Bang! The sky was shaking. It was like a giant roller was rolling over the sky. The two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were frightened. Powerful as they were like duckweeds in the raging sea. They were swaying in the sky and couldn't stop themselves. The 14 blood-red flags shook violently and made clanging sounds. They had an unparalleled power that could tear the sky apart. 8 God barbaric force. The two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were shocked. Jiang Yi's hands were moving slower and slower, but the energy he emitted was more and more terrifying. That pair of hands possessed a demonic nature. The sky trembled because of him, and the void was constantly collapsing. Under this kind of demonic power, the 14 flags were like 14 blood gods, their might overflowing the heavens. Bang! A great elder of the Yaoguang sacred land was careless. Half of his clothes were broken by a flag. His face turned pale and his body shook. You have cultivated the 8 God barbaric force of the Jiang family to such a level. It was out of the two great elders of the Yaoguang sacred land's expectation. The 8 divinities' barbaric force was a top-notch divine force, and it possessed a demonic nature. Once it was cultivated to its peak, it was practically unstoppable and unstoppable. This supreme secret technique was the Jiang family's secret technique. Just like the Ji family's void palm print, it was the peak secret technique of their respective ancient scriptures. Jiang Yi's hands were getting slower and slower, and in the end, they almost stopped in midair. However, it was even more terrifying, as if the 8 great gods were really using their brute force. The sky was like a swamp or a demonic force field, which made the two highest elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land move more and more slowly, as if they were about to be restrained there. As for the 14 banners, scarlet flames surged into the sky, forcing the two of them to move closer and closer. The space between them was shrinking. Bang! Just as Xianxi's hands were about to stop moving, he suddenly shook them. The space in front of them suddenly collapsed, and the 14 flags shook violently. The 8 gods' barbaric force spread out like thousands of raging waves. It was incomparably violent and domineering, and directly sent the two Grand Supreme Elders flying. Blood trickled down the corners of the mouths of the two highest elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land, and they looked astonished. The 8 gods' barbaric force is indeed terrifying. No wonder it is called the Supreme Secret Technique. However, if this is all you have, I am afraid you will not be able to kill us, and you will die. The two of them looked indifferent, and their voices were low. Xianxia had made them spit blood, which made it difficult for them to calm down. Kill me? Come and try. Xianxia sat on the Zhouwu beast motionlessly, and his hands started to move again. At the same time, the two highest elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land, one of them took out the purple gold gourd, and the other took out a copper bell. Both of them hung above their heads, and many colorful lights fell down, covering them like a curtain. The sword lights from the 14 banners were dazzling, but they couldn't get close to the two highest elders at the moment, and they couldn't get close to them. As the three powerful cultivators fought against each other, the sky started to shake violently, as if the galaxy was pouring down. It was splendid, and the destructive aura drowned that place. Even the ground was affected. However, there was a huge banner stuck in the ground, and it was hundreds of meters tall. Rays of blood-red light flowed out of it, covering thousands of ordinary people. No one was hurt. The 8 gods' barbaric force. Yifan looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. He thought of some records in the Book of Ascension. The first of the 8 gods is the Lord of Heaven. The second is the Lord of Heaven. The temple must be built under a high mountain, on a small mountain, and its name is Ho. The third is the Lord of Heaven. Not long after, the strange beasts roared, and dozens of riders rushed over. Xianxi's men had returned with a lot of resources. Boom! Xianxia used the 8 gods' barbaric force, and his hands shook violently in the air, pushing back the two highest elders. Let's go! He and the riders rushed into the sky, and the 14 blood-red banners stopped the two highest elders, so they couldn't chase after them. On the ground, there were 4 banners, and they flew into the sky one after another. In the end, the 14 banners also disappeared with the blood-red light that covered the sun. The two highest elders chased after them, not willing to let them go. At the same time, battle cries came from the sky. The reinforcements from the Yaoguang sacred land had arrived. The area around the Origin ancient mine was divided among the sacred lands of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Yaoguang sacred land had several source zones, and each one was guarded by powerful warriors. Unfortunately, Xianxia was prepared. He escaped after one attack, opened the space gate, and disappeared. In the end, the highest elders from the Yaoguang sacred land returned without any results, and their faces were dark. Yifan was speechless. The 13 bandits were too arrogant. They even dared to rob a sacred land. In fact, the 13 bandits all had extraordinary backgrounds. Some were powerful warriors from the Eastern Barren Territory, some were powerful warriors from the Central Plains, and some were giants from the Northern Desert. The storm passed quickly. The thousands of mortals were separated and distributed to different areas of the source zone. Even though it was their first time here, it didn't give people a sense of novelty. The source zone covered in Tao patterns was no different from the outside world. Desolation was the eternal theme. Low stone houses, reddish-brown rocks, and mining areas were lifeless and lifeless. In the distance, the miners were expressionless. They worked stiffly, going in and out of the mines, transporting rocks and rocks. They were almost numb. They didn't react to the newcomers at all, as if they had lost their souls. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Was this the portrayal of their future? Monotonous labor, repeating day after day, becoming the walking dead. In 3 days, Yifan learned a lot. Collecting resources was not a big deal, and it only required physical strength. However, once something evil happened in the mines, it was extremely dangerous. Even powerful cultivators couldn't survive, let alone mortals. Few people could live for more than 10 years, and those who could return to the southern region with large amounts of gold coins were few and far between. Yi Fan frowned. The surroundings were covered in dense Dao patterns, and they were isolated from the outside world. They could only leave during special times. It would take a lot of effort to escape. He was not anxious. This place was a treasure ground. There were origin stones buried underground. If he could collect them and use them to cultivate, he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. In this area, the only thing he was afraid of was the Yaoguang Sanctus. If Yaoxi came, it would be bad. Thinking of the corset in his arms, he laughed. Even if the Yaoguang Sanctus came to the northern region, she wouldn't enter a dusty mining area. She must have something else to do. Yi Fan cracked his own bones and painfully fixed them. Many parts were deformed and needed to be reconnected. Damn you, it hurts so much. In the dead of night, Yi Fan grimaced. He fixed all his bones back to their original positions. He was covered in cold sweat from the pain. After a few assignments, the people around him kept changing. He was not afraid of attracting attention. These days, he only smeared dirt on his face to avoid giving himself away. After a few more days, he went through another assignment. He was completely worry-free. He didn't need to worry about his appearance changing and arousing suspicion. In the end, Yi Fan was assigned to the 15th mining area. These days, he had been learning about origin stones from others and working in the well. Origin stones were very precious and rare. When digging a mine, one had to first determine the vein. A vein of origin stones was a mine. Even in this area, origin stones were not endless. A small-scale origin stone was just a vein of origin stones. It was good enough to dig out a few kilograms of origin stones. Poor origin stones could only produce a few taels of origin stones. A large-scale origin stone might be able to dig out more than 1 square meter of origin stones. This was a shocking amount, but it was rare to see such a vein of origin stones. No wonder that damn Ji Hui gave me a fist-sized origin stone and felt that it was enough to repay my kindness to the Ji clan. Origin stones were rare items. A fist-sized origin stone could allow a Divine Bridge Realm cultivator to advance by a realm. At that time, he was in the Divine Bridge Realm. However, for a bottomless pit like Yi Fan, a fist-sized origin stone was far from enough to break through a realm. This wasn't a shortcoming. Although he needed a lot of life essence, his god power was more vigorous than ordinary people. It was hard for cultivators of the same realm to compare to him. Besides, he could continuously absorb origin stones for his own use. There was no limit. And for ordinary Divine Bridge Realm cultivators, although a fist-sized origin stone could advance by a realm, they couldn't absorb it immediately. They needed to absorb it slowly and take a long time to refine it into their bodies. If there was a mountain of origin in front of him, Yi Fan could continuously refine it. Ordinary cultivators couldn't. They could only do it slowly. Even if they were envious, they could only stare. Of course, refining natural treasures for one's own use was only feasible in the early stages of cultivation. Once one cultivated to the 3rd secret realm, it would be very difficult to rely on external objects. At that time, one had to comprehend Dao. After reaching the 3rd secret realm, only comprehending Dao could increase one's cultivation. There were no other shortcuts. The 15th mining area was a vast and boundless land. The reddish-brown soil and stones were hard to excavate. In this area, a dozen mines had already been dug. The amount of origin stone was small. Each mine only produced 1 kilogram of origin stone. Each origin vein only produced 1 kilogram of origin stone. It was indeed a bit poor. However, the origin stone collected was crystal clear and had few impurities. The quality was very high. In addition, the 15th mining area was boundless. It had just been excavated, so it was hard to conclude that there were no super origin veins here. On the 20th day, after Yi Fan understood enough, he was finally sent down to the mines to begin his first origin stone harvest. Ba, let me harvest origin stone and refine it for you. Suddenly, just as Yi Fan entered the mine, a scream came from outside. Hearing such a scream, the experienced origin stone miners all climbed up the mine as if their lives depended on it, fleeing in panic. Damn it, it's my first day harvesting origin stone, and I've already encountered something evil? Yi Fan's bones had already been reconnected. His physical body was unparalleled. He was as agile as a spirit ape, and he was the first to rush out of the mine. The mine ahead is haunted. There's something ominous in that mine. Those who went in are all dead. An old cultivator from the Yaoguang sacred ground, who was very powerful, died in there before he could even make a sound. Right in front, the neighboring mine was emitting a demonic aura, as if some creature was about to rush out. After seeing this, Yi Fan immediately ran and quickly retreated. He had a bad feeling that he couldn't stay here. Near the mine, many people had collapsed, and there were corpses everywhere. The 15th mining area was in chaos. The origin stone miners were terrified. After running for a few kilometers, Yi Fan stopped and watched from afar. In front of the mine, there were 50 to 60 corpses lying on the ground. All of them had gray faces and their eyes were wide open. The experienced miners all turned pale. They took a detour from the mine, and no one dared to go forward. The 15th mine was in a state of panic. Everyone had retreated, and most of them were trembling with fear. Wisps of gray mist were seeping out of the mine. Even though they were far away, they could still feel a sense of pressure. What the hell? Yi Fan was shocked. He knew that such things would occasionally happen in the source mine, but he was still surprised when he experienced it himself. An old man who had been mining here for 8 to 9 years said with worry in his eyes, "I have a feeling that the evil this time is not ordinary." Soon, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land arrived. They were led by a few middle-aged men, and the rest were all young disciples. Who was mining in that mine? Are there any survivors? A middle-aged man asked. I was working in the well. A young man walked up, looking very nervous. Anyone else? The middle-aged man asked again. 6 or 7 people walked out, all of them panicking. What did you see? The middle-aged cultivator asked. We didn't see anything. We only heard screams, and then we escaped. Where's senior brother Qin? Isn't he patrolling here? The middle-aged man frowned. That old immortal also fell in the mine. What? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Senior brother Qin died? Yes. The origin gatherer was a little nervous. At first, something seemed to have been discovered down there. The old immortal received the report and personally went down to take a look. In the end, something evil happened, and everyone died. Another person added, luckily, we ran away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived standing in the well. Needless to say, everyone saw that there were 50 to 60 corpses at the well. The middle-aged cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked at each other and frowned. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Once the source mine was haunted, it would be extremely dangerous. The well was filled with gray mist. It looked very strange and unsettling. Did they dig out something alive? A middle-aged man said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. If that was the case, it would be a bad sign. It's said that the Jiang family dug up a ghost mine not long ago and dug out a few bloody bones. As a result, many people died. The conversation between the middle-aged cultivators made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. The source mine underground was full of mysteries and unknowns. Let me catch a wisp of gray mist and see what it is. A middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a thumb-sized silver bottle. It turned into a streak of silver light and flew forward. It released a gentle halo of light and began to absorb the gray mist. It turned into a dim light and began to absorb the gray mist. Something astonishing happened. As soon as a wisp of gray mist entered, the silver bottle cracked. It became dim and fell to the ground. This is... The middle-aged man's body shook. A weapon refined by a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace's secret territory couldn't even block a wisp of gray mist. What is it? Everyone was shocked. The middle-aged men all revealed serious expressions. This time, it was a bit unusual, and they didn't have much confidence. After an entire 2 hours, the gray mist finally dispersed and disappeared from the world. Not long after, a chicken was thrown into the mine. It kept chirping, but it didn't die even after a long time. The middle-aged cultivator sighed in relief. It's not as bad as I thought. Looks like it's just some baleful aura, not a ghost mine. Several middle-aged cultivators walked forward, followed by a dozen young disciples. They stood at the mouth of the well, examining each corpse, and then looked down. Carry these corpses away. Find an abandoned mine and bury them, ordered a middle-aged cultivator. All of the source gatherers retreated together. No one was willing to touch those who had mysteriously died. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, he frowned and said, "The malevolent aura has dissipated, there is no danger." Many of the origin gatherers shuddered in fear. They emptied dozens of corpses and threw them into an abandoned mine, burying them on the spot. The middle-aged cultivators discussed among themselves and prepared to go down the well to take a look. "Why don't we let them clear out the corpses first before we go down?" a middle-aged cultivator suggested as he swept his gaze over the surrounding origin gatherers. The surrounding people instantly trembled in fear and retreated one after another. "What are you afraid of? That chicken is fine, which means it is already safe inside. Are all of you living people less than a chicken?" When Yifan heard him say this, he really wanted to spit on his face. If he was not afraid, why didn't he go down himself? Why did he want the source gatherers to scout the way first? A young disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land personally went up to choose a person. Unfortunately, Yifan was chosen and was forced to go down the well to carry the corpses. It was dark inside the mine, and even the torch could not completely illuminate it. Corpses were scattered all over the ground. Some of the cowardly source gatherers immediately trembled when they saw the scene. In front of them, specks of light could be seen. An source gatherer the size of a human head was glowing and embedded in the ground. An old cultivator in his 50s was lying there. He had been dead for a long time. This is the problem. Yifan carefully walked closer. After seeing everything clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually a claw inside that head-sized source gatherer. It was similar to a human palm, but it had a lot of red hair. It was an inch long, and even the palm was no exception. It looked somewhat sinister. This is at least a primordial creature. Yifan was shocked. Ghost claw. Monster. The surrounding people all cried out in shock. Yifan sent out his divine sense and carefully examined it. His expression changed again. This was originally a huge rock, but it was only revealed after the source gatherers broke it open. There were actually bone patterns in the rock that were connected to this source gatherer. This? He couldn't help but be shocked. This should be a fossil. Only the palm had been preserved by the source gatherer. It was completely intact, and the other parts had become stone bones. This should be a humanoid creature. No, it actually has bat wings. A humanoid creature with wings was definitely not human. At this point, he could also see why there was a gray fog and why so many people had died. When the source gatherer broke through the huge rock, a corner of the source gatherer was damaged. A bit of the palm's flesh was exposed to the air and shriveled. That was how the gray fog was produced. What kind of terrifying creature is this? Just a bit of flesh exposed to the air and it has such terrifying power. Just a wisp of gray fog was enough to shatter the weapons of the Dao Palace's secret realm cultivators. It's really unimaginable. Yifan was shocked. The only fortunate thing was that this source gatherer was very unusual. It was overflowing with color and gathered the essence of heaven and earth on its own. The damaged area had already been sealed by the brilliance. At this time, the cultivators above also flew in. Their spiritual senses were sharp, and they sensed that there was no danger below, so they were no longer afraid. This is a claw with flesh and blood. Several middle-aged cultivators cried out on the spot. A few years ago, we dug up a severed arm. It was also sealed in the source gatherer and sent back to the sacred land. The Grand Supreme Elder once said that if we found such flesh and blood, we should immediately report it. It must be a serious matter. These cultivators carefully cleaned up the rocks and moved the source gatherer and the huge rock to the ground. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land was alarmed. He came in person to carefully observe the palm and the human-shaped mark on the huge rock. Unbelievable. He seemed to be very surprised. What kind of creature is this? Next to him, a young disciple asked carefully. Before ancient times. The Grand Supreme Elder only said 2 words before he suddenly stopped. Obviously, the Grand Supreme Elder was not calm. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Then he waved his sleeve and put away the source gatherer and the huge rock. You guys continue to dig here. Once you find anything, immediately report to me. This is a very important matter, and I will remember you guys. He looked solemn, and then he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why didn't the Grand Supreme Elder tell us in detail? What is that creature? At least it is a creature from before the immemorial age. It seems to be extremely terrifying and powerful. Were humans born at that time? What position did we have? The doubts of the young disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land were also the doubts in Yifan's heart. He really wanted to know the answer. Could it be that some secret technique or divine power could be researched from that claw? That is hard to say. If it is a creature that is powerful enough, that palm might really be a priceless treasure. The middle-aged cultivators were also discussing in low voices. I'm afraid that even the important figures of my Yaoguang Holy Land cannot truly understand. In the current world, perhaps only the Origin Ancient Mine has the answer. There are creatures that walked out of the exceptional divine source alive there. Don't say any more. The Origin Ancient Mine is a forbidden land. You cannot speak carelessly in the source mining area. The Origin Ancient Mine was at the center of this area. It was surrounded by the source regions of the Great Sage's land. No one dared to explore it. It was an ominous place. In the next few days, they dug 7 or 8 abandoned wells, but they didn't even dig up 1 or 2 source gatherers. Yifan sighed inwardly. He still wanted to fill his own pockets. The other source gatherers rejoiced because no misfortune befell them in the past few days. They didn't dig up any ghost mines. Just when everyone thought that the storm had passed, on the 7th day, a cry of alarm suddenly sounded from a mine. What happened? The Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators shouted from the surface. During these past few days, they didn't take a single step out of this mining area. They didn't dare act carelessly because of the mission that the Supreme Elder gave them. Bones, I discovered a large amount of bones. The people below were extremely terrified. When the other people in this mining area received the news, they immediately rushed out and began to run into the distance. Source gatherers often faced demonic matters. As soon as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately protect themselves. The 15th mining area was in chaos. Yifan finally understood why so few source gatherers could live for more than 10 years. Even cultivators couldn't live for long if they were plagued by demonic matters every 2 or 3 days. What is going on? Normally, strange matters don't happen even once a year. Why are they happening so frequently these past few days? The experienced source gatherers all developed a bad premonition. I feel like when that claw was dug up last time, it wasn't the end, but rather just the beginning. This mining area is most likely a ghost mine. A gargantuan monster is about to appear. I also have the same feeling. Something big is definitely going to happen. I heard that the Origin Ancient Mine hasn't been peaceful for the past year. I'm afraid this is a sign of great misfortune. Yifan's heart trembled. He felt that these source gatherers should have an instinctive sense after facing such things for a long time. Perhaps their premonitions would come true. There's no need to run. It's just bones. There's no danger. Hurry up and come back. Let's dig this big mine together and see what exactly is going on. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land ordered everyone to return. They gathered all the manpower and began to dig the very deep mine. In order to encourage everyone, they also personally entered the mine and commanded everyone on the spot. However, when they saw everything below with their own eyes, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. Countless bones had turned into fossils. It was difficult to count how many there were. As long as the rocks were broken, there would definitely be a large number of bones inside. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In the end, there were no rocks, only stone bones. This place was simply like a burial pit. Even the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land felt a chill down their backs. The aura here was very strange. It was getting colder and colder. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm, "Blood is being dug up." In an instant, miserable screams rang out one after another. Over 100 people had died on the spot. "Oh my God, a ghost mine. A gargantuan monster. I see it. Oh my God." Both Yi Fan and the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were terrified. It was a very large source mine. Thousands of people were digging inside, but it was still very spacious. Terrified screams rang out and traveled very far. The source miners ran toward the exit as if they had gone crazy. There were stone bones everywhere, piled up like rocks. People kept falling down. People were squeezed and trampled on. In the deepest part of the mine, a bloody mist floated. Anyone who touched it screamed and instantly turned into a pool of blood, dying a violent death. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land all took action. They either took out their weapons or used secret techniques to block the cold mist. However, neither the weapons nor the secret techniques could stop the bloody mist. It was very corrosive. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen weapons were melted. "Ghost! Help! It has 3 eyes. I see the devil." The source miners ran for their lives. They screamed in extreme fear. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. The premonition of those old source collection elders was most likely coming true. His hands and feet were nimble, and he ran at the very front. In a few breaths, he rushed out of the mine and only stopped when he reached a safe place. Bang, the mine was broken through. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land rushed out. One of them was a middle-aged man. He almost went crazy and screamed in fear. But in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pool of blood and fell down. The mine was in chaos. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. The people who had escaped were trembling. They crawled and rolled away from the place. It was not until 7 minutes later that everything calmed down. Nearly 1,000 people had gone down to dig the stone bones. In the end, only about 300 people had escaped. The rest had all died inside. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land all looked gloomy. They had just tried to block the bloody mist, but 5 people had died, including a middle-aged man from the Holy Ji Palace. They hurried to report this to their superiors. The ghost mine had appeared. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Soon, a great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and 7 or 8 famous figures rushed over and asked about the situation in the mine. In the end, no one could explain in detail. They could only say that they saw a ghost that was not moving. "All of you, step back," Great Elder Li Yuan of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed forward. A beam of light shot out, turned into a huge sword of light, and slashed downwards. The noise was like thunder, dust and sand flying everywhere. That large mine was cut open. It was pitch black and gloomy, looking extremely strange. Grand Elder Li Yuan continued to shake his finger. The light sword that was over 100 feet long continued to descend, cutting open the mine and exposing it to the outside world. All of the earth and rocks were teleported several hundred meters away, and a huge crater appeared there. Many stone bones were extracted by Li Yuan and landed not far away. Yi Fan watched from the side and was shocked. A large number of bones had turned into fossils, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were not human bones. Even though there were some humanoid creatures, they were still different from humans. Grand Elder Li Yuan kept moving, using his sword to cut open the origin ore, and using spells to pull out all the stone bones. Soon, a mountain of stone bones appeared on the reddish-brown earth. There were at least 10,000 of them. Streams of bloody mist rose, and when Li Yuan's light swords came into contact with it, they emitted a sizzling sound and were actually dissolved. He waved his large sleeve, scattering the bloody mist and sending it into the heavens. Only after a long time had passed did this place calm down. Then, he used a secret spell, and green light condensed into a huge hand that reached into the depths of the mine. The earth suddenly trembled. The huge hand grabbed all the earth and rocks in the mine and placed them on the ground. "Demon! It's that demon!" It was a blood-colored earth and rocks, and there were several source stones in it. They were all as big as wash basins. Such a size was very rare and extremely precious. It could be called a rich mine. What was shocking was that there was something inside each source stone, and it was not pure. The first two source stones were sealed with bright red liquid, which was obviously blood. Just now, one of the source stones had broken, and the blood inside had flowed out, which led to the tragedy. Just how powerful is this creature? Its blood turned into a bloody mist, and it could even kill cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. The legendary figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land were all shocked. Grand Elder Li Yuan also frowned. The third source stone was sealed with a crystalline finger. It was very beautiful, as white and tender as a spring onion. Although it was just a broken finger, people could feel that it was extraordinary, and there was a vigorous energy contained in it. The fourth source stone was the most shocking. Sealed inside was half a head. There were fine scales on its face, and there was a vertical eye on its forehead. It had thick black hair, and the head had been split in half. It should be two different creatures. The thin finger and half a head are obviously not from the same body. The legendary figures were all shocked. These four source stones are too important. I need to personally escort them back to the Holy Land. Grand Elder Li Yuan's expression was solemn. Although it was not the legendary peerless divine source, there was a creature sealed inside, and its value was immeasurable. They could not be lost. He sealed the four source stones and then waved his sleeve, putting them away. Then, he carefully observed the earth and rocks on the ground. Along with the four source stones, there were two broken stone skeletons. One was thin, and the other was fierce. They were two different creatures. Although they were humanoid, they were definitely not human. The thin stone skeleton had 6 arms, and the fierce one had a pair of bone wings. Yi Fan saw it clearly from afar. He was speechless. What kind of powerful creatures were these? Why were they nowhere to be seen? Rumble. Suddenly, the open mine collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The bottom of the mine sank, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was a mine that looked like a burial pit, but there was a bottomless pit below it. It was not dug by the crowd. It was a deep pit that had been there for a long time, and now it was exposed. A chilling aura soared into the sky, causing everyone to shiver. Grand Elder Li Yuan of the Yaoguang Holy Land could not keep calm anymore. He said, "It seems that this place is not normal." He asked everyone to step back and personally took action. He used his divine consciousness to observe. After a while, he tried his best to use a secret art. Boom, the sky shook and the ground cracked. He used the Yaoguang divine art to make the mine rise. It was a secret art that could move mountains and fill seas. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. The mine kept rising. A lot of earth cracked and rocks were thrown into the distance. The Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land used his secret art to make the earth's crust move violently. The big hole under the burial pit was no longer low, and it was floating up slowly. Oh my! What is that? The red ground shook. The gloomy and oppressive aura became heavier and heavier. A cold metallic luster appeared. A huge iron block. As the earth and rocks moved, the big hole was no longer low. It was level with the ground, and everything could be seen. This was not a small project. The ground was paved with hard stones, and it was very flat. The area was several miles wide. There were also huge stone pillars. At the edge, reaching into the sky. In the middle of the stone ground, there was a pyramid made of metal. It was more than 100 meters tall, and it was green with a metallic luster. There was no rust at all. Yi Fan was shocked. What was that? The sun, moon, and stars were carved on it, shining brightly. This huge pyramid was made of an unknown metal. It was an object from the immemorial age at the latest, or even earlier. However, time had not worn it down. Li Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, frowned. He waved his sleeve, trying to put the huge pyramid away. However, he was surprised. He tried to move it, and found that he could move it. However, the mist was surging, and he couldn't put it in his sleeve. Something is wrong. Li Yuan walked closer and used his divine power to scan the pyramid. The sun, moon, and stars on it all lit up. After a flash of light, he went inside. Behind him, the famous figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land were all shocked. They looked worried. Boom, the green pyramid shook, and people felt suffocated. Many mortals fell to the ground. After a while, the sun, moon, and stars on the pyramid shone brightly. Li Yuan rushed out with a pale face. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered backward. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Don't come close, he shouted, and his body was shaking. Yi Fan was shocked. What was so strange about this pyramid that even the Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had suffered? This place is very important. Seal all information here. I will return to the Holy Land immediately. Don't come close, Li Yuan said solemnly. He then left in a hurry, preparing to cross the void. The 15th mining area had become a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Yi Fan frowned. This place was not good, and he didn't want to stay for long. However, he couldn't leave now. On the 4th day after the Grand Elder Li Yuan left, the Yaoguang Saintess arrived with news that the Divine Lord would arrive soon. Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he cursed his bad luck. Yaoxi had actually arrived. If she found out, she would definitely skin him alive. In the distance, he saw Yaoxi. Just like before, she was like a fairy that could topple nations. She was like a pearl that emitted auspicious light. Her jade-like body was suffocating. Thousands of mortals saw her and thought she was a fairy. Many people lost their composure and felt ashamed of themselves. Yi Fan hid among the thousands of mortals, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. He curled his lips. The so-called fairy's bra was still in his arms. If this secret got out, the great sage's land would definitely be shocked. Don't leak any information. Seal the 15th mining area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The Yaoguang Saintess' voice was like the sound of nature. However, at this moment, the Yaoguang Saintess suddenly stopped talking. Her expression was blank, and she seemed to be very surprised. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the other party had discovered him? That was impossible. At this moment, the other cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land also cried out in surprise. You, who are you? How did you get in? Yi Fan turned around and looked at the pyramid. A faint cyan light appeared. In front of the cyan iron tower, an old woman had appeared out of nowhere. She didn't make a sound. No one knew how she got there. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. She was looking around the pyramid and mumbling something. The 15th mining area was a vast reddish-brown land. It was very spacious. If an outsider broke in, he would have noticed her immediately. However, the crowd had not noticed it at all before this. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, it's her. He didn't expect to see this old woman again in the northern region. Years ago, when he met Crazy Ol for the first time outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, this old woman had shown up. Through her mumbling, he knew that Crazy Ol was from 6,000 years ago. She is from the same generation as Crazy Ol. I can't believe she is here. Yi Fan was surprised. The old woman was dressed very simply. She looked no different from the other old ladies in the mountain villages. However, this old woman had become the center of attention. The people of the Yaoguang sacred land did not dare to act rashly as if they were facing a great enemy. The pyramid made of an unknown metal flickered with a faint green luster. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on its surface, emitting rays of clear light that flowed towards the old woman like waves. However, it could not move her at all. The old woman did not move at all. She was not affected at all. She mumbled as she circled around the pyramid. Buzz. The green pyramid trembled and emitted a vibrating sound. Then, light filled the sky. Endless greenery covered the reddish-brown land. Everyone was shocked. The empty and desolate land had completely changed. The grass was boundless and full of vitality. 1,000-year ancient trees stretched across the land. An immemorial aura rushed over. It was vast and ancient like the vast universe. It was like a boundless starry sky. Millions of creatures came one after another. It was as if an ancient world had reappeared. Ear-splitting rumbling sounds could be heard. Giant creatures rolled over like mountains. Many strange races appeared from time to time. The lush land, the dense spirit qi, and the powerful creatures dazzled people's eyes. Is this the northern region of the ancient times? It was full of life and everything was flourishing. It's completely different from now. They could clearly see the formation of the origin. The origin energy of the world was too dense. It crystallized and turned into an origin. Many powerful creatures died. Occasionally, they would be wrapped by the dripping origin and sealed inside. At this point, people finally understood why the ancient creatures had severed fingers and heads left behind. Oh my God, at this moment, people gasped. They saw extremely powerful humanoid creatures that could tear mountains apart with their bare hands. There were many types of humanoid creatures, and they were all different. Some were covered in scales, some had fur, some had majestic bodies, some had delicate bodies, and there were even some that were as beautiful as pearls and jade. All of them were extremely powerful. In that dense ancient forest, one would occasionally see a huge temple, tall and majestic, shocking one's soul. In front of each ancient temple, there were different kinds of humanoid creatures guarding it. They were solemn and sacred. The various temples were completely different. Some were like the Taoist temple, some were like the imperial palace, and there were even pyramids like the one in front of them. Interesting. Right at this moment, the old woman's voice rang out. Everyone could hear it clearly. She waved her sleeves, and all the brilliance in the sky disappeared. All the vigorous vitality on the ground disappeared, and all kinds of tyrannical creatures disappeared. It became a lifeless and barren land again. The clear brilliance flowed back to the pyramid. Whoosh! The old woman stepped forward, directly entering the pyramid. The green pagoda's luster dimmed again, and then it became silent again. Everyone in the Yaoguang Holy Land was frightened. This old woman was unfathomable. They could not stop her, and they could not stop her. Holy daughter Yaoguang was like a celestial lotus. Her skin was pure and sparkling. At this moment, her mind was shaken. What kind of person was this old woman? Her beautiful eyes widened. Many legendary figures quickly surrounded the green pyramid, quietly waiting for the old woman to appear. Many of the thousands of mortals were frightened out of their wits. The various scenes that appeared just now made them suspect that they had entered another world. The pyramid trembled slightly. The old woman walked out very calmly, as if she was walking on a bridge or a flight of stairs. She was not stopped at all. It is indeed interesting, the old woman said again. But in the ears of the crowd, the meaning was very different. This kind of historical site, for cultivators, was obviously priceless, but she didn't really care about it. Senior, you are. Holy daughter Yaoguang smiled before speaking. She was like a blossoming fairy, bright and beautiful. I am just an ordinary old woman. The old woman looked at Yaoxi and kindly smiled. You are quite lucky. Holy daughter Yaoxi was moved. She wanted to say something, but the old woman had already turned around to look at the others. Her gaze swept over the Yaoguang legendary figures one by one. I am going to take it and see if there is anything special about it. I will return it to the Yaoguang Holy Land in the future, said the old woman. Senior, you can't. A few legendary figures wanted to stop her. This was something that the Supreme Elder had warned them to protect. It was not hard to imagine how important it was. But they couldn't stop her at all. The old woman reached out her hand and grabbed the pyramid that was 100 meters tall. The sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. Almost in an instant, the Grand Pyramid became shorter. A green light flashed, and it became the size of a baby's fist. It was like a pearl that was flowing with light in the old woman's hand. With a wave of his hand, he had captured the Azure Pagoda, causing those legendary figures to swallow back their words. They knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Fan already knew that the old woman was unfathomable, but he was still very scared. He muttered to himself because the old woman seemed to be glancing at him. The old woman slowly walked into the distance. Her silhouette quickly blurred and disappeared into thin air in an instant. There was no trace of her at all. After the old woman left, the 15th mining area was in chaos. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were discussing. Such a big thing had to be reported immediately. Go, leave this damned place. This was the urgent thought in Yi Fan's heart. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the source in other places. If he continued here, who knew what else he would find? At that time, he might even lose his life. Besides, Yaoshi was here, and the Yaoguang Holy Lord was coming. They had seen him before, so this place was very dangerous. A while ago, Yifan had already thought of how to leave. Every once in a while, he would go out to buy rice and flour. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land didn't want to interact with the mortals. Every time they went out, they would bring some source collectors. He planned to blend into such a team. Once he reached the outside world, he would be able to leap freely in the vast ocean and soar freely in the vast sky. He would no longer be restricted. If it wasn't for the Tao patterns that isolated this place from the outside world, he would have escaped long ago. Find a place to cultivate to the third or fourth secret realm, and then come back to auction the Yaoguang Holy Lady's bra. Yifan had evil thoughts. Of course, this was just to give himself motivation. More than a month had passed since he was hit by the immortal sealing powder. Only then did divine power flow in his body, and his sea of reincarnation slowly recovered. During these few days, he had been in the deepest part of the mine and had finally made some progress. He had dug out several walnut-sized source stones and refined them all. Finally, the green lotus in the golden sea of bitterness trembled, and a muffled sound came from his body. His divine power had completely begun to circulate. Yifan didn't know what kind of disaster he had experienced. If he had enough of the immortal sealing powder, even the divine power of a powerful cultivator could be completely sealed away. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have become immortal a long time ago. After his sea of reincarnation was unsealed and his cultivation recovered, Yifan prepared to leave this place. Of course, before he left, he was prepared to collect a few more source stones. However, this kind of spiritual object was too rare, and it was difficult to dig out even a few kilograms from a single mine. Moreover, the source stones were covered in a strange layer of stone, and even the spiritual perception of cultivators was useless. There was no way to investigate and dig out more. I really want to take the Yaoguang Holy Land source storehouse. Yifan could only think about it. His strength was too low, and he probably wouldn't be able to break through that kind of place without anyone defending it. 2 days later, Yifan prepared to leave and sneak into a group of people purchasing resources. It was on this day that he received news that the Yaoguang Holy Lord was about to arrive and that no one was allowed to enter or leave. Damn it, it's really full of twists and turns. I hope nothing bad happens. He was shocked. An hour later, an earth-shattering sound came from outside the origin area. The void had shattered. When the Yaoguang Holy Lord arrived with her people, the void had just cracked open when a peerless expert attacked together, causing the void to collapse. Kill. Shouts of war shook the sky. Outside the origin area, light shot into the sky, magic treasures flew, people shouted, and horses neighed. Countless figures were charging over. Peacock King. The Yaoguang Holy Lord's voice was cold. He was surrounded by 108 rays of light, and many worlds revolved around him. It was as if a divine king had descended. Yaoguang Holy Lord. On the other side, the Peacock King was the same as before. He looked like a graceful youth, but his eyes were sharp and his roars shook the mountains. You monster, you still dare to appear? I'll kill you today. There were quite a few elders behind the Yaoguang Holy Lord, and one of them shouted. I do need to kill someone, but it's you guys. The Blue Serpent King appeared next to the Peacock King. Boom. The earth trembled as a fierce battle erupted. The Tao inscriptions outside the origin area were torn apart, and many cultivators charged in. The 4th and 7th bandit are here. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were in chaos. The entire origin area was in chaos. Yifan was shocked. From the shouts of the crowd, he learned that the Blue Serpent King was the 4th bandit in the northern region, and the 7th bandit was an expert called Tu Tian. The 2 bandits and the Peacock King wanted to kill the Yaoguang Holy Lord. The experts under the 2 bandits had already charged in and were fighting with the light-shaking realm cultivators inside. If he didn't take advantage of the chaos, Yifan would feel like he was letting himself down. He didn't think about the origin treasury. It was impossible to open it, and it was definitely the target of the 2 bandits. He charged toward a stone tower in the 15th mining area. The origin stones that he had collected were all piled up inside. The sounds of battle shook the sky. No one had the time to care about this place. After all, this place was nothing compared to the origin treasury. The stone tower was less than 10 meters tall, but it was extremely sturdy. Yifan pushed on the stone door a few times, but it didn't budge at all. There are also restrictions here. He didn't say anything else as he swung his fist and smashed it. Boom! The stone tower shook as the fifth punch landed, finally breaking the stone door open. Thankfully, there weren't any profound restrictions. Yifan squinted his eyes at the brilliant light in front of him. Piece after piece of origin stone was laid out on a jade shelf, glowing brightly. They added up to dozens of kilograms. The origin stones that he had collected over the past few days were all here, and they hadn't been sent away yet. So many. This is the sum of the origin stones from 20 or so mines. Yifan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This many origin stones meant that he could increase his strength. They were priceless treasures to him. He pulled out a pristine jade bottle and stored them all inside. Brother, who are you? You're really fast. You even got here before me. A voice came from outside the stone tower. A young man around 20 years of age stared at him in surprise. I was just stealing. The professional is currently fighting with the people from the Wavering Light Sacred Lands, Yifan replied casually. I'm the professional you're talking about. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. You're even faster than me. Yifan was speechless. The young man in front of him had a medium build. He wasn't very handsome, but his eyes were especially bright. They were like the legendary thieving light. I heard that the 15th mining area was under attack, and that I might be able to dig up some good origin stones. That's why I came here instead of attacking the origin treasury. The young man's eyes lit up even more, and a thieving light shot out in all directions. He said, according to the rules of our trade, since I got here in time, you should give me a quarter. Who's in the same trade as you? I'm not a professional. Yifan wanted to say this, but he felt that this man wasn't ordinary and didn't want to fight with him here. He said, I don't have any special origin stones. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. He pulled out the pristine jade bottle, and an origin stone appeared. If you don't have any, then forget it. The young man was very disappointed and waved his hand. The two of them retreated from the stone tower. Yifan was just about to leave when the young man suddenly pulled him back and said, Wait, there's something on you. Why do I sense a familiar aura? I'm really not a professional. I don't have anything special on me. Wait, this is the aura of the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden. The young man's eyes shone like pearls as he stared at Yifan and said, Brother, you're really not simple. You're even more agile than me. You can even steal something from the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden. I'm really not a professional. Yifan shook off his hand and said, I don't even know what you're talking about. I once got close to the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden. The outstanding people in our trade have a photographic memory. This is her aura, I can't be wrong. The young man didn't have any enmity towards Yifan. Instead, he acted very familiar and said, Take it out and let me have a look. Yifan guessed that it was definitely the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden's bra. He immediately pulled out the pristine jade bottle and stored it inside. Oh my God, my celestial eyes are blinded. The young man saw it clearly and immediately cried out in surprise. He said, I say, brother, you're good. You're really good. When did our trade produce a talent like you? I admire you to death. This is something I've dreamed of doing. It's true that we're not in the same trade. I got this thing by chance. Yifan felt that it was too dangerous to walk with this man. If he provoked Yaxi, it would be big trouble. He wanted to get rid of him. I admire you so much. In our trade, we emphasize on getting something by chance. We don't have to do it deliberately. The young man wore an admiring face. This toy. You also emphasize on getting it by chance? Yifan was speechless. Normal people can't do such a difficult job, sighed the young man. My grandfather was a hero for his whole life, but he regretted it for the rest of his life. Who are you? Who's your grandfather? What regret? Yi Fan felt that this man's identity wasn't ordinary. My grandfather is Tu Tian, the seventh bandit. He swaggered around the northern region. He could steal anything. His biggest regret was that he couldn't steal a saintess to be his wife. Yi Fan was surprised. The grandson of the seventh bandit did have a big background. I'm Tu Fei. To fulfill one of my grandfather's wishes, I want to steal a saintess to be my wife. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. How could they think of capturing the saintess of the great sage's land to be his wife? The Yaoguang saintess is there. Let's go there and find a chance to capture her. Tu Fei's eyes shot out two beams of light, looking at the horizon. At this moment, shouts and shouts shook the sky. Battles were happening everywhere. Right in front of them, Yaoxi's fairy-like body was like thin clouds covering the bright moon. She was like a pearl in the sea, extremely beautiful. Her long dress fluttered, dancing in the wind as she fought with many bandits. Yi Fan struggled to get rid of her. He felt that if he followed this man, he would have bad luck. As the battles were happening everywhere, it was a good chance for him to leave. Tu Fei soared up into the sky, shouting. Yaoxi, did you lose something? Did the geniuses of our trade get it? Yi Fan staggered, almost falling to the ground. This bastard didn't watch his mouth. He dared to say anything. Wasn't he bringing trouble to him? Tu Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Yaoguang Saintess was killing the enemies, she was like a graceful fairy butterfly. She was graceful and noble with a graceful beauty. Yaoxi, did you lose a piece of clothing? Is it something precious? Tu Fei hovered in the sky, asking with a serious face. I don't know what you're talking about. Yaoguang Saintess was using her supreme technique. Shortly after, she struck the two old men away. She opened her mouth and spat out a green jade bell. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated in the sky. The cultivators who were attacking her had to cover their ears in pain, screaming pathetically. I'm sure you lost something. How did you lose it? Tu Fei was serious, continuing to ask. Damn you. Yi Fan turned around and left. He could see that this bastard had a big mouth. He dared to talk about anything without any fear. He was even a little bit unrestrained and teasing. I don't want to talk to you. Yaoguang Saintess didn't mind him. The green jade bell she spat out became bigger and bigger. The sound of the bell shook the sky. It was melodious and powerful. Within a radius of 10 zhang, all the weapons attacking Shi Yan were shaken. Then, they rang clearly. Boom, 7 or 8 weapons broke in the sound of the bell, falling from the sky. The sound waves were like sabers that frightened people. Yaoxi, think about it one more time. The big-mouthed Tu Fei said without scruples. The item you threw was woven from the divine silkworm's silk. It's impervious to fire, water, and weapons. You've made it a precious treasure. Do you remember it now? Yaoguang Saintess discolored. At first, she thought that the other was talking nonsense. But now, she remembered the bra. She almost screamed out loud. During the past month, she had used all of her forces to find Yi Fan in the southern area. She hated that she couldn't turn the entire place upside down. However, she couldn't find him. Every time she thought about what happened that day, she felt like she was going crazy. She hated that she couldn't use her elegant, jade-like hands to chop Yi Fan into pieces. Oh my god. My immortal eyes are blind. Tu Fei screamed, his voice sad. What I want to see isn't true. Why did someone else get it first? Yaoguang Saintess really wanted to slap him. She said coldly, ridiculous. I saw your pale expression just now. It must be true. The geniuses in our line of work are too amazing. Why can't I do it? Tu Tian was a bit gloomy. He asked, nothing happened between the two of you, right? You're one of my targets. Die. Yaoguang Saintess was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching. The jasper bell in front of her quickly enlarged to a diameter of 100 feet. The ringing of the bell shook the sky. One could clearly see a series of green rays being emitted, like a ripple, like a wave, sweeping the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators let out miserable cries, as they had no way of defending themselves. Yaoguang Saint daughter wore a cold face. Her clothes fluttered as she stormed toward Tu Fei. You want to silence me? Tu Fei screamed. Then, he remembered something, raking his eyes around. Genius bro, where are you? Lend me your clothes. Two black lines appeared on the forehead of the Yaoguang Saintess. Her murderous intent filled the air as her powerful soul consciousness scanned the surroundings. Hey, genius bro, you're not good. Why did you run away? People in our line of work are loyal to their friends. Why did you run away without telling us? Tu Fei shouted in the sky. You big mouth. Yifan had dashed far away, but he could still hear their voices. Since there were battles everywhere, Shrouding was attacked from time to time. He couldn't leave quickly. I'm going to kill you. The Yaoguang Saintess was usually beautiful and charming. She rarely got angry. However, Yifan seemed to have some strange magical power. Every time she thought of this young man, she couldn't help but scream. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't steal the clothes. Genius bro did it. If you're angry, hurry and find him. It has nothing to do with me, shouted Tu Fei. The bell rang loudly. The dark green jade bell was extremely mystical. The sound waves it emitted were like waves, clearly visible as they surged in all directions. At this moment, the Yaoguang Saintess was peerless in her generation. She stood on the massive jasper bell, her skin like ice and bones like jade. Her face was murderous. Tu Fei ran away. Then, he took out a clay jar. It was gray and dull as if it was dug out from a pile of dirt. However, this clay jar was really powerful. The mouth of the jar was like a black hole with a strong devouring power. The sky around was twisted as if it could take everything in. The Yaoguang Saintess discolored. Did the seventh bandit Tu Tian give you this? Don't worry. It's just a replica. My grandfather said that if I can catch a saintess to marry, he will give me that clay jar. Although the clay jar was old, it wasn't damaged. Its power was intimidating. It could even absorb the green sound waves and stop Yaxi's attack. Saintess Yaoguang's expression changed. She said, this is just a replica, but it already has such power. The real one is indeed a weapon of the extreme path. Just like the legends say, it is made from the flesh and blood of the desolate era's emperors. The so-called extreme weapon was the pinnacle of a weapon. In the eastern wasteland, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. From the ancient times until now, one could count the number of such weapons. Only the peerless characters who could suppress an era and rule the eastern wasteland could have the chance to refine such a weapon. It required the entire eastern wasteland's power to refine such a weapon. Since the ancient times, the number of great emperors was limited. The monstrous emperor's holy weapon, the Ji family's ancient mirror, the Yaoguang Holy Land's dragon pattern cauldron, and the clay jar that Tu Tian got by chance were all such extreme weapons. Of course, there was one exception in the eastern wasteland. It was the ancient wasteland tower. It was not made by humans. The extreme weapon was made by ancient great emperors and sacred emperors. Its power was peerless. If one could unleash its true power, it would be unimaginable. The reason why Tu Tian could become one of the 13 bandits was because he had an extreme weapon. Almost no one could kill him. With the extreme weapon on him, it was impossible to break his defense. Regarding this clay jar, there was a legend. Before the Desolate Age, a great emperor used his Yuan spirit as the fire, his flesh and blood as the clay, and countless divine materials from the Eastern Wasteland's legends. He turned his body into a clay jar, leaving behind an extreme weapon for his descendants. It could be said that if one had enough divine power to support this weapon, it would not be a problem for him to move unhindered in the Eastern Wasteland. Unfortunately, no matter how glorious a clan was, it would still fall. Even the greatest inheritance would be extinguished. After the great emperor of the primordial era had passed away, time had passed, and his descendants had long since faded into obscurity. 300 years ago, Tu Tian found this clay jar in a dried-up ancient river in the northern region. Half of it was buried in the sand, and no one knew how long it had been covered in dust. Unfortunately, the clay jar lacked a lid and was not complete. Otherwise, Tu Tian would be able to move unhindered in the eastern wasteland with this clay jar alone. The imitation clay jar was still intimidating. It was like a bottomless pit that was about to absorb the massive jade bell. Yao Guang Saintus was astounded. She knew that if the real clay jar was here, she would be obliterated without any suspense. Tu Fei, your god power isn't enough. Even if you have the imitation of the great emperor's holy weapon, what can you do? Light bloomed from Yao Guang Saintus glabella. The diamond mark was dazzling. It shot out a jet of divine light, slashing forward. What? Your soul consciousness is so powerful. Tu Fei was startled. He couldn't dodge. However, the clay jar in front of him had saved him. It could swallow everything, including the soul consciousness. That jet of divine light vanished immediately. Yao Guang Saintus discolored. The great emperor from the desolate age had used his yuan spirit as the flame and his flesh as a jar. Of course, he could swallow the soul consciousness. Haha. Tu Fei laughed, flying away immediately. His cultivation base wasn't as high as Yao Guang Saintus. If they fought for a long time, he would have to bear a big loss. Where are you going? Yao Guang Saintus didn't want to let him go. Genius bro, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Tu Fei's voice shook the entire origin area. Yi Fan cursed him inwardly. This blabbermouth was too much of a bastard. He had brought trouble to Yi Fan. At this moment, people were shouting and shouting everywhere. Shi Yan was attacked from time to time. He had to struggle to move forward. If Yaoshi found him, it would be a big trouble. Genius bro, what are you afraid of? You even stole Yaoshi's bra. Such excellent skills. You're the hero of our generation. If we join hands, we can capture that woman. Tu Fei was like a loudspeaker, shouting everywhere in the sky. As soon as he finished, the entire origin area quieted down for a while. This news was too frightening. It was unimaginable. Yi Fan wanted to curse him. This man should have his mouth sealed. However, thinking about it carefully, the other could have mistaken him for an expert. Anyway, his physique was special. It was hard for others to see his real cultivation base. It can't be true, right? Yao Guang Saintus is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Someone stole her bra. It's impossible. Some cultivators didn't forget to discuss in the middle of the battle. Yao Guang Saintus' bell-like laughter reverberated in the sky. Tu Fei, you can't change the situation with your sharp tongue. I want to see where you can run to. After she said that, all the cultivators understood. They didn't believe Tu Fei anymore. I'm telling the truth. A genius bro did steal Yaoshi's bra. Bro, come out. Tu Fei screamed while running away. People in our line of work should be loyal. I want to see how long you can talk nonsense. Yao Guang Saintus gritted her teeth. She really wanted to seal this blabbermouth and find Yi Fan. Her soul consciousness was raking around, searching carefully. During this process, many bandits stormed toward Yaoshi, and many Yao Guang Holy Lands cultivators attacked Tu Fei. In this chaotic battle, their screams attracted more attention. Genius bro, don't force me to use my best attack. Tu Fei retreated while fighting. You're just 14 or 15 years old. You're pretty, mother asterisk cur. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. He tore a bloody garment from a dead body and wrapped it around his face. It looked like he was bandaging a wound. However, there were people everywhere. Of course, someone noticed him. No way. There's a young man. I just saw him. Over there. Over there. Yi Fan used the old lunatic's footwork and ran away. The fourth bandit, the seventh bandit, and the Peacock King had brought their best weapons. They were fighting against the Yao Guang Saint Master's team. It was a fierce battle. The sky and earth were about to shatter. Shadows of swords and sabers were everywhere. Blood splashed everywhere. Genius bro, I finally see you. Don't run away. You're the one with the bloody garment. People in our line of work have a photographic memory. Even if you wear Yaoshi's Saintus battle dress, I can still recognize you. Tu Fei Zhen was like a loudspeaker, his voice shaking the sky as he shouted unceasingly. Swoosh! Many people looked at Yi Fan. Some Yao Guang disciples chased after him. Many roving bandits gave Yifan a thumbs up. Genius bro, you're good. It's rare to see a character like you in our line of work. You stole the Saintus bra. Every generation has its own geniuses. They have been outstanding for hundreds of years. Our line of work has never declined. A group of bearded bandits shouted. Greetings to all of you. Of course, Yifan understood that this group of bastards was trying to provoke the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Besides Tu Fei, no one would believe that he had Yaxi's bra. At this moment, the Yaoguang Saint Master gritted her teeth so hard that she almost broke them. She also saw Yifan. Thinking about everything that happened that day, she wanted to scream. 1 month ago, they were naked. Yifan didn't have any secret about her jade-like body. Now, thinking about it, she felt her face burning up. Yaoxi wanted to storm over there and kill Yifan directly. However, she was afraid that people would misunderstand. It was the same as confirming Tu Fei's nonsense. However, she drove Tu Fei in that direction to get closer to Yifan. She was prepared to kill him if necessary. Tu Fei, you bastard! Don't frame me! Shouted Yifan. He had to use his tongue to stop the Yaoguang Saint Master. Otherwise, he would be in a dangerous situation. Yaoxi Fairy is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Everybody knows that. How could you disrespect her like that? The Yaoguang Saint Master gritted her teeth. She really wanted to fly over and step on Yifan. His words were too harsh to her ears. That day, when they were naked, the other's evil hands had scratched her skin. Thinking about it now, she still had goosebumps all over her body. Now, the other party actually said this and wanted to block her path. It was truly detestable to the extreme. Of course, the Yaoguang Saint Master wasn't an ordinary warrior. She reacted fast. She sneered and said, Tu Fei, I'm here, and you're here to smear my name. You're snakes and rats from the same nest. Today, I will kill you both. She thought that the two of them were just acting. One wanted to expose her, and the other wanted to cover it up. She coldly scolded them for their two-man show. Genius bro, you see? Yaoxi wants to kill you too. Come here quickly. If we work together, we can cut through metal. Take her down. At that time, it won't be just a bra. Tu Fei started to talk again. Many bandits with unkempt beards screamed strangely and joined in the commotion. Yifan cursed under his breath. These bastards weren't good people. He shouted, Tu Fei, you're a bandit. Don't talk nonsense. Yaoxi Fairy, I've admired you for a long time. I've never thought of disrespecting you. You're like the bright moon hanging high in my heart. You're the purest existence in this world. Listening to him, the Yaoguang Saint Master really wanted to cut him with her saber. However, she still smiled and said, I don't deserve your admiration. Yifan didn't wait for her to say more. He shouted, Tu Fei, you bastard. If you frame me one more time, I will use my weapon to kill you. He emphasized the word weapon while looking at the Yaoguang Saint Master. It was a naked threat. If she chased after him, he would have to use his bra to kill her. The Yaoguang Saint Master was smart. Of course, she knew what he meant. She gritted her teeth. She hated Yifan a lot, but she still smiled brightly. If so, we should join hands and kill Tu Fei. I'm sorry. My competence is low. I can't help you much. Yifan had finally reached the edge of the origin area. Of course, after he was noticed, he was lucky that the bearded bandits had helped him. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land would have captured him already. Genius brother, people in our line of work must be loyal. Tu Fei saw that he was running for his life and didn't want to help them. He was reluctant and said, you should just use that bra. They were about to leave the battlefield. No matter what, Yifan didn't want to get involved. Right in front of them, the Peacock King and the Yaoguang Saint Master were fighting. Their battle had shattered the sky and cracked the earth. The sun and the moon had lost their light. The sky was filled with terrifying energy waves like a vast ocean. 108 worlds were floating. The sky was full of halos. The Yaoguang Saint Master looked like she was going to turn into the Great Path. The Peacock King was like a god crossing the worlds. Although he was just a young man, he was domineering. The fourth and seventh bandits joined hands to take out a clay pot. They trapped the antiques of the Yaoguang Holy Land and wanted to take them all inside. The Peacock King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, and Tu Tian want to play big. Yi Fan was frightened. These people had the guts to attack a powerful holy land. Genius brother, people in our line. The loudspeaker Tu Fei came again. The so-called holy weapon was the limit of what a weapon could achieve. There were only a few of them in the entire eastern wasteland, and they could be counted. They all came from the hands of ancient holy emperors. How many great emperors had there been since ancient times? Those that were recorded in the ancient books were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As a result, there were only a few extreme Dao weapons. The earthy gray pot was excessively simple, but it possessed great power. Under the joint power of Green Flood Dragon King and Tu Tian, it devoured heaven and earth, collecting everything. Kacha, in the sky, there was an 8 trigrams furnace that was the size of a small mountain. Flames overflowed into the heavens, blocking in front. However, it couldn't stop the clay pot at all, releasing cracking sounds. Boom! The huge furnace cracked open all of a sudden. Flames filled the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. Unfortunately, it only fluctuated for a moment before it was all sucked into the clay jar. This was already the 9th weapon of the Supreme Elders that had been destroyed. In the face of extreme Dao weapons, there was nothing they could do but shatter. The earthy gray jar looked ordinary, but it was a saint weapon forged from the flesh and blood of an ancient emperor. Its power was immeasurable. If not for the lack of a seal, the enemy would have been destroyed long ago. Let's see how long you can last. The Green Flood Dragon King shouted. Together with Tu Tian, he activated the jar again. On the other side, an ancient cauldron floated up and down. Streaks of dragon patterns appeared on its surface, its style simple and unadorned. Chaotic mist gathered around it. This was a replica of the dragon pattern cauldron from the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was controlled by an extremely powerful old man, who was trying his best to fight against the earthy jar. However, a replica was still a replica. Even though it had been refined by this great elder for hundreds of years, it was still unable to withstand the saint weapon of an ancient great emperor. With everyone working together, this dragon pattern cauldron replica only lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before it started shaking. The dragon patterns on it all fell off, and its luster dimmed. Kacha, the dragon pattern imitation cauldron finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on its surface, about to shatter and be devoured by the jar. Old Tu, your holy weapon is just too powerful. I am willing to pay any price to exchange it with you. You can take everything I have right now. The Green Flood Dragon King sighed in admiration and spoke like this. In this life, I will rely on it. I will not exchange it with anyone. Tu Tian flatly refused. At that moment, people from the Yaoguang Holy Land all looked pale. Their weapons were all broken, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Extreme weapons were terrifying. Unfortunately, the dragon pattern cauldron of the Yaoguang Holy Land was the most precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could not be taken out easily. Otherwise, they would not be in such a passive position. On the other side, the Peacock King was fighting Sacred Lord Alcade. They passed through the 108 worlds and were on par with each other. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and the world lost its color. The magical powers of the two mighty beings overflowed into the heavens, and with a roar from the distant sky, the mountains on the ground shook until they crumbled. Yi Fan was dazzled. The weapon of the extreme way shocked him. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land were going to die because of this clay pot. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. The Green Flood Dragon King and the others had the absolute upper hand. If he killed the group of old antiques and was freed up, then Wavering Light Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to survive. Right now, he could seek refuge with the Peacock King and the others. He would no longer need to flee. Genius bro, in our line of work, we have to be loyal. Tu Fei also flew to the edge, landing by Yi Fan. Yaoguang Sanctus didn't chase after them. Everybody could see that the big characters of the Yaoguang Holy Land weren't in a good situation. They were subdued by the holy weapons of the great ancient emperors. Their bodies and souls could be destroyed easily. Although the Yaoguang Holy Land had a profound foundation, it was too late to cross the void. Boom, the sky was shaken. People screamed and beasts roared. The armored horsemen broke the dome of the sky, grumblingly approaching. It seemed like a flood had arrived from the horizon. The murderous aura shot up into the sky. A big flag fluttered in the air, which had a big character. Jiang, the Jiang family of the remote antiquity had arrived. They were one of the rulers of the North region, which was much stronger than the Yaoguang Holy Land in this area. Fellow Taoists of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our Jiang family is here to help. Hundreds of armored horsemen arrived with some big characters in the middle. Their fighting will shot up into the sky like a surging tide. The icy aura sent chills down people's spines. What bad luck! Tu Fei cursed. In the sky, the Peacock King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, and Tu Tian changed their faces. Now, the powerful Jiang family had come to help, which made their plan fail. The Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators shouted in unison. Until now, many of them had died. They were about to be defeated. Suddenly, a new force came, which cheered them up. Genius, bro. Tu Fei turned around and found that Yi Fan had run away a long time ago. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Tu Fei was a little dumbfounded. He shouted, "Hey, genius bro, people in our line of work shouldn't be so disloyal." Yi Fan didn't dare to linger. He knew his own strength. If he stayed here, he would only be cannon fodder in the battle between the Holy Land and the Great Bandits. This was a group of strong warriors. None of them were weak. Those with a low cultivation base had been killed in the chaotic battle. Blood mist hovered, and the battlefield was very tragic. Boom, their rears shook violently. The battle had reached its climax. The Blue Flood Dragon King and Tu Tian were determined to kill a group of strong warriors at any cost. The Peacock King's eyes were sharp. His murderous aura shook the entire area. He turned into a 5-colored peacock, tearing the sky and earth apart. Behind them, the entire area was boiling. The sky and the earth seemed to be about to be destroyed. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. Like a jet of light, he crossed the earth. He used his mysterious footwork to the extreme, disappearing in a blink of an eye. I will come back later. He disappeared into the vast land. He needed to find a place to cultivate and increase his competence. He shouldn't get involved in the battle. The reddish-brown land was boundless. There were no plants or water sources. There was only emptiness and silence. 7 or 8 days had passed. Yi Fan didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Not to mention an oasis, he didn't even see a leaf. Yi Fan let out a long sigh as he left the area. From now on, he would be free to do as he pleased. He would no longer be restricted. The Yaoguang Holy Land was based in the south. Even if the Saintess knew he was in the north, she couldn't send enough people to track him down. The 13 bandits were their biggest trouble. To guard the source mine, they had to spend a lot of energy and couldn't take care of anything else. I need the cultivation method of the Holy Palace's secret territory, Yi Fan said to himself. This was his biggest goal in coming to the north. Now that he had reached the Nirvana realm, time waited for no one. He urgently needed the Jasper Lake Heart technique. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. He felt like he had given himself a huge problem. Dreams were beautiful, but it was difficult to actually put them into action. The most effective method is to kidnap a Jasper Lake goddess from the Holy Palace's secret territory and ask her for her cultivation method. However, the consequences of this would be very serious. He had only learned one of the Ji clan's secret techniques and hadn't cultivated the void ancient scripture, but he had already brought disaster upon himself. If he really kidnapped a Jasper Lake goddess and cultivated their secret techniques, it would be a huge disaster. In the past, there had been people who cultivated the sacred land's ancient scriptures, but in the end, they were either killed or had their sects destroyed. All traces of them were erased. The sacred lands and the clans of the ancients valued their ancient scriptures more than anything else. No matter who learned it, they would use all their power to kill them. I've set a huge problem for myself. Yi Fan rubbed his temples. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to take on such a challenge. The Jasper Lake goddess can marry someone, but it said that the conditions are very strict. He thought of Elder Wu Qingfeng's words. How could the high and mighty Jasper Lake goddess marry a small cultivator like him? Time was tight. It was difficult to find the time to slowly get close to the Jasper Lake goddess. This path was very difficult. Do I really have to be a big devil and steal a Jasper Lake goddess? Yi Fan was really in a difficult position. He didn't want to be an enemy of the Jasper Lake, but he really wanted their heart technique. What conditions do I need to become the son-in-law of the Jasper Lake? Yi Fan's imagination ran wild. Maybe there's still some time to buffer. He thought of Elder Wu Qingfeng's words. Many of the great cultivators of the ancient times only cultivated one secret realm, and they could also cultivate to the extreme. There must be many secrets in the sea of reincarnation that haven't been unearthed. Maybe I can cultivate again and leave enough time to get close to the Jasper Lake goddess. Yi Fan felt that the most important thing now was to improve his strength. He had to think of all possible ways. He didn't want to be a devil unless he had no other choice. After thinking about it carefully, he thought that he had to prepare for two things. Either way, he had to have the strength of a devil and be able to defeat the Jasper Lake goddess in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Yi Fan didn't want to cultivate in this area. He felt that it was still not far enough, so he continued to run into the distance. Along the way, he would stop and blast open the reddish-brown ground in search of source stones. However, he didn't gain much. He didn't find many source stones along the way, so he didn't grasp the gist of our finding. After more than 10 days, Yi Fan finally found an oasis and saw signs of human life. I've been running with secret arts all along the way. Although I stopped and walked, I'm afraid I've already traveled 70,000 kilometers. I've only seen signs of human life after walking for so long. Such a vast area had long surpassed all the continents on Earth, which made him sigh. Countless years ago, this land was flourishing with vegetation and races. Tyrannical humanoid figures split the sky with their bare hands, and all kinds of temples were erected on the land. What happened that caused the northern region to become a barren land? Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to run forward. He only stopped on the 20th day and decided to find a place to cultivate. Along the way, he saw oases ranging from several kilometers in radius to thousands of kilometers in radius. They were all over the reddish-brown ground. The people of the northern region were fierce, and he saw many bloody incidents. For the sake of fighting for oases and to occupy source stones, battles broke out from time to time. Yi Fan didn't enter any of the oases. In the end, he settled down in an empty desert. He cut open a stone mountain and opened up a cave abode, starting to cultivate inside. He took out the pristine jade bottle, and colorful source stones fell before him. They were dazzling and bright, illuminating the cave abode. Preliminary estimates showed that these source stones added up to about 60 kilograms. This was a huge fortune that could increase his strength. Yi Fan started to cultivate and prepared to break through. The so-called Nirvana realm was a realm of transformation. Legend had it that ancient powerhouses who cultivated the sea of reincarnation alone would undergo a transformation of 9 lifetimes and 9 deaths. In the end, they would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, returning to the perfect state. The moment they came out of seclusion, the clouds moved in all directions and strange phenomena shot into the sky. Of course, this was the result of many years of cultivation. Some people even cultivated their entire lives for this. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. The cultivation of a single secret realm not only required a powerful mental cultivation method, but also some ancient secret arts to complement it. Yi Fan didn't know much about them, so it was impossible for him to compare with the ancient powerhouses. In the next 7 days, the cave abode was filled with dense spiritual energy. All kinds of strange scenes appeared in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. Green lotuses trembled, golden seas surged, blue skies weaved with lightning. His transformation began. In the first 7 days, Yi Fan's entire body was flowing with colors and his vitality was like the ocean. Inside the sea of reincarnation, there were many strange phenomena and various sounds. This continued for 7 days before the brilliance gradually faded. The entire abode was dim and Yi Fan's body was no longer lustrous. Like a dead tree, his vitality no longer flowed out. On the 8th day, his body shriveled like a rag compared to the sparkling and translucent body of the past. On the 9th day, his internal organs stopped functioning. Compared to the vigorous vitality in the past, he was lifeless at the moment. On the 10th day, his bones were gray and no longer white and clean. It was as if they were about to decay and could no longer exist. This was the transformation of the Nirvana realm. Upon reaching the Nirvana realm, a cultivator's flesh, internal organs, and bones would wither and then undergo a different kind of rebirth. Blood and bones would be changed 9 times in a row to complete the transformation. However, it was obvious that Yifan's situation was different. He advanced step by step and didn't start the transformation after reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm. His 9 transformations were carried out separately. This was only the first transformation and didn't go through continuous destruction and rebirth. Yifan's entire body seemed to be returning to dust and dust to dust. He was close to decay and his vitality seemed to have reached the end. Until the 11th day, he was like a plant that had experienced the cold winter. He regained his vitality and gushed out a towering vitality. The abode shone brightly and life essence filled the air. The essence and blood in Yifan's body were reborn like a surging river. The sound was so loud that it could be heard from far away. His heart was beating strongly like a drum, thumping loudly. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be overwhelmed with shock. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were vibrating at the same time, like sonorous music. His bones kept making sounds and the gray faded away. They were as white as jade and clear as crystal. At the same time, they trembled continuously. Although the hidden injuries he suffered in the past, whether it was on his skin, internal organs, or bones, they had long been healed, the rebirth of his body this time was another baptism. His entire body was free of dust and dirt and completely reborn. This transformation lasted for several days before Yifan completely woke up. The divine power in his body was surging. This time it couldn't be considered a complete transformation, but his physique was greatly improved, and his body was much stronger. There are still 8 more chances to metamorphose. If I continue until the end, they should be comparable to a complete rebirth. After consuming the holy fruit twice and refining his body with the monster race Great Emperor's sacred heart blood essence once, he had gone through a total of 3 rebirths. He felt that the combination of the 9 transformations of the Nirvana realm might be equivalent to a rebirth. Yifan discovered that he had refined a total of 9 kilograms of origin source. This caused him to be shocked. Such a huge consumption was beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that with so many sources, he would be able to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace through the consummation of the Nirvana realm. If that's the case, even a few dozen kilograms of origin stones won't be able to support me through 9 transformations. I still need to find origin stones. The greater the amount of energy consumed, the more thorough the transformation, the greater the improvement to the constitution. However, this was still quite astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. This is an extravagant squandering. He sighed. If he had not come to the northern region, it would have been difficult to solve this problem. In the following days, Yifan cultivated in seclusion and did not go out. He had plenty of food and water in the pristine jade bottle, so there was no need to worry. Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yifan had gone through 6 transformations and used up all of his origin stones. The 6 transformations made him even stronger, and at the same time, the sea of reincarnation became different. In the cave abode, Yifan did not move. Lightning coiled around him, and a green lotus accompanied him. There was a blue sky above his head as he sat in the golden sea. This was not a true vision, but a further evolution of the sea of reincarnation. It broke through the shackles of the flesh shell and truly appeared. That green lotus was like the birth of the Tao. It still only had 3 leaves, but it was like the 3 gave birth to all things. It gently swayed, and a chaotic mist shrouded Yifan. That blue sky was bright and clear like a gemstone. There were lightning dragons swimming below, interweaving with endless lightning radiance. It was as if the tribulation lightning of creation had appeared here. The golden sea rose and fell, but Yifan was like a boulder, not moving at all. He allowed the tides to rise and fall, surging around him. This was a strange scene. At first, the waves and lightning were deafening, but then everything calmed down, becoming a peaceful and harmonious scene. It wasn't a vision, but it was comparable to a vision. It surrounded him, making him feel as if he was standing in a strange world. At this moment, Yi Fan was without ripples and waves, becoming one with the pulse of heaven and earth. There was a strange power contained within the tranquility. Only after a long time had passed did he open his eyes. The green lotus, blue sky, lightning, golden sea, and others were all restrained, disappearing without a trace. Yi Fan's current situation was that he had no choice but to search for origin stones. His body was like a bottomless pit, no amount of origin stones was enough. At this point, he was very envious of the disciples of the Holy Land. They had the most powerful ancient scriptures and endless heavenly treasures. They only needed to cultivate diligently. And he not only had to think of a way to obtain a cultivation method, but he also had to dig for origin stones himself. For a secret art, he was chased all the way to the northern region. It was a narrow escape. Rumble. Yi Fan used the golden book to split the earth in search of the origin veins. He almost turned the entire region upside down. There were large cracks everywhere, and there were shattered rocks everywhere. Only on the fourth day did he finally find a stone vein. It was the kind of rock that contained origin stones. However, after completely excavating it, he was greatly disappointed. He had only collected less than half a kilogram of origin stones, which was too low. Half a month later, Yi Fan had collected more than half a kilogram of origin stones. This made him completely understand that the origin region controlled by the Holy Land was the best region. Comparatively speaking, the other regions were very barren. This couldn't go on like this. He had to think of another way. When Yi Fan returned to his residence, the Stone Mountain Cave residence, he suddenly found a group of people. There were about a dozen of them, including an old man. The rest were all young and strong. They were surrounding the stone mountain and observing. Sigh, Big Beard Chen is too arrogant. He's really too much. If we can't hand over 5 kilograms of origin stones, he'll kill all the people in our village. There's no other way. The strongest person in our village is only at the Life Spring realm. How can we fight against them? They're a group of powerful bandits. The deadline is very close. If we still can't find the origin stones, our village will really be in danger. Zhang Wuya, you've circled around the stone mountain. Is there an origin stone here? A very simple and honest young man asked. There must be an origin stone in this stone mountain, and it's definitely a rich mine. Unfortunately, this is a 300-meter-tall stone mountain. It's not easy to mine with our strength. The white-haired Zhang Wuya sighed. Yi Fan had lived here for more than 2 months. He didn't know that there was an origin stone near him. The other party had circled around the mountain and confirmed it. This made his heart skip a beat. Let's go and take a look elsewhere. Zhang Wuya sighed. We've been collecting origin stones for years. The places that can be mined have all been mined. It looks like we'll have to go to a further place. I don't know if we can make it in time. The dozen or so people turned their horses around and headed into the distance. Not long after, Yi Fan flew out and stood on the stone mountain. He took out the golden book and slashed horizontally. Rocks flew everywhere. Very soon, he had shaved off more than 10 meters of the mountain peak. He actually saw an origin stone. He started to dig and dug out 1 kilogram of origin stone. It was indeed a rich mine in this area. That old man's eyes are as sharp as lightning. He's really accurate. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The sound of hoofs could be heard. Zhang Wuya and the dozen or so young men had returned. They had heard the commotion behind them and had returned. Everyone was very surprised to see the top of the stone mountain being shaved off and a 14 or 15-year-old youth standing on it. This little brother, no, this little immortal, this old man greets you. The white-haired Zhang Wuya jumped off his horse and bowed. When the other young men saw this, they also got off their horses and bowed. Sir, you don't have to do this, Yi Fan replied from above. Among the dozen or so people, there was a 17 or 18-year-old man who was the quickest. When he saw Zhang Wuya like this, he immediately understood something. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Little immortal, save us. Please help us. There's really no way out. The others also came to their senses and knelt down one after another. Big Beard Chin wants to kill everyone in our village. Little immortal, save us. A youth named Air Bo kowtowed so hard that his forehead was bleeding. He said, little brother, save us. My sister has been captured by them. She definitely won't have a good ending. Now, for the sake of Origin Stone, they want to kill everyone in our village. He wept bitterly. Zhang Wuye also knelt down. His shining white head touched the ground and sighed. Little immortal, save us. We really don't have a way out. There's no way to gather 5 kilograms of Origin Stone in a short time. Those bastards threaten to kill all the men in our village and take the women away if we can't gather enough. Yi Fan didn't want to cause any trouble, but he couldn't bear to see the weak being bullied and humiliated. This was his nature, so he couldn't leave indifferently. Elder, please get up. He landed on the ground and helped the old man whose forehead was bleeding up. He asked, what kind of people are they? A group of roving bandits who do all kinds of evil. They don't have the strength of character of the 13 great bandits. They only bully the weak. There are actually many such bandits, but villains like them are rare. The group of people talked at once and explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. This group of bandits didn't have a fixed residence. They robbed Origin Stone everywhere, killed people at every turn, bullied young girls, and committed all kinds of evil. According to their description, there were divine bridge realm cultivators among these bandits. Even though there were cultivators in the village, they couldn't fight against them. Yi Fan's thoughts turned. This group of bandits plundered everywhere, so they definitely had Origin Stone in their hands. He could become a great thief who specialized in robbing these bandits. Elder, let me ask you. Are there many bandits like this? There are many, like locusts. One batch leaves, and another batch comes. Every place in the North region is the same. It's very chaotic. Zhang Wuye shook his head. This was also the reason why there were cultivators in a village. Without martial power to protect it, the situation would be worrisome. Yi Fan's eyes brightened. He felt that the problem at hand was completely solved. He nodded and said, Zhang Wuye, I'll go back with you. Thank you, little immortal. These people were incomparably excited and bowed again. There's no need to do this. You don't have to do this. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped them. On the way, Yi Fan consulted Zhang Wuye, asking him how he could see that there was an Origin Stone in the mountain. That stone mountain has a heavy aura. There are scales at the top and stone vines twining around the waist of the mountain. In addition, Zhang Wuye said a bunch of things before finally saying, on the surface, this is a stone Origin Stone. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Searching for the Origin Stone was actually so complicated. According to the old man, even the change in color of the ground when the sun, moon, and stars moved had to be taken into account. So complicated. Yi Fan was very surprised. This is only the simplest method. Zhang Wuye shook his head and said, searching for the Origin Stone is indeed incomparably profound. One needs to observe the landscape of the mountains and rivers, understand the movement of the underground veins, and sometimes correspond with the stars in the sky. Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Searching for the Origin Stone actually had so many principles. It was simply broad and profound. Is what you said true? Of course it's true. Zhang Wuye is the most famous Origin Stone in our area. Zhang Wuye is very accurate in looking for the Origin Stone. He rarely makes mistakes. Zhang Wuye shook his head and said, I've only learned the surface of the things passed down by my ancestors. This knowledge is about to be completely lost. Zhang Wuye's ancestor was the Yuan Taoist master. He was able to find the dragon vein of the origin and fix the exceptional divine source in place, preventing it from escaping, Dumbo said from the side. The Yuan Taoist master, the exceptional divine source can escape? Yi Fan was very surprised. The divine source is alive. It is nurtured in the dragon vein of the origin. Even if the people of the world discover it by chance, it's difficult to catch it, a middle-aged man at the side added. Zhang Wuye shook his head and said, according to my ancestors' words, it's not the divine source that has life, but the creatures sealed within it still have life. What? Yi Fan was even more shocked. A mortal actually understood the divine source so well. According to my ancestors' conjecture, those creatures are extremely tyrannical. Even the current powerful cultivators are probably not their match. Zhang Wuya had nothing to hide when talking about the past. He said, my ancestor once saw an ancient person walk out of the exceptional divine source with his own eyes. With a mournful howl, a mountain ridge collapsed. Yi Fan's heart trembled as his imagination ran wild. The northern region was really too mysterious. There were too many past events in this land. Although all life on the surface had been extinguished, the past events underground were not finished and had been sealed away. How much did your ancestor know about ancient creatures? Yi Fan asked. Not much. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, according to the words left behind by my ancestor, those mysterious creatures are taboo existences in the northern region. It's best not to keep mentioning them, or bad things will easily happen. Your ancestor is the Yuan Taoist master, and his identity seems to be extraordinary. You actually know these secrets. The Yuan Taoist master is a title. In the distant past of the northern region, there were not many people with that title. Now, there are no such people anymore. The middle-aged man at the side seemed to be a little emotional. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not know much about the northern region. It seemed that the Yuan Taoist master had a great background and was probably not as simple as a mortal. In the northern region, there's a place called the Jade Lake. They all respectfully invited Zhang Wuya's ancestor to be a guest there. Dumbo interrupted. What? Yi Fan was shocked. To attend a banquet at the Jade Lake Holy Land, it seemed that the Yuan Taoist master was definitely an extraordinary person. It was unimaginable that he could search for the dragon vein and stabilize the divine source. Did the people from the Jade Lake come to your village after that? Yi Fan asked. They came once 500 years ago. Unfortunately, the Book of Source of Heaven had been lost for thousands of years. Later generations only learned the surface and couldn't help them much. Zhang Wuya shook his head. Yi Fan felt that the Yuan Taoist master was extraordinary and difficult to fathom, so he asked, I think your ancestor must be an extraordinary person. Did he later come to this village to enjoy his old age? Sigh. Zhang Wuya sighed and said, the Yuan Taoist master knows too much about the secret of the source. Bad things will definitely happen. The matters of the ancient past passed with the passage of time, and the dust of history was buried beneath the earth. This was the truest portrayal of the northern region. As the years went by, the once vibrant earth became desolate, and the races of the past had become the smoke of history. Now, there was only endless emptiness and desolation left in the northern region. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing in the boundless earth, only a drab reddish-brown. Zhang Wuya's village was 200 li away. At this speed, they would be able to rush back before sunset. Yi Fan was also riding a horse beside Zhang Wuya, earnestly asking him about all kinds of secrets regarding the origin. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly Book of Source had been lost, and many secret methods to search for the origin were lost. Zhang Wuya was very regretful, and he would sigh whenever he talked about this matter. Yi Fan was also somewhat disappointed. That was definitely a wondrous book, and he really wanted to take a look at it. Searching for the origin of the dragon vein and determining the peerless divine source, such methods were universally shocking. Once he grasped it, he would definitely become an honored guest of the Holy Land. This wondrous book possessed inestimable value. The galloping horses left behind a dozen or so trails of smoke and dust. After more than 2 hours, the horses' speed became slower and slower. They had only galloped for 70 to 80 li, and they were not fine steeds with ordinary stamina. Hiya! Suddenly, 7 or 8 horses appeared on the horizon. Their speed was extremely fast, like a whirlwind, stirring up smoke and dust into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before them. These people's mounts were not ordinary horses. All of them were tall and sturdy with shining scales. These were dragon-scaled horses. Their bodies were covered in green scales, and they could travel 4,000 to 5,000 li in a day without tiredness. Not good, they're roving bandits. The expression of the quick-witted youth named Wang Shu changed. All of you, stop. A dark-skinned middle-aged man shouted. The 8 high dragon-scale horses surrounded them, blocking Yi Fan and the others. The people on the horses shouted, "Hand over the source capital you've excavated, or this will be your burial ground." Yi Fan had finally experienced the complexity of this chaotic land. In broad daylight, roving bandits ran amok, and people were killed and robbed at the slightest provocation. "Sir, we didn't collect a single source grain today. We didn't gain anything," Wang Shu explained with a smile. "Cut the crap. Source gatherers like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Hurry up and hand it over, and we'll let you leave. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day of your death," the dark-skinned, middle-aged man in the center scolded. "Sir, we really didn't find anything. If you don't believe me, you can search us all you want. We won't resist." Zhang Wuya cupped his hands. Yi Fan patted Zhang Wuya's shoulder, telling him not to worry as he sized up these people. "Old thing, stay on the side." A bandit walked up, staring at Yi Fan, feeling that his body seemed to have an origin aura. "You still say you don't have any source? This young man with soft skin and tender flesh must have a lot of source on him." A bandit brandished his horsewhip, lashing it heavily at Yi Fan, cursing, "You still dare lie in front of us?" Bang! Yi Fan gripped the horsewhip and said to Zhang Wuya and the others, "You guys go ahead and wait for me." "Little brat, who do you think you are? A mere source gatherer dares to act like this?" The bandit swept his gaze around and said, "Let's see who dares to leave. All of you, obediently wait here for me." Plop! Yi Fan pulled him off the dragon scale horse, but he didn't take his life. He had a lot of questions to ask these bandits. Zhang Wuya and the others saw this and rushed into the distance without stopping. The bandit leader, who plundered all day long, naturally saw that something was wrong. He directly abandoned the dragon scale horse and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. "Still want to leave?" Yi Fan flicked his fingers, and 8 gusts of wind, like 8 hammers, smashed into their bodies. The 8 of them immediately fell to the ground. The bandit leader was only a Lifespring Realm cultivator, so he couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Fan. These people all paled, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate. "Are you really bandits or not? The source chi on you doesn't even add up to half a caddy." Yi Fan was quite dissatisfied. "Tell me in detail what groups of bandits there are in the vicinity." Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan led the 8 dragon scale horses and caught up with Zhang Wuya's group. "Will bringing these dragon scale horses back cause you trouble?" The dozen or so young men were very envious, but Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, "Let them run their own course. Only bandits can ride them. If we have these strange beasts in our village, they'll be too conspicuous. Bandits run amok. Do the sects here not care?" Yi Fan asked. "How can they care? The bandits are like locusts. One batch leaves, another batch comes. There's no way to control them. It's about as long as they don't join in. I've heard that many sects support the bandits and secretly plunder." Yi Fan further understood the chaos and bloodshed in the northern region. This was simply a paradise for evil. No wonder cultivators from other regions want to adventure in the northern region. This place is lawless. As long as you have the strength, you can be a local tyrant. Yi Fan felt that this was very suitable for him. He didn't need to worry about source chi. Before sunset, they finally covered more than 200 kilometers. In front of them, there was a stockade made of stones. There were only a few dozen households, and all of them added up to no more than 200 people. When they approached, Yi Fan found that the folk customs were indeed tough. All the villagers, regardless of gender or age, were holding sharp knives. When they saw that it was Zhang Wuya and the others who had returned, they heaved a sigh of relief and put down their sharp knives. "Big Beard Chen is here again. He said that there are only 5 days left. If we don't hand over the source chi, he'll destroy our entire stockade." The villagers frowned and sighed in despair. The other teams that went out also didn't gain anything and returned without accomplishing anything. "We've harvested too much source chi these years. The source chi in the nearby area has dried up. How can we harvest it in a short time?" Yi Fan settled down. There were many stone houses in the northern region, but his residence was clean and meticulously tidied up. That night, Zhang Wuya and the others warmly entertained him. They specially slaughtered a sheep, and everyone sat around the fire. The whole sheep was roasted to a golden and glossy color. After it was taken down from the fire rack, everyone ate large pieces of meat and drank large bowls of wine. Most of the men in the northern region were boorish and even had the air of bandits. Drinking was inevitable. Yi Fan ate to his heart's content. He had been constantly on the run these days, and this kind of feeling made him very relaxed. During the feast, he asked Zhang Wuya about a few places and directions. Zhang Wuya had someone bring over a cowhide map and pointed it out to him one by one. They were all within a radius of 50 kilometers. These were the strongholds he had learned from the mouths of several bandits. Now, Yi Fan urgently needed source qi to increase his strength. On that very night, he took action and successively raided 3 strongholds of the bandits. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. There were no more than a dozen bandits in each lair, and he only found a little more than 1 kilogram of source qi in 3 places. It's not enough for me. I need to find a great bandit to start with. Up until now, Yi Fan missed the source region of the Yaoguang Holy Land immensely. That place was truly a land of treasures. The areas outside were extremely barren and simply couldn't be compared to that place. This stone stronghold was located in an oasis with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. On the horizon was a lonely mountain that was thousands of meters high. There was no soil or vegetation. It was completely a stone mountain. Early in the morning, the sun shone down on the huge stone mountain, giving off an incomparably solemn feeling. When Yi Fan walked out of the stone house, he just happened to see Zhang Wuya facing the morning glow and kowtowing to the mountain. This made him feel rather strange. The youth called Dumbo explained in a simple and honest manner, the first thing Zhang Wuya does when he gets up every day is to kowtow to that mountain. Yi Fan's heart was moved. That mountain most likely wasn't simple. There might be some hidden secrets. At this time, Zhang Wuya walked over. He didn't explain anything and only called him over to eat breakfast. Dumbo, let me ask you. What's so strange about that mountain? Yi Fan asked when there was no one else around. I don't know. Zhang Wuya doesn't let us go near it. He says that it's an ominous place. Dumbo shook his head. After breakfast, Yi Fan strode forward like a wisp of smoke. Before long, he had arrived in front of the mountain. Its entire body was purplish-brown, as if it was polished from dark purplish gold. It was thick and heavy, reaching a height of 4,000 meters. It was extremely steep and impossible for mortals to climb it. Yi Fan was amazed to find that there were many knife marks and sword holes on its surface. They had almost been eroded and obliterated by the wind. Only by careful observation could he see them clearly. He tried to scratch a finger on the stone wall and found that it was extremely hard, comparable to refined iron. This kind of purple rock was very special. Yi Fan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a hard mountain had already been eroded to this state. Just when were the knife and axe marks left on its surface? Immeasurable. He slowly rose into the air and became more and more surprised. Not only were there knife marks on the stone wall at the foot of the mountain, but there were also knife marks all over the mountain, up to the mountainside. When he reached the mountainside, the purple mountain stood up and down like a giant sword piercing into the sky. It was a majestic sight. Yi Fan was shocked to find that other than the marks left by various kinds of weapons, there were also many palm prints and finger holes. They were almost eroded and blurry, but still vaguely discernible. These must be the marks left by the primordial era. Otherwise, such a hard purple rock would not have nearly obliterated the marks. After flying to the mountaintop, Yi Fan looked into the distance and found that there was a mountain ridge in every direction. There are 9 mountain ridges in total. They are extremely far away on the horizon and are barely visible. This purple mountain seems to be in the center. Yi Fan did not know much about mountains and rivers, so he could not find anything special about it. In the end, he only stared at this purple mountain. The top of the mountain was bare and there was nothing. The morning sun shone down, making the whole mountain look even more majestic. There's nothing special about it. Could there be an origin inside? Yi Fan took out the golden book and slashed at the open mountaintop. The purple mountain was extremely hard, especially the mountaintop. However, it was still cut open by the golden book. Sparks flew in all directions and rocks pierced through the air. Not long after, a large hole appeared on the mountaintop. Yi Fan frowned. He did not find anything out of the ordinary. This was not the kind of stone used to contain an origin, so it should not contain an origin. In the end, he returned to the stone stronghold without accomplishing anything. The next day, he woke up early and watched from afar. Sure enough, the first thing Zhang Wuya did after leaving the house was to worship the mountain. During breakfast, he could not help but ask, "Old master, is that mountain very special? Why do you worship it every day?" Zhang Wuya's expression froze. He then sighed and said, "That is an ominous place. You must not go there. My ancestor once said that no one in the entire northern region can provoke it." Provoke? Yi Fan was even more shocked. He asked, "What exactly is there on that purple mountain?" "I don't know what it is either. I only know that it is an ominous place." Yi Fan did not get anything out of him. He wandered around the stronghold and then found Dumbo. He asked him again, but he could not tell him anything either. The quick-witted young man, Wang Shu, happened to pass by. He had a good impression of Yi Fan and knew that he stayed behind to help the village. He said, "I know a little." Zhang Wuya once cried bitterly when he was drunk. He said that it was an ominous place and that it had something to do with some ancient great emperor. Yi Fan was shocked at that time. How many great emperors had appeared in the entire Eastern Baron since ancient times? Just a few of them, but they ruled over the world and shocked the ancients and contemporaries. Almost no one could surpass their achievements. The terrifying supreme weapons of the Eastern Baron were all made by those few people. No one else could refine them. At this moment, Yi Fan felt his blood boiling and almost shouted. Something to do with ancient great emperors? He immediately thought of many things. "Do you know the name of that emperor?" Yi Fan asked urgently. Wang Shu shook his head. "I don't know. I only heard Zhang Wuya say something in his drunken state. It was an ancient emperor, but he didn't have a name. I heard from my grandpa." Dumbo suddenly said mysteriously, "The reason the Zhang family lives here is to guard that purple mountain." "What did your grandpa say?" Yi Fan was shocked. "My grandpa also heard it from the older generation. It was just one sentence, but he didn't go into details." Dumbo thought about it and said, "I think he also said that the Zhang family's Book of Origin was lost 1,000 years ago because of that purple mountain." "What does the Book of Origin have to do with the purple mountain?" Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He really wanted to read that mysterious book. "My grandfather said that an ancestor of the Zhang family had disobeyed our ancestral teachings and entered that mountain, never to return, and the Book of Origin was lost from then on." Dumbo mumbled mysteriously, and turned around to look after it was done, afraid that someone else would overhear. Great waves rose and fell within Yi Fan's heart. That purple mountain's origins were extremely great, it was definitely not ordinary. How many emperors had there been since ancient times? The ultimate weapons they crafted were unparalleled in power. One could dominate the world with just one, and the sacred grounds viewed it as their ultimate treasure. If one's body and the ultimate weapon were combined, one would be invincible. If one could continuously provide divine power, no one in the Eastern Baron territory would be a match for them. The achievements of the ancient emperors were hard to surpass. There was a theory that the ancient scriptures of the Eastern Baron territory were created by the emperors of different eras. How could Yi Fan stay calm when he thought of that? The ancient emperors had crafted ultimate weapons and created peerless ancient scriptures. They were all priceless treasures in the Eastern Baron territory. That purple mountain is related to one of the emperors. If I can find his cultivation method, it would be the same as obtaining a complete ancient scripture. Yi Fan believed that the cultivation method of the emperor must be unparalleled. If I can find another extreme weapon. Just the thought of it made him excited. However, he soon calmed down. Zhang Wuya had stressed again and again that that place was an ominous place. If he wanted to harvest something, perhaps it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yi Fan left the stone stronghold again. Half a quarter of an hour later, he returned to the huge purple mountain and circled around it. "Is there anything in here?" He muttered to himself, but no matter how he observed, he could not find anything special. Even when he used his divine sense, he could not find anything. What did that great emperor leave behind here? Why does it have something to do with him? He hoped that there was an ancient scripture that hadn't been passed down to the world. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he could only think about it. The might of an ancient great emperor was hard to imagine. Even if there was something left behind, it was not guaranteed that they would be able to obtain it. Yifan returned to the peak of the purple mountain. At this moment, his expression froze. His face was filled with disbelief, he couldn't believe his eyes. Yesterday morning, he had used the golden book to hack open a huge pit. But now, the peak was completely flat without a trace. There was no damage at all. Everything was as good as before. How is this possible? Yesterday, I clearly. Yifan quivered and shivered. Ominous place, these 4 words floated up in his mind. He quickly soared into the air, no longer standing on the peak. Why is it like this? Can it repair itself? Yifan found it difficult to calm down. Or, yesterday, I was tricked by an illusion. In fact, I didn't really hack open the peak. Could it be that there are some obscure Tao patterns? Yifan pondered for a moment before summoning the golden book. He retreated far away and controlled it to hack. Golden light curled up, stone fragments swirled in the air, and boulders rolled about. A huge pit was dug out on the peak. He grabbed a purple boulder and touched it with his own hands. This was definitely not an illusion. Then, he cut off a small piece of the purple stone and flew into the distance to observe the violet mountain in silence. Yifan was very patient. He stood in the distant sky for an entire day. Even when the sky was filled with stars and the majestic violet mountain stood there were still no changes. He was not anxious. He stood motionless in the sky and carefully observed with his divine sense. This place was related to an ancient great emperor, so he had no choice but to treat it seriously. He placed great hopes on it and wanted to understand everything about this place. Until midnight, Yifan discovered that the huge pit at the peak of the violet mountain was silently changing. It slowly leveled out and returned to its original state. And the stone in his hand had not disappeared and was still there. This mountain can grow on its own. Yifan was astonished. He did not continue to investigate. It was especially cold at midnight, and even with his constitution, he could feel waves of bone-piercing cold. Since the Zhang family was guarding this place, they must know some secrets. He did not want to act rashly, so he flew back to the stone stronghold. He decided to ask them in detail tomorrow. Yifan returned to the village. When he entered his stone house, he found that Zhang Wuye was still awake and waiting anxiously for his return. "You've finally returned. Did you go to explore the Violet Mountain?" Yifan nodded. Zhang Wuye stood up and said anxiously, "Don't go there again. Didn't I tell you that it's not a good place? It's easy to get into trouble if you go there often. What kind of place is the Violet Mountain? How is it related to the ancient great emperor?" Yifan had to know these questions. "Fine, I'll tell you everything. Otherwise, you'll definitely go and explore." Zhang Wuye sighed and said, "In fact, what I know is really limited. Please speak slowly." This Violet Mountain was discovered by my Zhang family's ancestor, who was the Yuan Taoist master of the past. He warned his descendants not to approach that place and to worship it from afar. That Yuan Taoist master solemnly warned that the Violet Mountain was related to an ancient great emperor and could not be blasphemed. Paying respect to it would benefit future generations. There are artifacts inside. You must not provoke them. Otherwise, it will bring about a great disaster. This is what my ancestor warned me again and again. Zhang Wuye sighed and said, "Unfortunately, 1,000 years ago, an ancestor went against the ancestor's teachings. He broke open the Violet Mountain with the Book of Source and walked in." Sigh. Yifan was even more moved. He felt that there was most likely a peerless divine source inside. Perhaps there might even be an extreme weapon. Zhang Wuye saw through his thoughts and said, "There are indeed treasures inside the Violet Mountain. There is more than one divine source, but you must not have any ideas about it." More than one? Every time a peerless divine source appeared, it would shake the eastern wilderness. The lands of the great sage would offer a sky-high price and compete for it. There would even be bloodshed. One could imagine how rare the peerless divine source was to make the Holy Land shed all pretense of cordiality. How could Yifan not be shocked that there was more than one in the Violet Mountain? My ancestor was known as the Yuan Taoist master. His understanding of divine sources was unparalleled. He could determine the dragon veins according to the geography of the mountains and rivers, and he could use the star-locked divine source. At this point, Zhang Wuya paused and said, he was also tempted to take the divine source from the Violet Mountain, but in the end, he backed down. Why? Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, he even thought of asking the fairies of the Jade Lake for help. But in the end, he gave up, fearing that he would implicate the Jade Lake. What? Yi Fan was shocked and said, taking the divine source from the Violet Mountain will implicate a holy land? He said it very vaguely, but I think that's what he meant. It might injure the Jade Lake. Yi Fan found it hard to believe. The Jade Lake Holy Land was a great power that had been passed down since the primordial era. The founder was a female saint empress who left behind an extreme weapon and even created an ancient scripture. After countless years of inheritance, the Jade Lake stood aloof from worldly affairs and stood tall. Could a Violet Mountain threaten them? Below the Violet Mountain, there are living creatures. After saying this, Zhang Wuya's face was somewhat pale. He hurriedly kowtowed in the direction of the Violet Mountain, then stood up and said, that's why I said, don't go. You won't get anything. If you force your way in, you will only harm your own life. Yi Fan's expression changed when he heard this. There were living things, so his chances were indeed somewhat uncertain. However, there were still some things he couldn't figure out. There were terrifying creatures from ancient times sealed within the exceptional divine source, and they were still alive. But what did this have to do with the great emperor? What did he leave there? I don't know either. What did the great emperor of ancient times leave behind? My ancestors didn't leave any clues. Zhang Wuya replied to this question. In the following 3 days, Yi Fan consulted Zhang Wuya and learned how to search for the source. The Heavenly Book of Source was a wondrous book. Even though only a small portion had been passed down, it was still very useful to him. The youth of the stone stronghold, Wang Shu, gave off a very quick-witted feeling. Seeing that Yi Fan was constantly learning how to search for the source, he laughed and said, little brother Yi, do you want to go gambling on stones? Gambling on stones? Yi Fan was very surprised. He was no stranger to these 2 words. On the other side of the starry sky, gambling on jadeite ore was very popular. Yeah, don't you know? Wang Shu was puzzled. Tell me in detail. It's gambling on origin stones. Wang Shu explained patiently. Sure enough, it was similar to what Yi Fan had guessed. The stones produced by the vein of origin were very special, and even cultivators found it difficult to see through them. Whether it was divine sense or divine power, it was impossible to probe their insides. Only by truly cutting them open could one know whether or not there was an origin within. Yi Fan had long since known about this, but he hadn't expected that because of it, the gambling on stones would flourish. In the past, our stronghold was very rich. My grandfather's generation all went there to broaden their horizons and participate in gambling on stones. Wang Shu was very envious. It's okay. Tell me in detail what to pay attention to. I'll take you there in the future. Yi Fan was tempted. Actually, it's very simple. There are no rules. Wang Shu said a lot. I want to go too. Dumbo, who had been passing by and caught a whiff, came to them and said, but it's too far away, and the nearest place is hundreds of kilometers away. There's an oasis over 500 kilometers there, and it's very prosperous. That's a normal place for gambling on stones. I heard that the best place for gambling on stones is tens of thousands of miles away, in the most prosperous holy city of the northern region. Wang Shu had a yearning expression as he said, those holy lands. Half of the premium origin stones excavated from around the origin ancient mine are sent there. It's a paradise for gambling on stones. The land of the great sage. Yi Fan was surprised. That's right. Gambling on stones there is top-notch enjoyment. Even the powerhouses of the middle continent and the northern desert are attracted. I heard that they are all legendary figures among cultivators. Wang Shu's thoughts wandered as he said, everything is top-notch service. Even the ladies who cut the stones are goddesses. The food provided is rare in the world. Everything is made from rare beasts and birds, as well as divine herbs. Even the worst wine is 100 years old. It's really a pleasure to go there to gamble on stones. Pfft. Dumbo pursed his lips. That's what the traveling Taoist priest said. You didn't see it with your own eyes. Who knows if it's true or not? Of course it's true. Wang Xu retorted. Have you forgotten about Zhang Wuya's ancestor? He was a Yuan Taoist master who experienced it all and left behind many legends. That's true. I forgot about that. Dumbo was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Brother Yi, do you really want to go gambling on stones by learning the source-seeking technique? Can you bring me along to broaden my horizons? Now that you mention it, I really want to go and see for myself. It would be great if I could gamble until a sacred ground collapsed. Yi Fan muttered to himself wickedly. What's so great about those sacred grounds? Dumbo said nonchalantly. I heard from my grandfather that the Yuan Taoist master, the ancestor of the Zhang family, made those sacred grounds' faces turn green from gambling. Yi Fan was surprised at those words. What? You're telling the truth? Of course. Dumbo continued, that's something that the elders in our village know. The Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family left behind many legends. Wang Xu added, it's all true. There's not a single lie. Zhang Wuya's ancestor won the source of God from those sacred grounds. How could their faces not turn green? They even wanted to jump into a river. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What kind of vision was that? He even had the source of God. He was able to find it. The so-called Yuan Taoist master was too shocking. Back then, Zhang Wuya's ancestor didn't just manage to get a piece of God's source. Those holy lands were so anxious that they almost wanted to worship him. Dumbo had an intoxicated look on his face when he talked about these things, as if he was the one who did it. The Yuan Taoist master is so powerful. Yi Fan could not calm down. He felt that if he could learn such a mystical technique, he could make the Yaoguang sacred ground and the Ji family feel unbearable. Of course it's extraordinary. After all, since ancient times, there have only been a few Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region. Now, their lineage has long been severed, and they will never appear again. Wang Xu said mysteriously, Zhang Wuya's ancestor did many glorious things back then. What? Other glorious things? Yi Fan's interest was piqued. Wang Xu said in a low voice, he became a god through stone gambling. Not only did he make those sacred grounds turn green, but he also won the Jade Pool Saintess. Pfft. Yi Fan spat out the tea that he had just drunk. That works. It's just a rumor, right? It's true. Zhang Wuya's ancestor was too good at stone gambling. He set his sights on the source stone of Jade Pool and gambled for 7 days and 7 nights. In order to recoup his losses, the saintess accidentally gambled herself, but she still lost. At that moment, the fire of gossip in Yi Fan's heart burned fiercely. He asked, what happened in the end? Sigh, what a pity. The Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master didn't make things difficult for the other party. He politely let the Jade Pool Saintess leave. Since then, his relationship with Jade Pool has been very special. Wang Xu looked regretful. Yi Fan also sighed. The Yuan Taoist master must be an extraordinary person. He wanted to read the Book of Source of Heaven even more. No, I have to find a way to make that extraordinary book see the light of day again. Yi Fan deeply understood how terrifying the sacred body of the ancients was. Every time he advanced to the next level, everything he needed would be multiplied tenfold. He made a preliminary calculation. The transformation of the 9 tiers of the Nirvana realm to the Great Perfection required a total of more than 50 kilograms of source. If he were to cultivate the first level of the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace, he would need 500 kilograms of source at a tenfold rate. Even in the northern region, ordinary small sects didn't have that much source. If he were to cultivate the second level of the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace, he would need 10 times the source. Yi Fan almost fainted. It was too terrifying, he couldn't bear it at all. It was beyond reason. The sacred grounds would probably vomit blood after the astronomical figure was calculated. I have to get the Book of Source of Heaven. Yi Fan's face turned green every time he thought about the future cultivation. Without the Book of Source of Heaven, the sacred body of the ancients was a bottomless pit. He had to become the Yuan Taoist master. He couldn't let himself and others turn green. It seems like I have to take the risk no matter what. I won't touch the things in the Purple Mountain. I have to get the Book of Source of Heaven out no matter what. Brother Yi, why did your face turn green? Dumbo asked honestly. Nonsense. Why would my face turn green? It should be the people from the sacred grounds. Brother Yi, are you really going to gamble on stones? Wang Shu asked expectantly. Of course. I'm going to gamble the Saintess of Jade Pool. I won't let her go. Otherwise, I'd be worse than a beast. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to become the Yuan Taoist master. He didn't want to be cheated, so he could only let others be cheated. If he became the Yuan Taoist master, the holy city tens of thousands of miles away would be his paradise. Brother Yi, if you can really win a saintess back, can you also win a wife for me? Dumbo asked honestly. Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, no problem. If you can win a saintess back, it won't be a problem to win a fairy wife for you. Wang Shu laughed at Dumbo. In the stone village, apart from Zhang Wuya, who else knows more about the source? Yi Fan wanted to learn from the basics. It would definitely not be easy to become the Yuan Taoist master. The older generation knows a little, but in terms of proficiency, only Zhang Wuya is good at it. Yi Fan nodded. After coming to the stone village for a few days, his understanding of the source had improved a lot, and he needed to continue learning. In the afternoon of the same day, the people outside the stone village were shouting and neighing, and the people in the village were in a panic. Beard Chen is here with more than 10 people. They want to destroy our village. Hide quickly, the bandits are here with weapons. They want to wash our village with blood. Many young men organized the old and young to hide, and then rushed to the village gate with sharp knives. Damn bandits, they only know how to bully the common people. Why don't they go to those sects to rob? They are just dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Many of them are from those sects, and they all have the support of big forces. They are in cahoots with each other. The young men in the village were very strong-willed. Seeing the bandits rushing over, they were not afraid, and all of them were ready to fight. Today is not a fight to the death. Behave yourselves. Zhang Wuya and a few old men berated these hot-blooded youths. Outside the stone village, dust rose into the sky. Dozens of people on horses arrived in the blink of an eye, people shouting and horses neighing, and waves of murderous intent. Everyone was riding on dragon-scaled horses. Their green scales flickered, and they looked fierce and ferocious. Every one of them reeked of blood. It was clear that this was a group of vicious criminals who had killed many people, much more savage than normal bandits. In the past few days, Yi Fan killed some roving bandits within a circumference of 100 li, but he was never able to find this group of people. Today, they finally came knocking on his door. A man in his 40s was sitting on a dragon-scale horse in the middle. His curly hair was fluffy like a lion's mane, and he looked very fierce. People from the stone stronghold, get out here. Quite a few of the bandits shouted loudly. You dare to wait for us with knives? You really are tired of living. Many of the bandits had unkind expressions. Zhang Wuya walked out from the crowd and stood within the stone stronghold. Sirs, please calm your anger. Which man of the northern region doesn't carry a blade? We've always been like this. A bandit sneered and said, less nonsense, have you prepared the resources that should be handed over? Don't tell me it's not enough and we need more time. We don't have the patience. If you don't hand over the source energy today, your stronghold will completely become a thing of the past. We will immediately flatten this place and turn it into a land of blood. This group of bandits were all clamoring. Waves of murderous intent pervaded the air. Zhang Wuya knew that this was definitely a group of executioners. They weren't just joking. He opened a bag of source energy, and it immediately flickered with brilliance, attracting the gazes of all the desperados. Not bad, the quality of these source energy is still passable. Old man Zhang, you're quite capable. You've really gathered all of it in such a short time. Big Beard Chen brought dozens of bandits forward. This old man doesn't dare to disobey the Sir's orders. Zhang Wuya cupped his hands. Several kilograms of source energy glowed with a myriad of colors. Spiritual energy overflowed in all directions, and multicolored clouds circulated. These were all Yifan's source energy, and it just happened to be a little more than 5 kilograms. He didn't want to make a move in the stone stronghold because he believed that this group of bandits definitely had the support of some sect. If he started a massacre here, he might implicate this village. Therefore, he asked Xianxia to give these source energy to them first. Big Beard Chin grabbed the source energy in one go and laughed heartily towards the sky. His laughter was like the beating of a broken drum, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. Not bad, it just happens to be a little more than 5 kilograms. Consider yourselves lucky that this stronghold has avoided a calamity. He held the horsewhip and tapped Xianxuya's head, saying, I've long heard that you, old thing, have extraordinary eyesight. As expected, your old arms and legs won't live for many years. In that case, you should properly search for source energy in this area. At this moment, Dumbo's eyes turned red. He rushed over and said, Big Beard Chin, where's my sister? Return my sister. Beside Big Beard Chin, a bandit laughed vulgarly and said, You're talking about the young girl we brought back a month ago. She tasted pretty good, but unfortunately, we weren't satisfied yet. She already jumped into the river half a month ago. I'll fight it out with you guys. Dumbo immediately burst into tears. Although he was a little dazed, he was very strong. 4 or 5 youths in the stone stronghold couldn't hold him down even if they worked together. A fool like you dares to challenge us? The few bandits' gazes immediately straightened. If you dare to talk back again, we'll immediately destroy your stronghold. This group of people killed without batting an eye. They were all desperados, and they would do what they said. Sister! Dumbo cried loudly. Although he was usually a little silly and carefree, he was now heartbroken. He cried bitterly and struggled there, veins popping up all over his body. An old man in the stronghold walked over and tapped on his body, instantly making it hard for him to move. The young men at the side all gripped the hilt of their blades tightly, wanting nothing more than to rush over immediately. Why are you angry at a fool? A bandit smiled maliciously and said, I remember last time I saw this fool had a sister who was also very pretty. Let's take her away this time. Fool, bring your sister here. A bandit came forward, waved his horsewhip, and pointed at Dumbo. Sirs, you can't do things like this. We've already handed over the source energy as requested. Don't hurt the people in our stronghold anymore. Xianxia came forward. Old thing, mind your own business. We still have things to tell you later. Stay on the side for now. A few bandits pushed him to the side and forcefully whipped Dumbo a few times. Get up and call your sister here. One of them released the seal on his body. I'll kill you all. Dumbo bit his lip until it bled. He grabbed the sharp knife on the ground and was about to fight with his life on the line. When the other youths saw this, they all raised their shining blades and approached with large strides. How rebellious! A group of mortals dare to resist? The group of thugs raised their eyes. One of them waved his whip heavily and hit Dumbo to the ground. He spat and said, You fool, if you don't want to live, don't drag your village down with you. Hurry up and bring your sister here. Otherwise, I'll bathe this place in blood. This group of people was extremely violent and unreasonable. I'm talking, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and call your sister here. Another person ruthlessly whipped Dumbo a few times. The youths in the stronghold all felt their blood boiling. They wanted nothing more than to attack immediately. Forget it. Don't mess around this time. Behind them, Beardchin waved his hand. He was afraid of stirring up public anger because he still needed the people of this stronghold to work. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, Old thing, you're really good at finding the source. Now that we urgently need the source, I'll give you another mission. What mission? Hand over another 2. 5 caddies of source within 20 days. What? We just handed it over. Xianxia looked forward. Beardchin faked a smile and said, This is the last time because we really need it at this stage. You'll benefit from it in the future. But, we really can't find it in such a short time. What's with all this nonsense? Beardchin's face immediately darkened. He turned his horse around and left, leaving only a cold sentence. If you can't gather 5 caddies of source in half a month, just wait for your stronghold to be destroyed. Old thing, you should use the few years you still have left to live. A bandit whipped him and spat before riding away on his dragon-scaled horse. You fool, I'll let you off easy. Be careful next time. Another bandit whipped Dumbo a few times and flew away on his horse. These bastards deserve to be cut 1,000 times. Why aren't these blood-sucking bugs struck to death by lightning? The people in the stone stronghold were furious. Looking at the departing figures, everyone clenched their fists. Dumbo howled like a wild beast. Wang Shu hugged him tightly and did not let him chase after him. Yi Fan walked over and patted Dumbo's shoulder. Follow me. Zhang Wuye and the others did not ask any questions. They knew what Yi Fan was going to do. It was good to bring Dumbo along, or else this child would definitely go crazy. The dozens of bandits traveled to 7 or 8 small oases and collected a total of more than 10 caddies of source. Only then did they leave on their horses and rush into the distance. Yi Fan brought Dumbo and followed them unhurriedly. He realized that this group of people was very cautious. They stopped from time to time, afraid that someone would follow them. After traveling for more than 300 miles, they arrived at the stronghold of the bandits. They did not make much of a commotion here. Every time they went far away to plunder. With so many source collected this time, the old man should be able to break through. Bearded Chin whispered to a bandit next to him. Not long after, they entered a mountainous area full of stone forests. There was no vegetation here, only a river flowing through. We have to send these source to the old man as soon as possible, Yi Fan was surprised. Through their conversation, he learned that there was really a sect supporting them. Is the Xianxia sect famous here? Yi Fan asked Dumbo. I think I've heard of it. Now that I think about it, my grandfather and the others have discussed it. Within a radius of 500 miles, it is the sphere of influence of the Xianxia sect. Dumbo said while staring at the river in the depths of the stone forest. People can't come back to life after they die. Think about it. Yi Fan patted his shoulder, then probed with his divine sense and found that there were a total of 51 slayers. Bearded Chen and another person had reached the Divine Bridge realm. There were also 7 or 8 Life Spring realm cultivators, and the rest were at the lowest level of the Bitter Sea realm. He did not want to let anyone go. According to the records on the ancient animal skin scroll, he engraved some Dao patterns around the stone forest and sealed the area. Alright, go and avenge your sister. Yi Fan walked into the stone forest with Dumbo and used his hand as a knife to cut off a few stone spears. Who are you? A slayer shouted. Poof. Yi Fan pointed a finger and a golden light rushed out. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead and his corpse fell to the ground. Who trespassed into our territory? With a whoosh, all the bandits rushed over. So it's you, you fool. How dare you come here? Did you bring your sister? No, this is not your sister. It's a young man. A group of slayers did not see the corpse not far away and walked forward recklessly. In the distance, Bearded Chin felt that something was wrong. He did not say anything and wanted to fly away. However, he was blocked by the Dao patterns and could not escape. He anxiously shouted, "Brother, kill them for me." Dumbo, you look silly, but your sister is very lively. This group of slayers still did not know what was good for them. Dumbo gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. You are guilty of many crimes. Today, you can end all your crimes. Yi Fan kept pointing and one corpse after another fell. Their foreheads were all pierced by the divine light. The bandits panicked. Even though they had killed people all year round, they still felt fear when it came to themselves. Poof, poof, Yi Fan threw out the stone spear in his hand and nailed 5 people to the ground. These people had a deep hatred for Dumbo. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and told him to take revenge himself. Otherwise, he would be stifled by this kind of anger. The person who was nailed to the ground screamed. Dumbo almost went crazy. He slashed and bit his mouth, his body covered in blood. You scum, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power? Yi Fan stared at Bearded Chin. Who are you? Do you know where we came from? Bearded Chin looked fierce on the outside, but he was weak on the inside. He had been rolling around piles of dead people all year round, so his intuition was very sharp. He knew that today was a bad day. "Aren't you just serving an old fart from the Xianxia sect?" Yifan sneered and said, "I'll deal with you guys first. When I'm free, I'll find a chance to kill that old fart and get rid of the scourge for this place. As a sect of the northern region, you're secretly doing such a heartless thing. How heinous. Before you kill us, you have to think about the consequences. You won't be able to survive in this area if you become enemies with the Xianxia sect." Bearded Chin roared and kept retreating. "I won't shout to the whole world. Heaven, earth, you, me, and I will know." "Who else will know?" Yifan sneered and said, "I'm about to break through soon and I'm lacking some whetstones. I don't mind that the Xianxia sect will send someone to look for me." Whoosh! A green light flew out of the stone forest and slashed at Yifan's neck. It was as fast as lightning. Clang! Yifan gently flicked his finger, and a crescent blade instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Boom! He waved his fist and smashed it forward. With a loud bang, a large area of the stone forest in front of him was instantly shattered. The cultivator who was at the celestial bridge realm like Bearded Chin screamed as his bones were broken and his tendons were torn. He rolled on the ground. "You've done all kinds of evil and your hands are stained with blood. Go on your way." Yifan repeatedly flicked his fingers, and rays of golden light shot out like shooting stars. Poof poof poof. The sounds were endless as corpses fell to the ground continuously. "Don't kill me," Bearded Chin roared. Although he was the leader of the bandits, he was inferior to others at the last moment. Yifan shattered his sea of bitterness with his palm and threw him in front of Dumbo. At this moment, Dumbo had already torn apart the bandits that were nailed by the stone spears. His entire body was blood red as he cried nonstop. "Return my sister." He grabbed Bearded Chin and bit him fiercely. Yifan killed all the bandits and turned to walk into the depths of the stone forest. He found more than 10 kilograms of origin source. He really didn't know how many villages this group of villains had destroyed to collect so much. In addition, he also found an ancient jade that was half the size of a palm. This was a broken piece of jade, and it was obviously a broken piece. Holding it in his hand, he immediately felt an ancient and desolate aura, giving people a strange feeling. Map, Yifan was a little surprised. On this piece of ancient jade, there were some maps of mountains and rivers engraved. It was unknown how many generations it had been passed down, but these traces were almost erased. There was a word on it that made his heart tremble. Although it was almost blurry, he could still recognize it if he looked carefully. It was actually the word Emperor. "Dumbo, don't kill him. I still have something to ask him," Yifan hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Bearded Chin was in a terrible state. His entire body was covered in blood, but fortunately, he was not dead. "Where did you get this ancient jade?" Bearded Chin had long been terrified. He said whatever he was asked. When the brothers dug the origin ore, they dug it out from the origin vein. He kept kowtowing and hugged Dumbo's legs, begging the two of them, "Spare me. How could it be something sealed in the origin ore? There are words on this ancient jade, I can't explain it clearly. It's an ancient mine left behind from the primordial times. I picked it up from the ancient mine when I was digging for origin source." "Where is that ancient mine?" Yifan shouted. The ancient jade from the primordial times made his heart tremble, especially the word Emperor on it. It made him deduce many things. One had to know that in this area, the Purple Mountain was related to the ancient Great Emperor. He wanted to enter it to search for the Book of Origin. Now that he had obtained such an ancient jade, he had no choice but to make some connections. "Don't kill me. I'll bring you to find it." Bearded Chin seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Yifan kicked him away and probed out with his powerful divine sense. He directly pierced into his sea of consciousness and read the memories in his heart. This was the benefit of having a powerful divine sense. The other party's sea of consciousness seemed to be defenseless against it as it directly broke through. Yifan frowned. This guy really did all kinds of evil. He had done countless evil things. Soon, he found the information he wanted. The ancient mine was 200 kilometers away. It was not that far. Alright, Dumbo, continue taking revenge. Yi Fan stood up. 2 hours later, Bearded Chen's scream stopped. Dumbo cried and jumped into the river, constantly calling his sister's name. Yi Fan sighed. This was the real northern region. It was a paradise of evil. Without strength, any tragic things could happen. Let's go. Yi Fan let him wash in the river and threw him a set of clothes. Then, he wiped away all traces of the place and soared into the sky with him. When he was about to return to the stone stronghold, Yi Fan stared at the purple mountain that was thousands of meters tall and repeatedly looked at the ancient jade in his hand. Suddenly, another mountain ridge appeared in his field of vision. It's here. He immediately caught on to something and flew high enough in the sky to look forward. There were 9 mountain ridges around the huge purple mountain. However, the distance was too far. The 9 mountain ranges were far away on the horizon, like caterpillars that were indiscernible. If it was drawn on a map, it would be clear that the purple mountain was in the center of the 9 mountain ridges. Yi Fan lowered his head to observe the ancient jade. The mountain ranges on the incomplete map should be the 2 mountain ridges in this area. The complete ancient jade map must have included the purple mountain. I didn't expect that at the end of the distant horizon, those mountain ridges are also related to the purple mountain. Yi Fan was shocked. Yi Fan and Dumbo returned to the stone village, and in the days that followed, he earnestly learned the source-seeking technique from the elders in the village. At the same time, he was actively preparing to enter the purple mountain. He had to understand everything about it. You're asking so many questions. Don't tell me you still want to enter the purple mountain? In the past few days, Yi Fan had been asking about the purple mountain. Xianxia frowned and said, "You really shouldn't take the risk, or you'll only lose your life. Don't you want to find the original heavenly tome?" Yi Fan smiled. "I naturally don't want to lose the inheritance of something left behind by our ancestors, but what can I do? That ancestor didn't listen to our teachings 1,000 years ago and used it to break into the purple mountain. It never returned, and it's difficult to retrieve." According to Xianxia, the original heavenly tome was a spiritual item that could be used as a weapon. If you tell me the details of the past, I might be able to find the original heavenly tome. Xianxia shook his head. You've done our village a great favor, and I don't want you to throw away your life. I have a way to protect myself. Don't worry. No matter how he tried to persuade him, Xianxia was against taking the risk. 5 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient mine about 50 kilometers away from the stone village. This was where Big Beard Chen and the others had found the ancient jade. Since the ancient jade was related to the purple mountain, he naturally had to investigate it. The place was desolate with no signs of human habitation. The ancient mine was eerie and had been abandoned for who knew how many years, and there was a musty smell coming from inside. It was a huge mine like a sinkhole. The underground was pitch black and bottomless, and one would feel a little scared just standing there. Could it be evil? The mine was extremely quiet without a single sound. Yi Fan went down 1,000 meters before reaching the bottom. He could not help but be surprised. This was a huge vein of ore, and it was truly rare. In the past, a large amount of source qi must have been dug out. Unfortunately, everything had been covered in dust since the primordial era, and there would not be any rare source qi left behind. Kacha, a sound came from beneath his feet as he stepped on a skeleton. It was probably someone who had died in the past 100 years, and not a corpse left behind from ancient times. The enormous ancient mine was full of blade and axe traces, all of them left behind by predecessors, recording the blood and tears of the past origin gatherers. Whoever left the ancient jade here must have an extraordinary identity. It's impossible for them to appear here for no reason. Yi Fan soon arrived at the place where the ancient jade was found, but there was nothing special about it. He searched for 2 hours, and then continued to move forward, wanting to explore the deepest part of the ancient mine. After walking for a full 5,000 meters underground, there was still no end. This huge mine seemed to lead to the netherworld, pitch black and silent. After walking another 3,000 meters, Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The ancient mine was 8,000 meters long, yet they still hadn't reached the end. What kind of concept was this? Ordinary mines were only a few hundred meters long, but this mine was abnormally huge. He felt that it was impossible for it to be a single source vein. There should be many mines that had been dug through. But why was there only one exit? If this is a huge origin vein, then it might be the legendary dragon vein. Yi Fan was shocked. In other words, this place might have nurtured some divine origin before. Obviously, many people had come here after the primordial age and left behind many traces. After walking for a full 10,000 meters, Yi Fan finally reached the end. He heard the sound of water splashing. There was no path ahead, only a deep hole straight down. The sound of water was coming from there. Yi Fan looked down and felt that the underground river was very cold. It was like a blunt knife scraping his flesh, making his skin hurt. Strange, he thought for a moment, and then jumped in with a splash, moving forward in the underground river. The river water was bone-chilling. He used divine power to protect himself, but still felt cold. After walking for about a dozen miles, there were no longer any blade and axe marks left by mining. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and continued forward. He found an abnormal phenomenon. The direction of the underground river didn't change. It went straight forward for another 10 miles, and it was still the same. In the end, he followed the underground river for a total of 40 to 50 miles before he finally stopped. Because at this moment, he felt great danger. There was a funnel-like black hole in front of him. All the underground river flowed into it as if it could never be filled up. For some reason, after arriving here, Yi Fan shivered. The funnel-like black hole in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his mind. He felt his hair stand on end. This is not a good place. I came here for the ancient jade. I want to enter the Purple Mountain. I don't need to take risks here. Yi Fan didn't want to go deep into the huge black hole. He returned along the original path of the underground river. Only when he reappeared in the ancient mine did he sigh in relief. Ah! At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly surprised. He thought of something and said to himself, could it be? He quickly rushed out of the ancient mine that was 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters deep. He came to the surface, confirmed the direction of the underground river, and ran on the ground. After rushing out for dozens of miles, which was the corresponding end of the underground river, Yi Fan was shocked. In front of him, a desolate mountain ridge lay across the blood-colored earth, blocking the way. It was like a young dragon, winding and lofty. With the Purple Mountain as the center, there were 9 mountain ridges in all directions. This was one of them. What a great work! Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding dozens of miles, even close to 100 miles, were all related to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan had flown up to the sky to observe more than once. The 9 mountain ridges all faced the Purple Mountain in a regular pattern. He pondered for a moment and returned to the stone stronghold. He carved the Purple Mountain and the 9 mountain ridges according to a certain proportion on the cowhide and handed it to Xianxia. He asked, is there anything particular about this mountain landscape? Although Xianxia lived here, he was only a mortal. It was impossible for him to stand high in the sky like Yi Fan and take in everything. When he saw the clear topographical map, he stood up in shock and said, this is... You actually saw through it. So you know everything? My ancestors saw the extraordinariness of the Purple Mountain because of these 9 mountain ridges. Xianxia spread out the cowhide and said, take a look. What does this look like? I can't tell what it looks like, but I feel that the arrangement is very symmetrical. The 9 mountain ridges all face the Purple Mountain at the center. These are 9 dragon veins, surrounding and protecting a pearl. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. How were these 9 mountain ridges like dragons? The Purple Mountain stood tall and straight like a great iron sword. It didn't look like a pearl at all. You haven't cultivated the Book of Origin, so you naturally wouldn't think in this direction. This is indeed a dragon vein, with 9 dragons surrounding and protecting a pearl. What's so particular about this? Yi Fan asked. It's too particular. The Book of Origin has detailed records, but I only know a little bit of it. This kind of general power has endless mysteries. Yi Fan's expression changed. What is it? My ancestor once said that the 9 dragons surrounding and protecting a pearl contains the extreme mysteries of the world's changes. What is so special about it? Yi Fan asked. Not to mention mortals, even powerful cultivators can't withstand this kind of general power. My ancestor only said one sentence, only ancient emperors can touch this general power. Yi Fan's heart itched as he listened. He asked, did your ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, explain it in more detail? He didn't. But one thing is certain. My ancestor was frightened into retreating because he peeped into the Purple Mountain's heavenly secrets. At the same time, he didn't dare to ask the fairies of the Jade Lake for help. This? Yi Fan was shocked. The other ancestors of my Zhang family who cultivated the Book of Origin couldn't fully comprehend it. They could only speculate that this place hides a huge secret. Yi Fan wanted to know the answer more and more. He asked, could it be that they didn't find any clues and couldn't pry into the heavenly secrets? Many ancestors agreed that all of this pointed to the ancient great emperor, that he might have set up something terrifying here. What did he use the general power of this place to set up? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The primordial era that cultivators speak of is 100,000 years old. What was the use of the emperor from 100,000 years ago? Yi Fan didn't understand. The emperor had already returned to dust, so what was the point of doing all this? Perhaps it was prepared for later generations. Zhang Wuye shook his head. Only by thoroughly comprehending the Book of Origin can we understand what the emperor wanted to do. There were living creatures there, and they belonged to races from ancient times. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. He couldn't understand the emperor's motives. I saw an ancient mine just now. It pointed to a distant mountain ridge. The ground had been dug out, and it looked like the dragon vein of the source. Could there have been a divine source there? Yi Fan talked about the abandoned ancient mine. In fact, the ancient mine leads directly to that mountain ridge. The 9 mountain ridges have all been dug out. This? Yi Fan was shocked. How big of a project was this? The methods of the ancient emperor are unimaginable. He could have done all this. This was also the work of the emperor, and not the work of later generations? Yi Fan asked. Zhang Wuye said, some ancestors of my Zhang family speculated that the 9 dragon veins all had peerless divine source, but they were all dug out and gathered in that dragon pearl. How could this be? Yi Fan was shocked. The ancestors who studied the Book of Origin speculated that it was to promote the general trend of this place. They gathered the essence of the 9 dragon veins and stored it in the dragon pearl. The 9 dragons guarded the pearl and truly protruded the pearl. Everything was in the pearl. The plan laid out by the ancient emperor was all related to that purple mountain. The 9 mountain ridges were only the green leaves. I really want to know what the emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was trying to do. Since ancient times, there had only been a few emperors in the eastern wilderness. They could refine extreme weapons and create the most profound ancient scriptures. Their methods were heaven-defying. What was the emperor's purpose in going through so much trouble and making such a big move? Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan had learned a lot about the Book of Origin. He had prepared for a long time and learned enough details. He even knew where the ancestor of the Zhang family had entered the Purple Mountain all those years ago. Now, he decided to take action. He would enter the Purple Mountain and find the Book of Origin. The Purple Mountain had endless secrets, and the Book of Origin had endless magic. As long as he could obtain and cultivate the book, he would understand everything. I have to become the Yuan Taoist master. I have to take the risk. Otherwise, my path of cultivation will come to an end. Yi Fan decided to enter the Purple Mountain immediately. Do you really want to enter the Purple Mountain? Zhang Wuye had long since understood Yi Fan's intentions. He knew that he couldn't stop him no matter what. He sighed and said, wait a moment. He turned around and walked into the stone house. Before long, he laboriously carried out a large wooden chest. It was yellowish, obviously an ancient object. What's this? Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. 1,000 years ago, that ancestor also made meticulous preparations before entering the Purple Mountain. These are some of the things he left behind. Zhang Wuye removed the iron lock and opened the large wooden chest. Suddenly, the smell of rotting wood wafted out. After who knew how many years? The inside of the wooden chest was somewhat decayed. This is... Yi Fan first discovered a set of stone armor. That's right, this was a stone armor formed by stringing together pieces of stone. It was simple, unadorned, and neatly stacked. What's this for? The workmanship of this stone armor was exquisite, and it seemed that a great deal of effort had been put into it. Zhang Wuye took out the stone armor and caressed it with his hand. This was personally made by that ancestor 1,000 years ago. He wore one and left another behind. Yi Fan held the stone armor in his hand but didn't feel anything special about it. This kind of stone could be found everywhere, and it was precisely the kind of special stone skin that wrapped around the origin source. This kind of stone skin could obstruct the probing of a cultivator's spiritual sense. As a result, it was difficult to determine whether or not there was a treasure within any origin stone unless it was truly cut open. This was also the reason for the rise of stone gambling. Yi Fan believed that as long as he wanted to, he could easily crush this kind of stone skin. This kind of armor was of no use to him. Don't look down on this stone armor. It's not an ordinary item. It has a powerful spiritual nature. Zhang Wuye seemed to have seen through his thoughts. It has a spiritual nature? Yi Fan carefully sensed it, but didn't find anything special. This is no ordinary stone skin. Zhang Wuye caressed it with his hand, unwilling to let it go. This is the stone skin that was peeled off from the origin source. It's a material that could enter the eyes of the Yuan Taoist master. This is the old skin that wraps the origin source? Yi Fan brought the stone armor closer and carefully examined it, but still couldn't see anything. Different professions are worlds apart. You are a cultivator, but you don't understand how precious these stone garments are. Zhang Wuye unfurled the stone robe and said, every origin seeker hopes to have a robe like this. You must know that digging for origin qi all day long will inevitably lead to some bad things, but this divine origin robe can ward off evil and evade those unclean things. Yi Fan nodded. He suddenly thought of many things. He had stayed in the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land for a while. Strange things happened one after another. Of course, he knew how dangerous it was. The rock skin of the source of God has a special spirituality. It can avoid unclean things. According to what Zhang Wuye said, this kind of stone skin coexisted with the divine spring. Once infected with its spirituality, it would already possess a spirit and could seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the big wooden box, there was a stone helmet that could cover one's face. You must wear this stone robe and a good stone helmet to hide all the aura on your body. Perhaps it isn't sturdy enough, but it can isolate you from the outside world. Perhaps it can help you avoid the ominous creatures in the Purple Mountain, Zhang Wuye solemnly warned. Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum. Aren't the ancient and tyrannical creatures sealed in the divine origin source? It's hard to say what happens in the Purple Mountain. It's better to make more plans. In fact, I still say the same thing. I really don't want you to take risks. Yi Fan was indeed a bit apprehensive. I don't want to enter the depths of the Purple Mountain. I'll immediately return as soon as I find the Heavenly Book of Source. I don't want to alarm some living creature. Also, take this stone pendant with you. Zhang Wuye took out a stone pendant from the big wooden box and said, this was refined by an ancestor of my Zhang family. If you're really targeted by evil spirits, it might display some wonderful effects. Clang! Zhang Wuye pulled out a stone saber. The wooden scabbard had long since decayed and shattered the moment he pulled the saber out. The saber was no more than 2 feet long and was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. In addition, there were also some strange patterns. You might see some strange things under the ground. They're bizarre and dazzling. Unless you have no other choice, don't fight them head-on. Zhang Wuye's expression was solemn. Regardless of whether it's a ghost or something else, if it doesn't attack you first, treat it as an illusion. You can use this saber to open the way. Yi Fan was a bit scared. He hadn't taken Zhang Wuye's advice seriously before, but now he was a bit uncertain. Finally, Zhang Wuye took out an astrolabe and said, this astrolabe has been passed down to my generation and contains a large amount of the divine power of the constellations. Keep it well. It will come in handy at a critical moment. If you fall into a ghost mine, it will help you find a way out. Yi Fan was really a bit speechless. He wanted to beat a retreat and mumbled, I say, old man, are you supporting me or scaring me? Why am I getting more and more scared? The stone clothes, stone pendant, stone saber, and stone astrolabe were all carved from the old skin of the divine source. There was nothing special about them, but they contained spirituality. Old man, where did that first ancestor of your family go in the end? Did he enjoy his old age in this village? The first ancestor of the Zhang family was a Yuan Taoist master. Such a character could be considered a miracle. Since ancient times, only a few people had appeared in the northern region. Yi Fan had once asked Zhang Wuya about the Yuan Taoist master's whereabouts. The old man had vaguely said that the Yuan Taoist master knew too much about the secret of origin and that something ominous would happen in his old age. His life and death are a mystery. The old man shook his head. What happened? Countless years ago, 5 Yuan Taoist masters appeared in the northern region. In their old age, they all encountered very strange things. Our Zhang family's first ancestor was no exception. What strange things? Yi Fan asked. In his old age, he saw many unclean things, but others couldn't see them. He said that was the final fate of the Yuan Taoist master. Unclean things? Yi Fan was shocked. Yes, in the end, he disappeared to an unknown place. On the night he left, a red whirlwind blew outside, and a strange, terrifying creature howled endlessly for an entire night. I say, old man, I'm not scared. If you want to dissuade me, just say it. Why do you have to do this? I'm not scaring you. What I said is true. The first ancestor of the Zhang family really disappeared just like that. When the Saintess of the Jade Pool found out, she searched for him all over the northern region, but to no avail. In the end, she personally built a cenotaph for him. Zhang Wuya sighed. That was an extraordinary person who made all the great sages' face turn green. Yet, in his old age, he actually died mysteriously. This made Yi Fan feel complicated. Is there no clue at all? On that night, there was a 4-year-old child in my Zhang family who accompanied the first ancestor. He was scared silly. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, he was only cured after more than half a year. According to him, what did that child say? Yi Fan asked when he saw the old man stop talking. He said that on that night, he saw one of the grandfather's hands covered in red hair. He also saw a humanoid creature walking outside the window. He only turned his head, and the first ancestor disappeared forever. I say, old man, you can't scare people like this. You clearly know that I'm going to enter the Purple Mountain. These are all passed down from generation to generation. I've never told anyone about it. Zhang Wuya shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this blood-colored land was filled with too many mysteries. Many things were probably beyond his imagination. How strong is the Yuan Taoist master? Are you talking about his battle prowess? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. When my first ancestor was young, he fought to a draw with the Saintess of the Jade Pool, Zhang Wuya said calmly. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath. This kind of person was truly an extraordinary person. As the Yuan Taoist master, he still had such strength. It was no wonder that the Saintess of the Jade Pool became his confidant. After becoming the Yuan Taoist master, I can stabilize the dragon vein and lock the divine source. It's impossible for me not to be strong. Zhang Wuya yearned. In the end, Yi Fan still went on his way. Little brother Yi, when are you coming back? Wang Shu saw him off. He didn't know that he was going to the Purple Mountain and only thought that he was going on a long journey. Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. I'll gamble until those holy lands turn green in the face and get a saintess back. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Dumbo waved his hand honestly. How come you only remember this line after all the things I've taught you? Yi Fan was speechless. I'm afraid you won't come back. Dumbo scratched his head. Yi Fan felt that he couldn't argue with him. He smiled and waved his hand behind him. He quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to Zhang Wuya, if he wanted to enter the Purple Mountain, he could only go through the 9 dragon veins and move underground. Then, he would cut open the Purple Mountain underground and enter the interior. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a hopeless situation if he directly made a move outside the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan chose the dragon vein in the east. He wanted to go deep from there because that was the path that the ancestor of the Zhang family had taken 1,000 years ago. He recited the ancient scripture recorded in the ancient bronze coffin in his heart. From time to time, he would carve a few words into the cauldron made from the source chi of all. He had been like this for the past 2 months. Even though those words couldn't stay for long and would soon disappear, he still continued to carve them. This was the root of the source chi of all, and it was his greatest reliance. Even if the void were to shatter, he could hide in the cauldron and escape the calamity. The towering mountain range was majestic and imposing, like a crouching dragon, lying in front of him. The tall stone ridge was bald and reddish-brown. There was no vegetation, and it was tinged with purple, similar to the Purple Mountain. According to Zhang Wuya, this dragon vein had been dug out a long time ago. There was a dragon passage underground that led straight to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan didn't make a move directly. He didn't want to break the earth and go deep. He didn't want to cause damage like this, lest he caused a bad result. He searched patiently and finally found an ancient mine. 1,000 years ago, that ancestor of the Zhang family had entered from here. Yi Fan put on the stone clothes and immediately felt that it was airtight. The aura around him was sealed and couldn't leak out in the slightest. He carried the astrolabe on his back, held the stone knife, and hung the stone pendant on it. He silently floated down into the ancient mine. Yi Fan secretly measured the depth. He was incomparably shocked. He fell for 3,000 meters before reaching the bottom of the mine. The pitch-black ancient mine was excavated more than 100,000 years ago. It was filled with the aura of time, and this place was extremely quiet. Yi Fan moved his feet lightly. He didn't use divine power, but walked forward step by step, carefully sensing everything around him. Everything here was related to the ancient great emperor. It brought him a heavy pressure, and he had never been so cautious. In this way, Yi Fan silently walked several li. The ancient mine became darker and darker. What is that? Suddenly, he was startled. There was the sound of wings flapping in front of him. He could vaguely see a humanoid creature flapping its wings and rushing over. I just came in, and I already encountered an archaic race? Yi Fan cried out in alarm. It was indeed a humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters and a wingspan of 4 meters. It pounced on Yi Fan from the depths of the ancient mine. Its sharp claws were like knives, shining with cold light. It went straight for Yi Fan's throat. At the same time, a strange wave came out of its mouth, making people's eardrums buzz. Yi Fan raised the stone knife and stabbed it, cutting off the humanoid creature's path. Clang! The pair of sharp claws hit the stone knife, making the sound of metal and sparks. Didn't Mr. Zhang say that stone clothes can ward off evil spirits? Why did I provoke an unknown creature as soon as I came in? Yi Fan was confused, but he was not afraid. He felt that this humanoid creature was not difficult to deal with. Swish! The humanoid creature spread its wings and soared into the sky. It gathered its strength again and pounced down again. This time a bright light came out of its mouth and chopped down like a sharp knife. Yi Fan put away the stone knife. This creature obviously had an innate magic. If he used the stone knife to kill it, it would definitely break. Chi, 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 he opened his 5 fingers, and 5 beams of sword light rushed up like dazzling lightning, illuminating the pitch-black ancient mine. Clang! The light blade from the humanoid creature's mouth was broken, and the other 4 beams of sword light all chopped on its body. Puff! Blood splashed, and the humanoid creature was pierced. It flapped its wings fiercely, trying to escape to the depths of the ancient mine. Yi Fan could not let it escape. He shouted lightly, and a wave of air rushed up to the sky, shaking it down directly. He knew that this was definitely not a creature from the primeval age. Otherwise, it would not be so weak and far from the legend. Yi Fan stepped forward, unfolded its wings, and revealed its real body to observe carefully. This humanoid creature was 2 meters tall, covered with gray fur, and its wings were made of flesh. It looked like a giant humanoid bat. Yi Fan thought of the records in the ancient books. This was a species that lived underground. It was called the demon bat, which was very rare and almost impossible to see. Legend has it that after bats gained intelligence and became almighty beings, the descendants they gave birth to, after dozens or even hundreds of generations, their blood would gradually become diluted, and if they couldn't improve, they would degenerate into devil bats. According to the records in the ancient books, any place where the demon bat appears must be a place of great evil. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't know if it was their nature, but it was said in the ancient books that this kind of rare underground creature lived at the edge of the danger zone. This is not a good sign. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought that the Purple Mountain might have left behind the inheritance of an ancient great emperor, but now it seemed that it was hostile. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and continued forward. After 10 li, he encountered a huge problem. There were more than 100 demonic bats, and he didn't show any mercy. If they dared to attack him, he would kill them with the golden book. In the end, a giant demonic bat that was 5 meters long and had a wingspan of 10 meters appeared and was smashed by his fist. Only then did the ancient mind quiet down. After advancing for more than 10 li, everything was silent. The ancient mine was pitch black and very gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Did I enter the danger zone?" Yi Fan advanced for another 7 or 8 li, neither fast nor slow. He advanced slowly and saw many stone carvings on the cave walls, which were left by the ancient people's knives and axes. It was a very simple pattern that recorded all kinds of things that happened in the past. Yi Fan didn't feel bored, but he looked at it patiently. At first, they were all very trivial things, but later on, there were many corpses in the carvings, and those people were all lying on the ground. Did the ancient people from hundreds of thousands of years ago want to leave something behind? The more Yi Fan looked, the more surprised he became. He felt that this was a story. In the end, these people dug out strange things, and more people died. Later, a creature with a single horn between its eyebrows appeared, and it was dug out from the mine by the ancient people. Everyone was almost wiped out. This person with a horn between his eyebrows had 6 arms and a pair of wings, and he looked down on the world. In the picture, he roared at the sky, the earth cracked, the mine collapsed, and underground magma spewed out. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath of air. Could this be a creature from the divine source? Its roar shook heaven and earth. This type of power truly made one tremble in fear. No wonder so many people died. The later carvings were even more shocking. That horned humanoid creature actually knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards an enormous piece of divine source. Such a powerful creature is still trembling with fear, kowtowing to others? Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He impatiently looked at the next carving, wishing to see what the creature inside the exceptional divine source looked like, to see how it could have this type of power. In the following carving, the creature inside the exceptional divine source didn't appear, and it was still hazy. Even though it didn't appear in the world, there were endless corpses in the surroundings. Countless people collapsed, extending into the distance. What exactly is inside that piece of divine source? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. It didn't even appear in the world, yet there was already endless slaughter. According to the carvings, the number of people who died was uncountable, at least in the tens of thousands. In the next few carvings, the divine source was there, but no creature appeared. It only showed that there were more and more corpses around, piling up into mountains, and many of them were cultivators. The blood converged into a real river, meandering into the distance, just like the underworld. As for the creature with a horn on its forehead, 6 arms under its shoulders, and wings on its back, it knelt devoutly beside the divine source from beginning to end. Such a tragic thing happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. How many people died? According to the carvings, this land has clearly collapsed, so why does the ancient mine still exist? Yi Fan originally came to find the Book of Origin, but now he was deeply attracted by the carvings in the ancient mine. In the following carvings, the exceptional divine source was still very hazy, and no creature appeared, only human corpses piling up. And the humanoid creature kneeling in front of the divine source didn't make a move, and it kept kowtowing. The creature in this divine source was most likely a terror-level existence before the primeval age. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. He continued to look, and the creature still didn't walk out of the divine source, but there were more and more corpses of cultivators around it, and blood dyed the ground red. In the end, a human expert shrouded in a halo descended from the sky, and everything began to change. It was impossible to see its appearance, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its entire body was surrounded by auspicious colors, and there was only the word Emperor carved above its head. The great emperor of ancient times. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly looked down. As expected of the great emperor who ruled over the world, he suppressed the humanoid creature with a horn on its forehead and devoutly guarding the divine source with one move, and directly smashed it into the ground. That kind of aura was majestic, and the ancient person used a simple style to carve out a bit of the soul, showing the supreme power of the great emperor. All directions cloud destruction, spirit-piercing rainbow, stars and moon trembling, this was the power of a great emperor. He suppressed the humanoid creature as soon as he made a move. In the following carvings, he directly attacked the divine source, but it was a pity that at this point, the walls of the ancient mine were broken, and the carvings were broken, so it was difficult to see the result. Skipping over this part, Yi Fan continued to look. He felt like he had returned to the ancient land hundreds of thousands of years ago, and he could feel the supreme power of the great emperor. The existence in the exceptional divine source was obviously very terrifying, and it was extremely powerful, forcing the great emperor to take out a weapon. It was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky, and it pressed down, covering the divine source. An extreme weapon. Yi Fan was shocked, and the power of the great emperor's weapon was indeed terrifying, and he had never seen such power before. It was as if the supreme power of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was about to break through the wall. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and the unparalleled divine might of the great emperor of ancient times made him yearn. In the next carving, the divine source cracked, and the creature inside still walked out. However, it only depicted her reaching out a delicate palm, and the stone wall behind it shattered again, so it couldn't be seen in its entirety. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down, and he quickly walked forward. However, after walking for a long distance, the stone wall was all broken, and the carvings had all fallen off. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and if it wasn't for the special materials in the mine, there was no way it could have been preserved until now, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. Only when he walked out 100 meters did the carving reappear. Unfortunately, the battle had already ended. The great emperor used the extreme weapon the bell to suppress the archaic creature, sealing it in the exceptional divine source. In the end, he still couldn't see the true appearance of that terrifying creature. A delicate palm like jade, it seems to belong to a woman, yet it is so powerful. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The creatures of the archaic era were hard to fathom as expected, not dying in the divine source, and actually living until the future. However, he admired the great emperor even more, suppressing such a terrifying creature. As expected of an outstanding hero that overlooked the boundless world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the course of that great battle. The 100-meter-long stone wall was destroyed, and it must have recorded the most exciting and intense scenes of the battle. Yi Fan walked forward another dozen or so meters, and finally finished looking at the last carving. The great emperor from the primordial era restored the earth to its original state, and then used the bell to suppress the divine source before flying towards a distant mountain. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan recognized the mountain at first glance. It was the Pearl of the Nine Dragons Guard. After seeing all of this, he didn't move forward, and instead stood in place for a long time, silently thinking. This was a carving left behind by the ancients from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it recorded some of the events of the past. All kinds of excavations of the ancient mine were recorded in the carving. This mine was under a mountain ridge, which was also under a so-called dragon vein. In this area, there were a total of 9 dragon veins, and they guarded a pearl. They definitely had divine source, so did this mean that there were terrifying creatures in every dragon vein? Could it be that similar things had happened to them, and they were finally suppressed by the great emperor? In the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land, when the brilliance of the pyramid flowed and the green vitality reappeared, Yi Fan had seen the formation of the source with his own eyes. It was purely a coincidence that the creatures were sealed in the source. The source fluid dripped down and sealed the corpses on the ground. Did the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era here passively seal the source, or did they enter the dragon vein and sleep in the exceptional divine source? Logically speaking, once the divine source solidified, one couldn't enter. After all, the mine had already formed, and if one forcefully entered, the divine source would only shatter, and there was no way to protect it. This was a primitive source vein, and it wasn't man-made. However, Yi Fan didn't think it was so simple. If the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed themselves in the divine source, then he could think of more. There were 9 dragon veins here, and there were at least 9 pieces of divine source. If there were terrifying creatures sealed in all of them, did they know each other? In the distant past, could it be that the 9 terrifying ancient creatures knew each other and made the same choice? Zhang Wuya's ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, once said that only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. In the distant ancient times, those ancient creatures chose this place, and they dared to touch this general influence. Thinking further, Yi Fan thought of another terrifying result. There were tyrannical creatures from the primordial era who had already occupied this place. Did this mean that the Purple Mountain was also the same? If that was the case, and there was a terrifying creature in each of the 9 dragon veins, what were they guarding? Only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. The great emperor of the human race was a latecomer, and when he appeared, other races had already occupied this place. Yes, according to this speculation, that great emperor had come too late. Everything is in the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan understood that the root of everything was ultimately concentrated in the Purple Mountain. The pitch-black ancient mine was silent. Yi Fan stood there for a long time and thought about many things. In the end, he didn't change his mind and chose to move forward. He moved forward alone at a steady pace, observing everything around him. However, there were no more carvings on the rock walls. Everything just now was over. After moving forward for more than 30 miles, the soil suddenly became soft. When he stepped on it, the soles of his feet completely sank into it and turned gray. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. However, after walking for thousands of feet, he felt that it was getting colder and colder. The Xianxia here was extremely heavy, like the north wind blowing snow on his body. When he stepped on a hard object and made a cracking sound, Yi Fan suddenly understood what kind of place he had come to. The gray on the ground was not ordinary soil, but bone ashes. There were still bones that had not completely melted inside. The Xianxia was emitted by these bone ashes. He was a cultivator, so he was not afraid. However, he had to think about how many human bones were needed to accumulate these bone ashes. Soon, he thought of the peerless god source in this dragon vein. When it was born, there were mountains of bones and rivers of blood. Was it caused by that horrible creature from more than 100,000 years ago? Those source gatherers in the past all rested here. After walking for a long time, there was still no end to the gray bone ashes. There was a thick layer of them in the ancient mine. Crack! After walking for hundreds of meters, the bone ashes finally disappeared. Instead, there were dry bones everywhere. They had long decayed. With a light step, they would turn into ashes. Under the power of time, nothing could last long. At this place, the ancient mine was like an ice house. The cold air was like a knife scraping people's skin. No wonder the demon bats live here. As recorded in the ancient books, they liked to live on the edge of the great ominous place. Yi Fan was on high alert. He didn't want to lose his life in the ancient mine before entering the Purple Mountain. Woo, the chilly wind whistled, shadows were indistinct, and in this pile of bones, hazy ghostly figures appeared one after another. They were very faint. Is there really such a thing? Yi Fan was surprised. He raised the stone knife in his hand and walked forward resolutely. This 2-foot-long ancient knife seemed to have the power to repel evil spirits. Those shadows all retreated. Walala! From the pile of bones in front of him came the sound of iron chains. Yi Fan's heart chilled as he felt a cold and gloomy baleful aura. He stuck close to the wall of the mine and silently moved forward. His aura was completely concealed by the stone cloves, so not a single drop leaked out. Just over 1,000 feet away, there was a pitch-black hole in the rock wall of the mine, and the sound of iron chains swaying was coming from it. That hole was extremely deep, and the bone-piercing coldness made one's heart tremble. It turned into a tangible substance and seeped out. When it came into contact with one's skin, one would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Yi Fan hurriedly put down the hood of the stone helmet, covering his eyes and face. In the depths of the black hole, there was an inaudible roar, accompanied by the sound of iron chains shaking, as if a ferocious creature had been locked up. One could clearly see that there were many ghostly shadows among the pile of bones. Following the roar, they shattered and turned into Xianxia, which was then swallowed into the black hole. What is this thing? Yi Fan frowned. It was definitely not a good thing. It was probably a super ferocious creature. One had to know that many source gatherers and cultivators had died here more than 100,000 years ago. Blood flowed like rivers, and after so many years, it was normal for a ferocious spirit to be born. Who cares what it is, as long as it doesn't block my way? He secretly estimated and felt that the ferocious creature wouldn't rush out. He carefully circled around it and continued walking into the depths of the mine. Perhaps this stone robe really does have some strange effects. I can't let anything dirty touch me. After a long distance, the pile of bones finally disappeared. The inside of the ancient mine was very dry, and there was nothing left. Yi Fan estimated the distance and found that he was about 35 miles deep. He probably wasn't too far from the Purple Mountain. After walking for another 4 or 5 miles, there was actually a flickering light in front of him. It was very gentle. This surprised Yi Fan. He had just walked past the pile of bones. In his opinion, he must have entered a place of great danger and would be even more dangerous. However, just a few miles away, there was a strong spiritual chi blowing over, making people feel peaceful. I just walked out of the pile of corpses, and a pure land appeared? The cry of a crane came from ahead. This was not an illusion, because he had really seen it. After walking for a few miles, a bright world appeared in front of him. The ancient mine was no longer dark. Soft light flowed, and it was peaceful and holy. This is the aura of Source. Although it was bright, he couldn't see very far. The flowing mist blocked people's sight. Yi Fan was a little dazed. The mist was formed after the source was dissolved, and it was the vigorous essence of life. The essence of the spiritual source is overflowing. There must be a large amount of source here. Yi Fan searched but found nothing. Origin chi fluttered, and colorful lights flowed. A crane spread its wings and soared in the ancient mine as if it didn't see him. This is... Yi Fan was quite surprised. Roar. Then he saw an earth dragon with a lizard body and dragon scales. It crawled by not far away, and its huge body looked very heavy. Then, a flock of fiery red birds flew by, flapping their wings, causing the air to surge violently. How can there be creatures? He was wearing a stone coat, so these creatures didn't feel his aura. He stood in the field in a daze. According to Yi Fan's understanding, this was a dead land, and there couldn't be anything here, but he couldn't understand it. Origin chi. It's formed by origin chi. Yi Fan was suddenly shocked and said, there can't be such a creature underground. There is a source of God here. He thought of the legends he had heard in the stone village. Some source of God would turn into all kinds of strange creatures after it was leaked, running and roaring in the surroundings. He was suddenly excited. If he could find the source of God, it would be a great harvest. It was a treasure that even the Holy Land would fight for, and they would not hesitate to fall out with. Yi Fan held the stone knife in his hand, stood in front of him, and searched in the dense spirit chi. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from under his feet. He frowned. There were so many bones in such a peaceful place. Hey, this is... Yi Fan was shocked. These bones couldn't have been left behind hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were very hard and had a flowing luster. He squatted down in the fog and carefully observed. He saw more than a dozen skeletons one after another. Some of the skeletons were thousands of years old, while some seemed to be only a few hundred years old. It seems that people have mistakenly entered this place over the years. Yi Fan was shocked. These people had died here. This peaceful place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Cranes, earth dragons, fiery red birds, and other creatures were circling and running everywhere. In addition, Yi Fan found many huge pits, full of fossils and skeletons, all of which belonged to some strange primordial creatures. He felt that this place was very strange. He slowly moved forward in the ancient mine. After walking for more than a mile, he finally came to the place where the spirit chi was the densest. In addition, he felt a terrible killing intent here, and his heart was palpitating. Just in front of him, there were two bottomless holes. One was filled with spirit chi, and Genesis Chi was constantly rolling up, while the other was filled with a murderous aura. It was even more terrifying than the sharpest sword light, making people's hearts tremble. The two were very close to each other, and around them, there was silence. Yin-yang eyes. Yi Fan was really surprised. These two black holes were very similar to the yin-yang eyes in the Taiji diagram. If a circle was drawn around them, it would simply be a natural Taiji diagram. In fact, they were indeed operating like this. The hole that spewed Genesis Chi was surrounded by bones and fossils, and the murderous aura was dense. The hole that shot out the murderous aura was surrounded by shining brilliance, and origin stones were everywhere. Carrying yin to embrace yang, carrying yang to embrace yin. This was completely a natural Taiji diagram, not artificially carved. This was the mighty power of nature. It contains the divine power of the great path. Yi Fan's heart trembled. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family had repeatedly stressed that the general trend of this place could not be changed. One could know the general trend by looking at a spot, and one could know the coldness of winter by looking at the ice under the eaves. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had already seen such a landscape. One could imagine the horror of this place. It was indeed a natural Taiji diagram. Genesis Chi and murderous aura flowed together, cutting off the front. In front of this natural Taiji diagram, Yi Fan saw many dry bones. He had to squat down to carefully observe them. If the ancestor of the Zhang family had died here, there was no need for him to continue forward. There were more than 20 dry bones in total. Judging from their bones, they had existed for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and all of them were pierced by the sword Qi. Yi Fan picked up a dry bone and threw it at the natural Taiji diagram. Qi. Genesis Qi and murderous aura flowed, forming thousands of sword Qi. The dry bone was instantly turned into ashes. He used his divine power and tried to break the surrounding walls to find another way out. However, the god diagram had a spirit. Sword Qi crisscrossed and slashed at it. The supreme power formed by nature made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. With such a god diagram blocking his way, how could he get past? It was simply invincible. Yi Fan carefully examined the bones on the ground. They should have been experts, but none of them could get past. They were all pierced and killed here. One of the bones even had specks of silver light. The bone structure was very special. It was obvious that it was a top expert, but it still couldn't escape the fate of death. Yi Fan searched carefully and found many broken weapons. He even found a jade pendant in front of a delicate skeleton. The two words Jade Pool were carved on it. This made his heart skip a beat. He searched carefully, but there were no other relics, let alone the Jade Pool mantra that he needed. How do I get past? According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the ancestor of the Zhang family 1,000 years ago didn't have a very high cultivation level. He couldn't have gone far. Where he can reach, I should be able to reach too. Did he shatter here, or did he enter inside? Yi Fan paced back and forth outside the Taiji diagram. He took out the myriad Qi cauldron and gritted his teeth. He was ready to see if the cauldron could withstand such sword Qi. Rumble. Suddenly, he found an unusual phenomenon. The Taiji diagram was sometimes completely shrouded in murderous aura, and sometimes completely shrouded in Genesis Qi. It wasn't always yin and yang circulating. Occasionally, there would be solitary yin and solitary yang, forming a single pole. Such sword Qi was even more terrifying. The terrifying waves made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. However, at this time, he found a trace of abnormality. Whenever there was a solitary yang, which was when the god source hole erupted alone, his stone clothes and stone saber would glow. His heart skipped a beat. This was the old skin of the source of God. There was a subtle connection between the two. Maybe the sword Qi formed by the source of God won't shatter the stone clothes. With this thought, Yi Fan immediately took action. When the solitary sun was formed, the source of God transformed into a shocking sword Qi. He extended the stone knife. In an instant, he felt a huge impact, like a raging river crashing against a wooden raft. The stone knife did not shatter, but it almost flew out of his hand. Yi Fan was tongue-tied. He sighed, the relationship between all living things is too mysterious. The sword energy formed by the peerless divine source is unstoppable, but it is harmless to the stone skin that wraps around it. Other than the Yuan Taoist master's lineage, no cultivator would know of such a restraining relationship. The divine diagram of nature, which even top cultivators could not do anything about, could be broken just like that. So, 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang clan really walked in. Yifan really hoped that the other party did not go too far. That way, he could have a chance to find him. His life was the most important. This was his bottom line. If there was real danger, he could only give up. He could fight for opportunities, but not his life. In front of the divine diagram of nature, there was a thick layer of bone dust. Who knew how many cultivators had been crushed here over the years? As for the dozens of skeletons behind him, the fact that they could be preserved was enough to show how powerful they were. They were definitely peerless cultivators. Even the sword chi in the Tai Chi diagram could not shatter them. I remember that many of the skeletons in the bronze divine palace had a jade-like luster, and there is one here. Yifan turned around and looked at the silver skeleton. He could not calm down. That was definitely a peerless cultivator from the Eastern Barren territory, but he died here. He was very shocked. Sometimes, just having great power is not enough. I need the right method. Yifan waited for half an hour until the solitary sun reappeared. He took off the stone clothes and tried again. Finally, he was sure that he could pass. Below this place, there is a source of God. Unfortunately, it has formed the divine diagram of nature. I can't even dig it up. An hour later, Yifan adjusted himself to his peak state and prepared to cross the terrifying divine map. I wonder what kind of place lies behind this divine map. It should be at the bottom of the purple mountain, right? The instant the solitary sun rose, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The exceptional sword chi was resplendent and shot from the extreme of yang to the extreme of yin, enveloping the entire divine diagram. Tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. However, when it came into contact with Shuri, the sword chi turned into a ripple and did not penetrate it. The rock skin of the source of God really did have a spiritual nature. It emitted a gentle holy light and protected Yifan safely. Whoosh! He passed through the wave-like curtain of light and came to the other side. He crashed into the stone wall with a bang. At the end of the ancient mine, there was a purple stone wall blocking the way. Purple Mountain. Yifan knew that he had finally arrived at the bottom of the Purple Mountain. After looking around for a while, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. He took out the golden book and split open the purple boulder, walking deeper. He was surprised to find that as he moved forward, the tunnel behind him closed quickly. The Purple Mountain seemed to be alive, and the broken parts were quickly restored. Yifan felt something was wrong. He went back and soon rushed out again. It's not as bad as I thought. In the end, along the way, Yifan left many imprints of his divine sense as a mark. He continued to dig into the Purple Mountain and moved forward. Boom! After the last loud sound, his vision became hazy. In front of him, there were azure jade stairs and white jade doors. A magnificent building appeared. He finally arrived at his destination and entered the Purple Mountain. Yifan did not act rashly. He quietly sensed here and did not sense any fluctuations of life. Then, he went up the stairs. This was a cave residence carved in the Purple Mountain. He walked up the azure jade stairs and entered the white jade door. It was very quiet, as cold as the Moon Palace. There are 9 dragon veins in total, which means there should be 9 entrances to the Purple Mountain. In addition, there must be a living primordial creature inside. The divine source recorded in the ancient mine should be here. Yifan's heart was pounding. That creature from hundreds of thousands of years ago was too terrifying and powerful. Only a great emperor could suppress it. This palace was empty. There was nothing left. It was all carved out of ancient jade. There was not a word left behind. Yifan took out the emperor jade he had obtained and hung it on his body like a jade pendant. It should not have any bad effects. The palaces and pavilions were all carved out of ancient jade. They could be called exquisite jade palaces. Yifan walked around but did not find anything strange. Finally, he saw more than 10 blood jade stairs at the end of this building. They led to a deep cave residence. This exquisite jade palace is just a door. This is the passage to the depths of the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan walked forward. After a short distance, he suddenly saw a line of words on the purple stone wall. Divine King Jiang Taishu entered the Demon Mountain by mistake and decided to take a look. Yi Fan was quite shocked. A divine king of the East Wilderness had actually been here and walked in. His surname is Jiang. He is most likely from the Jiang family of the remote antiquity. These words were written with great force and contained a kind of Tao realm. It made one feel as if the aura of a god was circulating, as if a god king was standing before them. This is probably a divine king of the East Wilderness. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He muttered to himself, otherwise, he would not have been able to force his way through the naturally formed divine map with absolute strength. Yi Fan caressed the words with his hand and felt that they were carved at least 4,000 years ago. He took a few steps forward and saw another line of words. It was carved, Rogue Cultivator Li Mu explored the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was surprised. This line of words should be even older. Looking at the gray marks, it must have existed for at least 10,000 years. This is definitely a powerful rogue cultivator. 5 steps away, a line of delicate words was like a lotus in the water. It was fresh as if it was alive. Jade Lake Saintess Xianxia is looking for Zhang Lin. She stayed before entering the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was very surprised. Even the Jade Lake Saintess had been here before. Zhang Lin. Isn't the first ancestor of the Zhang family called Zhang Lin? Yi Fan was tongue-tied. The Yuan Taoist master had a good relationship with Jade Lake, and the Saintess was his confidant. Could it be the Jade Lake Saintess from 10,000 years ago? Yi Fan sighed in his heart. That Saintess traveled all over the northern region and finally disappeared. Unexpectedly, she came here. She was loyal to the Yuan Taoist master. What a pity. Yi Fan did not know what happened to the divine king Jiang Taishu and the rogue cultivator Gu Tianshu, but he was sure that the Saintess did not come out. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared. He said, "You built a cenotaph for Zhang Lin. Who built a tombstone for you?" After walking 40 or 50 steps forward, Yi Fan saw more than 30 lines of words. Some of them were very old and had disappeared in the East Wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Among them, the oldest line of words was even engraved with an age. After careful calculation, it was more than 70,000 years ago. Finally, Yi Fan saw a line of words that were not deeply engraved. It was obvious that the person's cultivation was not strong enough to be compared to others. This kind of engraving can't be too old. Yi Fan looked at it carefully. It was clearly written, after the Yuan Taoist master Zhang Lin, Xianxia left it before entering Mount Emperor. Only he called this mountain Emperor Mountain. The others called it Devil Mountain. Yes, it's him. Yi Fan was sure that it was Zhang Wuya's ancestor. This kind of engraving was about 1,000 years old. His cultivation is really not high. I hope he doesn't go too far. Otherwise, I can only retreat. Seeing that the words left by these people all contained Taoist connotation, Yi Fan knew that this place was more terrible than he had imagined. He had a feeling that these strong people did not come out alive. They all died inside. In these endless years, a total of 37 people have left their engravings here. After careful comparison, Yi Fan thought that the person named Gu Tianshu from 70,000 years ago was the most powerful, followed by the divine king Jiang Taishu from 4,000 years ago. Gu Tianshu's engravings have been left for 70,000 years, but the Taoist connotation is still lingering. I really don't know how terrifying he was. He was even stronger than the divine king. However, he was not so shocked because Crazy Ol was such a person. He had killed a divine king in the advanced level. The Peacock King said it himself, so it should not be false. The third strongest among them was Yang Yi, the Jade Lake Saint. Those words seemed to have a life of their own, swaying like lotus flowers. The weakest was naturally Xianxia. He was an origin-seeking master. The others entered with their own strength, but he entered with his stone clothes. Xianxia, brother Zhang, don't go too far. Both of us came in through trickery. Hurry up and let me find you. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Many strong people called this place the Demon Mountain. He did not think that he could be stronger than them. The only thing that makes me feel at ease is that Brother Zhang's cultivation is really not that great. I'll be fine as long as I can be stronger than him. The Purple Cave residence had a complicated terrain. It looked like a natural cave, but it also looked like an ancient mine left behind from the excavation of the source vein. Inside the purple mountain, misty purple splendor flowed. It was not very dim, but it gave people a feeling of haziness. Yi Fan walked forward, passing by several abandoned mines. For some reason, he felt his heart palpitate more and more. Right in the depths of the purple mountain, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic power summoning him. He could not resist it and could not help but walk in a certain direction. How could this be? Yi Fan bit his lips to keep himself awake. At the same time, he activated the mysterious method recorded in the Taoist scripture. What on earth is inside this purple mountain? At that moment, Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients showed its extraordinariness. The green lotus in his body swayed, and the 3 leaves seemed to give birth to all things. They emitted a mysterious splendor that shrouded Yi Fan. At the same time, spots of light flowed on the stone clothes, showing its spirituality. The demonic summoning suddenly weakened. It's over. Brother Zhang from 1,000 years ago must have been summoned inside. It's going to be harder for me to find the tome of the origin of heaven. A bad feeling rose in Yi Fan's heart, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. That kind of demonic power, could it be emitted by a primordial creature? The Purple Cave residence had countless caves that were very irregular. Yi Fan almost got lost, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward for a while. He hoped that Xianxia's strength was weak and that he could not go far. At that moment, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of sufferings appeared on its own for some reason. It accompanied him and shrouded him in a misty fog. It seems that I've entered a place of great evil. My body was stimulated, and this is why I reacted like this. Not long after, Yi Fan found 7 skeletons in a row. All of them shone with a jade-like luster. It was obvious that they were left by peerless powerhouses. Without exception, the cause of their deaths was the same. There were clear finger holes in their skulls. They were killed with a single blow, and their consciousness was shattered. This is... Yi Fan turned around and left. Over the endless years, a total of 37 people had entered this place. 7 of them had died here, and this was only the periphery. It was too dangerous. He came here to fight for opportunities, not to risk his life. Xianxia's cultivation is low. Why haven't I seen his corpse? The bones with the jade-like luster can't be him. Suddenly, the demonic summoning power became stronger. Yi Fan quickly ran back. There's no need to run. You're safe for now. An abrupt voice rang in Yi Fan's ears, shocking him. Who are you? The voice came from another direction. It was not the demonic power in the depths of the purple mountain. It was extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. Speak. Who are you? Yi Fan asked. Divine King. Jiang Taishu. The weak voice was almost inaudible. It was not coherent at all. However, in Yi Fan's ears, these 5 words were as deafening as heavenly thunder. A large success, Divine King, he was still alive. Taishu referred to the appearance of the Tao. The Tao was grand and empty, and also referred to the Great Way. Using these 2 words as a name showed that he was indeed bold. If he had such strength, it would be even more awe-inspiring. Divine King Jiang Taishu. These 5 words were like thunder in the sky, shaking people's souls and leaving Yi Fan in a daze. He really couldn't believe that there was a living cultivator here, and an advanced divine king at that. 4,000 years. He thought of the carvings on the outside. They were probably left 4,000 years ago. According to ancient records, after a divine king reached the advanced divine king level, he could live for thousands of years. His vitality was extremely long, and it was difficult for him to die. Yes, that's it. Yi Fan instantly understood. This was an advanced divine king, and he indeed had the ability to live for 4,000 years. After a divine body matured, he could live for a long time, enough to protect a family for thousands of years, and reach an extremely prosperous state. I met an Eastern Wilderness divine king. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. This was a true peerless figure. If the Jiang family knew that a member of their family was here, and an advanced divine king at that, they would definitely go crazy and use all their power to rescue him. This is really unbelievable. This showed how terrifying the purple mountain was. An eastern wilderness divine king was trapped here, suffering for so long and still unable to escape. You, come here. The old voice was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. Yi Fan found his direction, walked along the winding cave, and stopped after a dozen steps. He said, "Senior, where are you?" "I'm in front." Divine King Jiang Taishu responded weakly. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Fan stood still and sent a telepathic message in the cave. However, there was only silence in the depths of the cave. There was no response for a long time. "Senior, what's wrong?" After an hour, the weak voice came again. I'm like a lamp that's out of oil. I can't keep using telepathy." Even a powerful divine king would find it hard to endure after being trapped for 4,000 years. If it were any other cultivator, they would have already turned to dust and decayed for thousands of years. "Your realm is?" Divine King Jiang Taishu asked. "The Nirvana realm," Yi Fan thought for a while and answered truthfully. "You imitated the ancient sages and cultivated a single secret realm," the Eastern Wilderness Divine King asked. "I have only cultivated for 4 years. I don't know how to cultivate a single secret realm. Now I am only in the normal Nirvana realm." A heavy sigh rang out, seemingly filled with incomparable despair, as though all of the Divine King's strength had been sucked away. He did not speak for a long time, not saying anything. "Senior, are you all right?" Yi Fan asked. After another hour, the other party seemed to have accumulated enough strength. He was extremely disappointed, and his voice was lonely and lifeless as he said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan didn't know how to respond. How could he compare to a god king who had reached the great perfection realm? Since ancient times, there were not many people who could not lower their heads. "Your cultivation is so weak. How did you get in?" Divine King Jiang Taishu was puzzled. "I was wearing a special stone robe and was lucky enough to walk in. 1,000 years ago. Just like that person, Senior, you have seen that person." "Where did he go?" Yi Fan asked. He had come for the book of source of heavenly scripture. He had wanted to give up, but now he had hope again. "He died, in the depths of the demonic mountain." Jiang Taishu's words were intermittent. It was difficult to have a formal conversation with him, and he had to wait for a while for every sentence. "Can I get there?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't know." The Eastern Wilderness Divine King did not want to say more. Every sentence would burn a part of his energy, and every response was the briefest of words. During this process, Yi Fan looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The Book of Source of Heavenly Scripture was a rare and precious book, but the Divine King of the Jiang family was a living ancient scripture, and he had mastered all kinds of supreme secret techniques. Used 4 years, to cultivate to the Nirvana realm, not too fast or too slow. Divine King Jiang Taishu muttered to himself. Yi Fan thought of something and said, "In fact, if I can cultivate the most powerful heart technique, the time can be greatly shortened." The weak Divine King did not respond. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and there was no more sound. This time a full 6 hours passed before Jiang Taishu spoke again. He said, "Come forward. I'll teach you." These 6 words seemed to have sucked away the last of his strength, and he fell silent again after he finished speaking. Under normal circumstances, no one could stand it. It was easy to lose one's patience and only speak after such a long time. However, Yi Fan was very calm, and he waited patiently. He hesitated for a moment, and then strode forward. On the purple rocks, there were spots of hazy brilliance flowing. The inside of the purple mountain was not dark, but it was not bright either. At best, it was only hazy. The ground was very uneven and full of potholes. Yi Fan walked along the winding passage from an abandoned cave to another ancient mine. On the rock walls of the ancient mine, many stone bones were faintly discernible, and it was a shocking sight. Yes, many fossils of creatures from the primordial age had merged with the purple mountain. Yi Fan walked 1,000 feet in the ancient mine and came to the end. In front of him, a purple wall was. Very smooth, like crystal jade, and it was so bright that one could see one's reflection. This place was spacious and empty. It was completely silent, and he was the only one standing there. "Senior, are you here?" Yi Fan searched but didn't find anything. In front of him, the purple jade wall was bright and clean, and it clearly reflected his figure. However, at this moment, he felt a chill down his spine. In the purple jade wall, there was not only his figure, but also another tall and ferocious figure, with a single horn between its eyebrows, 6 arms under its shoulders, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered with fine scales. Yi Fan felt a chill on his scalp. He quickly dodged, and then turned around to look. However, there was nothing behind him, and there was nothing. Under normal circumstances, you can't see it. The old voice of the Divine King came from the rock wall. Yi Fan turned around to look at the purple jade wall, and found that the humanoid creature was particularly ghastly and ferocious, with a wide mouth and sharp teeth, still standing behind him. Formless evil thoughts. Except for the jade wall, it can't reflect, Jiang Taishu said with difficulty. It took him a long time to finish saying a few dozen words, and Yi Fan had a preliminary understanding of it. This was the formless evil thoughts sent by the primordial creature, and it could automatically lock on to living beings. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the creature had not woken up yet. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was no stranger to this creature. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had seen its figure in the stone carvings, piously kneeling by the source of God, and fiercely powerful when facing humans. "Senior, where are you?" "In the rock." Beside the purple jade wall at the end of the ancient mine, there was a rough rock wall, and Jiang Taishu's voice came from it. "I'll teach you one move, and see how your comprehension is." The voice of the Divine King of the Eastern Wilderness was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Fan calmed his mind and stood there for a full 4 hours. Suddenly, a withered figure appeared in the rock wall. Yes, through the rough rock wall, a shadow was clearly outlined, and its bones could be seen clearly. It was not much better than a skeleton. Its long hair was longer than its body, trailing behind its skinny body. It only made a strange posture, and then it fell on its back. Yi Fan was shocked. The reflection of the opponent through the wall was not the real body, but it made him feel a sense of Tao. At the same time, a very short mnemonic formula was transmitted into his heart, which was difficult and profound. The withered figure in the rock wall had long disappeared, and it was rough and uneven. Yi Fan stepped back dozens of feet, holding the Bodhi bead in his hand, silently experiencing this strange posture, and then seriously comprehending and cultivating it. In just a short moment, Yi Fan's attention was completely drawn to it. This was an extremely terrifying attack technique, its power strangely great. It was not limited to fists and fingers, nor was it limited to leg techniques. It could attack anywhere on the body, and every inch of skin could burst out terrible power. What kind of secret method is this? Yi Fan was shocked. This method was very strange, but extremely horrifying. His body was as hard as divine iron, and if he cultivated this method, it would be even more horrifying. This attack method was too suitable for him. However, this seemed to be just a starting posture, and not complete. Even so, Yi Fan had a glimpse of its mystery, and the subsequent development would definitely be earth-shattering. The starting posture is already so horrifying. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that this must be a supreme secret method. In the next few days, he cultivated diligently, silently comprehending, and found it more and more profound. Is this the precious secret method recorded in the Jiang family's ancient scriptures? Yi Fan felt that this secret method must have a great origin. He was seriously lacking in offensive methods. Although he cultivated 3 supreme secret methods, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Ul's footwork, and the Great Void technique, they were not good at attacking, and this secret method just happened to make up for his current shortcomings. As for the Grand Palm of Void, he only had an incomplete form, and it was difficult for him to exert its true power. While comprehending the starting posture of this secret method, Yi Fan was surprised to find that another secret method in his body was running on its own. This is... He was wild with joy. One of the 9 secrets obtained in the Taishan Humble Peak could increase one's combat strength by 10 times, and now it was running on its own. He suddenly thought that what Jiang Taishu taught him was not the Jiang family's ancient scriptures, but one of the 9 secrets. It was said that when these 9 secret methods were used together, they would promote each other, become smoother, and their power would soar. What he taught me was the starting posture. If I get the complete secret method, how strong will my attack be? The power of the 9 secrets was so strong that it was said to have aroused the jealousy of the heavens. Countless years ago, it was broken up and scattered all over the world. Since then, it had never been gathered again, and some had been completely lost. Jiang Taishu, the divine king, has mastered one of these secret methods, and it is an offensive method. Yi Fan was extremely excited. Although the mnemonic formula was profound, it was very short. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan had studied it for 7 days straight, and had basically mastered the starting posture. However, the divine king of the eastern wilderness seemed to have passed away, and there was no sound from him anymore. He tried to communicate with him several times, but there was no response. These days, Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. The demonic calling in the depths of the Purple Mountain was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if his body did not belong to him, and it wanted to answer the call. For half a month, Divine King Jiang did not make a sound. It was as if he had passed away in a sitting position on the rock wall. Yi Fan had fully comprehended the starting gesture and found it more and more mysterious. The power of the attack shocked him. He vaguely felt that if it was a complete secret method, its power would be above the giant palm of void. This was a supreme attack technique, the Battle Saint technique. On the 17th day, Divine King Jiang Taishu woke up and said in a weak voice, "Have you comprehended it, Senior? You are finally awake." Yi Fan let out a long sigh. His opponent was not in a good state and could die at any time. He said, "I have mastered the first step." "Do it." Jiang Taishu wanted to see the result. Yi Fan did not hold back. His body moved with the magical method and he made the starting gesture. At this moment, he could not help but feel a strong desire to fight through the sky. All this was because of this supreme secret method. It changed people's temperament as if they were possessed by the god of war. A strong force suddenly surged out. "Very good," Jiang Taishu said with satisfaction when he saw that Yi Fan was able to hold back this horrible attack. "Senior, what can I do to help you?" He felt that Jiang Taishu must have something to ask of him when he taught him the secret method. Jiang Taishu seemed regretful and said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan did not say anything and quietly waited for the other to speak. Swish! On the rough rock wall, a withered figure appeared again. Its ribs were everywhere, and its legs were as thin as firewood. It was a shadow without any flesh or blood. The shadow continued to make various gestures, and at the same time, a pithy formula was transmitted into Yi Fan's mind. The gestures were so fast that it was dazzling. Although there was no fluctuation of divine power, Yi Fan felt a terrible pressure. Jiang Taishu was really like a god. Even though it was only a shadow, countless halos appeared on the rock wall and enveloped him. At this moment, everything else was ignored. Even the demonic calling from the depths of the Purple Mountain seemed to have suddenly weakened to the extreme. Jiang Taishu's shadow reflected on the stone wall had an imposing aura of supremacy. This kind of battle intent made people tremble. He was simply the incarnation of a battle saint. This was the first time that Yi Fan was so surprised. He was completely shocked by this secret technique. If his spiritual sense wasn't strong enough, if he didn't have the Bodhi seed in his hand, he wouldn't have been able to fully grasp it. This kind of supreme secret technique was extremely complicated. The offensive technique was endless, and every inch of flesh and blood was the most powerful weapon. In the end, Jiang Taishu's body became slower and slower, and the complicated changes suddenly became simple. Thousands of changes became one, the Great Way was simplified, and all attacks were gathered in one technique. His withered body turned from complexity to simplicity. His entire being was like the great Tao had given birth to one, eternally unchanging, condensing there. All changes are methods, and the final convergence is the origin. Yi Fan looked at the frozen figure. His physical body actually felt like it was about to collapse. His soul was also not stable, as though it was about to dissipate. This is too terrible. He didn't spit out his divine power, but only showed his form. It's already unbearable. It's really the battle saint technique. I'm afraid it's difficult to find such an offensive technique in the world. This kind of supreme secret technique actually has only one move. Returning to the origin, it can develop all kinds of techniques. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and felt it in his heart. Boom. The opponent seemed to have heard Yi Fan's thoughts. The rough stone wall shook for a while, and the shadow fixed on it suddenly fell down. Yi Fan silently recited the formula of this secret technique in his heart. It was generally not long, but it was very difficult. Images emerged in front of his eyes, and Jiang Taishu's every move was replayed in his heart. The supreme secret technique of attack. Yi Fan used his body to make seals, and the changes were ever-changing. At first, he imitated Jiang Taishu, but in the end, he slowly grasped the essence, and only developed the wonderful state of returning to the origin. After grasping its essence, the form would appear on its own, and it could transform into thousands of forms. After grasping the essence, all other forms could appear. Yi Fan was in a wonderful state. 10 days had passed, and he had been immersed in it. His body moved like a dream. He was using his body to make seals. Not just hand seals, but every inch of his flesh and blood was a part of the Taoist seal. His whole person was like Taishu, like the appearance of the Taoist, and he wanted to show the invisible great way into a tangible form. Finally, his heart trembled, and an everlasting figure emerged. The ever-changing forms became one, and the only form was formed. One form summed up the whole secret technique. This was the battle saint technique. Only then did Yi Fan completely wake up. He suddenly understood that this secret technique was focused on killing, and had unparalleled offensive power, regardless of other aspects. It didn't mean that he had completely mastered this secret technique, but he understood its essence, knew how to cultivate it, and how to improve it. The divine king of a generation personally evolved it, which was a great help to him. He saw the origin of the secret technique, grasped its essence, and firmly imprinted the form of unity. Sooner or later, he could fully master it and derive his own means of attack. The 9 secrets were mysterious and powerful, and each secret technique was earth-shattering. The secret technique obtained in Taishan Humble Peak could superimpose combat power 10 times, which could be regarded as an unparalleled technique. If it was exerted, any opponent would tremble. The secret technique passed down by Divine King Jiang had extremely terrifying attack power, and it was difficult to surpass it. Yi Fan thought that even the Grand Palm of the Void couldn't compare with it. In this way, the 9 secret techniques contained in the 9 secrets are probably the ultimate combination. If I can master them all, how powerful will I be? Yi Fan had been cultivating in the ancient mind for many days, but he still didn't see Divine King Jiang Taishu wake up. His heart sank, and he felt that Jiang Taishu might really be at the end of his rope. What did it mean to suffer for 4,000 years? On the other side of the starry sky, 2,000 years could be traced back to the Qin and Han dynasties. It was easy to say that 4,000 years had passed, but if one thought about it carefully, the world had turned into mulberry fields, and the years were long. Who knew how many dynasties had risen and fallen in the world? Yi Fan had been guarding against Divine King Jiang. After all, he had experienced too many dangers since he came to this world. At this moment, Divine King Jiang was silent. He could only sigh and silently bow to the rock wall. He had no time to waste. The Purple Mountain was full of unknowns. It was a place of great danger, and he couldn't stay for long. Yi Fan left the ancient mine and came to a vast cave residence. He hesitated for a while. Should he just leave? He was a little unwilling. He didn't get the Book of Source Heaven that he needed the most. In the depths of the Purple Mountain, the summoning power was getting stronger, which made him feel very uneasy. Why didn't the great emperor kill them hundreds of thousands of years ago? What did he want to do? Xianxia called this place Mount Emperor, and others called it Devil Mountain. Is there something else? After thinking for a while, Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. According to Jiang Taishu, the danger hadn't really arrived yet. Maybe he could go forward for a while. He decided to fight for the last time. He walked hundreds of meters into the depths of the Purple Mountain. The stone clothes on his body were overflowing with light. He suddenly thought of something. Was there a divine source? The cave was deep and led to an open ancient mine. Here, his stone clothes kept shining, and the stone knife and stone star plate were also flowing with light. This is such rich source qi. Yi Fan was shocked. There must be a lot of source qi in the depths of this ancient mine. The power of the demonic summoning was in another direction, not in this ancient mine. He walked forward boldly with confidence. This time, he walked for more than 2 kilometers before he reached the depths of the mine. Specks of light came from the front, and a holy aura greeted him. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He actually saw a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus out of the water, flawless and elegant. In front of him, there was a huge source qi. It was 2 meters high, and it was sealed in it. It was shining brightly. The woman's beautiful eyes were closed, and she was motionless. She was like a sleeping beauty, extremely serene. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. The creature sealed in the source qi was actually seen like this. It really made him uneasy. The first thing he thought of was to retreat. He wanted to leave this place before the other party woke up. However, why didn't he feel any dangerous fluctuations? The powerful demonic power came from the depths of the Purple Mountain. It didn't come from here. Yi Fan adjusted his body to the best state. He was ready to take out the myriad qi cauldron at any time. 2 of the 9 secrets divine techniques were also activated. He looked at the jade body in the huge source qi. The first thing he stared at was the slender jade hand. He would never forget the stone carvings he saw in the mine. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the immemorial creature, a slender jade hand stretched out from the divine source qi. It was very gentle and beautiful. It's too similar. This jade hand, every finger is crystal clear, like a spring onion. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Am I so unlucky to see her all of a sudden? Yi Fan slowly stepped back. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. It should be known that even the great emperor used an extreme weapon to suppress the divine source qi. One could imagine how terrifying the creature in it was. Yi Fan took a dozen steps back, but the divine source qi was still silent. There was no reaction, and the woman was motionless. No, as powerful as she is, how can there be no fluctuations? He was full of puzzlement. In the ancient mine, the source qi was surging. It was very peaceful, without the slightest evil spirit or killing intent. This doesn't look like an immemorial creature. Why is it the same as a human? Yi Fan was surprised. The woman in the source qi didn't have the characteristics of a monster. She was a great beauty that could topple a city. Was she sealed by the great emperor more than 100,000 years ago? By now, Yi Fan was no longer afraid. He was so close to the divine source qi. If the other party was aware, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. If the other party was unaware, then it was very likely that his great opportunity had arrived. Such a large piece of source qi was definitely priceless and rarely seen in the world. Yi Fan stopped retreating. Instead, he walked forward and came closer to take a closer look. Colorful mist surged, and Genesis qi overflowed. The huge source qi was hazy around it. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't look like the legendary divine source qi." Crack. Yi Fan wasn't surprised to step on a bone knife. What really made his expression change was that there was a humanoid creature lying beside the huge source qi. Damn it, I won the lottery. Yi Fan's heart pounded. This was definitely an immemorial creature. Its body was covered in silver scales, and it had wings on its back. There was a horn between its eyebrows, and it had 6 arms. The creature's body was covered in silver scales. It lay there motionlessly. Its body was more than 2 meters long, and its muscles bulged with power. It's already dead. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He flipped it over with the stone knife so that its face was facing up. It was similar to a human's. If not for the fine scales, this creature could be called a handsome man. There was definitely more than one such creature in the Purple Mountain. That was because the formless evil thoughts gathered around him looked like this. At least one of them was still alive. Yi Fan found a broken stone tablet under the silver creature. The broken pieces were pieced together to form the words, "Those who move without permission will die." The rest was indistinguishable. He was alarmed. This was human handwriting. The ancient creature died because of it. What did it move without permission? Was it the source in front of him? Upon closer inspection, he found that the six-armed creature had indeed struggled back from the source block and died a violent death in the end. The source block can be fatal, source chi flowed. The place was peaceful. Yifan stood up and sized up the giant source block. It was 2 meters tall and probably weighed thousands of kilograms. Although the source block was colorful, it was not a divine source. It was just a very pure treasure source. However, this size was definitely rare in the world. No, the stone clothes on my body are glowing. As he approached the source block, the armor on his body flickered continuously. Yifan walked around the origin block and found that there were quite a few cracks. There were specks of light inside, and they were extremely mysterious, like stars in the sky. There are fragments of the divine source inside. Yifan raised the stone knife in front of him. It immediately blossomed with auspicious light like a rare treasure knife. Yes, someone sealed the fragments of the divine source inside. He was shocked and carefully observed the woman inside the source block. She was very peaceful, as if she had fallen into an eternal sleep. Yifan sighed. This should be a corpse that had lost its vitality long ago. Although it was vivid and lifelike, it could not hide the fact that life had passed away. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that the moon and flowers would blush. Unfortunately, it was all in the past. Suddenly, Yifan saw a jade pendant that was also sealed in the source block. It was half hidden by the skirt and hard to see if one did not pay attention. Ancient creatures, also like this kind of jade ornament? He frowned. All the signs pointed to a human. Suddenly, Yifan's heart shook. He saw something else in the source block. Among the fragments of the divine source block, there were several strands of red hair. Red hair. He shuddered. On the night of the Zhang family first ancestor disappearance, a red hair whirled on the ground. The strange creature roared for a long time. The child that accompanied Heavenly Master Origin was scared silly. At that time, he saw one of first ancestor's hands covered in red hair. Thinking of this, Yifan shivered. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, he had seen the carvings left behind by the strong people. There were not many names belonging to women. When he thought of this, Yifan shuddered. When he entered Mount Purple, he saw the marks left behind by the strong people. There were not many female names. Yifan didn't act rashly. He took a few steps back and carefully searched through this ancient mine, wishing to find some clues. Very soon, he found some words on the wall. Xianxia paid his respects. 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang family came here. Yifan's heart lit up. He felt that he wasn't far from the heavenly book of source. The ancient creatures had all died here, but Yifan didn't touch this. Source block. Many thoughts popped up in his mind. The fate of the Yuan Taoist master. When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If I become the Yuan Taoist master, will an inauspicious event happen in my later years? Yifan had walked very far, but this shadow still lingered in his heart. The summoning of the demonic nature was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. Yifan walked for more than a mile in the Purple Mountain and finally made a big discovery. He saw a broken stone pendant that was exactly the same as the one he had on him. At the same time, light flowed around Yifan's body. The stone knife shone brightly, and the astrolabe was dazzling. Silently, a group of people walked out of an abandoned mine, neat and tidy, not disorderly at all. They were sinister people and sinister horses. They were cold as if they had walked out of the netherworld. So many of these things have formed, like ghosts, they quickly surrounded him, silently surrounding him. Everyone's faces were pale and bloodless. There were no signs of life. There was only a strange flow of energy. Ever since he knew how to cultivate, Yifan had seriously pondered about the so-called ghosts. He felt that they were temporarily formed by the field energy of people after they died. After a long time, they would naturally disappear. Too many people died here hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'm afraid there will be many of these things. Yifan wasn't worried. He wasn't afraid of these things. As long as they weren't ancient creatures, everything was fine. Poof. He waved the stone knife, and the sinister people and horses that surrounded him quickly dispersed. The stone skin of the source block was indeed a natural antidote to evil. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream rang out. In this lonely purple mountain, it was especially frightening. Anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. Not far away, a shadow rushed over like a ghost. It was a woman with disheveled hair. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and was heading straight for Yifan. Clang! The woman knocked away the stone knife with great force. She is. He was shocked to find that the woman's body was very solid, as if she had a physical body. Why is there everything in the purple mountain? This woman had been nourished by the yin energy in the purple mountain and had grown to a certain level. Chi. Yifan took out a 5-colored flame from the cauldron and flicked it out. In an instant, she screamed miserably and turned into ashes on the spot. He strode forward and entered the abandoned mine. A bone-piercing chill rushed over. This was an ice cellar with ice everywhere. Senior Xianxia, you won't die here, will you? Not long after entering, Yifan's scalp went numb. This mine was connected to the yin vein. In the deepest part, he saw densely packed sinister people and horses wriggling. There were no skeletons, which meant that Xianxia had not died here. Yifan directly took out the cauldron and shot out the 5-colored flame to burn all the sinister people and horses. These otherworldly items were clearly not mature and had a limited time to form. However, he was very uneasy. Many people had died here more than 100,000 years ago. There might be many sinister people in the depths of the Purple Mountain who had taken shape for many years. With this connection, he felt that things were not good. Other than the primordial creatures, there might be other ghosts. Yifan moved forward for another li and saw a broken stone knife and a shattered astrolabe. Senior Xianxia, your cultivation level is not high. How did you go so far? He complained in his heart. Suddenly, the green lotus in Yifan's sea of reincarnation trembled and propped up a green screen of light outside his body. What's there? He felt something behind him and quickly turned around. In an ancient mine dozens of meters away, a colossal creature was staring at him coldly. Its lower body was that of a snake, as thick as a water tank and dozens of meters long. Its upper body was that of a human with black fur half a foot long. Its arms were very long and its palms were covered in black fur. Can you understand me? Yifan was on guard. Boom. This unknown creature rushed over and grabbed Yifan's throat with its hands like pincers. Its strength was so great that it felt like a mountain was about to crush him. Yifan dodged to the side and slashed with the stone knife. Sparks flew everywhere as if he had slashed at iron and stone. In the distance, an evil wind surged and a mournful cry was heard. A strange bird rushed over. It had no feathers and was covered in scales. Unfortunately, its body was too big and could not spread its wings to fly. It could only run on the ground. Its huge body, which was more than 10 meters long, rushed through the cave, leaving behind a rumbling sound. Damn, a primordial creature. Yifan had seen the fossil of this creature in the mine. It did not attack the snake monster. The two creatures combined and chased after him. In the end, they were alarmed. The powerful killing intent surged like a tide and chased relentlessly. The power was so violent that it was frightening. Fortunately, it's not a pure humanoid creature. Yifan felt their killing intent. Through the killing intent, he understood a fact. The primordial creatures that were alarmed could not live for long. If they were not in the origin, they would soon decay. As long as the origin was broken, it would be useless even if they hid. It seems that only creatures that were accidentally sealed during the formation of the origin can survive until now. These two monsters were like two evil gods. Their killing intent was monstrous and they wanted to kill Yifan immediately. However, there were too many caves in the Purple Mountain. Some were very narrow, and it was very difficult for them to pass through, which seriously reduced their speed. Boom! A mountain-toppling power slammed towards Yifan. This kind of power was ridiculously strong and could practically split mountains and rivers. When he saw the creature behind him, his expression changed. The six-armed humanoid creature appeared. It was the existence that condensed the invisible evil intent beside him. Its whole body was shining with silver light, like a burning flame. Yifan had no choice but to take out the cauldron, put himself in it, and quickly rushed forward. Bang! The huge power was incomparable. The myriad chi cauldron was sent flying. It passed through more than 10 ancient mines, and the cave walls were like tofu. Roar, that long roar made people's hearts jump. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan had a layer of goosebumps on his body. This monster was too strong. That terrifying attack just now was really unstoppable. If not for the myriad chi cauldron, he would have been smashed to pieces. I finally saw the horror of the primordial creatures. Yi Fan moved forward on the cauldron. He found that as he approached the center of the purple mountain, the demonic summoning became more and more intense. Bang! The silver creature caught up and sent out a palm from far away. The myriad chi cauldron buzzed and trembled, and once again, it passed through more than 10 ancient mines. At this time, the purple mountain was no longer calm. A few more mournful cries came out, and they were even more terrifying than the six-armed creature. Even though Yi Fan was hiding in the cauldron, his soul felt like it was about to collapse, which made his heart tremble. How can it be so strong? At the same time, in the deepest part of the purple mountain, the demonic summoning suddenly increased by 10 times. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan wanted to rush in that direction. How can this be? An oppressive aura spread out, and the summoning power increased by several times. Now, Yi Fan found that he could not resist it anymore. He could not control his body, and he wanted to respond to the summoning. Dong! Suddenly, a long bell rang. It was like the sound of nature, and it calmed the restless purple mountain instantly. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the creature in the exceptional god source, the weapon he took out was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky. Yi Fan moved as soon as he heard the bell, and he rushed forward like lightning. The primordial creature behind him actually stopped and did not chase after him. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed into a spacious cauldron, which was like a huge hall. It was very vast, and this was where the bell had stopped. After careful observation, it was indeed a spacious hall, but it was so big that it was no different from a public square. A skeleton. He first found a human skeleton, and there was a silver book beside it, flickering with a cold luster. It was a few 100 feet in radius, and it was as spacious as a square. It was dim, and a lone skeleton lay there quietly. There were shocking finger holes on its body. On the ground not far away, there were some broken stone clothes. They were tattered and had long since become unrecognizable. Xianxia. Yi Fan strode over. Yes, the stone fragments on the ground were made of the same material as the one on his body. They belonged to the old skin of the source of God. This skeleton had many fractures, and it had suffered such heavy injuries. For it to be able to survive until now showed that its life force was very long. The silver book beside it was indeed made of metal. It had 100 pages, and it was especially heavy when held in the hand. There were 3 ancient words carved on it: Source Heavenly Book. The strokes were strong, and the words were heavy, like 3 dragons crouching. It really is the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan was excited. He had entered the Purple Mountain to find it. He had wanted to give it up, but he did not expect to find it at such a critical juncture. In the northern region, for tens of thousands of years, source veins had almost dried up, and source was becoming more and more precious. Yi Fan's body was special, and he needed a large amount of source. In the past, it would have been very difficult. But now it was different. With this book, if he became the Yuan Taoist master, it would not be impossible to find a large amount of source, and it would not be impossible to find the source of God. Haha. He could not help but laugh. Every step he took required 10 times the source. The first tier of the Holy Ji Palace was already not something a small sect could bear. The astronomical number after that could almost make people breathless. Everything has a way to be solved. Yi Fan opened the Source Heavenly Book, and rays of silver light shot out. They were colorful, like diamonds shining. This was indeed a treasure. Not to mention the contents, the material was rare and indestructible, similar to the golden paper on which the Taoist scriptures were recorded. This is a secret treasure. No wonder it could break open the Purple Mountain. It can be used even if one's cultivation is not high. Inside, the ancient words were like stars, shining brightly. This silver book was so attractive that one could not put it down at a glance. The opening chapter made it clear that this was not only a holy book to search for the source, but it also elaborated on the heaven, man, and heaven. Through the source, one could approach the Tao, and ultimately achieve the unity of heaven and man. If you look up, you can observe the heavens. If you look down, you can observe the laws on the earth. If you look at the writings of birds and beasts, you can observe the harmony of the earth. Internal chi sprouts, external chi takes shape, internal and external multiply, chi will disperse with the wind, and stop with the water. The ancients gathered so that it would not disperse, and moved so that it would stop. Yi Fan continued to flip through the pages and saw such records one after another. This was indeed a broad and profound field of knowledge. He flipped backwards. The silver iron paper flowed with extraordinary splendor, causing his expression to become more and more serious. As expected of a wondrous book, the techniques inside were close to the Tao. It didn't talk about cultivation methods, but it was close to Tao methods, covering a wide range, paying particular attention to the situation of the mountains and rivers, the structure of the land, the changes in the sky, touching upon yin and yang, the 5 elements, and even more so the method of sensing the heavens. It was extremely profound, difficult to understand. Above corresponds to the celestial bodies, and below presents the map. Heaven and earth are born, and the line of divination is stable. Yi Fan finished reading and was silent for a moment. It was too complicated. This was a profound scripture that covered too many things. No wonder. Since ancient times, there have only been 5 Yuan Taoist masters. The Zhang family has such a wondrous book, and only the first ancestor managed to cultivate it. Yi Fan sighed. It was too difficult to become a Yuan Taoist master. The 100 pages of the Heavenly Book of Source were very profound, and it required a lot of effort to comprehend it. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. When he flipped to the second half, he was more and more astonished. Moving mountains and seas, sensing the constellations, becoming one with the heavens, no wonder the Yuan Taoist master could compete with the unparalleled practitioners of the sacred grounds. When he flipped to the last few pages, Yi Fan suddenly realized that there was a line of small words under every line. The font was different from the main text of the Heavenly Book of Source, as if it had been added by someone later on. There is no valley in the center of the valley, formless and shadowless, neither rebellious nor disobedient, unmoving in the lowly position, silent and unfailing. The valley is formed, but its form cannot be seen. This was a cultivation method, and it was definitely not the original scripture of the Heavenly Book of Source. He was very surprised. This was the art of 5 gods, which was the cultivation method of the Tao Palace. It was the secret of life nurturing. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Elder Wu Qingfeng had told him that many people wanted to reach the other shore for a longer life. Later on, he understood that the Tao Palace nurtured 5 gods. It was a secret technique to prolong life, and it was also the foundation of cultivating Tao power. This is clearly a life-nurturing technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The few pages of scripture were very general, but it was enough to increase one's lifespan. The more he read, the more astonished he became. After reading a few pages of scripture, he was actually unable to extricate himself. This really is the cultivation method of the Tao Palace's secret realm, but it's not complete. It seems to be a high-level summary, but it is very profound. If I continue cultivating it, I should have extraordinary achievements. What kind of mystical technique was this? Its profoundness was no less than that of the Tao scripture. One look and one could tell that it was a supreme secret manual. Suddenly, a hazy thought appeared in his mind. Could this be the incomplete cultivation method of the Jade Lake? He felt that it was a certain possibility. Back then, the Jade Lake Virgin was Yuan Taoist Master Zhang Lin's confidant. After learning that he had gone missing in his later years, she disregarded her own life and entered the demonic mountain to search for him. One could imagine that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Perhaps, this is really the case. The Jade Lake Virgin gave him part of the cultivation method to nurture and increase his lifespan. The silver heavenly book fruit was a secret treasure. Yi Fan put it into his body, and it actually floated side by side with the golden Tao scripture paper. One gold and one silver, they shone with a metallic luster, and it was very eye-catching. He dug a hole in the ground and buried Xianxia's corpse in it. He left a tombstone for him and bowed deeply, saying, "Rest in peace here." There was nothing in the spacious hall. Yi Fan searched for a long time, but he still could not find the ultimate weapon, the bell. It seems that the weapon of the great emperor is not so easy to obtain. Maybe it was left here to suppress something. He shook his head and gave up on the search. Now that he had obtained the heavenly book of source, he had nothing else to ask for. It was time to go back. However, once he left the hall, he was afraid that he would run into the primordial creatures again. The way back had been cut off. What should I do? Yi Fan frowned. The Purple Mountain was not a good place. If he stayed here for a long time, no one could predict what would happen. Even the powerful Eastern Baron deity king had been trapped here for 4,000 years and was about to turn into dust. If he could not find a way out, he would not be able to last more than a few years. Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it hang above his head. Strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi flowed down to protect his body. Then, he walked out of the hall step by step. However, he had not gone far when an ear-piercing cry rang out. 7 or 8 primordial creatures appeared at the same time. They all looked sinister and different, and they surrounded him. Some were like birds, some were like crocodiles, and some were like humans. Their roars shook the ancient mines one after another. That 6-armed creature was not even the strongest. There were even more terrifying existences. It chased with large strides, causing the void to collapse. It took a step, and all directions were shaken. It was like an emperor. That creature looked like a human male, but he had 3 heads and 9 arms. He was wearing armor, and his purple hair danced in the wind. He actually cut through the void. This isn't a creature from the exceptional divine source. How can it be so powerful? Yi Fan was shaken. He could not estimate how terrifying such an existence was. Perhaps, in the mortal world, few human experts could suppress it. He rushed into the cauldron without hesitation and flew backward. A bone-chilling snort sounded. That purple-haired male was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He landed outside the hall, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean, frightening people's hearts. 3 heads and 9 arms moved at the same time, erupting with a stifling fluctuation. The surrounding ancient mines silently collapsed. The other primordial creatures were all trembling with fear. They retreated, and some even directly knelt down. Without a doubt, the purple-haired male was definitely a superior among the primordial creatures. The void around him split open, and 9 large hands reached into the hall. It was as if the unmovable Wisdom King had appeared, imprisoning everything. Yi Fan felt his own cauldron retreating. The other party was actually going to suck him out. That kind of terrifying pressure made him feel as if his soul was about to collapse. He shouted loudly in the cauldron. The Tao Scripture's mental cultivation method operated, and the 9 secrets were displayed. His body trembled like a war god. Divine power surged around him, stopping the myriad energy cauldron from retreating. Dang, the drawn-out bell rang. That purple-haired male with 3 heads and 9 arms let out a muffled groan. He glanced at the hall unwillingly, then took a step out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate retreated like the tide. The other primordial creatures also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart trembled. That purple-haired male was too terrifying. His divine power was world-shaking. If he was released, he would definitely cause endless disasters. 3 heads and 9 arms, why does he feel like some deities? Such a thought emerged in his heart. However, there was no time to think too much at the moment. Finding a way to escape was the most important thing. This bell, this hall, Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the entire hall might very well be that big bell from back then, which was also the ultimate weapon of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's too big. How can I store it? Yi Fan tried, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was definitely the most powerful restriction set up here. Although the great emperor was no longer here, this big bell was still extremely powerful. It was as if a great divine power was circulating around it. Why are you wandering around? Suddenly, Divine King Jiang Taishu's voice came, still extremely weak. Senior, you're fine. That's great. Yi Fan heard his voice and was overjoyed. They have awakened. You can't leave. Jiang Taishu's divine consciousness was even weaker than before. However, the fact that he could find Yi Fan in the Purple Mountain showed how terrifying divine kings were. Senior, if we join forces, we can definitely break out. I have a divine spring here that can help you recover your divine power. If you came 10 years earlier, maybe. I still have a glimmer of hope. Divine King Jiang said intermittently that he was already at the end of his rope and had no way to escape this place. Even if Yi Fan picked the holy fruit for him, it would be useless because he couldn't get it. At the same time, Yi Fan received very bad news. Even if there were no primordial creatures, once one entered the Purple Mountain, it was almost impossible to leave. This was a dangerous place. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the great emperor used heaven-defying methods to turn this place into a world of its own. One could only enter but not leave. One of the 9 secrets. I've already spread it, no matter what, it hasn't been destroyed in my hands. Jiang Taishu said very weakly. Yi Fan instantly understood his intentions. In this world, only he knew this supreme secret technique. It wasn't an ancient scripture of the Jiang family. He wanted to find someone to pass it on to fulfill a wish. Senior, don't worry. If I get out, I will definitely inform the Jiang family to save you. No. Jiang Taishu was very anxious. I'm about to die. I don't need anyone to die. Don't tell them about this place. What kind of place is this? Yi Fan asked. However, after Jiang Taishu said those words, there was no more sound. This place was covered in dense fog. Primordial creatures had entered the 9 dragon veins to protect the Purple Mountain. Each dragon vein had a peerless divine source. What kind of place was the Purple Mountain before the primordial age? The great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was someone who came later. What did he do here? Yi Fan sighed. To understand all of this, he would probably have to completely comprehend the heavenly book of source in order to know all of this. The way in had been cut off, and he couldn't leave. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and walked into the depths of the Purple Mountain. Not long after leaving the main hall, he felt a demonic summoning power. He almost left the ground and floated over. No wonder even the Divine King died here. This demonic power. Yi Fan's body trembled. He was completely unable to control himself. Even his soul wanted to leave his body. One could imagine that the Divine King of that generation had ruled the Eastern Barren territory. He was born with a proud and unyielding character. He must have wanted to find out the truth, but in the end, he couldn't. Is it the creature in the 9 divine source? Yi Fan couldn't stand the summoning power. He retreated. At this time, he suddenly discovered to his surprise that there was a huge stone book a mile away. Yes, it was very spacious in front. He could see a stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. There was an artifact on his body that was emitting a dazzling light. It was that jade pendant, the imperial jade he had obtained from Big Beard Chen. This is... Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He endured the danger of his soul dispersing and slowly approached the stone book. It was less than a mile away, but Yi Fan walked for a whole 6 hours. He left a line of deep footprints on the ground. Sweat flowed all over the ground, and all the bones in his body felt like they were cracking. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was a little muddled. The demonic summoning was unbearable, but he finally arrived in front of the stone book. It was finally better here. The demonic power had been weakened, and he was much more clear-headed. Hiss. He sucked in a cold breath. Behind the stone book, there were vines everywhere. It was verdant and lush. Those ancient mines were full of plants, and the demonic power was emitted from them. I'm afraid I'll reach the center of the Purple Mountain in a few more miles. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, he realized that the imperial jade on his body was getting brighter and brighter, and the thick stone book was also emitting a gentle glow. Yi Fan walked closer and blew away the dust left behind by the passage of time. He saw 3 large words on it, Wuxia scripture. This is... His heart trembled. If it dared to use the word scripture, it was most likely a supreme divine book. He naturally associated it with the great emperor from more than 100,000 years ago. This was most likely an ancient scripture left behind by him. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the eastern wilderness. There was a supreme scripture here that had never appeared before. How could he not be excited? Why can't I open it? He forcefully flipped the ancient scripture, but found that it didn't move at all. The stone book was heavier than a mountain. The Wuxia scripture was like the root of heaven and earth. It couldn't be shaken or opened at all. He held the jade pendant in his hand, but it was useless. Other than the ancient scripture becoming hazy, there was no sign that it could be opened. Yes, this jade pendant is incomplete. Yi Fan was full of regret. If the ancient jade pendant was complete, he might be able to obtain a world-shaking ancient scripture. Wuxia scripture. Just the name makes it hard for me to calm down. What a pity I can't obtain it. He sat on the stone scripture and tried his best, but it was useless. Yi Fan could only sigh since he couldn't obtain the ancient scriptures. If the scriptures left behind by the great emperors were passed down, it would be enough to develop a holy land. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was true. The foundation of the great sages' sects was a secret scripture they each controlled. This was the power of the supreme ancient scriptures. Suddenly, Yi Fan found a few lines of words on a stone wall not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was actually left by Jiang Taishu. Even the powerful Eastern Baron Divine King couldn't see the ancient scriptures. Great Emperor Wuxia's achievements surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It's a pity that I can't see the scriptures. According to Divine King Jiang, the stone scripture was personally sealed by Great Emperor Wuxia. It couldn't be opened at all unless the Great Emperor revived or came with his token. In addition, he speculated that this scripture contained the power of the Great Path and was left here to suppress it. This was a door. If he walked further in, he would reach the origin of the Purple Mountain. After reading it, Yi Fan's heart felt cold. The supreme scripture was placed in front of him, but he could only stare at it. He couldn't open it at all. I want to see. He muttered unwillingly. Yi Fan walked around the stone scripture and saw a few more lines of ancient words. It should be from even longer ago. At the end of the celestial path, Wuxia's Tao becomes empty. The name signed was Gutianshu. He'd also been here before. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't forget this person. He was an ancient person from 70,000 years ago and was even more powerful than Jiang Taishu. A total of 37 people entered the Demon Mountain. In terms of strength, he was ranked first. 70,000 years ago, Gutianshu shocked the world but couldn't break the seal of Great Emperor Wuxia. From his words, it could be seen that he greatly admired Great Emperor Wuxia. If one thought about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, there were only a few great emperors in the Eastern Barren territory. They represented the strongest monuments in the world. At the end of the celestial path, Wuxia's Tao becomes empty. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with emotions. Was that great emperor really so powerful? Just a dozen or so words were enough to describe his unparalleled achievements throughout the ages. Not being born in the same era made one feel regretful. Not being able to meet him made one sigh. Yi Fan carefully searched around the stone scripture, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. When he stopped and helplessly sat on the ground, he suddenly discovered that this place was very strange. It was shaped like a sacrificial altar, and stone scriptures were displayed on it. It was a very wide platform, and there were huge patterns engraved on it. If one didn't look closely, it looked like a natural ravine. Yi Fan stood up again. After confirming the center of the altar, he walked forward. At this time, the jade pendant on his body shone even brighter. Something's wrong. I wonder if it's good or bad. When he arrived at the center, he felt even more strange. The patterns here were much more concentrated, and they seemed to be Tao patterns. This kind of technique was very different from the current one. It was closer to nature. The patterns were formed from wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. Yi Fan found a groove in the center that was as big as a human head. Buzz. The ancient jade in his hand trembled slightly as if it had a life of its own. It was dazzling. Could this ancient jade be filled in here? He was puzzled. He compared the jade pendant and found that it matched the corner of the groove. What will happen if I put the jade in? He was bewildered and didn't do it immediately. Could it be opening some seal? Could it be that the wuxia scripture can be opened? With this thought, he couldn't calm down. Of course, he also thought of the worst. It might also be related to the ancient creatures, or even the existence in the peerless divine source. Unfortunately, the ancient jade is incomplete. It most likely can't be used. Yi Fan didn't dare to act rashly. He was thinking about how to leave. Perhaps he could only wait a few years until all the ancient creatures that had been born had decayed. Then he could leave. That was because according to the information he had obtained, once the ancient creatures broke through the source, it would be difficult for them to live long. They would turn into dust in a few years, or even decades. I'm not divine King Jiang. I can only hold on for a few years at most. Suddenly, Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He felt that something was staring at him. This made him feel that something was wrong. If the ancient creatures chased him here, he would be doomed. Could it be that they weren't even afraid of the wuxia scripture that contained the great emperor's Tao source? Yi Fan quickly retreated, arriving in front of the stone scripture. He looked around, but he didn't find anything. He didn't see anything. Was it an illusion? He was a bit suspicious. Maybe he was hallucinating because he had been too tense these days. No matter what, he didn't dare to move. He meditated in front of the stone scripture and began to cultivate. He said to himself, endure for a few years and give me back my freedom. After only half a day, Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. There must be something here. He felt that it wasn't far away, and it didn't seem to be afraid of the stone scripture at all. It's wandering around. After making such a judgment, Yi Fan couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up. In the distance, indistinct roars could be heard. Those ancient creatures seemed to be crossing the ancient mine. They wanted to bypass the hall formed by the extreme weapons and advance here. At the same time, the creature in the dark used its divine sense to spy on him. He could clearly feel it. I can't stay here anymore. He decided to return to the bell hall. Before leaving, he glanced at the groove in the center of the altar. When he approached it, he gritted his teeth and pressed the ancient jade down. The things left by the great emperor won't harm the descendants. Suddenly, the moment the ancient jade sank in, the place became dazzling. Light shot into the sky, and a huge light curtain enveloped him. He had already taken out the cauldron and was immediately sucked in to protect him. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't know what kind of shocking change would happen after the jade sank into the groove. He didn't have time to think too much. The light curtain quickly tore open the void, and everything became blurry. It's crossing the void. Where is it going? The ancient jade was incomplete. Opening the void like this could easily cause trouble. However, there was no turning back. It was dark and silent around him. He couldn't see anything. He had already entered the void. A beam of light shot over, and the ancient jade also flew in. Yi Fan hurriedly used the cauldron to take it in and hold it in his hand. The jade was incomplete, and it couldn't reach the destination that Great Emperor Wuxia had planned. He was worried. The only thing that made him happy was that he didn't have to worry about being crushed by hiding in the myriad chi cauldron. Swoosh! Not long after, the void was torn open again. Boundless darkness appeared in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. Splash! He fell into the water. The cold water flowed into him through the cauldron. Where is this? Yi Fan got out of the cauldron. The cold current surged around him, and the river water flowed rapidly. Is this underground? He punched upwards, and there was a rumbling sound. He flowed with the current. It was pitch black around him, and all around him were stone walls. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him, and the underground river rushed straight down to the ground. Yi Fan rushed out of the water and smashed with all his might. He even took out the golden book and slashed repeatedly, forcibly opening up a path to the surface. It was hard to imagine how deep he had gone. He had dug hundreds of meters, and he still hadn't reached the surface. Then, he dug up more than 1,000 meters, and finally felt the flowing air. He rushed out of the underground, but it was still boundless darkness. This is... He found it somewhat familiar. This was an enormous ancient mine, as if there was no end to it. Dragon's vein, I'm out. Yi Fan screamed. He really couldn't believe that he had actually come out of the Purple Mountain. This was the path that he had chosen, the ancient mine under the dragon's vein. He even saw the carvings on the walls of the mine. Yes, I'm really out. He rushed forward, stroking the ancient carvings. It was the scene where the great emperor suppressed the peerless divine source. He couldn't hide his excitement. He thought that he would be trapped inside like Xianxia, but he didn't expect to get out so quickly. When he chose to enter the Purple Mountain, he knew that the great emperor's jade pendant would most likely come in handy, but he didn't expect that it would be so important that he could cross the void at the critical moment. What's that? Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. It seemed that something in the ancient mine was peeping at him. Is it a demon bat? It doesn't look like it. They can't avoid my divine thoughts. This gave him a bad feeling. Yi Fan didn't stop. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward as if he was flying. He had already bowed 99 times. If he was killed by this last shiver, it would be too much of a waste. It didn't take long for him to reach the end of the big mine. He flew up and rose thousands of meters. There was light above, and fresh air blew in his face. Before long, he finally came to the ground. Yi Fan had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for more than a month. At this moment, he stood on the reddish-brown ground, feeling the warmth of the noon sun. He felt like he had been reborn, and couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't until a long time later that he left the dragon vein and walked into the distance. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Purple Mountain, but at the same time, he had some regrets. It was a pity that the divine king of a generation, who had endured for 4,000 years, would eventually turn into dust. Jiang Taishu had taught him the supreme secret method, which made him feel grateful. He felt that the old divine king was a little pitiful. If I'm strong enough, I'll go in again. Even if I can't save your life, I'll bury your bones and worship you. The 9 secrets represented the supreme, and nothing could compare to it. Its value was immeasurable. It was the strongest secret method of the 9 domains. The divine king had taught him the method, which was a great favor. Finally, he thought of the Wuxia scripture. It was really his biggest regret that he couldn't bring it out. At the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? At the sight of Wuxia, the Tao becomes empty. This kind of evaluation was enough to show that it was an achievement that could look down on both ancient and modern times. This kind of ancient scripture was incomparably attractive to Yi Fan. He seriously lacked the following cultivation methods. The Wuxia scripture was not passed down to the world, and it was the most suitable for him. It wouldn't cause disputes or attract attention. Even someone as powerful as Gu Tianshu left such a message, which made his heart surge. Yi Fan felt that in the future, it was necessary to collect ancient jade in the northern region. Perhaps he could collect all of the imperial jade. If that was the case, one day, if he entered the Purple Mountain again, he might be able to open the Wuxia scripture. The Wuxia scripture has been lying there for more than 100,000 years. In any case, it won't be lost. Sooner or later, I'll have a look at its secrets. Yi Fan walked for dozens of li, but he always felt as if something was following him. However, every time he turned around, he couldn't see anything. This made him a little puzzled. There must be some kind of creature following me. This feeling is very special. Yi Fan was suspicious. It didn't seem like an evil thought, and he didn't feel any killing intent. He pondered for a while and thought of the feeling of being spied on by an unknown creature in front of the Wuxia scripture. The two were somewhat similar. He shuddered and said, "It can't be. Could it be that there's a creature from the Purple Mountain that came out with me?" However, when he was crossing the void, he didn't discover it. He said to himself, "Maybe I'm overthinking." Yi Fan flew high into the sky and gazed into the distance. He scanned his surroundings but did not see anything. He left with doubts. More than a month had passed, but the stone stronghold had not changed much. When Yi Fan returned, Wang Shu and Dumbo were pleasantly surprised. "Little brother Yi, you're finally back. I thought you'd gone far away. Little brother Yi, where did you go? Why did you leave for such a long time?" These days, Yi Fan had been living in the ancient mine deep in the mountains, isolated from the world. He was very happy to see them again. He smiled and said, I said I'd come back, and I'll definitely come back. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones and let you guys have a taste of your long-cherished wish. When Zhang Wuya heard the news, he quickly rushed over. His old face was full of excitement as he said in a trembling voice, You're back. It's good that you're back. These days, he had been sighing and full of sorrow. He blamed himself and always muttered to himself that it would have been better if he had stopped Yi Fan. In his opinion, more than a month had passed, and Yi Fan had certainly met with misfortune. Like the ancestor from 1,000 years ago, he must have been trapped and died in the Purple Mountain. Let's properly celebrate today. Zhang Wuya's depression was swept away, and the wrinkles on his old face melted away. Dumbo, Wang Shu, you two go slaughter the sheep and give little brother Yi a welcome dinner. Yi Fan was also very happy. Today is indeed worth celebrating. We have to get drunk. Although the people present were very happy, only Yi Fan and Zhang Wuya understood how exciting this was. He had brought out the heavenly tome of Source. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire northern region. This was because in the near future, it was very likely that a Yuan Taoist master would be born. When the crowd dispersed, Zhang Wuya directly pulled Yi Fan into the courtyard and locked the door. With an excited expression, he said with a trembling voice, You, really, with a flash of silver light, the heavenly tome of Source appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The silver light was hazy, like the bright moon in a well, like a dragon pearl in the sea. It gave people a feeling of unreality. After so many trials and tribulations, I've finally managed to escape with the heavenly book. Good, good. Zhang Wuya trembled as he poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan, allowing him to elaborate on the course of events. When he heard that the Jade Pool Saintess had died in the Devil Mountain, he felt a wave of sadness. I didn't expect that the fairy of the Jade Pool would be so loyal. My Zhang family's first ancestor really owes her. After Yi Fan finished his story, the old man still could not calm down even after a long time had passed. He said, The Book of Origin has finally been found. He caressed the silver book with his calloused and rough fingers. He was filled with emotions, and his emotions finally calmed down. Finally, Zhang Wuya stood up and solemnly approached Yi Fan with the silver book in his hands. For this book, you risked your life and experienced all kinds of tribulations. I know you need it. At this point, he slightly paused and said, Although this is a treasured book passed down by my Zhang family, if not for you, it would have been lost forever. You, take it. Yi Fan was not pretentious and said directly, I really need this book, but I only need to take a look and memorize the contents inside. This treasured book will still belong to the Zhang family. Zhang Wuya's fingers trembled, and he opened his mouth. After a long time, he said, I'm old and don't have the energy to study this book. My descendants are mischievous, and there are no talented people. Take this heavenly book. If you don't need it in the future and see an intelligent person in my Zhang family, you can pass it on to them. There's no need for that. I've finished reading it. You can keep it safely, Yi Fan replied with a smile. No, little brother Yi, listen to me. Keep it in your hands for the time being. It'll be safer that way. I know you cultivators have a very long lifespan. If you're free in the future, you can pass it to the descendants of my Zhang family. Zhang Wuya had a kind of hidden worry. He voiced his apprehension, not only because there was no suitable successor in the clan at present, but also because he was somewhat uneasy. Nowadays, the northern region was very chaotic with roving bandits running amok. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the heavenly book of Source. His descendants were impetuous and had poor aptitudes. It would be difficult for them to succeed in their cultivation. If news of it leaked out, it would inevitably lead to a great disaster. At present, there is no one in the Zhang family who can make a name for themselves. If we keep them in our hands, it will certainly lead to the destruction of the entire family. One day, when little brother Yi feels that a suitable candidate has appeared in my Zhang family, you can send it back. At this point, he actually knelt down. Alright, I swear that I will definitely pass the heavenly book of Source back to the Zhang family in the future. Yi Fan solemnly swore. All the wrinkles on Zhang Wuya's face disappeared, and he was full of smiles as if he had fulfilled an enormous wish. The banquet was very sumptuous. The bonfire flickered, and the people in the stone stronghold sat in the open air. They ate large pieces of meat and drank large bowls of wine. Some beautiful young girls danced in front of the bonfire. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted in the air. People toasted each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious and joyful. Suddenly, screams rang out. The women and young children fled one after another. What is that thing? How did it get into the stronghold? Quick, stop it. Don't let it run around and hurt people. Damn it, it actually took away 2 whole roasted lambs in one bite. Quick, stop it. What made people dumbfounded was that the dozen or so strong young men could not stop the black shadow. Instead, they were knocked down and rolled on the ground, allowing it to escape. It looks like a black dog. That's a great tonic. Wait for me to catch it and bring it back for spicy pot meat. Dumbo scuttled out. Not long after, Dumbo returned with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He muttered, "That dog thing knocked me into the river." Yifan was also alarmed. He said, "I'll go and take a look." However, by the time he chased out of the stone stronghold, the black shadow had already disappeared. Dumbo, even if you like to wrestle, don't jump into the river. Wang Shu teased, "Did you see what it was?" No, it took away 2 roasted lambs. How infuriating. Yifan felt that something was not right. How could a normal wild animal run so fast? He did not even notice it. Could it be that thing that was following me? He recalled the feeling of being watched since he left the Purple Mountain. However, he was relieved that the black shadow did not hurt anyone. It was most likely not a ferocious creature. In the days that followed, Yifan cultivated in peace. At the same time, he studied the Heavenly Tome of Origins. He could not help but be amazed. This book was indeed worthy of being called a mysterious scripture. It was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the great sage. Its content was mysterious and profound. To Yifan, the value of this book was immeasurable. To him, it was comparable to the Wuxia scripture. Mastering it was the same as mastering a sea of sources. He believed that in many people's eyes, this book was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the eastern wilderness because it could stabilize the source of God and search for the dragon's veins. It was a priceless treasure. This is the treasure of all treasures. Yifan believed that if he was strong enough, he might even be able to exchange this book for an opportunity to view the ancient scriptures. Mastering the Heavenly Tome of Origins was like mastering an inexhaustible divine mine. It was of immeasurable significance. Yifan compared it carefully. The material of the silver book was similar to the golden paper on which the Tao scripture was recorded. It was indestructible and was an unknown divine item. In terms of crafting techniques, the Heavenly Tome of Origins and the Tao scripture were clearly on the same level. Both were rare. In terms of content, both were the most profound arts and were the pinnacle of their respective fields. However, the Tao scripture was incomplete and only had the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. The Heavenly Tome of Origins was complete. In a sense, the value of the Heavenly Tome of Origins was far greater than the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. Yifan had risked his life to explore the Purple Mountain. His biggest gain was this book. Its value was immeasurable. For an entire month, he was immersed in a wondrous state. Other than cultivating, he spent all his time studying the Heavenly Tome, even when he was eating. In these 30 days, Yifan's Bodhi seed never left his hand. Relying on the seed of the path understanding sacred tree, his understanding of the book improved by leaps and bounds. He felt that he had completely comprehended the foundational chapter on source differentiation. I've already grasped part of the scripture. It's time to try it out. Yifan walked out of the stone house and felt the gentle sunlight outside. He was filled with hope. If the body of others was a pond, then his body was a reservoir. To fill it up, he needed a large amount of source. Of course, the power he could unleash was different. At the very least, when facing cultivators of the same level, he had an absolute advantage. There was no suspense. In other words, if he cultivated to the late stage, when he was also an almighty, he could even fight against the attacks of the various divine lords alone. The first level of the Taoist palace requires 500 kilograms of source. He could not smile when he thought of that number. Even in the northern region, 500 kilograms of source was not something a small sect could afford, let alone an individual. At 10 times, the second level of the Taoist palace requires 5,000 kilograms of source. The number made his mouth twitch and his heart turn cold. It was unbearable. As for the astronomical number after the third level of the Taoist palace, he forced himself not to think about it. Otherwise, the veins on his forehead would pop. Those terrifying numbers made even the various Holy Land's expressions change. This was a weight that was difficult to endure. In this world, there will always be people who have to be green with envy. I hope that person is not me. One morning, after breakfast, Yi Fan called for Wang Shu and Dumbo. I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. Really? Dumbo did a somersault in excitement. I've been dreaming about it. That's great. Wang Shu rubbed his hands in excitement as well. Ever since my grandfather's generation, the stone village has completely declined. Almost no one from the village has traveled far. Yi Fan smiled. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. If you perform well, I'll bring you guys out often. The holy city is tens of thousands of miles away. It's too far from here. Still, the best stone gambling dens opened by the great sage are all there. According to the wandering Taoists, the legendary supreme beings, the royalty of the middle ground cultivators, and the magnates of the northern region all gather in the holy city and spend most of their time at the stone gambling dens. That old Taoist from before said that fairies cut stones there, saintesses often appear, and prodigies from all over the world often fight there. Brother Yi, you're smiling so wickedly. Don't tell me you're thinking of winning a saintess back? Yi Fan quickly put away his smile. What are you two thinking? How could I go to the holy city for my first stone gambling? I'm here to test the waters. He sternly warned the two not to speak carelessly when they arrived. The two had no concept of the holy ground, and thought of themselves as friendly businessmen. If they spoke carelessly, they might get into trouble. We understand. Those people are like gods. We only dare to talk about them in the village. Flat Rock City was about 600 miles away from the stone village. It was one of the more prosperous cities nearby, and was located in an oasis that spanned hundreds of miles. By the time Yi Fan and the other two arrived, the sun was already high up in the sky. The ancient city was built entirely from reddish-brown boulders, and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. According to the locals, the city had a history of over 1,000 years, and had always been the central city of this region. The population of the city was around 300,000, which was considered quite prosperous in the northern region. The streets were crowded with people and carriages. Wang Shu and Dumbo's eyes could not take it all in. It was their first time coming to such a big city, and everything was new to them. There are so many people. Yeah, it's my first time seeing so many people. Listening to the two's meaningless words, Yi Fan laughed, and said, learn well today, and I'll bring you to the holy city. Sure, Brother Yi, you should familiarize yourself with the rules today. Then, we'll go to the holy city. Yi Fan asked around about the stone gambling houses in the city, and was told that there were dozens of them. Moreover, he was surprised to find out that the great sage had branches in the city. This made him think for a while, and he did not choose the branches of the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, in case he got into trouble. The Book of Source of Heaven had a special skill called changing heaven and earth. Not only could it change the landscape, but it could also change one's own appearance. It was much more brilliant than the disguise technique of cultivators, and it could almost change one's appearance from the inside to the outside. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had not fully mastered it, so he did not want to go to the two stone gambling houses today. The Jade Pool also has a stone gambling house in this city? Of course, it's one of the most reputable and largest stone gambling houses in the city, an elder answered. Thank you, sir. Yi Fan brought his fists together, then turned around and said to Wang Shu and Erlung, let's go to the Jade Pool stone gambling house. Ah, Brother Yi, are you really going to win against the Saintess? Shush, don't say things like that. Don't worry, we're only talking about it in private. The two nodded in a hurry. The stone gambling houses usually took up a lot of space, and were surrounded by high walls. Inside, there were dawn stones everywhere. The Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market was located in the eastern district of Flat Cliff City. It was a quiet place, surrounded by ancient trees and greenery. Why isn't it open today? Many people were gathered under the ancient trees, and they were all discussing something. I heard that the ferry from the Jade Pool came to Flat Cliff City, so it's not open to the public in the morning. It will only be open in the afternoon. The ferry of the Jade Pool is famous all over the world. Every great sage's land and the clan of the ancients would be proud to marry the ferry of the Jade Pool. Unfortunately, not many could do it, so I really want to see her face. You'll see her in the afternoon, but I advise you to put away those unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. The ferry of the Jade Pool. Both Wang Shu and Erlung's eyes lit up as they looked at Yi Fan at the same time. Don't look at me like I'm a pervert. Yi Fan thought for a while, then said, we'll come in the afternoon, so let's find a random place to try our luck. In the end, Yi Fan chose a stone gambling house called Rongxiang. Stop. Yi Fan and the others were stopped outside the Rongxiang stone gambling house. The men at the door frowned when they saw Wang Shu and Erlung's attire, and said, are you source gatherers? If you want to sell source stones, go to the East Gate. That's the place for stone gambling. We're here for stone gambling. Yi Fan did as the Romans do. Because he lived in a stone village, he was also wearing source gatherer's clothes. Do you have source stones? A few people walked out from the gatehouse, all of them frowning. One of them said, our place is not a place where just anyone can enter. Yi Fan took out a source stone, which was about half a 2 origin, and said, isn't this one? A sneer came from behind. Half a 2 origin and you dare to come here for stone gambling? What a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. You probably can't even afford a good old source stone. Who is it? What are you talking about? Wang Shu was annoyed, and turned around to look. He saw a young man waving a folding fan as he walked over. A follower beside him had a look of disdain, and said, go back and collect source stones properly. This is not a place you can come to. So it's young Master Lu from Xianxia sect. Please come in. The people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House smiled apologetically and came forward to greet them. Young Master Lu from Xianxia sect didn't say anything from beginning to end. He looked at Yi Fan and the others, and walked inside. The follower beside him turned around and sneered, why are you not convinced? If you have source stones, you can come in. I'll play a few rounds with you. If you don't have source stones, go back to where you came from. Go and collect source stones properly. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This is not a place you can come to. Damn you. After seeing them go in, Erlung was so angry that he grabbed his hair. No matter what profession, there would always be people who liked to watch others eat. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't lower himself to the level of the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House. Wang Shu said, the threshold here is really high. Don't you know that those who come are guests? Sorry, we have our own rules here. Not just anyone can come in and out. The people in front of him all crossed their arms and responded indifferently. After young Master Lu from Xianxia sect went in, the smile on their faces had disappeared. How many source stones can I go in? Erlung asked in a muffled voice. We have the best source stones here. Without a caddy of source stones, you can't go through this door. A few people looked contemptuous and said, if you don't have it, I advise you to go back to the mine honestly. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He directly took out a caddy of source stones, shook it in front of them, and walked inside. When Wang Shu passed by the gatehouse, he said, just wait, I'll let you cry later. Yes, I'll let you see what is called a god of stone gambling. Erlung also said angrily. Oh, you guys really came in. In front, the follower of Xianxia sect was very surprised. He said in a strange tone, a caddy of source stones. It takes 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren to dig for it for a long time. It's really not easy. Let's go and play a few rounds together. How about gambling? End of chapter 198. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.